The venerable ancestor of the Xianmen sect, Tan Lingyin, awoke to find herself transformed into a pitiful child, unloved by both her father and mother. Upon the genuine heiress's return home, she was cast out into the rainy night by her adoptive parents. While many reveled in her misfortune, she emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance examination for Nanjing. Her adoptive parents, seeking to reclaim her, were taken aback to discover that she had already become the true daughter of a prestigious family. On the day of the family reunion, Tan Lingyin unearthed the fact that her biological parents had been robbed of their blessings, prompting her to take swift action to rectify the situation, all while accepting the renowned Master Xuanqing from the capital as her disciple. Subsequently, various influential figures from the capital flocked to her for assistance. With her extraordinary mastery of metaphysics, Tan Lingyin adeptly navigated the intricacies of the capital. Henceforth, the Xianmen lineage gained an omnipotent young ancestor, and suitors from all walks of life nearly trampled the threshold of the Tan family in their fervent pursuit. Hua Jingyan gazed at the worn threshold, silently revealing his marriage certificate. "My wife is already married. You should abandon your hopes." Tan Lingyin remarked, "Were we not merely feigning a marriage to appease our elders?" Yet the man pressed her against the floor-to-ceiling window, capturing her lips with a fervent kiss, murmuring softly, "Dear Enine, is my affection for you not abundantly clear?" Chapter 1. Cast out of the house. Beneath the brooding night sky, two figures nestled closely by the window. Tan Lingyin leaned against the icy window, ensnared in the embrace of a towering man. The man's visage lay shrouded in shadow, revealing only his bright, profound black eyes, which fixated on her with an intense, domineering gaze. His large hand, marked by prominent veins, gently caressed her cheek, the warmth of his fingertips gliding over her tender skin. "Enine, I have awaited this day for far too long." Tan Lingyin felt entirely weak, ensnared in his fervent embrace, her fingertips devoid of strength. Her cheeks bloomed like peach blossoms, and her beautiful fox-like eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. Who is this person? Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Her astonished expression deepened the darkness in the man's gaze, as he leaned in to press her against the cold window, their noses nearly touching. "Dear Enine, may I steal a kiss?" His deep, slightly husky voice resonated like the striking of gold against jade, leaving her feeling faint. His long, elegant fingers glided delicately along the skin of her slender neck, a subtle current coursing from his fingertips. Tan Lingyin's heart raced like a drum, leaving her head spinning. The man's nose gradually withdrew, his warm breath carrying the fresh scent of jasmine, drawing her into a state of blissful surrender. A sudden cold touch brushed against her lips, followed by a sharp snap that startled Tan Lingyin. She abruptly opened her eyes to witness a blinding flash of lightning outside the small window. Chilling raindrops seeped through the window's crevice, striking her cheek. She reached up to touch her lips, finding them dampened by the cool moisture. It was merely raindrops upon her lips. She had mistakenly believed that the man had kissed her. Hiss! Tan Lingyin, what are you thinking? Have you truly become lost in a dream? Tan Lingyin hastily wiped her lips with the back of her hand and promptly closed the window. Turning her gaze to the small clock on the wall, she noted that the hands overlapped at midnight. "It's time. At last, I have turned 18. She exuberantly leaped from her bed and dashed to the nearby desk. Another flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating Tan Lingyin at the desk. The young girl, clad in a white dress, had a delicate face illuminated by the fleeting light, her fox-like eyes, which should have sparkled with charm, now appearing lifeless. The entirety of her being exuded a sense of frailness, as if long plagued by malnutrition. "After being entangled by you for so many years, my innate Xianling bone has finally awakened," Tan Lingyin murmured softly, gripping her brush with newfound determination. Utilizing the sporadic flashes of lightning outside, she dipped the brush into red cinnabar, letting it flow onto the yellow talisman paper. With fluid strokes, she created an exquisite work in one seamless motion. A pale ghostly figure hovering beside her leaned in for a closer look, letting out a terrified scream, soul-extinguishing talisman. "Look, this girl can truly draw talismans." So, everything she claimed before was indeed true. In the room, there were not merely these ghostly apparitions, they chattered anxiously, their voices filled with terror and shrieks. The piercing cries of the specters penetrated Tan Lingyin's eardrums, causing her to frown slightly. Without turning her head, Tan Lingyin raised her hand and pressed the talisman paper against the forehead of one ghostly figure. "Now, let me send you on your way." A more mournful wail erupted. That ghostly figure instantaneously dissipated into nothingness, commonly referred to as the soul scattering, with no chance of reincarnation. The soul-extinguishing talisman ignited, turning to ash. Tan Lingyin then turned her gaze towards the other three dark figures in the room, a faint smile curving her lips to reveal her pearly white teeth. "It's your turn now." Amidst the howls of the spirits, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Outside came the voice of Liu Yun. "Open the door." Tan Lingyin had no choice but to comply. Just then, a flash of blue lightning illuminated the scene, revealing Tan Lingyin in her white dress, her pallid complexion reflecting in Liu Yun's eyes.
"Ah!"
After a sharp scream, Liu Yun erupted in anger. "You wretched girl, do you intend to frighten me to death with that ghastly appearance?" With that, she forcefully pushed the door open, attempting to strike Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin stepped back to evade her swinging hand, her expression shifting from one of wounded despair to bewilderment. This woman whom she had called mother for over a decade bore no resemblance to her at all. Liu Yun, having missed her target, scolded irritably. "Get downstairs quickly, I have an announcement to make." With that, she turned and strode away, continuing her tirade. "That wretched girl always exuding an eerie aura, why hasn't she just died yet?" Tan Lingyin listened to her retreating insults, her fingers tightening around the doorknob. How intriguing. She was, in fact, not Liu Yun's daughter. No wonder Liu Yun had treated her with such disdain throughout her life, often resorting to beatings and even treating her like a servant. Considering that she had taken over someone else's body and fearing that Liu Yun might discover her oddities, she had diligently played the role of the obedient daughter, complying with Liu Yun's every whim, allowing herself to be manipulated like a mere doll. Of course, when it came to being struck, she would still dodge. After all, she wasn't foolish enough to stand still and endure. Before turning 18, Tan Lingyin was unable to awaken her celestial vision, nor could she wield any arcane arts. Only when the Xianling bone within her fully matured could she embark upon the path of the arcane. At 18, the Xianling bone had just matured. What calamity is this? Tan Lingyin pinched her brow, uncertain why she had inexplicably descended to the mortal realm to undergo tribulation. She was originally the revered ancestor of the Xianmen in the celestial realm, who merely dozed off after a drunken night, only to awaken as the mortal Tan Lingyin, bearing the same name and visage. Fortunately, this body possessed the Xianling bone. Otherwise, she would have been condemned to a life of ordinariness. Before closing the door, she glanced back at the three ghostly figures in the room, which huddled together in terror, trembling like leaves in the wind. Tan Lingyin descended the stairs and found the servants tidying up the living room. Half-eaten cake adorned the table, and colorful streamers and petals littered the floor. Clearly, a birthday celebration had just taken place here. On the sofa, Tanya Yue was nestled in Liu Yun's embrace, beaming with joy. Her smiling visage bore a striking resemblance to Liu Yun's. This was the true mother-daughter pair. Tan Hongjing wore a neutral smile, beckoning Tan Lingyin. "Lingyin, come sit." "What is there to sit for? A thing about to be cast out. Don't dirty my sofa." Liu Yun immediately interjected sharply, her gaze filled with animosity directed at Tan Lingyin. Tan Hongjing cleared his throat and continued. "Lingyin, I have not told you until now, but you are actually our adopted child. Due to an unfortunate incident, Yeye was lost, and to mend the heartache of losing our daughter, we adopted you from the orphanage. However, now that Yeye has been found, the Tan family can only have her as the sole daughter. If you continue to stay here, it is inevitable that she will feel uncomfortable, so..." Liu Yun interrupted him, frowning as she said, "Why waste your breath? That little bastard has already enjoyed 18 years of free living. It is a grace for her." She then turned to Tan Lingyin. "You have enjoyed the life that should have belonged to Yeye these 18 years. If you remain in this household, we will all feel guilty towards Yeye. Thus, tomorrow morning, whether it is raining or not, you must leave." Throughout their conversation, Tan Lingyin had been observing the family's features, particularly Tanya Yue's. Originally destined for early demise, she had inexplicably reached the age of 18. When Tan Lingyin underwent her tribulation, this body was already 5 years old, and due to the departure of its soul, she had retained no memories. Initially, she thought the young girl was fated to die young, and that the heavenly path had arranged for her to undergo tribulation in the guise of this young girl, which did not count as usurping another's body. However, it now appeared that the young girl's early demise was indeed suspicious. Could this be the matter she needed to resolve during her tribulation? Tan Lingyin cast a sideways glance at Tanya Yue, her dark eyes dimming as she coldly stated, "I understand." Yet, when Liu Yun noticed her gaze, she immediately shielded Tanya Yue behind her, gritting her teeth as she spat. "You little wretch, what kind of look is that? You've taken my Yea's life, and you dare glare at her. Just look at your ghostly appearance. Why haven't you died sooner?" Tan Lingyin narrowed her eyes slightly. channeling a surge of arcane energy through her fingertips towards Liu Yun's mouth. Liu Yun suddenly felt a sharp pain on her lips, as if struck by an electric shock. Hiss. That hurts. Lingyin's expression was frosty as she spoke softly. Words yield consequences. The karma you've accumulated will soon return to you, and this is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun sprang to her feet, quickly advancing towards Lingyin. I'll curse you, you wretched little girl. Liu Yun raised her hand to slap her. Stop. Tan Hongjing, standing closer, swiftly seized her wrist. What are you doing hitting a child? No matter what, she has been your daughter for 18 years. Liu Yun's eyes widened in shock as she glared at him. Tan Hongjing, do you consider her your daughter? Don't think I don't know about your secret glances at her. She cast a glance at Tan Lingyin. As a child, it wasn't apparent, but the older she gets, the more like a seductress she seems. Then she shoved Tan Hongjing. You old fool. You're trying to steal her soul. Tan Hongjing raised his hand to strike her, but was embraced by Tan Yue. Daddy, don't hit mommy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Liu Yun immediately embraced her with concern, soothing her gently. Tan Hongjing exhaled slowly, saying, Yue, don't be afraid. Daddy was just impulsive. Tan Yue clung to his arm. It seems that when Lingyin is at home, you and mommy tend to argue easily. Will it affect me in the future? In an instant, Tan Hongjing's gaze towards Tan Lingyin shifted. Indeed, just look at her ghastly visage. She resembles a living corpse. Liu Yun spat in disdain, pulling Tanya Yue back onto the sofa. Yet, Tanya Yue softly remarked, Never mind, mommy, perhaps I'm overthinking. Don't speak ill of Lingyin. She looks quite pitiable in this state. Pitiable? She has been the young lady of the Tan family for 18 years. Liu Yun retorted, cradling Tanya Yue with a face full of affection. And you, my dear daughter, have suffered outside. Once the rain ceases tomorrow, I will take you to the mall. Whatever you wish for, mommy will buy for you. Tanya Yue nestled in her embrace, casting a smug, defiant glance at Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin caressed her fingertips, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. This trio was certainly not to be trifled with. As she turned to ascend the stairs, Liu Yun's voice rang out once more. Wretched girl, I've changed my mind. Pack your things and leave immediately. Tanya Yue's sweet voice piped up. But mommy, it's pouring outside. Lingyin might catch a cold, and she could even encounter danger. Liu Yun snapped back. She's remarkably resilient. It would be better if she were dead. Tan Lingyin continued her ascent upstairs, swiftly returning to her room. Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed as torrential rain lashed against the windows, illuminating the cinnabar and talisman papers on the table. The three ghostly figures in the room had vanished, their whereabouts unknown, possibly drifting into another room of the villa. Chapter 2. You've hit someone. Tan Lingyin flicked on the light and cast a glance around the meager confines of the pitiful little room. This space, which was originally intended as a storeroom, was smaller than the maid's quarters, yet she had resided here for 13 long years. The privileges befitting the eldest daughter of the Tan family had eluded her completely. As she tidied up the talisman papers and vermilion, her gaze wandered to the torrential rain outside, prompting her to sketch a few more talismans. She hastily stuffed a couple of dresses and undergarments, along with the talisman papers and brush, into a canvas bag. Yes, a canvas bag. As the daughter of the Tan family, she possessed no handbag of her own, resorting instead to the messenger bag issued to students by her school. This room held no valuables whatsoever. With the canvas bag slung over her shoulder, Tan Lingyin descended the stairs, finding the living room devoid of any occupants. She approached the entrance and retrieved an umbrella. In an instant, it was snatched from her grasp. Tanya Yue had seemingly materialized from nowhere, her voice soft and delicate as she said, Lingyin, that umbrella is broken. Use this one instead. Tan Lingyin pressed her lips together. Her gaze fixed upon Tanya Yue's face and suddenly smiled. All right. The lovely slant of her fox-like eyes, combined with her porcelain white, charming visage, rendered her both innocent and delicate, a natural beauty. A flash of jealousy flickered in Tanya Yue's eyes as she handed the umbrella to Tan Lingyin. If it weren't for the fact that Lingyin's beauty eclipsed her own, she wouldn't mind keeping her as a servant in the Tan household. However, such exquisite beauty only served to cast her, the genuine heiress, into shadow. Yet, she vowed to mar that beautiful face. Tan Lingyin accepted the umbrella and cheerfully remarked, Just a reminder, it's best to be asleep by 2. Otherwise, unexpected events may occur. Tanya Yue, puzzled by the cryptic warning, hurriedly urged Tan Lingyin to leave, knowing that this was her chance to catch a taxi. You should go quickly. Tan Lingyin turned on her heel, exiting the villa without a backward glance. She traversed the corridor in the courtyard and stepped through the gate. With a resounding bang, the heavy iron gate slammed shut the moment she stepped outside, as if to ensure she would not return. As she walked, she opened the umbrella in her hand. Cold raindrops cascaded down her face through the 3 torn holes. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Tan Lingyin's eyes. Fortunately, she had taken precautions. She retrieved the prepared talisman from her bag, murmuring an incantation, causing the talisman to soar onto the umbrella. Instantly, the holes ceased to leak. The sky-repairing talisman, a whimsical name she had given, proved to be somewhat effective. Though it couldn't truly mend the sky, it could repair any damaged object, allowing it to continue functioning, albeit still appearing broken. Since she had her back to the iron gate, this scene went unnoticed by the surveillance cameras. Tan Lingyin glanced back at the camera at the entrance and defiantly extended her middle finger in its direction. Tan Yeyue, reviewing the footage, was infuriated by this ungracious gesture, her face contorting in rage. "Damn Tan Lingyin, you're doomed tonight," she seethed, clenching her fists until her manicured nails threatened to snap. "Yeah, you've endured so much." Lu Yun's voice suddenly chimed in, gently patting her shoulder. Watching the white-clad figure gradually vanish into the rain, a flicker of hatred crossed Lu Yun's eyes. She spoke softly. "If it weren't for your short-lived fate, your mother wouldn't have sought someone to bear your misfortunes. Master Ming said that if she had died at 5, you would have grown up safely. If she didn't perish, you'd have to wait until you turned 18 to completely escape that early demise. But this stubborn girl defied the odds and clung to life until your 18th year, causing you to suffer for 18 long years outside." Tan Yeyue, feeling aggrieved, questioned, "Since she has already taken on my misfortunes, why must I continue to endure such hardships?" Although her parents often visited her, she still found herself devoid of funds, forced to cook and do laundry, living in stark misery. Lu Yun, filled with compassion, replied, "Master Ming instructed that you must endure hardship until you turn 18 to completely alter your fate. Your mother, feeling for you, has made that little wretch serve as a maid in our home, relegated to the storeroom, precisely to prevent her from having a better life than yours. The suffering you endure, she must bear double. Rest assured, to guarantee your future safety, it is indeed safer for her to die." Amidst the rain, Tan Lingyin strolled while calculating Tan Yeyue's fate. It turned out she was cursed by her past misdeeds, destined for an early demise in this lifetime. One must bear the burden of Tan Yeyue's affluent fate for her to escape her impending death. Although Tan Lingyin lived like a servant in the Tan household, she attended an elite school and was chauffeured in luxury cars, appearing to outsiders as the radiant heiress of the Tan family. What a clever ruse to deceive the world and defy fate. Tan Lingyin's eyes glinted with icy resolve, eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the Tan family's manipulation. If she could catch them, she would crush their spiritual essence. In the rain-soaked night, a sleek black car sped toward her, its trajectory aimed directly at Tan Lingyin, who was holding the bright yellow umbrella. She halted in her tracks, a talisman materializing in her hand. As the raindrops cascaded like threads, the yellow headlights illuminated Tan Lingyin's face. Yet, the car accelerated perilously fast. With the talisman glowing faintly in her grasp, she noticed another vehicle approaching from the corner of the street, its purple dragon energy unmistakably visible even in the pitch-black rain. Her eyes sparkled with realization, and she promptly altered her intention to evade the impending collision. Infusing her talisman with energy, Tan Lingyin felt as though her feet were anchored to the ground, helplessly watching as the car drew nearer. Bang! She felt weightless as the bright yellow umbrella flew from her grasp. Like a white butterfly, she arced through the air, landing amidst the rainwater. Her white dress quickly soiled by the mud, broken, yet hauntingly beautiful. A male voice rang out, "Hey, you've hit someone." The black car sped away, an utter hit and run. The man who shouted rushed to Tan Lingyin's side. As she opened her eyes and gazed at him, she silently pleaded for help. Surely, the purple energy was connected to this man. Li Heng, upon seeing that she was still conscious, hastily declared, "You can't move. Let me call an ambulance." Tan Lingyin frowned slightly, puzzled as to why this man radiated no trace of purple energy. She glanced toward the nearby car, where the violet aura surged, indicating someone was still inside. She had to meet that individual. Li Heng fished out his phone to call for assistance when he noticed the girl lying on the ground suddenly rise to her feet. He blinked in disbelief, surveying her from head to toe. You're all right? This is incredible." Tan Lingyin, her voice weak, replied, Don't call an ambulance. I have no money. She limped to retrieve the yellow umbrella from the ground, stubbornly pressing onward. Li Heng watched her attempt to leave, unsure whether to call out to her. The backseat window of a car slowly descended, and a chilling voice reached Tan Lingyin's ears, which were already perked up. Get in the car. I'll cover your medical expenses. Tan Lingyin turned, her fox-like eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Really? Chapter 3. President Hua. She claims she has a tough fate. From the lowered car window emerged a man with a pale complexion, his handsome face sharply defined, with deep black eyes devoid of emotion. His straight nose bore thin lips pressed together. Regal and elegant, he was a vision of perfection, beautiful in form and even more so in essence. When his deep black eyes turned toward her, they held an air of indifference, yet Tan Lingyin felt a strange familiarity with those eyes. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of purple energy, mingled with a faint aura of death, surged into her vision, disrupting her thoughts. She tightened her grip on the umbrella, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. The presence of purple dragon energy signified a natural-born emperor, a bearer of great fortune, one whom even ordinary spirits would fear. How could he harbor an aura of death? And with death's shadow looming, he was on the brink of demise. Li Heng hurriedly approached, opening the car door. Quick. Get in. We'll take you to the hospital. Tan Lingyin climbed into the car, folding her umbrella and placing it by her feet. She expressed her gratitude to the man beside her, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Your good deeds will surely be rewarded." Hu Jingyan turned his head slightly to glance at her, responding coldly, "You're welcome," and then closed his eyes to rest, lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, Li Heng, seated in the passenger seat, kept turning to look at Tan Lingyin. "Miss, don't you feel any pain? You were just thrown into the air." Tan Lingyin offered a polite smile, replying, "Perhaps I have a strong constitution. It's nothing serious." Instantly, Li Heng turned his gaze toward Hu Jingyan. "President Hua. She claims to have a strong constitution." Hu Jingyan opened his eyes slightly to glare at him, admonishing, "Mind your own business." Li Heng promptly fell silent. Tan Lingyin caught a hint of something unusual in their conversation. However, seeing that they had ceased speaking, she hesitated to inquire further. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she couldn't help but swallow hard. The aura of purple energy enveloped the cramped space of the car. Just by inhaling the air, she felt her inner energy rapidly recovering. The once feeble Xianling bone was swiftly growing stronger. Originally a master of the Xianmen from the celestial realm, Tan Lingyin retained knowledge of the mystical arts even after descending to the mortal realm. Yet her physical prowess was no different from that of an ordinary minor practitioner. If she could remain in this man's presence, she would undoubtedly rise again to the pinnacle of the Xianmen and navigate her trials safely. After a thorough medical examination, the hospital confirmed that Tan Lingyin had merely sustained some bruises. When Li Heng paid the medical bill, he double-checked, ensuring it was just bruises without any fractures. He presented the receipt to Hu Jingyan. "President Hua, she truly has a strong constitution. She was thrown into the air and only has bruises. Wasn't our purpose in coming to Nanjing to find a woman with a strong constitution?" Hu Jingyan glanced at the receipt before looking at the girl seated obediently. Tan Lingyin met his gaze and flashed him a sweet smile. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, the air seemed to still. Hu Jingyan felt an unusual sensation stirring within him. Could the fated person foretold by Master Xianqing be right before him? How could he keep her close? Similarly, Tan Lingyin pondered. How could she cling to him? Once back in the car, she initiated, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tan Lingyin. May I ask how to address you, sir, so that I may repay you in the future?" "Hu Jingyan," he replied. By some strange twist of fate, Hu Jingyan extended his hand. Just as he felt it was abrupt, the girl's cold, fair fingers clasped his. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she sensed the purple energy from Hu Jingyan swiftly coursing into her fingertips, revitalizing her body. She resolved to cling to him, no matter what. "Lien interjecta, im lien, president wujashistan." "Miss Tan, let's exchange contact information. You can reach out to me directly when you wish to repay President Hua." Hu Jingyan felt the chill of her touch dissipate, as Tan Lingyin had already begun rummaging through her bag for her phone. The phone was a gift from Lu Yun, as she needed to be constantly reminded of her whereabouts and urged to return home promptly after school. Tan Lingyin felt elated to connect with Li Heng. Having his assistance would make future encounters with Hu Jingyan much easier. Unexpectedly, a fair hand reached over. Hu Jingyan presented his phone, the screen illuminating. "Just add me."
Ha! Tan Lingyin voiced her surprise softly.
She hadn't anticipated Hu Jingyan would personally add her. Typically, individuals of his stature would not readily share their contact information. Hu Jingyan cast her a fleeting glance. Is that a problem?
No.
Tan Lingyin eagerly accepted the opportunity to add him as a friend. She took his phone. Not only exchanging numbers, but also adding him on WeChat. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Hu Jingyan reclaimed his phone and inquired, "Where do you live? I'll give you a ride home." The moment had come for her to play the sympathy card. The car fell silent. Hu Jingyan turned to observe her. Noting she had lowered her head, remaining silent, 2 glistening tears fell onto her pale hand, strikingly conspicuous. "Why are you crying?" "I have no home." Tan Lingyin lifted her head, her fox-like eyes brimming with tears. "I was adopted by my parents, and now that they found their biological daughter, they kicked me out." As she spoke, she began to sob softly, wiping her tears away. Hu Jingyan pursed his lips, scrutinizing her, the cheap, mud-stained white dress, the worn-out backpack, devoid of any jewelry, and the dirty canvas shoes. To the casual observer on the street, she would appear to be a homeless girl. And that umbrella, he had noticed earlier that it bore 3 holes when she had put it away. Quite pitiful indeed. How tragic. "I could almost cry." Li Heng turned to remark, being thrown out into the rain and then hit by a car. How unfortunate. Tan Lingyin seized this opportunity to amplify her sobs, continually wiping her tears while stealing glances at Hu Jingyan. Li Heng winked at Hu Jingyan, urging, "President Hua, let's take her in." Hu Jingyan rubbed the jade ring on his finger, echoing Li Heng's sentiment. "All right, let us bring her back to the villa." With that, the car accelerated. Upon exiting the vehicle, Tan Lingyin opened her tattered umbrella, while Li Heng held an umbrella over Hu Jingyan. Hu Jingyan intended to invite her over, but noticed that not a single drop of rain fell upon her. He frowned. "Isn't your umbrella broken?"
Tan Lingyin checked it lightly.
"Oh yes, I fixed it." She raised the umbrella high, revealing the 3 holes.
"See?
It doesn't leak." Hu Jingyan's eyes darkened. He sensed that this girl was not ordinary. She might be someone sent with ulterior motives. A thorough investigation was warranted. Upon entering the villa, Tan Lingyin was astonished to find it even larger than the Tan residence. Moreover, being merely a villa indicated that Hu Jingyan did not frequently reside there. A person enveloped in purple energy was indeed destined for wealth. Li Heng arranged a room for Tan Lingyin, saying, "Miss Tan, you can rest here tonight. There are clean pajamas in the wardrobe. You can make do with those while I arrange for new ones." Tan Lingyin expressed her gratitude before closing the door to take a shower. In the living room, Hu Jingyan examined the worn yellow umbrella. A talisman was affixed to its surface, dry and devoid of any watermarks. Was this purchased, or was she truly a practitioner? No master would create such trivial and useless talismans. He beckoned Li Heng, instructing him to investigate her identity to verify the truth of her claims. Additionally, he wanted to contact Master Xianqing and ask him to come over. Li Heng nodded. "I'll arrange that right away." Hu Jingyan placed the umbrella back where it belonged before heading to his own room. In the bathroom, Tan Lingyin soaked in the tub, reflecting on her experiences over the past 13 years. During the 13 years she had spent taking on the misfortunes of Tan Yue, she could not merely describe her life as unlucky but rather as a series of calamities. Every outing seemed to invite misfortune, frequent red lights on her way to school and regular accidents with cars. During exam periods, whether monthly or final exams, she would invariably be late. Even if she had the driver drop her off early, she still wouldn't make it in time for the first exam. Countless minor misfortunes plagued her. Tripping while walking, choking on water, twisting her ankle while descending the stairs, and so on. In short, every mundane occurrence became a calamity for her. Not to mention, each night she was tormented by spirits. Although she was not afraid, being surrounded by negative energy left her feeling depleted. Each day, when she gazed into the mirror, she felt her complexion was as pale as that of a ghost. Now that Tan Yue had returned home, her streak of misfortune had vanished. Reflecting on this, Tan Lingyin picked up her phone, glancing at the time which read 1:59 a.m. It would soon be 2 o'clock. She was certain Tan Yue had not yet fallen asleep. Chapter 4. Miss Tan, you've miscalculated. At the Tan residence, Tan Yue watched as the time on her phone changed to exactly 2 o'clock a.m. Damn that Tan Lingyin, claiming I should be asleep by 2 o'clock. What a ridiculous notion. She huffed and opened a short video app to scroll through. In truth, she had felt somewhat drowsy earlier. Yet the incessant echo of Tan Lingyin's words reverberated in her mind, rendering her increasingly restless. As she listened to the music emanating from the video, She admired the chiseled abs of the man on the screen, her fingers tirelessly tapping the like button. Suddenly, she sensed a breathy whisper near her ear. Tan Yue furrowed her brow and waved her hand beside her ear, questioning the source of the sound. A chilling aura abruptly enveloped her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. What was happening? She let out a terrified scream and attempted to sit up, only to realize she was utterly immobilized.
Ah.
Her phone slipped from her grasp and struck her nose with a painful thud, tears instantly welling in her eyes. A sinister voice echoed in her ears, its tone dripping with mockery. Do you fancy this type? Tan Yue's eyes widened in terror, slowly averting her gaze to the side. A faintly colored, ghostly figure lay beside her, devoid of a face, save for a pair of hollow, black eyes. Ah, please don't kill me, she shrieked, trembling as she began to plead. The ghost reached out, brushing her cheek with an icy touch that made her teeth chatter. Care to play with me? I used to have abs too. Tan Yue was bewildered. What do you mean? Tonight, I shall visit you in your dreams. The ghost blew a breath towards Tan Yue, and she uncontrollably closed her eyes. That night, she found herself entangled in an R-rated dream. Meanwhile, Tan Hong and Lu Yun were grappling with nightmares of their own. After finishing her shower, Tan Lingyin donned her pajamas and prepared to venture into the living room for a drink. Just then, she encountered Hu Jingyan emerging from his bath. The man wore a deep-colored robe tied at the waist, slightly open at the front to reveal a broad expanse of fair chest and abs. His damp, dark hair hung messily over his forehead, partially obscuring his sharp brows and eyes, lending an unexpected warmth to his otherwise cold, dark gaze. He approached her, and Tan Lingyin discreetly swallowed hard. In her eyes, the allure of his appearance was secondary to the enchanting aura that emanated from him. Hu Jingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Had she just swallowed? He lifted his hand to adjust his robe and walked towards the tea table. Tan Lingyin hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Mr. Hua, what a coincidence. I'm also here for a drink. Hu Jingyan replied nonchalantly, pouring himself a glass of water before turning to leave. Tan Lingyin grasped his sleeve. Wait. I have something to discuss with you. Hu Jingyan halted, frowning at her small hand gripping his sleeve. Let go, he said, his tone frosty, clearly unimpressed by her presence. Tan Lingyin quickly released her grip and looked up into his eyes. Are you aware that your life is in peril? Hu Jingyan tightened his grip on the glass, his eyelids lowering as he scrutinized her, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. Noticing his silence, Tan Lingyin forced a smile. Please don't look at me like that. I swear I mean no harm. Miss Tan can divine? Hu Jingyan studied her fair face, particularly her alluring, doe-like eyes. Beautiful and captivating, yet on her, they appeared innocent and unassuming. Indeed, I am a fortune-teller, Tan Lingyin admitted.
Oh.
The man smirked slightly. Does Miss Tan require payment for this reading? Mr. Hua. I presume you are not short on funds, she replied. However, I have no intention of paying. Hu Jingyan turned and seated himself at the table. Then, I will not accept payment. Tan Lingyin took a seat opposite him, casually pouring herself a glass of water. She had never concealed her identity as a fortune-teller. Her intent was to help Hu Jingyan avert his impending doom and, in return, secure a favor from him. While bathing earlier, she had also consulted her fortune, which indicated that her closest kin resided to the north, an area synonymous with affluence and prestige, Beijing, where Hu Jingyan hailed from. She sought to leverage their connection to locate her biological parents. Even if she failed to establish a relationship, having someone in Beijing would be advantageous. Ultimately, she had no intention of remaining in South City. Hu Jingyan sipped his water, his throat moving enticingly. Tan Lingyin admired him discreetly, waiting for his response. His voice, smooth and refined, resonated like the sound of precious stones striking one another. If Miss Tan does not want payment, then we may proceed with the reading. Very well. Let me be forthright, Tan Lingyin said, her countenance shifting to one of seriousness. You possess the fate of a purple star emperor. Yet someone tampered with your destiny in your youth, siphoning your fortune away. The time has come for that individual to nearly claim the remainder of your luck, which means your life is in imminent danger. I can help you avert this calamity if you assist me in locating my biological parents. However, until your calamity is resolved, you cannot leave my side, for divine intervention may be rendered futile otherwise. Hu Jingyan's apprehension deepened with every word, his fingers unconsciously caressing the jade ring on his index finger. These were the very words that Master Xianqing had spoken after years of divination. Yet this girl, having just met him, had already discerned such truths? He began to suspect that she was part of a deliberate scheme. Noticing his contemplative silence, Tan Lingyin lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Mr. Hua, are you listening? Hu Jingyan reclined in his chair, his gaze icy as he regarded her. On what basis should I believe your claims? Tan Lingyin pressed her lips together, glancing out at the sky before speaking in a low tone. Within 5 minutes. Lightning will strike the tree in the courtyard. Hu Jingyan replied, then we shall wait 5 minutes. The rain outside had ceased. Surely, there would be no lightning. He anticipated exposing her deceit. Hu Jingyan pulled out his phone and messaged Master Xianqing. A swift reply came, just arrived at the airport, landing tomorrow morning. Hu Jingyan felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Master Xianqing was present, he would be safe. He glanced at the time on his phone, watching the 5 minutes tick away. Rising from his seat, he said, Miss Tan, you have erred in your calculations. Furthermore, I ask you to leave by tomorrow morning. Just as he turned to depart, a blinding flash of light streaked past the window. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the tree in the courtyard, followed by a torrential downpour. The thunder rolled in, belatedly announcing its presence. Mr. Hua, you seemed a bit hasty. 5 minutes was precisely right. The girl's cool, melodic voice carried a hint of amusement, sending shivers down Hu Jingyan's spine. He clenched his fists, glancing at her, her eyes sparkling like mischievous foxes. Now, Mr. Hua, will you still insist on sending me away? Chapter 5 today marks Miss Tan's birthday. Just then, a strange cry erupted from outside. Heavens!
Liang Rashdin.
Flustered. Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua. The tree in the courtyard was struck by lightning. He burst in, quickly assessing Hu Jingyan. You weren't in the courtyard just now, were you? No, Hu Jingyan replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Tan Lingyin. Let her stay.
Huh?
Stay for what? Li Heng was bewildered. Tan Lingyin smiled slightly and countered, Mr. Hua. Do you know why that tree was struck? Why? Li Heng asked, perplexed. Hu Jingyan remained silent, waiting for her explanation. As your death calamity approaches, everything around you will succumb to misfortune, even the flora and fauna, gradually losing their vitality. This includes those in your vicinity, who will also be affected by your misfortune. Hu Jingyan's brows furrowed. Do you truly believe you can dispel this? Believe it or not, Tan Lingyin replied nonchalantly. She then nodded at Li Heng. Assistant Li, take care of yourself.
Good night.
With that, she turned to leave. Hu Jingyan frowned slightly. Wasn't she supposed to be concerned for him? Mr. Hua? How does she know about the death calamity? Li Heng asked anxiously. Leave, Hu Jingyan commanded coldly, retreating to his room. Tan Lingyin had successfully remained in the villa. As she lay in bed, she experienced the warmest sleep she had known in 13 years. However, the Tan family was in a different state. The entire Tan villa had been shrouded in a veil of dark energy. On a gloomy rainy night, the eerie villa was entirely engulfed by a malevolent aura. In the past, Tan Lingyin resided in the storage room, where her formidable spirit drew all the little ghosts who crowded into the tiny space. Now that she had departed, the spirits were inevitably in search of fresh young energy to absorb. The following morning, Tan Hongzheng was jolted awake by a frightful experience. Simultaneously, his wife, Lu Yun, abruptly opened her eyes, letting out a shriek. Bathed in sweat and with a look of terror, she tossed aside the covers to inspect her body. In her dream, she had been chased and bitten by wild dogs, with her intestines spilling out, a pain so vivid it felt all too real, far from mere dreams.
Tanong sengking kwayir.
My dear, did you also have a nightmare? Lu Yun immediately flung herself into his embrace, recounting how she had been mauled to death by a rabid dog in her dream. Tan Hongzheng gently patted her back, his voice grave as he confessed. I dreamed that the company faced a crisis, accruing debts of several tens of millions. This, to him, was the most terrifying prospect. Lu Yun murmured, that's truly frightening. Tan Hongzheng furrowed his brow. The simultaneous nightmares seemed rather unsettling. Lu Yun nodded, I feel the same. Could it be that our home is not clean? You should contact Master Ming to come and take a look, and perhaps also read for Yaya. After speaking, Tan Hongzheng rose from the bed, feeling uneasy and deciding to head to the office early. Lu Yun agreed, tidying herself before making her way to Tan Yue's room. After knocking on the door and waiting for what felt like an eternity, it finally creaked open. Tan Yue, with flushed cheeks, exclaimed, Mom, why are you calling me so early? Lu Yun asked, was last night your first night sleeping at home? Are you adjusting well?
Iem me fine.
Tan Yue replied with a shy smile. Did you have a nightmare? Lu Yun asked, her concern evident. Tan Yue's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze faltered for a moment before she quickly replied, "No, how could I have a nightmare sleeping in a princess bed?" Upon hearing this, Lingyin felt that the nightmares she and her husband experienced were mere coincidences. After tidying up, they headed downstairs for breakfast. "Today is Sunday. We'll take you to school to handle your enrollment procedures, and you can start attending classes on Monday." As Lingyin departed, Tan Yue hurriedly shut the door. She sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at the slightly disheveled sheets, her face growing warmer. It felt as if something truly had transpired here. Last night, she had dreamt a delightful dream, where a strikingly handsome man embraced and kissed her, his face obscured, yet she felt he was exceptionally attractive.
Oh,
How wonderful it would be to meet such a handsome man, she murmured to herself, her face alight with anticipation. At the dining table, Lingyin incessantly discussed the rules of the prestigious school with Tan Yue, fretting that she might struggle to adapt. Suddenly, Tan Yue asked, "Mom, what happened last night?" Lingyin promptly set her chopsticks down, realizing she had almost forgotten. She made a phone call, inquiring how did it go. Was there an accident? Is she dead? Lingyin listened intently, her brow furrowing as she replied, "I understand. Please check at the hospital to see if there are any victims from a car accident." As she hung up, Tan Yue eagerly asked, "What's the situation? She's not dead, but she must be seriously injured, right?" Lingyin shook her head slightly. "At the time, there were witnesses who saw him flee after hitting that girl. I asked him to check at the hospital, and we should have results soon." After breakfast, Liyun's phone rang. Upon hearing the news, her expression darkened.
damn.
"That girl is still alive. What a stroke of bad luck." Tan Yue's gaze turned gloomy as she lamented. "Does this mean I'll have to attend the same school as her? I don't want that. One is an adopted daughter, the other a true heiress. Comparisons are inevitable." She refused to be overshadowed by Tan Lingyin. Lingyin snorted dismissively. She asked, dreaming, "Today, I'll have the principal expel her. The tuition fees will be a means to shield you from misfortune. Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy will ensure you are never wronged again." She gently reassured her daughter, her heart aching for her. Meanwhile, far away in the other courtyard, Tan Lingyin sneezed several times early in the morning. Rubbing her nose, she could easily guess who was cursing her. After completing her Tai Chi routine, she wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. The sensation of her Xianling bone awakening was indeed extraordinary. Previously, she practiced Tai Chi merely for physical fitness, but now, it nourished her inner energy, strengthening her Xianling bone. Hua Jingyan stood by the window, observing her slender figure executing the Tai Chi movements with precision, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of her time training with Master Xianqing. It was evident that she was no ordinary person. Li Heng approached, reading aloud from his phone. "President Hua, we confirmed that the Tan family indeed has a daughter named Tan Lingyin, who studies at a prestigious high school in Nanjing. However, last night, the Tan family held a small birthday party, and attendees mentioned they had found their biological daughter, named Tan Yue, whose 18th birthday was yesterday. Here are their photographs. Please take a look." Hua Jingyan scrutinized the images on the screen, recognizing Tan Lingyin as the banished adopted daughter. He asked in a low voice, "Does the Tan family have anyone from the Xianmen?" "No, according to our investigation, the Tan family is engaged in business and may have associated with certain practitioners. But they possess no members of the Xianmen," Li Heng explained. "Miss Tan is adept at fortune-telling. Could she have studied under a master?" Hua Jingyan replied. "That is the only possibility. Otherwise, how would a student know such things?" As they spoke, the young woman in the courtyard turned to face them. When her gaze met Hua Jingyan's, Tan Lingyin waved her hand. Hua Jingyan nodded slightly and returned to the table to prepare breakfast. Li Heng, however, interjected, "By the way, the information we gathered indicates that today is Miss Tan's birthday. Should we arrange for a cake or something?" Hua Jingyan raised his head and looked at him. "Are you so idle?" Li Heng quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly departed. After Tan Lingyin took a shower in her room, she entered the living room to find a table laden with breakfast. Hua Jingyan was engrossed in his tablet, a cup of coffee at his side. She sat at the table, popping a shrimp dumpling into her mouth, and asked Mr. Hua, "Are we eating now? Aren't we waiting for the guests?" Hua Jingyan looked up. "Guests?" Chapter 6. Who is the young lady? Tan Lingyin chewed quickly, swallowing the dumpling in a few bites before replying, "He'll be here shortly, looking for you." Hua Jingyan arched an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. "Since you know, why did you start eating first? I'm technically your guest now." Tan Lingyin smiled sweetly and sipped her porridge, "And I'm genuinely hungry." Just as she finished speaking, Li Heng's voice echoed from outside, "President Hua." He rushed in, brimming with excitement. "Master Xianqing has arrived." Tan Lingyin turned to the doorway, where a figure clad in a deep blue, long robe entered. The elderly man was lean yet not emaciated, with a rosy, radiant complexion, and his thick, dark hair was secured atop his head with a wooden hairpin. A strong aura of mastery enveloped him. Tan Lingyin, hidden beneath the table, swiftly calculated, discovering that he was indeed a gifted descendant of the Xianmen, who not only cherished benevolence, but also possessed a fortunate disposition. Upon entering, Master Xianqing immediately spotted the young woman who was unabashedly gazing at him. Her exquisite features, fair complexion, and spirited eyes captured his attention, explaining his initial glance her way. Hua Jingyan stood, slightly nodding. "Master Xianqing, thank you for your long journey. Please take a seat." Master Xianqing returned the nod and settled beside Hua Jingyan. Li Heng promptly set a pair of chopsticks for him and poured tea. Master Xianqing raised his hand slightly, his voice weathered, yet full of vitality. "Let us not rush to eat. We should address the important matters first. Xiao Yan, is this the young lady you mentioned?" Hua Jingyan nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward Tan Lingyin, who was still engrossed in her meal. "Indeed, and she is also a practitioner." Tan Lingyin continued to eat without speaking. Master Xianqing expressed curiosity. "Oh, a young practitioner?" Finding it intriguing, he began to scrutinize Tan Lingyin, studying her features and calculating her fate. His hands, resting upon his knees, incessantly calculated while the gravity of his expression deepened. Hou Jingyan noticed beads of sweat forming at his temples, instantly becoming alert, yet he refrained from interrupting. He would not disturb Master Su Qing before he spoke. In contrast, Tan Lingyin, seated across from him, leisurely savored her porridge, occasionally displaying her delight in the meal. Her demeanor was overly relaxed. As a fellow practitioner, how could she remain so unfazed while her elder was engrossed in divination?
"Oh, I'm so full," Tan Lingyin exclaimed.
Dabbing her mouth with a napkin, her expression radiant. "Mr. Ho, thank you for your hospitality. I've never had such a delightful breakfast in my life." Back at the Tan family, her mornings typically consisted of a few slices of dry bread before being sent off to school. Fortunately, the prestigious school provided lunch, or she would have been even more gaunt.
"Lies."
Master Su Qing suddenly rose, his gaze locked onto Tan Lingyin. "You are lying. It is impossible for you to have grown up." He had calculated it. Through her features, he discerned that the young girl before him had her lifespan stolen. She should have perished at the age of 5. Who exactly is this girl? Master Su Qing's eyes gleamed with intensity, as if he wished to penetrate her very being and unveil her soul. She had been deprived of her life force. He ought to feel pity for her. Yet, her inexplicable survival and her connection to Hou Jingyan compelled him to exercise caution. Tan Lingyin maintained her serene smile, addressing him gently. "Master Su Qing, please do not be agitated. Let us converse." Her voice was soft and cheerful, showing no signs of being intimidated by Su Qing's intensity. Hou Jingyan's eyes darkened as he asked, "What have you divined, Master Su?" Master Su Qing sat down, taking a breath before stating, "This girl has had her fate altered from a young age. Her life force was stolen, and she should have died at 5. Yet, she is here, alive and well." He cautioned, moreover, "Given your unique destiny, I fear she may have ulterior motives in approaching you." Tan Lingyin chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Master Su, you are correct. I did indeed face a life-threatening ordeal at 5. However, it was resolved by a wise individual. Furthermore, my association with Mr. Ho is purely coincidental." Master Su Qing immediately inquired, "Who is this wise individual?" The certainty of her death at 5 was undeniable. How could someone have intervened? If he could locate this sage, perhaps Hou Jingyan's own perilous fate could also be averted. "It was my master," Tan Lingyin stated, lying without a flicker of hesitation. She had long devised this tale. For the Tan family had no practitioners of the mystical arts, she had to fabricate a master to shield herself. Even if Hou Jingyan sought to investigate, they would uncover nothing from her family, as they were indifferent to her existence as their adopted daughter. "Where is your master now? Can we meet him?" Master Su Qing looked at Tan Lingyin with anticipation, noticing her lowering her gaze in contemplation. He added, "We would be willing to pay any price to meet your master." Tan Lingyin raised her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "To be honest, my master has long since passed away." Master Su Qing turned to Hou Jingyan, disappointment flooding his expression. "Jingyan, what do we do? It is so rare to encounter a sage, and now they are gone." Yet, Tan Lingyin's next words rekindled Master Su Qing's hope. However, before my master passed, he imparted all his knowledge to me. Tan Lingyin's gaze fell softly on Ho Jingyan. As for the calamity surrounding Mr. Ho, I can resolve it. Master Su Qing regarded her with suspicion, furrowing his brow. Even if you have an impressive master, at your age, it is implausible that you possess such capabilities. Tan Lingyin remained unfazed, merely smiling. Whether you believe me or not, one thing is certain. Being with Mr. Ho will surely delay his impending doom. Li Heng, who had been quietly observing, interjected softly, Master Su, Miss Tan's fate is indeed remarkably resilient. Master Su Qing was already aware of the incident from the previous night, where Tan Lingyin was struck by a vehicle, yet he found it unremarkable. After all, practitioners often have protective talismans. Not being injured was to be expected. He stroked his beard, inquiring, What do you mean by that, Miss Tan? Because I can siphon away the deathly aura surrounding him, ensuring he remains perpetually on the brink of life, never truly perishing, Tan Lingyin declared, lifting her chin. If you doubt my words, you may observe that the deathly aura around him has already diminished. Master Su Qing immediately scrutinized Ho Jingyan's face, his fingers calculating relentlessly. It truly had faded. Master Su Qing felt incredulous. Before he could delve deeper into the matter, a bodyguard entered. Mr. Ho, there are individuals outside bearing gifts. Wishing to meet Master Su Qing. Master Su Qing furrowed his brow. What is going on? I arrived in Nancheng incognito. How did they learn of my presence? He waved his hand to dismiss the bodyguard, instructing him to tell them they had the wrong place. The bodyguard glanced at Ho Jingyan, who instructed, Do as Master Su said. Yes, sir, the bodyguard replied, turning to leave. Wait, Tan Lingyin called out, looking at Ho Jingyan. I wish to meet the people outside. Do you think you can just meet them? They are not here for you. Master Su Qing grumbled under his breath, irritated. He had exhausted too much of his energy assisting Ho Jingyan recently and had yet to recover. Tan Lingyin confidently replied, There is no need for Master Su to intervene. I will handle this. Ho Jingyan inquired, Why is it so essential to meet them? There is a karmic connection between us that is about to unfold. Tan Lingyin replied with a slight smile, her eyes sparkling like a fox. Ho Jingyan was momentarily entranced, but his expression quickly darkened. Let them in, he commanded. Soon, the bodyguard re-entered, escorting a middle-aged couple. The man carried 2 large boxes of exquisite gifts, while the woman cradled a smaller box. Their attire suggested wealth. Meticulously arranged, yet understated. As Zhao Deming entered, he immediately turned to Master Su Qing, preparing to kneel but was sternly admonished by the master.
No kneeling. Stand still.
Zhao Deming quickly straightened, his tone exceedingly respectful as he said, We have come to see you, Master Su. These are gifts we have prepared. Please accept them. And forgive our impromptu visit. Madame Zhao wore an apologetic expression, her makeup failing to conceal her dark circles. We did not mean to intrude, but we could not miss this opportunity. Zhao Deming's voice trembled as he continued, Indeed, strange occurrences have been plaguing our home lately. We consulted several masters, but none could provide a solution. We sent someone to Beijing to invite you, and upon learning of your arrival in Nancheng, we hurried here. Master Su Qing narrowed his eyes. How did you learn of my visit? Is anyone else aware? Zhao Deming quickly shook his head. My son happened to be staying at Ziyun Temple and overheard the news, which prompted him to call us. Rest assured, Master Su. We have not shared this information with anyone. Ziyun Temple is the most renowned Taoist temple in Beijing, and Master Su Qing is its abbot. Master Su Qing sighed in resignation, suspecting that a young acolyte had discussed the matter, which was overheard by a guest. Then, Master Su. Regarding our family situation, Zhao Deming began, but was interrupted by Master Su Qing. He gestured towards Tan Lingyin. You have matters to discuss with this young lady. I am currently unwell. Tan Lingyin smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she addressed the couple. Shall we move to the living room? We can discuss your concerns at length. I can assist you. As she spoke, she rose and walked toward the door, with Zhao Deming and his wife exchanging glances before leaving their gifts behind to follow her. Madame Zhao whispered, She must be a disciple of Master Su. She certainly possesses real skill. Zhao Deming nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must treat her with utmost respect. In the living room, Tan Lingyin and the Zhao couple sat facing one another. Ho Jingyan and Master Su Qing followed closely behind, likely curious to see how she would handle the situation. Zhao Deming rubbed his hands together and said, Recently, the Bizarre occurrences have plagued my household, particularly concerning my parents, who frequently wander about in a frenzied state during the night. On one occasion, my father nearly fell into the pond. My wife and I have also been beset by relentless nightmares, and our health has been declining. Even our servants have fallen ill one after another, necessitating that my wife prepare our meals herself. Lingyin, with her fingertips deftly calculating, scrutinized the visages of the two individuals. Both exhibited a heavy aura of negativity between their brows, dark circles under their eyes, and a pallid complexion. Clearly lacking in vital energy, evidently tormented by malevolent spirits that seemed intent on making your home their permanent residence. Upon hearing her words, Master Xianqing nodded slightly, affirming the girl's assessment as accurate. Zhao Deming, upon hearing this, hastily inquired, "Little master, can you rid us of this malevolent spirit?" Lingyin smiled and nodded, "Of course. But I have a few questions for you. Is there currently no one else in your home?" Zhao Deming replied affirmatively, "Indeed, it is just my wife, my parents,
And I.
our daughter is studying out of town, and our son will return from the capital tomorrow." Lingyin spoke softly, "Inform your daughter to return at once." Zhao Deming eagerly complied, urging his wife to call their daughter. Madame Zhao promptly retrieved her phone and made the call, offering a few instructions before hanging up. Lingyin rose, stating, "Now I must visit your home." Zhao Deming's spirits lifted at the prospect of the little master personally attending to the matter. Lingyin continued, "I initially suspected a malevolent spirit, but it seems otherwise, necessitating my personal inspection." She stepped outside, and Master Xianqing also rose, declaring, "I shall accompany you." Zhao Deming, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Xianqing." Hu Jingyan also stood, saying, "Let us go." Master Xianqing quickly lowered his voice, cautioning, "What purpose do you have there? It will not benefit you." "I am merely curious to see if she possesses genuine skills," Hu Jingyan replied, his gaze fixed on the slender figure leading the way ahead, an inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. The three vehicles trailed one after the other, swiftly arriving at Zhao Deming's residence, a solitary villa situated in the remote outskirts of Nanjing. Upon entering the gate, they parked in the courtyard. The moment they alighted, Lingyin was greeted by an overwhelming chill in the air. She gazed upon the five-story European-style villa, her captivating fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. This was no place for human habitation. It resembled a haunted house. The entire structure was enshrouded in a sinister aura, so potent that it was a miracle no one had perished by nightfall. Master Xianqing, observing the ominous atmosphere, promptly instructed Li Heng and the bodyguards, "You all stay outside. Do not enter." Li Heng expressed his concern, "But what about Mr. Huar?" Lingyin interjected, "The negative energy here is too intense for you. You will not withstand it. Mr. Hu's fate is of greater significance, and he shall be fine."
With that,
She ascended the stairs toward the interior of the villa, directing, "Lead me to your parents." Zhao Deming guided the way, stating, "My parents reside on the second floor. They should still be asleep." "Perfect. I wish to observe their somnambulism," Lingyin remarked with a subtle smile, making her way toward the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, the oppressive atmosphere thickened palpably. Lingyin retrieved vermilion powder and talisman paper from her bag, declaring, "Wait a moment. I shall inscribe a few talismans first." Chapter 8. Not Your Biological Mother. Placing the vermilion powder and talisman paper upon the table, the onlookers gathered closely. Lingyin dipped her brush into the vermilion and began to draw symbols. Master Xianqing watched in astonishment. Was it not customary to cleanse oneself before drawing talismans, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth? In the next moment, his eyes widened further. Lingyin's hand moved with extraordinary grace, the brush gliding as if guided by divine intervention, completing a talisman in one fluid motion. Today, she wore a crisp white t-shirt paired with light gray athletic pants, presenting a clean and unencumbered appearance. Her long, slender arms and delicate wrists were evident as her fingers deftly maneuvered the brush, producing several talismans before halting. She handed 2 talisman papers to Hu Jingyan and Master Xianqing, instructing, "You two hold on to these. Unexpected events may arise." Madame Zhao cautiously queried, "What about us?" "You shall not be in danger. This malevolent spirit will not harm you," Lingyin assured them. She had an inkling of the spirit's intentions, but felt the need to confront it directly. Master Xianqing examined the talisman papers in his grasp, feeling their warmth. These were mere sheets of ordinary yellow paper, and the vermilion was the least expensive. Yet, the symbols inscribed upon them were of unparalleled potency. What kind of skill and mystical energy could produce such powerful talismans in one stroke? What are you waiting for? Hu Jingyan interjected, casting a glance at him. He tucked the talisman papers into his pocket, moving to follow. Master Xianqing sensed the urgency of the moment and quickly trailed behind. Tan Lingyin stood before a door as Zhao Deming fumbled with the keys. Due to their somnambulism, I lock the doors each night to prevent them from wandering out, he explained. The door swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior, with not even the curtains drawn. A wave of damp coldness rushed forth, chilling the corridor further. Tan Lingyin stepped back, her voice icy, with a heavy aura of negativity. Zhao Deming clarified, my parents have changed rooms twice, yet whichever room they occupy becomes unbearably cold. We are powerless to change it. As he spoke, he switched on the room's light, illuminating the space. The next instant, a figure lunged forward, crashing into Zhao Deming. The sight was unsettling, for the elderly figure that fell against Zhao Deming appeared emaciated, with graying hair and tightly shut eyes, resembling a lifeless corpse. Master Xianqing swiftly pulled Hu Jingyan back a couple of steps, warning, do not get too close, he carries an overwhelming aura of death. Hu Jingyan himself bore a similar aura, and Master Xianqing worried it might affect him. Madame Zhao hurried to support the elderly man, whispering, quickly, let father lie down. He must be sleepwalking. Together, they cautiously helped the old man to the bedside, tucking him under the covers. Tan Lingyin entered the room, discovering another elderly woman with graying hair peacefully slumbering in the bed. After a moment of calculation, she stated solemnly, this woman, though barely 50, now appears as if she were 90, truly, a self-inflicted plight. Little master, what do you mean by that? Zhao Deming inquired. Your father and this woman have committed numerous wrongdoings. Their current state is merely the consequence of karma, and they deserve this fate, Tan Lingyin replied coldly, her disdain evident in her gaze. Zhao Deming was taken aback. Are you implying there is no hope for my parents? Tan Lingyin let out a cold laugh, responding, your father is indeed your biological father, but this woman is not your true mother. Chapter 9. What kind of trick is this? At this revelation, Zhao Deming was rendered speechless. How could this be? My mother has always treated me well. Master Xianqing examined the woman on the bed and, after a moment of contemplation, stated from her features, it appears there is indeed no familial connection between you. Madame Zhao murmured, no wonder I always felt you didn't quite resemble your mother. Zhao Deming's chest heaved violently as he struggled to accept this news. Tan Lingyin surveyed the room and coldly declared, let the matters of these two be set aside for now. I am here to confront the malevolent spirit. Zhao Deming regained his composure, affirming, yes, little master. Resolving the pressing issue is paramount. Tan Lingyin gazed at the tightly drawn curtains and proceeded to pull them back, flinging open the window. Zhao Deming and his wife promptly complied. Tan Lingyin cast forth 2 talisman papers, and with a flick of her fingers, 2 streams of transparent energy surged forth, pressing the talisman papers firmly against the foreheads of the 2 individuals in bed. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, Hu Jingyan felt as though the talisman papers flickered momentarily. Master Xianqing rubbed his eyes, staring intently at the talisman papers. Is it merely my imagination? Or did they seem to emit light? He pondered aloud. Hu Jingyan whispered, I saw it too. Master Xianqing was astonished. Who exactly is this girl's master? Tao Lingyin gracefully formed intricate hand seals, her lips softly articulating obscure and cryptic syllables. As her voice resonated, the temperature within the room plummeted, as if a chilling wind had surged through the window, causing the curtains to billow and dance. The frigid air relentlessly assaulted the gathered individuals. Xianqing and Hu Jingyan, protected by talismans, remained oblivious to the cold, while Zhao Deming and Madame Zhao felt only the peculiar essence of the wind. Tao Lingyin's ponytail, hastily tied at the back of her head, fluttered wildly as her eyes remained tightly shut, yet her delicate pink lips recited the incantations with increasing fervor. The curtains rustled ominously, and Zhao Deming embraced Madame Zhao, both too frightened to utter a sound. Suddenly, the talismans adorning the elders' heads glimmered, the symbols glowing with a golden light. With a crackling sound, 2 exorcism talismans ignited, disintegrating into ash. Tao Lingyin abruptly opened her eyes, her voice icy as she commanded,
Halt.
With a swift push of her toes, she darted towards the doorway, prompting the others to hastily follow. Tao Lingyin steadied herself against the banister and leaped from the 2nd floor to the staircase below. Little master! Zhao Deming yelled in alarm, rushing after her. Hua Jingyan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried down the stairs, witnessing Tao Lingyin's nimble descent, her legs deftly carrying her, without a stumble. The young maiden's black ponytail swayed behind her as if she were in pursuit of something elusive. If you run any further, I shall reduce you to ashes. Tao Lingyin grasped a talisman tightly, hot on the heels of a shadowy figure. The shadow paused momentarily, veering into a nearby room. Tao Lingyin twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked. Her pristine visage bore a layer of frost as she spoke coldly. I know you met an untimely demise. I promise to guide you into the cycle of rebirth. Now let me in, so we may converse. Zhao Deming caught up, panting as he exclaimed, Little master, your stamina is impressive, running so swiftly. Tao Lingyin regarded his pale complexion and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, responding lightly. It is because your yang energy has diminished, rendering your body frail. She knocked softly on the door, her tone softening considerably. I understand your desire for vengeance, but consider your son. Your presence has rendered him weak and cold. Can you truly bear that? What? Zhao Deming appeared bewildered. Madame Zhao soon arrived, her urgency palpable. What are we pursuing? His biological mother, Tao Lingyin replied, tapping her fingers on the door. At that moment, Zhao Deming comprehended the situation, his voice trembling as he asked, Do you mean that malevolent spirit is my mother? Tao Lingyin confirmed. Indeed. Otherwise you and your wife would have long been incapacitated. Zhao Deming's eyes widened in realization as he pounded against the door, calling out, Mother, is that you? Mother, it's Deming. He banged on the door with fervor, wholly believing Tao Lingyin's words. Madame Zhao stepped away, returning shortly with a set of keys. Quick, I've found the key to this room. Zhao Deming took the keys, attempting to unlock the door, yet his trembling hands struggled to insert the key into the lock. Tao Lingyin seized the keys, swiftly inserting them and turning the handle, causing the door to swing open. A rush of chilling air poured forth, causing Zhao Deming to shudder, while Madame Zhao cowered behind him. Tao Lingyin entered the room, which was engulfed in darkness, thick with the presence of malevolent spirits. It's so cold, Madame Zhao murmured, hesitating to step inside. Tao Lingyin instructed, You may wait outside. Zhao Deming inquired, Am I not allowed to enter? She likely does not wish for you to see her current form, which is why she employs ghostly energy to ward you off, Tao Lingyin observed, already catching sight of a shadowy figure. The apparition, cloaked in dark malevolence, bore a contorted visage, particularly haunting were its hollow eyes, exuding a sinister aura that would leave any onlooker with lasting psychological scars. Master Xianqing and Hua Jingyan followed closely behind. Xianqing pushed forward, urging, You must move aside. There is a potent malevolence here. He peered into the inky darkness of the room, where the curtains were tightly drawn, allowing no light to penetrate. However, he sensed something lurking in the corners. Hua Jingyan, acutely attuned to the presence of foul entities, felt discomfort from the oppressive aura. He positioned himself behind Xianqing, suggesting to Tao Lingyin, It's perilous inside. Let Master Xianqing handle it. Yet, Tao Lingyin turned back with a smile, dismissing their concerns. No need. This is a trivial matter for me. Master Xianqing, anxious, urged. I know you are eager to prove your abilities, but the malevolence here is overwhelming. You cannot handle it alone. Retreat. Tao Lingyin, smiling, raised a finger to her lips. Show you frighten her. The atmosphere within the room began to shift, and the temperature continued to drop. Xianqing whispered, This is bad. It has grown angry. He hurriedly rummaged through his possessions for talismans and vermilion powder, a flash of golden light igniting in his eyes. Tao Lingyin, her fingertips delicately pinching a talisman, radiated golden light from the symbols inscribed upon it. Xianqing gasped, What kind of technique is this? Tao Lingyin directed her gaze towards a corner of the room, her voice icy and clear. Do you not find this unbearable? The spectre emitted a raspy and discordant voice. What is this? Upon the appearance of the talisman, it had begun to brace itself. Though untouched, it still felt the discomfort. You possess an aura of array talismans, Tao Lingyin remarked with a soft chuckle. This is the divine light talisman. When its light touches you, it inflicts torment akin to being engulfed in flames. The reason I have not been forceful is that I believe you can be saved. The shadow's voice bristled with anger. This is not being forceful. My accumulated malevolence is being incinerated. The harshness of its voice grated against the ears of Hua Jingyan and the others, akin to a saw grinding against wood, causing sharp pangs in their eardrums. Xianqing had already shielded his hearing, swiftly pressing a finger against Hu Jingyan's acupoint behind his ear to temporarily block the auditory assault. For the sounds of the ghost were beyond ordinary endurance. Zhao Deming and Madame Zhao clutched their ears, their expressions contorted in pain. Xianqing hurriedly assisted them in sealing their acupoints as well. In stark contrast, Tao Lingyin remained entirely unaffected. I seek to save you, which is why I am kindly purging the malevolence from your being. Should you continue to howl like an unruly spirit, I will not hesitate to obliterate you. Tao Lingyin declared, her voice unwavering. The shadow fell silent for a moment, its tone considerably subdued. You are a practitioner. Will you truly save me? Tao Lingyin nodded slightly. Retrieving another talisman, the soul-extinguishing talisman. Had I no intention of saving you, I would have employed this against you from the outset.
Now,
As I assist in cleansing your malevolence, maintain your composure and refrain from using your ghostly voice to harm others. Your biological son is still within. The spectre seemed to have regained its composure, ceasing its outcry. Tao Lingyin stepped closer, clutching the divine light talisman. Master Xianqing, unable to hear the exchange between the girl and the ghost, called out anxiously, "Do not approach her." Yet, Tao Lingyin pressed on undeterred. The efficacy of the divine light talisman was magnified at close range, rapidly incinerating the malevolence enveloping the spectre. The apparition stifled its cries, enduring the agony of its malevolence being eradicated. Tao Lingyin's voice was a gentle comfort. Endure this moment of pain, and in your next life, you shall be reborn into a better existence. As the malevolence dissipated, the figure of the woman gradually became clearer, her exquisite visage emerging from the shadows. Tao Lingyin glanced back at Xianqing, gesturing to her ears before spreading her fingers wide. Xianqing immediately understood, hastily releasing the pressure on everyone's acupoints. Just as he intended to enter, the specter's voice rang out, forbidding him from approaching. Tao Lingyin waved her hand toward Xianqing. Master Xianqing, she trusts only me now. You should remain outside for the time being. She then turned to Zhao Deming and Madame Zhao. You two may enter. The specter's beautiful countenance reflected concern. They are too close. They may be harmed. Tao Lingyin let out a soft laugh, remarking, You have turned this place into a realm of spirits. They reside here day in and day out, and you have inadvertently harmed them long ago. Upon hearing her words, the ghostly figure bowed its head in silence, a look of self-reproach and guilt emerging on its pale visage. Tao Lingyin retrieved a blank talisman from her bag, bit her fingertip to draw blood, and inscribed a spiritual symbol. Chanting softly, she directed the talisman toward the ghostly figure. Do not be afraid, this is a manifestation talisman. Surely, you wish to see your son at least once. Noticing the ghostly figure attempting to flee, Tao Lingyin quickly called out a warning. As the manifestation talisman floated above the ghostly figure, she concentrated her mystical energy, infusing it into the talisman. It radiated a golden light and descended upon the spirit. The ghostly figure donned a white dress, marred by large splotches of blood, transforming the fabric into a deep crimson. Her countenance was ashen, devoid of any color, with bloodstains even at the corners of her mouth. The scene was strikingly powerful, causing Zhao Deming and his wife to instinctively retreat. Master Xianqing was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mystical energy had solidified. How had this girl acquired such profound skills in the arcane arts? He had devoted himself to the study of mystical techniques since childhood, toiling from dawn till dusk, only achieving solidified energy at the age of 40 during a fierce battle with a malevolent spirit, a skill forced out of him in a desperate struggle. Yet here stood this young girl, mastering it at such a tender age, delivering a staggering blow to his pride. Hu Jingyan observed the slender silhouette of the girl, gently patting Master Xianqing on the shoulder, reminding him not to forget who her master was. Master Xianqing quickly justified, indeed, her master is the one who resolved her death tribulation. In that light it is quite reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Tao Lingyin gestured for the two behind her. Come closer. Zhao Deming cautiously approached with his wife, hiding behind Tao Lingyin as he inquired, Little master, what is the situation now? Tao Lingyin commanded in a calm tone. Kneel and bow to your mother. Zhao Deming gazed at the ghostly figure before him. Her face was unfamiliar, yet stirred something within him. Is this truly my biological mother? He murmured hesitantly. Tao Lingyin affirmed, indeed. Zhao Deming scrutinized the ghostly visage more closely, feeling increasingly astonished. The resemblance in their features was undeniable. Madame Zhao grasped her husband's hand tightly, whispering, Look at her neck. There's a mole, exactly in the same place as yours. Zhao Deming quickly checked, raising a hand to touch his neck. There it was, a matching black mole on the ghost's neck. Mother! Zhao Deming's voice trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, crying out, I have called others mother for over 40 years. Why have you only come to see me now? The ghostly figure replied with a choked voice, I wished to come sooner, but I was trapped beneath, unable to turn.
Tan Lingyin interjected.
You are able to emerge now because of the torrential rains in Nanching this year, which disrupted the talismans surrounding your grave, correct? The ghost nodded vigorously, asking, Esteemed one, how do you know this? Of course, it is through divination. Tan Lingyin chuckled lightly. You carry the aura of talismans and a potent suppressive energy at that. It is likely that when you died, you glimpsed the faces of those who wronged you, and they, fearing your return for vengeance, suppressed you beneath. A cold, vengeful expression crossed the ghost's face as she replied icily, Yes, I saw their faces. Tan Lingyin frowned, commanding, Suppress your ghostly visage. The ghost's expression shifted immediately back to one of pale guilt. What is your name?
Tan Lingyin suddenly inquired.
The ghost answered obediently, Qing. Tan Lingyin turned to Master Qianqing. Master, I shall now recount the circumstances of this female ghost's death. You may calculate slowly to verify the accuracy of my words. At the entrance, Master Qianqing hastily began to calculate based on the ghost's features. Tan Lingyin continued, Before your death, you discovered your husband's infidelity. At that time, you were already with child, and upon their realization, they did not restrain themselves but became even more brazen in your presence. Her voice was cool, her unique tone coupled with her calm narration drawing the listeners into her tale. You believed that after giving birth, you could free yourself from these scoundrels. Yet you met your end on the operating table during a cesarean section. It was only before your death that you learned they had long conspired to kill you to leave behind an heir, as your husband's mistress was unable to bear children. Subsequently, you were suppressed within the grave until the torrential rain allowed you to escape and seek revenge. As Qing listened to Tan Lingyin's narrative, dark ghostly markings involuntarily appeared on her face, and she spoke coldly, Indeed, what you say is true. These scoundrels acted exactly as you describe. I shall kill them. Tan Lingyin raised her hand, calmly reminding her, Qing, remain composed. For reasons unknown, upon hearing her voice, Qing calmed down. Master, how did you come to know all this? Can mere divination reveal such intricate details? Meanwhile, Master Qianqing had also completed his calculations, confirming that Qing had been wronged. With treacherous individuals surrounding her, yet he could not fathom the detailed insights Tan Lingyin had provided. Unable to contain his curiosity, Master Qianqing asked, Child, how did you deduce all of this? Tan Lingyin gazed at Qing, smiling gently. That is a secret, not to be spoken of. She then glanced back at Master Qianqing. Isn't that so, Master? Master Qianqing chose not to press further, recognizing that there were many aspects of the arcane arts that could not be directly articulated. Qing refrained from asking more questions, instead stating, Master, I have committed a grave error. Should I not descend into the hungry ghost path now? Tan Lingyin shook her head slightly. You met a tragic end and should have immediately entered the cycle of reincarnation in the human realm. However, having been maliciously suppressed, you harbored resentment and hatred in the grave, transforming into your current form. All that you do now belongs to the realm of karma. Their suppression of you is the cause, and your quest for vengeance is the effect. Therefore, they have brought this upon themselves, and your ties to the present world are now severed. I will guide you into the human realm, but who you become in your next life will depend entirely on the merits you accumulate in this existence. Qing knelt before Tan Lingyin, her forehead pressing deeply against the ground, exclaiming, Qing thanks the master for the grace of not being killed. Tan Lingyin raised her hand. There is no need for thanks. This is the fate you rightfully deserve. Spend the remaining time speaking with your son. She slowly stepped back to the doorway, allowing space for Qing and Zhao Deming to converse. Qing turned to Zhao Deming, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing her pale face.
Child,
I have caused you suffering these past days. In my quest for vengeance, I could not help but unleash the malevolent energy within me, causing discomfort to you as well. Zhao Deming quickly replied, No, I have felt no discomfort, aside from feeling a bit lackluster each day. Everything is well. Madame Zhao nodded vigorously. Indeed. Compared to father and those two lying down, we are all fine. They had been puzzled as to why the most severe afflictions had only befallen the parents, while they and their son, along with the servants, remained unscathed. It seemed evident now that Qing had never intended to harm them, even deliberately allowing the servants to fall ill and take leave. Chun Qing gazed tenderly at Zhao Deming, yearning to reach out and touch him, but she could not. For if she were to make contact, it would surely envelop him in even stronger negative energy. Zhao Deming, noticing her hand rise, instinctively reached out, "Mother." Chun Qing quickly withdrew her hand. "Child, though I could not accompany you as you grew, seeing you now with a happy family fills my heart with joy. If you can visit my grave each year, I will be content." Zhao Deming cried uncontrollably, while Madame Zhao also wiped her tears incessantly. Chun Qing's pale face could not shed tears, yet her expression betrayed her deep sorrow intermingled with profound contentment. Tan Lingyin observed the two of them, one human and one ghost, as they recounted Zhao Deming's past experiences, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. How delightful it was! Once she bid farewell to Qin Qing, another deed of merit would be added to her account. Master Xianqing stroked his beard and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It is indeed a stroke of divine compassion that we uncovered this tormented soul." Tan Lingyin turned to him with a radiant smile. "Master Xianqing, what do you think of my divination abilities?" "Quite remarkable, indeed." Master Xianqing praised sincerely, then added, "However, this alone does not convince me that you can resolve Jing Yan's death tribulation. Patience, the days stretch ahead, and you will come to believe," Tan Lingyin replied, arching her delicate brow before glancing at Hu Jingyan, adding, "Provided he does not abandon me. Otherwise, I shall cease to intervene." Master Xianqing was about to inquire why, when Hu Jingyan interjected. With a hint of amusement in his eyes and a shadowy glimmer beneath, he said, "Very well. I shall not leave you." Tan Lingyin smiled, lifting her chin. "Mr. Hu, your fate is in my hands." Her brilliant smile seemed to freeze in Hu Jingyan's gaze. By the time he regained his composure, she had already approached the Zhao couple. "The time is nearly upon us. You must embark on your journey now. It would be unwise to entangle yourselves further, lest you disrupt your respective destinies," she stated. Chun Qing promptly agreed. "I shall heed the master's words and depart immediately. I must not impact their fates." Tan Lingyin produced a talisman, her fingertips gliding over it momentarily. Once again, she would need to draw blood. Chun Qing, feeling embarrassed, said, "I apologize for the trouble, master." Tan Lingyin chuckled, "Not at all, this is my duty as a practitioner." In truth, most talismans do not require blood for their creation. But advanced talismans like the manifestation and reincarnation talismans necessitate that the practitioner wear them for a period, absorbing their spiritual energy to be effective. If not prepared in advance, the practitioner must resort to drawing them with blood in the moment, as the blood possesses inherent energy that compensates for what the talisman typically lacks. Tan Lingyin pricked her fingertip, skillfully inscribing the talisman on the paper. The 6 realms of reincarnation are reflected in the 6 types of talismans, and she was currently inscribing the talisman for the realm of humanity. Master Xianqing observed from a distance, harboring doubts about Tan Lingyin's ability to create the human realm talisman, anticipating her request for assistance. However, as he waited, he witnessed the talisman in her hands begin to radiate light. Supreme edict, transcend the lonely souls. All spirits of the dead, blessed by the 4 lives. Be it male or female, let them bear their own fates, whether in wealth or poverty, as they summon it themselves. Chapter 12. The Stench of Decay. Tan Lingyin chanted incantations, her hair stirring as if caught by an unseen wind. She cast the human realm talisman into the air, and in an instant, it expanded, glowing with crimson spiritual patterns that trembled momentarily. Immediately, a gust of energy swirled into the room, swirling before Tan Lingyin, causing her t-shirt to billow and her ponytail to sway. 6 paths of reincarnation, human realm, open. The girl's clear voice echoed, and the air in the room seemed to freeze, the entire space beginning to warp. The blood-red patterns slowly split apart, revealing a dark fissure that appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Deming quickly pulled Mrs. Zhao behind Tan Lingyin, both too frightened to utter a sound. Chun Qing, observing Zhao Deming's expression, wore a serene smile. "Son, I hope you and your family remain safe in the future. Mother is leaving." Tan Lingyin gazed at the entrance to the human realm, her voice steady. "Chun Qing, hurry and enter." Chun Qing floated to the entrance, bowing deeply to Tan Lingyin. "Master." "Thank you, Mother." Zhao Deming called out, his voice trembling, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps this was the unbreakable bond of blood. Even after his mother had transformed into a ghost, he still felt the childlike attachment to her. Chun Qing hesitated for a moment, but then unhesitatingly floated into the entrance. As Tan Lingyin whispered incantations, the entrance to the human realm began to close slowly. The torn talisman in midair disintegrated into ash. The warp space returned to normal. Tam Lingyin sighed in relief and turned to face Hu Jingyan, who stood at the doorway. Purple energy, she mused, for she needed the nourishment of purple energy. Her body had only just begun to absorb spiritual energy. It remained too weak. Opening the human realm to send vengeful souls to reincarnation was exhausting for her. Especially since she had drawn blood twice today, she felt her already anemic body nearing its limits. She stepped forward toward Hu Jingyan, but just a few steps in, darkness enveloped her vision. Ah, little master. Zhao Deming rushed to catch her from behind. But someone was swifter. Hu Jingyan had already wrapped his arms around Tan Lingyin's waist, pulling her close. What happened to her? Master Xianqing reached out to grasp Tan Lingyin's wrist, taking her pulse for a moment before stating, "There's nothing seriously amiss." She merely overexerted herself with her spiritual energy, due to her frail health. Zhao Deming asked anxiously, "Is the little master truly alright?" "Rest assured. She will likely awaken after a short slumber," Master Xianqing assured him. Hu Jingyan had already scooped Tan Lingyin into his arms, searching for a room where she could rest properly. Mrs. Zhao hurriedly suggested, "Let's take her to the guest room on the first floor. It's very clean." Hu Jingyan carried her to the guest room, placing her gently on the bed, but as he tried to rise, he felt his clothing being tugged. Tam Lingyin was not completely unconscious. Instinctively, she grasped onto him, unwilling to let go of the warmth that she sensed slipping away. Observing her delicate hand clinging to his clothing, Hu Jingyan frowned slightly, gently attempting to pry her fingers away. Her hand was small, her fingers slender. He was cautious not to exert too much force, lest he break them. After several attempts to disengage her grip, he finally sighed. "Very well." He settled beside the bed, leaning against the headboard, gazing down at the porcelain-white face of the girl, who appeared peaceful as she slumbered. Master Xianqing, stroking his beard, watched the scene unfold. His gaze fixed on Hu Jingyan's face. The deathly energy that had once enveloped Hu Jingyan had noticeably diminished. Could it be that this young girl truly had the ability to dispel his death tribulation? And she had consistently stated that she could not be separated from Jing Yan, yet she seemed capable of alleviating the deathly energy surrounding him. "Master Xianqing, Master Xianqing." Zhao Deming called out repeatedly, ultimately having to shake Master Xuanqing's arm to rouse him. Master Xianqing snapped back to reality, glancing at him. "What is it?" Zhao Deming cautiously replied, "Master Xianqing, the little master has fainted. Could you investigate if there are any lingering anomalies in the house? I will pay whatever amount you require for your assistance." Master Xianqing regarded the sleeping Tan Lingyin, his voice calm. "I can take a look, but I will not intervene in this matter. She accomplished this. Any reward should be given to her." As he spoke, he walked out and Zhao Deming promptly followed. Mrs. Zhao said, "I will prepare some warm water and food for the little master." In the room, only Hu Jingyan and Tan Lingyin remained. Tan Lingyin was diligently drawing upon the purple energy emanating from Hu Jingyan to nourish her spiritual bones while simultaneously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it within her body to store as spiritual power. After a considerable time, Tan Lingyin's consciousness gradually returned. She sensed she was gripping something but was reluctant to release it. The purple energy offered to her was too precious to relinquish. Hu Jingyan had been observing her, noticing her eyelashes flutter and her breathing grow irregular. She was clearly awakening. Still not letting go. He gently tapped her small hand, still clutching his clothing, exerting just a slight pressure. Realizing she could no longer feign unconsciousness, Tan Lingyin drowsily opened her eyes, wincing at the headache she felt. She instinctively released her grip on Hu Jingyan's clothing and rubbed her eyes. "Mr. Hua, where am I?" With a light chuckle, Hu Jingyan stood up and looked down at her from the bedside. "You fainted earlier, and the Zhao family arranged for you to rest in the guest room." Tan Lingyin feigned a look of sudden realization, then hurriedly tossed aside the thin blanket and got out of bed. "No, this isn't over yet. I must check the second floor." She strode out swiftly, her earlier weakness forgotten. Hu Jingyan watched her long legs dash away and then glanced at the wrinkled hem of his shirt, lightly brushing it with his fingers. Having awakened, yet still pretending to be asleep, she likely felt embarrassed to open her eyes, realizing she had clutched his clothing. Tan Lingyin quickly ascended to the second floor, heading straight for Zhao Deming's father's room. Although the second floor retained a slight chill, the oppressive, ghostly aura had dissipated. When Chun Qing departed, the malevolent energy that had lingered in the villa along with her also vanished. Just then, Xianqing and Zhao Deming descended the stairs. Xianqing remarked, "I've looked around, Your home is quite tidy. Stop overthinking it. Zhao Deming expressed his gratitude profusely, and upon noticing Tan Lingyin standing in the corridor, he hurriedly asked, "Little master, are you feeling better?" Tan Lingyin nodded, much improved. "May I enter to take a look?" She gestured towards the closed door. Zhao Deming quickly approached, producing a key. "Of course, let us go in together." As the door creaked open, the previously chilling ghostly presence vanished, replaced by a faint, putrid odor. Chapter 13. Have you long believed in her? Tan Lingyin waved her hand before her nose and stepped inside. Zhao Deming followed, muttering, "Strange. They should have been up by now. Why is there no sound today?" Tan Lingyin approached the bed, staring intently at the two individuals lying there. "They are preparing for their final arrangements." Zhao Deming rushed forward, exclaiming, "What? Preparing for their final arrangements?" Tan Lingyin replied coolly, "These two bear the countenance of death. They will not survive beyond 3 days. The putrid aura in this room emanates from their impending demise." Caw, caw. Outside the window. The sudden cawing of crows interrupted the moment. 2 black crows flew in through the open window, swirling within the room. Zhao Deming waved his hands in urgency. "Out. Get out." Tan Lingyin observed the crows and shook her head. "These two have not only harmed your mother, but have also brought misfortune to others in their business dealings. Their deaths would indeed be beneficial for you." Zhao Deming's face was filled with sorrow as he replied, "Even so, I still feel heartbroken. They have treated me well since childhood. That is your concern, but for me, they are irredeemable villains," Tan Lingyin stated coldly, then waved her hand dismissively. The crows, which had previously been unyielding, flew out of the window at her gesture. Zhao Deming hurried to close the window. Tan Lingyin remarked, "Let us discuss this outside." Upon returning to the first floor, Mrs. Zhao, seeing her descend, greeted her with a warm smile. "Little master, please have some hot water. You must be exhausted." Tan Lingyin sat on the sofa, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you, Mrs. Zhao." Mrs. Zhao pushed some food forward, saying, "I'm not sure what you like, so I made a few things. Please try them." Tan Lingyin took a few sips of water and politely declined, "No need. I'm not hungry." She turned to Zhao Deming. "Mr. Zhao, let us discuss the matter of compensation." Zhao Deming nodded eagerly. "Little master, name your price. I 1 haggle." However, Tan Lingyin smiled and shook her head. "I do not require payment." At this proclamation, the individuals in the living room were momentarily taken aback. Xianqing scrutinized her in astonishment. "You've exerted yourself so much, fainting in the process. What do you expect in return if not money?" Tan Lingyin replied with a bright smile. "I have a connection with Mr. Zhao. Today, I assist him. Tomorrow, he may assist me in return. Let that be my compensation." "You have a connection with me?" Zhao Deming asked, puzzled. Tan Lingyin smiled. "You will understand tomorrow. I have a few matters to discuss. Please, little master, enlighten me." Zhao Deming listened intently, his expression serious. 3 days from now, I will return. I hope your children will be present, as I shall assist in guiding your father and stepmother's souls to rest, while also examining the fortunes of your family. With that, she snapped her fingers. "However, the matter 3 days hence will indeed require a fee." Zhao Deming nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. If the little master requires payment, I would be more than happy to oblige." He preferred that the master of the mystical arts charge a fee rather than leave him in debt for her services. Tan Lingyin stood up, saying, "Since there is nothing more to address here, we shall take our leave." Zhao Deming also stood, earnestly watching her. "I haven't yet asked for your name. Will I still find you at the Bun in 3 days?" "My name is Tan Lingyin. I will come by myself in 3 days," she responded gently, smiling. After all, it was Huijingyan's north courtyard. She did not wish to impose upon others. Zhao Deming noted her name and expressed his gratitude once more. After seeing the group off and watching their vehicle disappear down the road, he and his wife returned inside. Zhao Deming mused aloud. "I wonder what this connection the little master spoke of truly is. Will I see her again tomorrow? From now on, we should call her Master Tan. We can no longer refer to her as Little Master," Mrs. Zhao reminded him. Zhao Deming quickly corrected himself. "Yes, yes, Master Tan. I eagerly await tomorrow." Tan Lingyin and her companions returned to the Bun, where she languidly sank into the sofa, making herself at home. Xianqing scrutinized her, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Girl, can you solidify your mystical energy?" Leaning back against the sofa, Tan Lingyin closed her eyes and lazily replied, "Didn't he Master Xianqing already witness it? Then I must inquire how you achieved it. After all, you are only 18. Xianqing turned to Huijingyan for confirmation. "She is indeed 18, correct?" Hu Jingyan nodded, taking a seat opposite Tan Lingyin, his gaze falling lightly upon her. Tan Lingyin opened her eyes and glanced at Xianqing, a faint smile gracing her lips. Master Xianqing, do you know why my master sought to resolve my death tribulation? Xianqing hesitated for a moment, then a realization dawned upon him. He must have discovered your extraordinary talent. You are indeed a promising candidate for cultivating mystical arts. Master Xianqing, you are indeed astute, Tan Lingyin affirmed, rising from her seat. I'm feeling a bit weary today. I shall wash up and retire for the night. No need to call me for dinner. Once she departed, Xianqing immediately sat beside Hu Jingyan. Jingyan, I believe this girl possesses genuine power. She is likely not deceiving us. Hu Jingyan lowered his gaze to his phone, nodding slightly. I do not comprehend these matters. It is best left to Master Xianqing to decide. What do you mean by leaving it to me to decide? This is your death tribulation. You must pay attention. Xianqing exclaimed with a frown. Then, as if struck by a thought, he grinned. Tell me, Jingyan, you don't actually believe her words, do you? Hu Jingyan turned his gaze toward him. What makes you say that? Today, when you witnessed her faint, you were quicker to run than Zhao Deming, as if you feared she might be harmed. What is going on? Though Master Xianqing resided in the temple, he was well versed in matters of the heart and sensed something peculiar in Hu Jingyan's attitude towards Tan Lingyin. Hu Jingyan fell silent for a moment, then recounted the incident from the previous night when the tree in the courtyard was struck by lightning. Xianqing stroked his beard, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. It is not uncommon for a mystic to predict the weather, but to accurately determine when lightning will strike is indeed remarkable. This girl is certainly extraordinary. His tone held both skepticism and a hint of admiration. Hu Jingyan said nothing further, instead staring blankly at a cat avatar on his phone screen. Perhaps, just perhaps, she might truly be the one to resolve his death tribulation. Tan Lingyin slept soundly until the following morning. Early that day, she was awakened by the rumbling of her own stomach. Foregoing her usual routine of Tai Chi, she hurried to the dining room after washing up. Upon seeing her emerge, Hu Jingyan looked up. You're awake. Breakfast is still warm. Tan Lingyin promptly seated herself and began to indulge in the meal with great delight. Chapter 14. One would seek affluence. After a few hearty bites, Tan Lingyin finally felt her hunger abate. Sipping her porridge in small mouthfuls, she turned her gaze toward the opposite side, addressing Mr. Hu Jingyan. Might I trouble you with a request?
Speak.
Hu Jingyan's eyes remained fixed on his tablet, his fingers gliding across the screen, clearly engrossed in his work. Could you have the driver take me to school later? It's Monday, and I must attend classes. Only then did Hu Jingyan lift his head, responding with a simple, all right. Since he had already decided to take her in, assisting her with school matters seemed only fitting. Especially considering that the residence was somewhat remote, a considerable distance from the prestigious academy. With her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, Tan Lingyin beamed at him with a delicate smile, her bright, clear fox-like eyes radiating innocence. Despite her strikingly alluring features, every expression on her face was imbued with a sense of purity. Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly before returning to his work. After the meal, Li Heng drove Tan Lingyin to school. She possessed no academic supplies whatsoever, merely a small tattered bag containing ceremonial paper and a vermilion brush. Glancing at a stationery store by the roadside, Li Heng inquired, Miss Tan, would you like to pop in and purchase some school supplies? You won't be late. All her textbooks remained in her desk at school. She never brought them home, as she had to assume the role of a housekeeper, leaving her no time for studies. She smiled gently. No need. I have what I need at school. The understated luxury of the Rolls-Royce soon came to a halt in front of the gates of the elite academy. Here, various luxury vehicles were commonplace. Particularly since Hu Jingyan had acquired this car temporarily in South City, it was not a limited edition. As Tan Lingyin alighted from the car, few paid her any heed. Waving goodbye to Li Heng, she slung her canvas bag over her shoulder and made her way through the school gates. On her way, she caught sight of a classmate who hurried over Lingyin. The girl approached with a bright smile, attempting to link arms with Tan Lingyin, only to be skillfully evaded. Tan Lingyin nodded politely, but refrained from engaging in further conversation. This was her classmate, Li Lele, a quintessential social climber who only associated with those of affluent backgrounds. Li Lele often sought to ingratiate herself with Tan Lingyin, yet her efforts were met with Tan Lingyin's indifferent redirection. Undeterred, Li Lele continued to greet Tan Lingyin with a friendly facade. How come you didn't arrive in a Bentley today? Just how many luxury cars does your family own? She inquired cheerfully. This prestigious academy served both middle and high school students, and 6 years was ample time to alter numerous family fortunes. Li Lele had once been a pampered young lady in middle school, but her family's business had faltered during high school, leading to a decline in their living standards.
Now,
She struggled to maintain an air of sophistication in public while being frugal in private. The only reason she remained at this school was that her family was not destitute enough to transfer her to a regular institution, where the students were, in her eyes, impoverished. Tan Lingyin replied in a calm voice, "It wasn't he my family who brought me here."
ah,
Then who was it? The young man driving looked quite handsome. Li Lele began to insinuate, "Could it be that your family has found you a suitor?" In the circles of the elite, relationships were seldom disclosed, and even in the absence of affection, they often served as unfeeling marriage alliances. Li Lele speculated that the driver must hail from a respectable background, and that he likely associated with other affluent individuals. Tan Lingyin halted her steps, frowning at her. "Classmate Li, we are currently in our senior year. Our focus should be on our studies, not on romance." With that, she briskly walked ahead, leaving Li Lele behind. Clenching her nails and gritting her teeth, Li Lele's face flushed with indignation. Her family's financial struggles meant they wanted her to find a boyfriend at school to support them. However, everyone at school knew of her family's business failure. Even if someone were to date her, it would likely be for ulterior motives. She had no desire to tarnish her reputation by associating with those who would not genuinely care for her. The man who had driven Tan Lingyin appeared mature. Possibly not even a local. If only she could get to know him. Surely, with her capabilities, she could outshine Tan Lingyin, the one with the impassive expression. Upon entering the classroom, Tan Lingyin immediately sensed that her classmates regarded her with a peculiar gaze, mockery and disdain, as if they were relishing in her misfortunes. Furthermore, her designated seat was now occupied by another individual. Tan Yenyue, adorned in an exquisite outfit with hair accessories worth thousands, flaunted various luxurious trinkets. Seemingly fearful that others might not recognize her as the true heiress of the Tan family, Tan Yenyue raised an eyebrow at Tan Lingyin, malice evident in her eyes.
oh,
Isn't this the adopted daughter of the Tan family? What adopted daughter? She's merely a stray dog that has been cast out. Laughter erupted at her words. Yenyue mentioned earlier that the Tan family took her in, yet she showed no gratitude and attempted to usurp the identity of the true heiress, which is why she was expelled. Once classmates who had treated Tan Lingyin with relative kindness began to turn against her, she surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor, her eyes betraying no emotion. These individuals would eventually face their own misfortunes. She saw no reason to engage in verbal sparring with them. When Li Lele entered and noticed Tan Lingyin still standing at the door, she quickly smiled and urged, "Lingyin, come in."
class is about to start.
Does she even belong here? Li Lele, Tan Lingyin has been expelled. Ignore her. Li Lele looked bewildered. What? You don't know? Tan Lingyin is an orphan taken in by the Tan family, and now that the real heiress has returned, she has been thrown out. Li Lele, hurry over here before you catch the scent of poverty from her. Li Lele glanced around the classroom and immediately spotted the extravagantly dressed Tan Yenyue. That seat had once belonged to Tan Lingyin. With a clever mind, she quickly grasped the situation. As she walked past Tan Lingyin, she intentionally bumped into her shoulder. Stumbling slightly, Tan Lingyin's gaze turned cold. Li Lele, however, scoffed loudly. Even though she has been cast out, she still seeks the company of the wealthy. At once, inquiries arose. Seeking the wealthy? Seated at her desk, Li Lele turned to Tan Yenyue with a sycophantic smile. This must be the true heiress of the Tan family, right? I'm Li Lele, a pleasure to be your classmate. Tan Yenyue maintained an air of feigned elegance, her smile poised as she nodded slightly to Li Lele. Eager classmates pressed Li Lele for more details. So, has Tan Lingyin really found herself a wealthy patron? Li Lele, casting a disdainful glance toward the entrance where Tan Lingyin stood, declared, "I just saw her at the school gate. She stepped out of a Rolls-Royce." Chapter 15. I entrust this to you. Tan Yenyue's brows furrowed, her fingers clenched tightly. Did you see it with your own eyes? Li Lele nodded vigorously. Of course. The driver was quite the handsome young man. But he clearly doesn't look like a student. He must be an older man. Previously, she had sought to curry favor with Tan Lingyin, but now that a chance had arisen to trample on her, she would not let this opportunity slip by. Li Lele embellished her tale. You wouldn't believe it. After getting out of the car, they were so reluctant to part. I bet if it weren't at the school gate, they would have kissed goodbye. Standing at the classroom door, Tan Lingyin spoke with an air of indifference. Li Lele, beware of your words. Spreading falsehoods and fabricating rumors will only invite misfortune upon yourself.
Lilela raturta, kaget.
Do you still think you are the Tan family's esteemed young lady? Who would care to spread rumors about you? Exactly. Li Lele certainly wouldn't say such things for no reason. Tan Lingyin, hurry and leave. Don't block the doorway to our classroom. It's bad luck. You've been expelled. Go on. Get lost. The class erupted in jeers, some even tossing pencils and erasers in Tan Lingyin's direction. Tan Lingyin skillfully used her canvas bag to shield herself, deftly blocking all incoming projectiles. Tan Yue spoke leisurely. Lingyin, I am aware of your disdain for me. You believe I have usurped the opulent life that rightfully belonged to you. Yet I too am a victim. Abducted in my youth, I endured countless hardships. While you basked in the comforts of wealth for 18 carefree years, the life you relished should have been mine. Her tone was filled with sorrow, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, Tan Yue sprang to her feet and strode purposefully toward Tan Lingyin. From her extravagant handbag, she produced a stack of cash and presented it to Tan Lingyin. I know that adjusting to your current impoverished existence after being cast out is challenging, but you must never resort to clinging to the wealthy, she insisted. Take this money. Whenever you find yourself in need, you may come to me. After all, you were once a child of our parents, and my heart aches for you. Tan Lingyin regarded the pile of money before her, which amounted to no more than 10,000 yuan, insignificant compared to the value of the 2 hairpins adorning Tan Yue's head. She lifted her gaze to meet the feigned sympathy of Tan Yue, observing her with a detached calmness. To her surprise, a smile crept onto Tan Lingyin's lips. Seeing her smile, Tan Yue pressed the money into her arms again. Lingyin, please take it. Find a place to stay. I will definitely come to visit you. Tan Lingyin waved her hand dismissively, knocking the money from Tan Yue's grasp. The vibrant red bills cascaded down, carpeting the floor of the classroom. What are you doing?
Tan Lingyin, lilela rushaube, instinctively shielding Tan Yue.
You receive money and still think to strike someone? Tan Lingyin chuckled. What a loyal hound you are. So protective of your master. Who are you calling a dog?
Lilela raturta sharply.
Tan Lingyin languidly responded. Whoever stands in my way is simply that. Fuming, Li Lele exclaimed, you are truly ungrateful, unable to recognize kindness. She seized Tan Yue's arm, declaring, someone like her deserves to starve on the streets. Giving her money is no better than feeding a stray dog. Tan Lingyin quipped, then why don't you hurry and pick up the bills scattered on the ground? Li Lele was momentarily speechless.
Tan Lingyin,
I will tear your mouth apart, she threatened, lunging at her only to be effortlessly evaded by Tan Lingyin. Just then, the homeroom teacher arrived, prompting Li Lele to instantly compose herself. The teacher surveyed the scene, noting the scattered cash, and asked sternly, what is going on here? Li Lele quickly reported, it was Tan Lingyin. Yue kindly offered her money, yet she attacked Yue, causing it to scatter everywhere. The teacher was already aware of the identities of Tan Yue and Tan Lingyin. He frowned at Tan Lingyin and said, you are sisters. How can you resort to violence? Sir, you may check the surveillance. I did not strike anyone, Tan Lingyin asserted, pointing toward the camera in the corner of the classroom. Upon hearing this, Li Lele's expression faltered, and Tan Yue pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak. The teacher, noticing their change in demeanor, began to grasp the situation. He addressed Tan Lingyin. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding you and Tan Yue. Please come with me. He turned to the class, instructing, you all continue with your self-study. I will return shortly. Tan Lingyin followed the teacher as they departed. The teacher's office was located in another building, where the principal's office was also situated. Upon entering, the teacher gravely stated, child, you have been expelled from the school, do you understand? Tan Lingyin nodded. The classmates have already informed me. The teacher acknowledged her with a slight nod and said earnestly, I have observed your diligent studies. I am arranging for you to transfer to another ordinary high school as an interim student, allowing you to still participate in the college entrance examination. What do you think? Tan Lingyin had always recognized the teacher as a kind-hearted individual, but she was surprised by his willingness to assist her so extensively. She replied politely, thank you for considering my situation, but I believe I do not need to transfer. I just wish to speak with the principal. The teacher's brow furrowed instantly. See the principal? You do not know? Your mother and adoptive mother went directly to the principal, and it was he who expelled you. Yet, Tan Lingyin remained resolute. Please take me to see the principal. The teacher shook his head in resignation. Very well, I will take you there. They ascended to the top floor. Arriving at the principal's office, the teacher knocked on the door, and a steady male voice called from within, "Come in." As they entered, the teacher cheerfully announced, "Principal, this child, Tan Lingyin, insists on meeting you, so I brought her along." Seated in contemplation, Principal Zhao Deming looked up to see Tan Lingyin and exclaimed, "Tan Master, you have finally arrived." Earlier that morning, Tan Madam, accompanied by Tan Yue, had demanded Tan Lingyin's replacement, insisting that all tuition fees and related expenses henceforth be allocated for Tan Yue's education. Initially, Principal Zhao assumed it was merely a case of namesake, but upon reviewing the student file, he recognized the girl from the previous day. Unable to refute Tan Madam's tumultuous insistence and her disparagement of Tan Lingyin, Zhao Deming acquiesced to her demands. After all, he was the principal. Expulsion was a mere word, and allowing her to continue her studies was equally simple. Reflecting on Tan Lingyin's assertion of their connection, he surmised she had foreseen the unfolding of these events. Zhao Deming eagerly emerged from behind his desk, adopting a respectful and humble demeanor toward Tan Lingyin. The teacher stood by, utterly astonished.
Tan Lingyin smiled warmly. Principal,
I entrust you with the matter of my continued education here. Chapter 16. It appears to be a matter of foolishness. Zhao Deming nodded vigorously. Rest assured, this minor issue shall be resolved immediately. He enthusiastically invited Tan Lingyin to sit on the sofa. Recognizing there were many matters to discuss, she complied and settled down. Zhao Deming continued, "Your family situation is complex, so I will arrange for you to be placed in a different class, separate from Tan Yue."
no.
"I prefer to remain in the same class as her," Tan Lingyin firmly rejected. Zhao Deming was taken aback. "How can this be? She will undoubtedly torment you." Tan Lingyin chuckled, confidently asserting, "Do you truly believe anyone can bully me?" Zhao Deming slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right, Tan Master. I underestimated your strength." Meanwhile, the teacher observed that Tan Lingyin was no ordinary student. The principal's respectful references to her as Tan Master contrasted sharply with his demeanor toward Tan Madam and Tan Yue. Tan Lingyin had initially intended to inquire about the well-being of Zhao Deming's father and stepmother, but refrained from doing so in the teacher's presence. Instead, she took out her phone and opened WeChat, saying, "Principal, let us exchange contact information." Zhao Deming nodded eagerly. "Of course. I welcome it." They exchanged WeChat details. And Tan Lingyin then stated, "I will return to class now. Please arrange for a new set of textbooks and other learning supplies for me." Since her seat had been usurped by Tan Yue, it was inevitable that her belongings had been discarded. Zhao Deming promptly agreed. "No problem at all." He turned to the teacher, "Lu, please escort Tan Master back to class and ensure she has a comfortable seat. I will personally deliver her textbooks and supplies shortly." Teacher Lu, momentarily dazed, nodded, understood. It wasn't until they reached the classroom door that Lu truly comprehended the extraordinary nature of the situation. He had initially thought Tan Lingyin was a pitiable orphan cast out from her home. Little did he know she was someone deserving of the principal's utmost respect. As teacher Lu led Tan Lingyin into the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. He glanced around the room and asked Tan Lingyin, "Would you like to sit in your original spot?" Tan Lingyin cast a glance at Tan Yue, then at Li Lei beside her, and shook her head, "No. I prefer to sit in a corner." Teacher Lu suggested, "Then please take the seat by the window in the corner. If you feel uncomfortable later, I will help you change seats." Tan Lingyin nodded in gratitude and proceeded into the classroom.
Tan Yue, incredules.
Watched as Tan Lingyin settled into the farthest corner by the window, raising her hand swiftly. Teacher Lu. Lu Qing stood at the podium and inquired solemnly, "Does anyone have a question?" Tan Yue interjected, "Wasn't she expelled? Why is she still allowed to attend our class?" Lu Qing responded, "Tan Lingyin has not been expelled. She will continue to be a student in our class." Tan Yue looked at Lu Qing in shock and blurted out, "The principal clearly expelled her." Lu Laosher. "Have you engaged in some underhanded dealings with her?" The classroom erupted in murmurs, with students regarding Lu Qing as merely an employee. Their willingness to be disciplined by him stemmed solely from his role as their homeroom teacher. Beyond that, were they not all from affluent families? Lu Cheng's fury ignited, and he slammed his hand on the desk, his face flushing as he exclaimed, "Tan Yue, how dare you speak to a teacher in such a manner?" On her first day at the school, Tan Yue had experienced the flattery of her classmates, especially from Li Lei, who seemed eager to serve her. Standing with an air of false superiority, she declared, "Lu Laosher, it's not that I am spreading rumors. It was the principal himself who said Tan Lingyin was expelled. Now you are keeping her here on your own accord. Doesn't that imply she has offered you some form of benefit?" Li Lei chimed in, "Exactly. Tan Lingyin is a poor orphan. What could she possibly offer you to stay? Tan Yue frowned slightly, casting a disappointed glance at Li Lele. The deal she referred to was not one of monetary exchange. Li Lele, the foolish sycophant, failed to grasp the subtleties. Lu Cheng pounded the desk again, his voice heavy with disapproval. At your young age, instead of focusing on your studies, you waste your time speculating about others' lives. I see you are truly wasting your potential. The sound of his hand striking the desk silenced the room. The homeroom teacher's anger instilled a sense of fear among some students. After all, their families expected them to study diligently. And the thought of a parent-teacher meeting was daunting. Tan Yue's expression shifted as she redirected her attack towards Tan Lingyin, saying, Lingyin, I know you wish to remain here. After all, this is a place for the wealthy. If you leave, it will be difficult for you to connect with us again. Tan Lingyin merely observed her feigned innocence, her gaze leisurely appraising her from head to toe. Had she only been away from the Tan family for a couple of days? And already Tan Yue had transformed into this? How amusing. Tan Yue pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, exclaiming, But you must not sell your body. Lu Laosher is a married man. The shocking words reverberated throughout the classroom. What? Is that true? The whispers among the students buzzed like a swarm of bees. Tan Lingyin rested her chin on her hand, intrigued, her eyes harboring inscrutable emotions.
Dan Jiayue.
Lu Cheng thundered. What nonsense are you spouting? Spreading baseless rumors without evidence will earn you a visit from your parents tomorrow. Tan Yue felt her head spinning. She didn't even know why she had spoken such words in front of so many people. Before coming to school, she had resolved to embody the image of a refined young lady, one who smiled discreetly and never raised her voice. Yet in that moment, an impulsive surge of emotion had propelled her into reckless speech.
Teacher, I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Tan Yue quickly apologized, bowing deeply in contrition. Li Lele stood by, dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the genuine daughter of the Tan family to be so audacious, clearly indicating a lack of intelligence. Henceforth, she would strive to curry favor with Tan Yue, certain it would yield benefits. Come, move these things inside. Zhao Deming appeared at the classroom door. Lu Cheng promptly approached.
Principal, you've arrived.
Zhao Deming, smiling broadly, replied, Yes, I have brought school supplies for Tan Lingyin. Where is she? Tan Lingyin raised her hand. Over here. Zhao Deming immediately gestured. Quick, bring the supplies to her. Chapter 17. I had initially intended to choose an auspicious day to deal with you. Zhao Deming, following the two young men, arrived at Tan Lingyin's desk, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he asked, Take a look at these items. Is anything missing? I can go buy more right away. Tan Lingyin perused the textbooks and examined the pristine stationery before standing and saying, Thank you, Principal, for your thoughtfulness. Everything is complete. Zhao Deming's face briefly flickered with delight as he noticed her corner seat, promptly frowning. Why are you sitting in the corner? This won't do. He turned to speak with Lu Cheng, but was interrupted by Tan Lingyin. Principal, I chose to sit here. The window is comfortable. Seeing her smile, Zhao Deming refrained from further comments. He advised, If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will arrange it for you. Tan Lingyin nodded with a smile. Thank you. No need for such formality. Zhao Deming laughed heartily before departing the classroom. The other students regarded Tan Lingyin with a sense of wonder, unable to comprehend why Zhao Deming, the wealthiest man in South City, would show such deference to her. Just look at the sycophantic smile on his face. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Tan Lingyin calmly resumed organizing her textbooks. She recalled that the next class would be Chinese literature. Glancing at the pristine literature textbook, she smirked slightly. It was a perfect replacement for the previous one, which had been thoroughly worn out from her doodling during class. Tan Yue had discarded it, sparing her the distraction while studying. The self-study period concluded swiftly, and Lu Cheng departed. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned to Tan Lingyin. Tan Yue's nails nearly dug into her palms as she glared at Tan Lingyin with envy. How could it be that she, an orphan expelled from the Tan family, still received Zhao Deming's attention? Was there some unspeakable connection between Tan Lingyin and Zhao Deming? Tan Lingyin noticed her gaze and cast a cold glance in return, a mocking smile dancing on her lips. Following her encounter with the lecherous spirit, Tan Yue underwent a transformation. Whenever a man and woman stood together, she instinctively assumed an inappropriate relationship between them. Her desires, magnified by the spirit, left her utterly dominated by lust.
Tan Lingyin.
You were once the daughter of the Tan family. How could you engage in such morally reprehensible behavior? Tan Yue, unable to bear the sight of Tan Lingyin's smile, stood up in indignation. Striding toward her, she slammed her hand on the desk and exclaimed, "Do you realize that the principal's wife is our academic director? Do you have no shame, no moral compass?" Her voice was filled with righteous indignation, exuding an air of moral superiority. Li Lele immediately joined in. "Tan Lingyin, how can you be so shameless? Even if you were cast out, you shouldn't seduce a married man." Tan Lingyin rose, raising her hand to slap Li Lele's face. What a bothersome fly. Li Lele's cheek stung from the blow, and she rushed forward to grab Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin deftly blocked her arm and pushed her, causing her to tumble into Tan Yeyue. In her delicate high heels, Tan Yeyue lost her balance and fell, her hairpin askew. Li Lele hurriedly helped her up, repeatedly apologizing.
YYY, I'm sorry.
It was all Tan Lingyin's doing. Surprisingly, Tan Yeyue was not angry at Li Lele, but instead raised her hand to slap Tan Lingyin. Just inches from Tan Lingyin's cheek, her wrist was lightly grasped. Tan Lingyin pinched Tan Yeyue's wrist disdainfully and flung her hand away, saying, "You're filthy," exuding an aura of depravity. "Even touching you sullies my fortune." Tan Yeyue stumbled back, furious, and shouted, "Who are you calling depraved? You little harlot. You're the mistress, shameless." She lunged towards Tan Lingyin once more, prompting Tan Lingyin to furrow her brows and, unable to endure any longer, deliver a sharp slap. The blow instantly drew blood from the corner of Tan Yeyue's mouth. "You dare strike me?" Tan Yeyue exclaimed, raising her hand to cover her face, only to find her fingers sticky with a crimson substance. Looking down, she realized it was blood. Initially, she had deemed Tan Lingyin too dirty and had planned to choose a propitious day to confront her, but since she sought confrontation herself, there was no need to wait any longer. With that, Tan Lingyin calmly retrieved a packet of disinfectant wipes from her bag and nonchalantly began to clean her striking hand, remarking with a sardonic tone, "Make sure to wipe thoroughly, lest you transfer any filthy and obscene residue from your face." The three women's theatrical exchange drew the attention of all the students in the classroom. Tan Lingyin's strikes were swift and forceful. Just look at Li Lele and Tan Yeyue. One's face was swelling, while the other had a split lip. "How terrifying!" Li Lele cried, clutching her face. "I'm going to report this to the teacher." Tan Yeyue gritted her teeth and declared, "Tell the principal. Let her teach this little mistress a lesson." Li Lele bolted out, sobbing and shouting for Tan Lingyin to wait. Tan Lingyin sat down calmly, leisurely organizing her desk. Tan Yeyue, seething with anger, vowed, "Just wait and see. When the principal arrives, you'll regret this." Tan Lingyin didn't even spare her a glance. After 2 consecutive lessons, Li Lele had yet to return. Tan Yeyue, bleeding from her lip, was resting in the infirmary. It wasn't until the last class of the morning that Li Lele strutted back in, accompanied by Tan Yeyue. Behind them trailed a bejeweled woman. It was Madame Zhao. With a round face and almond-shaped eyes, she exuded an aura of prosperity. Li Lele disregarded the teacher at the podium and loudly proclaimed, "It was her. She hit both me and Yeyue, and Yeyue's lip was split open by her." Madame Zhao turned to the teacher and softly said, "I apologize. A student reported that someone was fighting in the classroom, so I came to investigate." With a serious demeanor, Madame Zhao followed the direction of Li Lele's pointing finger. Tan Lingyin met her gaze with a cheerful smile, then waved her hand. Madame Zhao's previously stern expression brightened instantly. Li Lele shouted from the side, "It's her who did it. Look at her. She's still smiling." "She struck you?" Madame Zhao was taken aback. "That shouldn't be the case." Tan Lingyin stood up. "Indeed, I struck them because they were spewing foul language and insulting the principal's reputation." Li Lele immediately retorted with indignation, "You clearly used some underhanded means to seduce the principal." Madame Zhao was shocked. "What did you just say?" Tan Yeyue quickly chimed in, "That's right. Today the principal even came to the classroom to see her and said he would take good care of her in the future." Chapter 18, Tan Lingyin is the mistress. At first glance, this accusation mirrored what Zhao Deming had said, but the tone in which Tan Yeyue spoke held a certain intrigue. Had Madame Zhao not known Tan Lingyin, she might have already angrily ordered her to leave the classroom. The expression on Madame Zhao's face shifted from shock to seriousness, then to anger, and finally to disdain. She altered her previously amiable tone and said, "Do you even understand what you are saying?" Li Lele nodded repeatedly. We understand. We understand. Tan Lingyin is the mistress." "Nonsense." Madame Zhao could no longer tolerate the absurdities spewing from the 2 students and sharply interrupted, "I will call your parents in tomorrow. I want to know if they have failed to instill proper values in you." Li Lele and Tanya Yue were taken aback, not expecting the principal to turn the tables on them. Madame Zhao then slightly nodded at Tan Lingyin. Continue with your lessons. I will handle this matter. She then turned to Li Lele and Tanya Yue. You two, come with me to the office and wait for your parents. With that, she turned on her heel, and Li Lele and Tanya Yue had no choice but to follow. The teacher resumed the lesson earnestly, and Tan Lingyin listened attentively. Although she believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, easily grasping concepts, she still made it a point to pay close attention to the teacher. The sea of knowledge is boundless. Even a genius must strive diligently. At lunchtime, Tan Lingyin eagerly dashed out of the classroom first. This was a good habit she had cultivated over the years. Having often gone hungry in the mornings, she always rushed to be first in line for lunch. After selecting a few of her favorite dishes, she settled in a corner, ready to enjoy a hearty meal. Her phone vibrated, and upon checking, she found a message from Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, Li Heng is at the school gate. Tan Lingyin blinked and hurriedly dialed his number. After several rings, he finally answered. Hu Jingyan's voice came through, calm yet indifferent. What's wrong? Why is Assistant Li here? To take you back for lunch. I'm eating in the school cafeteria. Tell Assistant Li to head back. Tan Lingyin spoke with her mouth full, words slightly muffled. Hu Jingyan frowned slightly and replied gravely. Why didn't you say so earlier? With a click. The line went dead. Tan Lingyin stared at the chat interface, blinking in disbelief at how abruptly he had hung up. Rude. Setting her phone down, she resumed gnawing on her ribs. Students began to stream in, chattering and laughing as they made their way to their preferred dishes. Tan Lingyin had nearly finished her meal when she noticed a few familiar faces, perhaps called to school during lunch. Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun had accompanied Tanya Yue to the cafeteria. The three looked as if they were a loving family, with Tanya Yue's lip taped and her eyes still red. Lu Yun was gently comforting her, whispering sweet nothings. Tan Lingyin buried her head in her meal, not wishing to attract their attention lest it disrupt her good mood. Lu Yun softly cooed, Don't cry, dear daughter. It's your first day at school, and it's only natural to feel unfamiliar. It'll get better in time. Tan Hongzheng added, Yes, we also came to see if this cafeteria has anything you like. If not, we'll have the driver take you out for lunch in the future. Tanya Yue, her eyes rimmed with red, obediently nodded, Thank you, Mom and Dad. You're so good to me. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a flash of white. A high ponytail revealed a slender, pale neck.
Tan Lingyin.
Tanya Yue exclaimed immediately. Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun's gazes were drawn in her direction. Tan Lingyin, who had been focused on her meal, nearly rolled her eyes. What bad luck. She should have calculated her odds before sitting down to eat, opting for a more secluded spot instead. If only she had gone back to the villa with Li Heng earlier. Lu Yun's eyes widened in anger as she pointed at Tan Lingyin, scolding, You wretched girl. Apologize to Yue at once. Tan Lingyin, no longer in the mood to eat, wiped her mouth and stood up. What did you say? I said apologize to Yue. Look at what you did to her. How could you hit so hard? After all the years I raised you, you're nothing but an ingrate. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Previously, no one had paid Tanya Yue any mind, but now all eyes were on her. Tanya Yue shyly covered her face, tugging at Lu Yun's sleeve. Mom, please stop. Stop. Today, you must make her apologize. Lu Yun disregarded the stares of the onlookers, her eyes fixed on Tan Lingyin. You little wretch, if it weren't for the Tan family taking you in, would you have grown up to this age? Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows leisurely, responding calmly. Without you, I would have undoubtedly grown up healthy and safe. You ungrateful wretch. We should never have taken you in. Lu Yun's fists clenched in anger, but being in school, she refrained from acting out. On the contrary, if it weren't for me, Tanya Yue might not have made it this far. What do you think? Tan Lingyin's gaze scrutinized the faces of Lu Yun and Tan Hongzheng. Lu Yun's expression froze in anger, while Tan Hongzheng averted his gaze, clearly feeling a sense of guilt. Even Tanya Yue seemed momentarily flustered. Covering her face with her hands and daring not to look up, Tan Lingyin's eyes darkened, and she coldly declared, I am fully aware of the unsavory deeds you have committed. Today, I shall merely slap her. If she dares to disrupt my studies again, I will not hesitate to disfigure her face.
Terrified, Tan Yue de 20 Tanongsheng, exclaiming, Daddy.
Save me. Tan Hongzheng felt humiliated, unable to retort in front of so many witnesses, especially as an adult being chastised by his adopted daughter. Silence. He barked, raising his hand to strike Tan Lingyin. Stop. Zhao Deming's voice rang out. Tan Hongzheng halted mid-motion, turning to see Zhao Deming and Mrs. Zhao rushing over. Mrs. Zhao immediately pulled Tan Lingyin behind her, sternly stating, "This is a school. How dare you raise your hands against my student here? We will not let this go unpunished." Tan Hongzheng quickly withdrew his hand, attempting to explain. "No, it's Lingyin who—" His words were interrupted by Zhao Deming, who, with an irritated expression, said, "Today it was clearly Tan Yue who erred first. And yet you wish to strike her? Is this how you choose to parent and educate your children? No wonder Tan Yue learns the wrong lessons. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Mrs. Zhao let out a disdainful huff, casting an unhappy glance at Lu Yun. Chapter 19. The Mistress Being Kept. In the morning, she had come to the school to have lunch with her husband, only to hear about the ruckus Lu Yun had caused with Tan Yue in the principal's office. Zhao Deming, a grown man, found himself at a loss dealing with the pitiful sight of this mother-daughter duo, both crying and making a scene. Had she been there that morning, she would have ensured that they did not succeed in their antics. Fortunately, her husband had allowed Master Tan to continue his studies. Otherwise, a student on the brink of college entrance exams being suddenly expelled could have ruined her entire future. From the moment Mrs. Zhao laid eyes on Lu Yun, she formed a negative impression of her. The woman was too sharp-tongued and bitter, constantly belittling Tan Lingyin while lamenting how pitiful Tan Yue was. Mrs. Zhao was unaware of the intricate entanglements within the Tan family and had no time to discern what was true or false. All she knew was that Tan Lingyin had saved their family, and regardless of whether Tan Lingyin was truly the ungrateful person Lu Yun described, she would protect her as a lifesaver. Moreover, Mrs. Zhao firmly believed that Tan Lingyin could not possibly be so ungrateful. How could a child who sought only the opportunity to continue her education be so deeply flawed? "What did you say? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked?" Lu Yun shrieked in anger, her face a mask of fury. Mrs. Zhao calmly regarded her and said, "This is the school cafeteria. Please leave and do not disrupt the children's lunch." Lu Yun was about to retort when Tan Hongzheng interjected, repeatedly apologizing, my apologies, we shouldn't have come here. We will leave." He took Tan Yue by one hand and Lu Yun by the other, ushering them away. Tan Yue kept her head down, afraid to look up. With everyone watching, she certainly did not want to become the subject of gossip on her first day of school. Lu Yun shot a venomous glare at Tan Lingyin, her eyes filled with murderous intent. That wretched girl, as long as she lived, Lu Yun could never feel at peace. She had to find an opportunity to eliminate her. Tan Lingyin met her gaze and sensed the murderous intent lurking within the bloodshot eyes. How audacious, after being driven out of her home and nearly run over once. Lu Yun still harbored thoughts of killing her. "Miss Tan, please continue your meal," Mrs. Zhao said gently, smiling at Tan Lingyin. "Do not be afraid. As long as you are at school, no one can bully you." Zhao Deming added, "Indeed, our school will ensure the safety of every student." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Thank you both for your concern. I am quite full now and shall return to the classroom to study." She calmly left the cafeteria, undeterred by the multitude of gazes upon her. In the afternoon, neither Li Lele nor Tan Yue appeared, likely resting at home due to swollen faces. As school ended, Tan Lingyin received another message from Hu Jingyan, stating that Li Heng was waiting at the school gate. Upon exiting, she spotted the luxurious Rolls-Royce. Li Heng leaned against the car door, waving as he saw her approach. "Miss Tan, over here." Just as she was about to walk over, she noticed a family of 3 walking along the sidewalk. Tan Yue, who had skipped class all afternoon, appeared rejuvenated, albeit with a mask covering her face. Tan Lingyin chose not to speculate on where they had been and quickly approached Li Heng. Meanwhile, the Tan family noticed her as well. Lu Yun furrowed her brow, wondering who that wretched girl was speaking to. Tan Yue recalled Li Lele's words and quietly remarked, "I heard from classmates that she was seen getting out of a Rolls-Royce this morning. It seems she really is being kept." "Being kept?" Tan Hongzheng's expression darkened, his eyes shifting. Lu Yun instantly changed her tone. "Why are you so anxious about her being kept? After all, she was once my daughter. How dare she engage in such disgraceful behavior? Watch how I discipline her." With that, Tan Hongzheng strode towards the Rolls-Royce. Though he spoke boldly, internally he felt quite the opposite. How could something he had raised fall into the hands of another? If it were to fall, it should fall into his hands. Tan Yue excitedly followed, adding, "This is the school gate. Dad, be gentle. No one will stop you here." Clearly, she wished for Tan Hongzheng to act with a heavy hand. Li Heng grinned at Tan Lingyin. Miss Tan, let us go out for dinner tonight. Why the sudden invitation for dinner? Tan Lingyin wondered, as she found the food prepared by the guards at Buyuan quite delectable. Li Heng chuckled. It's Master Xianqing. He wishes to indulge in some hearty fare, as Buyuan doesn't offer much. Tan Lingyin nodded. And what about Mr. Huo? President Hu will join us as well. Li Heng said, moving to open the back door of the car. At that moment, he sensed a surge of hostility and quickly pulled Tan Lingyin behind him. Simultaneously, the driver and bodyguard, Zheng Han, rushed out of the car. Tan Hongjing glared, pointing a finger at Li Heng. Step aside. Li Heng inquired, who are you? I am her father, he retorted, attempting to shove Li Heng aside. Zheng Han seized Tan Hongjing's arm, demanding, what do you think you are doing? Towering and muscular, he filled out his suit impressively, and his scruffy beard added to his intimidating presence. Tan Hongjing shot him a glance, but was momentarily intimidated. Yet he quickly regained his composure, asserting, I am her father, and I am seeking my daughter. Who are you outsiders to interfere? He's not my father. We aren't close. Tan Lingyin calmly interjected from behind Li Heng. Li Heng, displeased, added, did you hear that? Miss Tan says she is not close to you. Tan Hongjing's brow furrowed deeply as he gritted his teeth. After raising you for 18 years, you have the audacity to be kept by someone else. How shameless can you be? Tan Yeyue chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly, Lingyin. Even if our parents are trying to bully me and want to oust you from our home, that doesn't mean they won't care for you in the future. How could you stoop to being a kept mistress? With a look of disdain, Lingyin shouted louder. The luxury cars that had initially planned to leave the vicinity of the school suddenly paused, their windows rolled down to witness the spectacle. Lingyin continued to spew venomous words at Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin pressed her lips together, her fingertips quickly forming a spell to gather her mystical energy. Unleashing an invisible force aimed at Liyun's knee.
Ouch!
Liyun felt a sharp pain in her knees and collapsed to the ground, finding Tan Lingyin standing before her. Tan Lingyin coldly remarked, this is the retribution for your reckless slander. However, bowing to me is futile. While retribution may be delayed, it will undoubtedly arrive. You wretched girl. Who do you think is bowing to you? Liyun, anxious to rise, found herself unable to do so. Beside her, Tan Yeyue quickly assisted her to her feet. Gritting her teeth, Liyun exclaimed, you ungrateful wretch. You constantly speak of retribution. After raising you for 18 years, you show no gratitude. You are the one who deserves punishment. Tan Lingyin's expression turned icy, her clear voice resonating like the calm before a raging storm. 18 years of my life? In those years, I endured countless misfortunes to shield Tan Yeyue. How dare you claim I lack gratitude? Without me, Tan Yeyue, who was destined to perish prematurely, would have long since met her end. You should be bowing in gratitude to me. When the subject of Tan Yeyue's miraculous fate was brought up, Liyun was momentarily silenced, but she quickly retorted, yet we are your adoptive parents. Come back home with me. I will not permit you to be a mistress. Bringing shame upon the Tan family. As Tan Hongjing spoke, he reached out to grasp Tan Lingyin. With a flick of her fingertip, Tan Lingyin unleashed a burst of mysterious energy, causing Tan Hongjing to stumble and fall embarrassingly. Hidden malice flickered in her eyes, with so many witnesses around. She would teach this family a lesson later that evening. As Tan Hongjing scrambled to his feet, he attempted to seize Tan Lingyin once more.
Mianvila, Hen Han,
who had been itching to intervene, seized Tan Hongjing's arm and unceremoniously hurled him toward Liyun and Tan Yeyue. Li Heng, with righteous indignation, declared, do not slander. Miss Tan is not being kept. Then why do you escort her to school? What is your relation to her? Tan Yeyue inquired with a tinge of jealousy. Chapter 20. Driving shouldn't be difficult, right? Though older in age, Li Heng possessed an aura that belied his humble background, and even his appearance was strikingly handsome. Tan Yeyue felt a surge of jealousy. Tan Lingyin must not surpass her in any way. I am her subordinate. Li Heng straightened his posture, pride evident on his face. It was only fitting that he run errands for Miss Tan, having averted a calamity for Mr. Huo.
subordinate?
Where did she find someone so capable? Liyun supported Tan Hongjing, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Could it be that her benefactor is some old man? At that moment, the car window slowly descended. Hua Jingyan's exquisite and noble visage came into view. Calmly, he stated, Miss Tan is now like a half-sister to me. I will be her guardian from now on. The news of the Tan family reclaiming their true daughter while casting out their adopted one has likely spread throughout Nanjing. He continued, ladies and gentlemen, Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further entanglements. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to employ methods to ensure you remember this encounter. As delicate as the sound of jade clinking, his voice resonated, momentarily stilling everything around. Tan Yue's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, and a rosy hue filled her gaze, as if she were captivated by this man. Yet Tan Hongzheng, sensing Hu Jingyan's extraordinary demeanor, asked gravely, "Who are you?" "Not at liberty to disclose," Hu Jingyan replied. Casting a fleeting glance at Tan Lingyin, his deep voice laced with a hint of exasperation. "Having been driven from your home, what more is there to discuss? Do you truly believe they would continue to acknowledge you as their daughter?" A smile crept across Tan Lingyin's lips as her fox-like eyes twinkled. "Of course not. I am not that foolish. Are you not getting into the car?" Hu Jingyan commanded softly, and the window ascended once more. Tan Yue, on tiptoes, peered through the closing gap to catch a glimpse of Hu Jingyan, her eagerness almost compelling her to leap inside. Li Heng promptly opened the car door, urging Miss Tan, "Please enter. We will handle matters here." Tan Lingyin obediently climbed into the vehicle, but soon heard Tan Yue's voice from outside. "Sir, may we be friends?" She squeezed beside Li Heng, gazing intently into the car. Li Heng forcefully pushed her aside and slammed the door shut. "Step aside." Tan Yue was pulled back by Lu Yun, who admonished her softly, "What are you doing?" Stunned by the question, Tan Yue was unsure of her own actions, questioning why she had behaved so inappropriately. Li Heng took his place in the passenger seat, instructing Zheng Han, "Ignore them, just drive." Zheng Han cast a heavy glance at the Tan family before turning to the driver's seat. Tan Hongzheng, uncertain of their background and surrounded by onlookers, hesitated to obstruct their departure. "Letting them go like this feels unsatisfactory," Lu Yun murmured. "I will promptly send someone to investigate where that wretched girl is staying now." Tan Hongzheng cautioned, "Until we have clarity, it is best not to act. I sense that the young man in the back seat is not to be trifled with." Lu Yun replied, "I understand, rest assured." As the car drove far away, Tan Lingyin finally inquired, "What of Master Xianqing?" Li Heng turned to her. "He left early, claiming he was off to find some exquisite delicacies in Nanjing. He only discovered a fine seafood restaurant this evening and suggested we all go and enjoy."
Tan Lingyin nodded.
"That sounds wonderful. I too wish to indulge in something delightful." Throughout her life, aside from the occasional morsel at school, she had seldom tasted anything exquisite. Hu Jingyan suddenly asked, "Having grown up in Nanjing, have you never dined there?" Tan Lingyin shook her head. "No, I could only eat lunch at school. At home, my meals consisted of leftovers, often porridge and vegetables." As she grew older, she managed to hide some food for herself, but in her childhood, she could barely reach the kitchen or the refrigerator, forced to survive on cold, leftover meals. Lu Yun was strict with the household staff. No one dared to share food with her. The Tan family truly wished for her early demise. Li Heng, indignant, exclaimed, "Even as an adopted daughter, they should not treat you this way. What could they possibly gain from adopting you?" "Perhaps they sought my life," Tan Lingyin replied lightly, half joking. Hu Jingyan interjected, "Has the Tan family treated you poorly?" "Indeed," she remarked, reclining comfortably in her seat. "Look at my frail frame and the signs of anemia. Do I resemble a pampered young lady?" Her demeanor exuded ease, masking any trace of sorrow or regret. Suddenly, Li Heng covered his mouth, as if realizing something. "I understand why they act this way." Tan Lingyin looked up at him. "You do?" "They must have tendencies toward child abuse, adopting a child simply to satisfy their twisted whims." Tan Lingyin conceded, "Well, it suffices that you grasp this much, even if you do not understand the intricate workings of the mystical arts." After their meal, the group returned to the villa. Tan Lingyin secluded herself in her room, not emerging until nearly dawn. Clad in a black tracksuit, a piece from the pile of clothes Li Heng had bought, she straightened her attire and knocked on Hu Jingyan's door. Assuming it was Li Heng, Hu Jingyan called out, "Come in." Tan Lingyin entered, finding Hu Jingyan casually lounging against the headboard, engrossed in his phone, his shirt unbuttoned. The dim glow of the bedside lamp enveloped him, casting a warm, inviting light over his chiseled chest and abdomen. The interplay of the phone screen and the soft illumination accentuated his striking features, rendering him almost ethereal. In that moment, Tan Lingyin felt her heart flutter. It was no wonder Tan Yue had acted so recklessly. Any woman would be enamored by Hu Jingyan's appearance. Clearing her throat, she said, "Ahem, Mr. Hua." Hu Jingyan quickly fastened his shirt, frowning as he remarked, "Why are you here? Didn't you already retire for the night?" Tan Lingyin chuckled. "I have a matter to attend to and wish to step out for a bit. Seek Li Heng if you wish to go out." Hu Jingyan curtly dismissed her. He felt a touch of discomfort being alone in a room with a woman. Obediently, Lingyin turned to leave, gently closing the door behind her. She exited the living room and approached a nearby small house, knocking on the door.
Li, Assistant Li.
Li Heng quickly opened the door.
Miss Tan.
What brings you to me at this late hour? I wish to go out for a bit. May I borrow a car? I will return shortly. Lingyin smiled, her expression sincere. Li Heng, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved a car key and, as he handed it to her, inquired, Have you driven before? No, that can't be right. You must not have a license. Lingyin cleared her throat. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 21. Clearly seeing the man's face in the dream. In truth, Lingyin had never driven before, but hailing a cab at such a late hour would be inconvenient. I'll take you, Li Heng offered, turning away to quickly change into casual attire. Let us go. Whether it was feasible or not, she decided it was best not to involve Li Heng in this matter. After a moment's thought, she suggested, How about this? Teach me how to drive, and once I learn, I can go on my own.
What?
Are you serious?
Miss Tan?
Li Heng's expression was one of disbelief. All right, let's go, Lingyin said, heading towards the entrance. Hastily, Li Heng selected a vehicle from the courtyard and drove out. As Lingyin settled into the passenger seat, Li Heng earnestly explained how to accelerate and brake, along with a series of necessary actions to undertake once inside the car. Lingyin listened attentively, observing Li Heng drive for a while before saying, All right, now watch me. Li Heng swallowed hard. This seemed unwise. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end. Take it, you won't die. Lingyin tossed him a talisman pouch for safety. Accepting it, Li Heng recalled how she had been struck by a car previously and emerged unscathed, which instantly put him at ease. They switched positions, and Lingyin took the driver's seat. She recalled Li Heng's instructions, executing each step meticulously. Then, pressing down on the accelerator, the car began to move slowly. Initially, she felt a disorienting sensation as though she were floating, but soon adapted. Under Li Heng's astonished gaze, she demonstrated her newfound skills in turning, accelerating, and decelerating. How do I reverse? Lingyin suddenly realized she had not learned that yet. Li Heng pointed to the gear lever, instructing her to pull it back to reverse. Following his guidance, the car began to glide backward with ease. She executed a smooth three-point turn, declaring, I've got it. Subsequently, she sped down the road, delivering Li Heng to the entrance of the villa. Assistant Li, you may return now. I can manage from here. Li Heng stiffly unbuckled his seatbelt and awkwardly waved goodbye. It was not until the car vanished into the night that he regained his senses. What on earth? How can there be such a prodigy? She learned to drive after just one lesson? He shook his head, reassuring himself, it must be because Miss Tan is a practitioner of the arcane arts. If she can exorcise spirits, driving should be child's play. Indeed, it must be so. Lingyi's vehicle was merely an ordinary black car, typically used by bodyguards rather than by Hujingyan. She parked it by the roadside, removed the key, and placed it in her crossbody canvas bag before strolling into the night. It was some distance from the Tan residence, and she wished to avoid being captured on surveillance cameras at the entrance, hence she parked further away. As she approached the monitored area, Lingyin halted, gazing at the towering villa enclosed by walls. In the night, the villa was shrouded in dense, dark energy, swirling and wrapping around it almost completely. This was not an unusual occurrence, for the Tan family harbored 3 malevolent spirits that had lingered there for the past 13 years. Over time, these spirits had absorbed considerable yang energy from Lingyin, thus gaining strength. Previously, they confined themselves to the storage room, but in her absence, they would undoubtedly begin to roam the entire villa. On the night of her coming of age, Lingyin had resolved to eliminate them all, but unfortunately, she had been interrupted by Lu Yun. However, it seemed now was the perfect time. She had no obligation to assist them in exorcising spirits. The villa lay in complete darkness, seemingly devoid of life, as the inhabitants had likely retired for the night. Lingyin scanned her surroundings. All was eerily silent. After midnight, this area was far from the city center, with scan activity. She retrieved the talisman paper she had prepared in advance and began to chant incantations, causing the talisman to radiate golden light in the darkness. The golden runes illuminated her porcelain white face, and as her eyes snapped open, she shouted, Go! 5 talismans soared over the wall, landing at 5 strategic points around the Tan residence, one of which settled at the front gate. As the talisman touched the ground, it vanished into the earth. Continuing her incantation, an invisible grand array began to rise, encompassing the Tan family home. Under the moonlight, everything appeared normal. As though nothing had transpired, the five elements convergence array gathered Een energy to nurture Een spirits. With three malevolent spirits already residing there, it would inevitably attract even more nefarious entities. The occupants of this abode would suffer from diminished yang energy, becoming increasingly frail, plagued by nightmares, and experiencing misfortunes due to their disrupted fortunes. This was an exceedingly insidious formation, utilized only by those practitioners of the arcane who had strayed from the righteous path. Yet, having been harassed by her family multiple times today, Tan Lingyin was resolute in her desire to no longer witness their antics. Moreover, this five elements convergence array was of her own design. As a distinguished master of the arcane arts, what was wrong with her employing it? Tan Lingyin dared to set this array because she knew there were no live-in servants at the Tan residence. The housekeeper typically left after preparing dinner, returning early the next morning to clean, make breakfast, and shop for ingredients for lunch, all while ensuring no one stayed overnight to avoid any potential entanglements with Tan Hongzheng. Just as she turned to leave, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. The Tan family was familiar with practitioners of the arcane, particularly those adept at subterfuge and altering identities. This five elements convergence array was already dubious. A practitioner of the dark arts might be able to unravel it. Realizing her own spiritual power was still too weak, she understood that even Xianqing could breach this formation. After a moment's contemplation, Tan Lingyin bit her fingertip and drew forth a clean piece of talisman paper, channeling her spiritual energy mixed with blood to craft a protective talisman. This talisman, infused with her blood, was bound to her spirit, ensuring that none could break it. Go! With a flick of her wrist, the talisman glowing red soared over the wall and into the courtyard. It landed at the center of the yard before vanishing. Tan Lingyin observed the protective array now shimmering with a layer of red light, and with satisfaction, she departed. Arriving at the roadside, she drove away. Li Heng had been waiting up for her return. "Miss Tan, you've finally come back. I was so worried." Upon seeing her safe, Li Heng felt a wave of relief. Tan Lingyin tossed him the keys. "Here is your key back. You should rest early, assistantly." She waved goodbye over her shoulder and walked away briskly. Tonight, she was certain she would sleep soundly. That night, Tan Yue dreamt once more. This time, she clearly discerned the face of the man who had entwined with her in her dreams. Though somewhat blurred, she still found him extraordinarily handsome. In her dream, the man indulged her with utmost charm, desiring her over and over again. Chapter 22. The company suffered near $1 billion in losses. The exquisite pleasure rendered Tan Yue's sleeping visage flushed, her lips parting to emit soft murmurs of delight. The dream was so enchanting that she became utterly entranced, unable to extricate herself from its embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Tan Hongzheng were still awake, engaged in conversation. Lu Yun anxiously inquired, "Do you think that wretched girl knows something?" Tan Hongzheng, seemingly unperturbed, reflected on her words, which implied some understanding, yet he dismissed it. What could it matter? She was just a child. What could she possibly comprehend? Lu Yun nodded. True, but how did she come to know? Could it have been that man from earlier? Might he be a practitioner of the arcane? Tan Hongzheng pondered this, then promptly messaged his assistant, instructing, "Have someone investigate that fellow. I want to know his background." Lu Yun quickly added, "I remember his license plate number. Send it over so someone can check whose name it's registered under." Tan Hongzheng sent a message before placing his phone on the bedside table. He gently patted Lu Yun's back, urging her to sleep, as the company had recently secured a bidding project, and he needed to rest well. Lu Yun, ever supportive of his endeavors, promptly turned off the bedside lamp, replying, "All right. Sleep well." Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke. Tan Yue abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, feeling an unsettling chill enveloping her. It was only then that she realized she was drenched in sweat, which had turned cold under the air conditioning. As she attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through her waist, causing her cheeks to flush. She murmured to herself, "I never expected to encounter you in my dreams long before this. Just yesterday, I saw you in person, and last night I recognized your face in my slumber. It must mean you dreamed of me too." Driven by desire, Tan Yue had unwittingly transformed the indistinct figure from her dreams into Hu Jingyan, oblivious to the reality that the man haunting her dreams was a lecherous spirit. Ignoring her appearance, she dashed out of her room and hurried downstairs, calling out, "Mom."
Mom.
Lu Yun was seated at the dining table, with a servant gently massaging her temples. She had endured another night of nightmares, leaving her in a half-awake state all night, and now her head throbbed painfully. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, she wearily responded, "What is it?" Tan Yue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mom, I have something to tell you. Do you remember that man from the car yesterday?" Lingyin raised her hand, signaling the servant to step outside. Her expression turned grave as she recalled, "Yes. Your father has already arranged for someone to investigate the car's license plate. That's wonderful. I want to meet him," Tan Yue declared, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lingyin furrowed her brow and beckoned her to sit down, saying, "Yue, come here." As Tan Yue settled beside her, her disheveled hair and the glistening sweat on her forehead betrayed her excitement. Lingyin gently wiped the perspiration from her brow and asked softly, "What do you intend to do upon meeting him? Once we uncover his identity, your father will surely reprimand him." Feeling bashful, Tan Yue confessed, "I actually have a secret. Can you share it with your mother?" Lingyin asked with a gentle smile. Tan Yue nodded, her expression drifting into reminiscence. "For some time now, I've been dreaming of a man who treats me exceedingly well. I couldn't see his face clearly, so I didn't know who he was. But after meeting that handsome man yesterday, I finally saw his face last night, and he looks exactly like him. Mom, don't you always say that fate has its own design? I believe he is my true match." Observing her daughter's enthusiasm, Lingyin's frown deepened. "You mean to say you've frequently dreamed of a man lately? What has he done in your dreams?" Tan Yue's ears flushed red, fearing that revealing too much might make Lingyin dislike her, so she replied half-truthfully, "He hasn't done anything specific. It just feels like he is my boyfriend in the dreams." Lingyin felt a slight sense of relief and kindly advised, "Forget about this so-called destined partner. Don't overthink it. Once your father finds out who he is, he will surely expel him from Nan City. This will also strip that wretched Tan Lingyin of her support and ruin her chances at the college entrance exams." However, Tan Yue insisted, "But I couldn't see his face before, and ever since I met him, the man in my dreams has transformed into him. Isn't that fate?" Lingyin dismissively nodded, "Perhaps. But for now, go wash up and come down for breakfast. I will take you to school later." Frustrated that she couldn't convey her thoughts to Lingyin, Tan Yue stormed upstairs. For the past 2 days, Tan Lingyin had been enjoying herself immensely, as Tan Yue had ceased her troublesome antics and had become quite docile. Even the fickle Li Lei had followed suit. Yet, Tan Lingyin noticed a peculiar pattern. Every evening, Tan Yue would closely follow her and peek into her car whenever she was about to get in. Tan Lingyin had a hunch as to the reason. Unfortunately, for the past few days, she had been picked up by Zheng Han. Not only had Hu Jingyan not shown up, but even Li Heng was absent. Driven by lust, Tan Yue had already developed an infatuation after just one encounter with Hu Jingyan. On this Wednesday, as Tan Lingyin exited the school, she could sense Tan Yue trailing behind her without needing to glance back. Zheng Han opened the car door for her, but she suddenly turned to look at Tan Yue. To her surprise, Tan Yue appeared unfazed, gazing into the car before a look of disappointment crossed her face. Why isn't he here again? Upon reflection, she thought that perhaps his absence was a good sign, indicating that he did not hold Tan Lingyin in high regard. Tan Lingyin, observing the slight bulge of Tan Yue's abdomen, raised an eyebrow with a smile. Tan Yue, it seems you've been enjoying your meals lately. You've gained some weight. Tan Yue quickly shielded herself with her bag, retorting coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who's gained weight." Tan Lingyin, however, was quite pleased, smiling as she touched her own face. "Thank you for the compliment. I've indeed been doing well and have gained a pound." She had previously been so thin that her bones were visible and suffered from anemia, despising her own appearance. To gain weight meant her health was improving, and that brought her joy. Tan Yue, taken aback by Tan Lingyin's ability to smile despite gaining weight, huffed and turned to leave. Tan Lingyin called out after her, "Dreaming too much at night is not a good thing." But Tan Yue had already hopped into the Tan family's car. Watching the vehicle drive away, Tan Lingyin smirked with a hint of malice. How amusing. It hasn't been long, and Tan Yue is already carrying something. That lecherous spirit certainly had quite the prowess. At the Tan household, Tan Hongjing sat on the sofa with a troubled expression, smoking a rare cigarette, something he seldom did, especially at home. Lingyin, sensing his distress, refrained from scolding him for smoking in the living room. She sat beside him, gently taking his hand. "Darling, what's weighing on your mind? The bidding project was snatched away, and the company has lost nearly 100 million. Tan Hongjing took a deep drag from his cigarette, forcefully pressing the butt into the ashtray. "Moreover, I discovered that the person who took the project is someone I recognize. Isn't it just terrible luck lately? Lingyin frowned, muttering indignantly. Who is the fool that dares to compete with you for the project? It was the person who took Lingyin away that day, Tan Hongzheng sighed. I inquired and found out his name is Li Heng. Everyone refers to him as Li the assistant. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted to one of alarm. Why him of all people? Who does he think he is to steal our company's project? Tan Hongzheng's face fell further. No wonder I couldn't find out who that man was despite my inquiries. It was only after our failure in the bidding yesterday that I learned they had come from the capital. The capital? Lu Yun gasped in shock, hastily asking, do they hold a significant position there? Tan Hongzheng shook his head. I couldn't ascertain that, but I could tell the bidding party was quite favorable towards Li Heng. It seems they must have some influence in the capital. Lu Yun rubbed her hands together, momentarily at a loss for words. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. How did that wretched Tan Lingyin manage to associate with such a figure?
Tan Hongzheng questioned.
We should try to limit any contact with Lingyin to avoid being targeted by them. Lu Yun nodded obediently, understanding. At that moment, Tan Hongzheng received a phone call and stated, I won't be coming home tonight. There's an urgent meeting I must attend, and I'll be sleeping at the office. Lu Yun did not object. In the past, she would have insisted on accompanying him to the office, but today, she wished to avoid further upsetting Tan Hongzheng. Tan Yue stormed in, throwing her bag onto the sofa in frustration, exclaiming, that wretched Tan Lingyin, why isn't she dead yet? Lu Yun inquired, what happened? That despicable Tan Lingyin had the audacity to say, I've gained weight. It infuriates me. She sulked beside Lu Yun, her lips protruding in indignation. Lu Yun, unable to bear seeing her daughter upset, reassured her, you're not fat. You have the best figure. Mom, when will I get to meet that man? Tan Yue asked, her voice tinged with a hint of longing. As Lu Yun patted her back, she recalled Tan Hongzheng's earlier words. If that man is indeed the fated partner of my daughter, then that insufferable girl, Tan Lingyin, must be usurping her rightful place with him. In a few days, I shall ensure you meet him. Splendid. I always knew my mother was the best. As the appointed hour with Zhao Deming arrived, Tan Lingyin returned to the villa, took a shower, and began preparing the items she would require later. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Zhao Deming's call came through. Tan Lingyin was in the living room, accompanied by Xianqing and Hu Jingyan. She answered the phone, her voice somber. Hello, have they passed? Zhao Deming's voice trembled on the other end. Yes. My father passed away, quite suddenly. Although others might view his father's actions as reprehensible, they shared a bond forged over decades. Tan Lingyin felt little empathy for his sorrow and inquired instead, have your son and daughter returned? Zhao Deming replied in a muffled tone. Yes, they are both here. Tan Lingyin coolly remarked, wait, I shall arrive shortly. After hanging up, she turned to Xianqing. Master Xianqing, let us depart. Hu Jingyan also rose to his feet. Noticing a hint of fatigue in his eyes, Tan Lingyin said, Mr. Hu, you need not accompany us. This matter does not concern you. Hu Jingyan replied, your matters are all of concern to me. He quickly reconsidered, adding, what I meant is that it pertains to my own fate. His lips pressed together. Jawline taut, he feigned a serious expression. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You make a valid point. Then let us go together. Soon, they arrived at the Zhao family residence. The gate stood wide open, and a young man awaited them. As they alighted from the car, Zhao Xingchen rushed forward. Addressing Tan Lingyin, Master Tan, you have finally arrived. He spoke directly to her, likely having been briefed by Zhao Deming that Master Tan was a young lady. Please, come in. My father is waiting inside. Zhao Xingchen eagerly accompanied Tan Lingyin, his gaze unwavering upon her. He had not anticipated that Master Tan would be so stunningly beautiful. Hu Jingyan observed Zhao Xingchen's profile, noting the boy's eyes seemed glued to Tan Lingyin, which caused him to frown slightly. Compared to 3 days earlier, the oppressive aura of malevolence had dissipated from the premises. Tan Lingyin followed Zhao Xingchen into the villa, ascending to the second floor. The familiar room greeted her, reeking of decay, more pungent than when she had last departed. She held her breath slightly as she entered. Zhao Deming sat at the bedside, his eyes red and glistening with tears. Tan Lingyin found no inclination to remind him that the two were deserving of their fate. After all, his sorrow was his own concern. Master Tan. Zhao Deming quickly rose, exclaiming, your predictions were astonishingly accurate. You said 3 days, and indeed, they passed away suddenly. Tan Lingyin surveyed the room and noticed the two translucent apparitions hovering by the bed. Souls of the recently deceased linger nearby for 3 days unless they are particularly wicked, in which case the underworld dispatches emissaries to claim them. Mrs. Zhao sat beside a young girl, the latter's eyes swollen from crying. Only Mrs. Zhao bore a semblance of composure, tightly embracing the girl. Zhao Deming introduced. This is my daughter, Zhao Xingyue, currently attending university. Xingyue, come and greet Master Tan. Zhao Xingyue promptly stood, bewildered by the youthful appearance of Tan Lingyin, yet she obediently lowered her head. Greetings, Master Tan. Tan Lingyin nodded slightly and then inquired, have you recently felt particularly unlucky? Zhao Xingyue immediately nodded. Indeed. My belongings keep disappearing. First my pen, then my notebooks. Everything just vanishes mysteriously. It's uncanny. Having just met, Master Tan had already discerned her recent misfortunes. Mrs. Zhao, concerned, asked, Xingyue, why didn't you tell your mother about this? I thought it was merely a bit of bad luck, and besides, the items lost were trivial. Tan Lingyin interjected. At first, they were mere trifles, but later it will escalate to valuable possessions, or even your life. The misdeeds your grandfather committed in life were meant to befall him. But due to your grandmother seeking vengeance, he met an untimely end, causing the karmic repercussions to fall upon his blood relatives. If your and your brother's misfortunes are not resolved soon, your destined fortune will be adversely affected. Zhao Deming, anxious, implored, can Master Tan resolve this? I am willing to pay any amount, as long as it ensures my children are not plagued by misfortune. 100 million, no problem.
Tan Lingyin replied calmly, naturally.
I can resolve it, otherwise, I would not have summoned them back. This matter pertains to Qingqing, and since she has sent Qingqing to reincarnation, she will address every anomaly arising from it. Thank you, Master Tan. Zhao Xingchen quickly expressed, casting a knowing glance at his sister. Zhao Xingyue also repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Her demeanor sincere. Xianqing and Hu Jingyan remained at the doorway, choosing not to enter. The room contained 2 lifeless bodies, the oppressive atmosphere of death too heavy for Hu Jingyan to bear. As for Xianqing, he simply had no desire to involve himself. Tan Lingyin turned toward the 2 spirits hovering by the bed, her voice cold. You who have met your demise due to your own transgressions, do you feel remorse? The elderly man with white hair bowed his head, his voice hoarse. Regret, deeply regret. The female spirit beside him murmured, I deserve this fate. In their youth, they had acted recklessly, dismissing human life as inconsequential. Now, their expressions of regret came too late. Tan Lingyin's conversation with them was inaudible to the others in the room. Newly deceased souls lacked the cultivation to manifest their voices as ghostly sounds.
Tan Lingyin,
disinterested in revealing them to Zhao Deming and the others, found it futile. She coldly stated, you have committed numerous wrongs in life, causing many to lose their fortunes. However, considering you are not wholly wicked, I shall send you into the realm of animals, where you shall repay your karmic debts in your next life. Upon death, one comprehends the cycle of reincarnation, and thus the 2 spirits felt a flicker of relief. Thank you, Master. We willingly accept our fate as animals. Being reborn as livestock is far better than being consigned to the hungry ghost realm or hell. The 6 realms of reincarnation are divided into 3 positive realms and 3 negative realms. The 3 positive realms comprise the divine realm, the Azura realm, and the human realm. The 3 negative realms consist of the animal realm, the hungry ghost realm, and hell. In terms of quality, the divine realm is the most favorable, while hell represents the most dreadful fate. Tan Lingyin scoffed lightly, stating, I cannot accept your gratitude. I would have preferred to send you to the hungry ghost realm. But you do not merit such a fate. The Zhao family's status as the wealthiest in South City was largely due to Zhao Deming's efforts. If this vast fortune was acquired through the misdeeds of these 2 spirits, she would undoubtedly have sent them to the realm of hungry ghosts. Tan Lingyin cast a pre-prepared talisman, infusing it with her spiritual energy to make it levitate. The talisman, inscribed with vermilion ink, bore powerful symbols. Her formidable spirit, combined with daily exposure to Hu Jingyan, allowed her to imbue the talisman with potent energy after carrying it for 3 days. Typically, high-level talismans require a practitioner to wear them for at least half a month. If the practitioner lacks sufficient strength, it may take even longer. The animal realm talisman emitted a radiant glow, and as Tan Lingyin chanted an arcane incantation, the talisman's symbols shone brightly. A sudden gust swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Zhao Deming and his wife were no longer surprised by such phenomena, but Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingyue, witnessing it for the first time, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Tam Lingyin directed her spiritual energy into the talisman, her clear voice resonating softly. 6 realms of reincarnation. Animal realm. Open. Instantly, a fissure appeared in the center of the talisman. Hurry and leave, she urged, her gaze darting toward the 2 spirits. The 2 specters dared not linger and swiftly glided inside. Tam Lingyin recited a few incantations, causing the passageway of the beast path to vanish, while the talisman suspended in midair quickly ignited and disappeared without a trace. Master Tan, you are truly remarkable, Zhao Xingchen immediately praised, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tam Lingyin's profile. Tam Lingyin cast a fleeting glance at him, warning, if you continue to stare at me like that, you may wish to seek another source for your misfortune. Zhao Deming promptly reprimanded, Xingchen, behave yourself. Do not bring your antics from outside back home. Zhao Xingchen hastily retreated, standing meekly behind Zhao Deming, too timid to raise his gaze again. However, Master Xianqing suddenly turned to look at Hu Jingyan. Did you just chuckle? Hu Jingyan calmly suppressed the slight curve of his lips and replied coldly, I did not.
Is that so?
I could have sworn I heard you laugh, Master Xianqing mused, probing his ears. Could it be my age is catching up with me, and I am hearing things? Indeed, your age may be a factor, Hu Jingyan replied coolly, his gaze landing on Tan Lingyin's impassive face, as frigid as ice and seemingly unattainable. Tan Lingyin moved toward the doorway, stating, let us discuss this downstairs. The atmosphere here is rather oppressive. As she passed by Hu Jingyan, their eyes met, and she offered him a faint smile. For reasons unknown, Hu Jingyan felt an inexplicable joy bloom within him, as though she were smiling at him. In the living room downstairs, Tam Lingyin sat on the sofa and retrieved a pre-prepared talisman pouch from her bag. She handed one to Zhao Xingyue, instructing, take this, and wear it close for 3 days, and your misfortune shall surely dissipate. Zhao Xingyue expressed her gratitude profusely, carefully cradling the talisman pouch. When it was Zhao Xingchen's turn, Tan Lingyin tossed it to him, altering her instructions, you must not part with it even in sleep, otherwise, the consequences shall be on you. Zhao Xingchen, feeling embarrassed, nodded obediently, I understand. It seemed as though Master Tan had foreseen many of his circumstances. Never mind. I should find a practitioner as a girlfriend. How else can I continue my lavish lifestyle? Tam Lingyin held no fondness for Zhao Xingchen, the playboy. Her willingness to assist in dispelling his misfortune stemmed solely from aiding Chen Qingshan, compounded by Zhao Deming's reputation as a benevolent man, making him worthy of her help. Zhao Deming shot a disapproving glance at his unworthy son and then turned to Tan Lingyin with a humble expression. Master Tan, you have aided us immensely. And now you even help my children rid themselves of misfortune. Name your price, and I shall pay. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. Are you not concerned that if I name a sum, you might relinquish your position as the wealthiest in South City? Zhao Deming laughed heartily. Wealth is merely a material possession. You have saved our family's lives, and I believe the lives of my family of 4 are worth a great deal. This implied that he wished for her to demand a higher price. Tam Lingyin pondered briefly and extended one finger, indicating, this figure will suffice. She did not specify an amount, curious to see how much Zhao Deming would offer. 100 million, no problem. Zhao Deming readily agreed. Tam Lingyin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated him to assume it was 100 million, which was rather excessive. She quickly corrected him, no, 1 million will do. Zhao Deming immediately frowned. 1 million? That simply will not do. Master Tan has provided us with so much assistance. To conclude with a reward that could barely purchase a decent piece of jewelry is unacceptable. Chapter 25. The Peach Blossom Tribulation. Although the Tan family was affluent, they did not casually speak of sums like 100 million or 200 million. They typically mentioned earnings in the hundreds of thousands. In truth, Tam Lingyin had never grasped the concept of money, let alone comprehended the extent of the wealth held by the richest in South City. Madame Zhao pointed to the jade pendant around her neck. Master Tan, this piece of jade alone is worth over 500,000. The lives of my family of 4 are undoubtedly worth far more than a mere piece of jade. Tam Lingyin contemplated and replied, then let it be 10 million. Any more, and it would be unearned wealth, and I would find it difficult to rest easy thereafter. Zhao Deming, possessing some understanding of the causal relationships within the mystical realm, refrained from further comment and nodded, very well. Master Tan, please send me your account number via WeChat. I will transfer the funds immediately. Tam Lingyin hesitated. I do not possess a bank card. Zhao Deming inquired, how can you not have a bank card? Did your family not arrange one for you? The moment he asked, he regretted it, slapping his own mouth. What was I thinking? How could that family possibly handle such matters? Tan Lingyin thought for a moment and turned to Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hua, could I possibly use your card to deposit the funds? I can obtain my own card later when I go to Beijing to find my biological parents. She intended to secure her financial matters soon, and she trusted him with the money. Furthermore, she believed he would not be overly concerned about the 10 million. Hu Jingyan's gaze flickered slightly, his tone calm as he replied, "That is acceptable." He sent her his card number, which she promptly relayed to Zhao Deming. After some quick operations on his phone, Zhao Deming soon transferred the funds. Hu Jingyan received a text notification from the bank and showed it to Tan Lingyin, confirming, 10 million has been credited.
Tan Lingyin smiled brightly, nodding. Wonderful.
I finally have money. She stood and addressed Zhao Deming and his wife. It is late. The matter is resolved, and we should be on our way. I have class tomorrow. Zhao Deming quickly rose to see her off, saying, Indeed, you have class tomorrow. Hurry back and rest. The following day at school, buoyed by her newfound wealth of 10 million, Tan Lingyin maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout the day, focusing earnestly on her studies. Moreover, with Tan Yue not tailing her in the evening, her spirits soared even higher. Thus, upon returning home, she joyfully immersed herself in mobile gaming. Hu Jingyan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book, while Tan Lingyin played nearby. After successfully completing a level, she exclaimed gleefully, I finally did it! What a rush! With less than a month until the college entrance examination, how can you still be so engrossed in games? Hu Jingyan remarked, his gaze still fixed on the book, his voice monotonous. Tan Lingyin turned her head towards him. I study diligently during class every day. I deserve to unwind after school. Hu Jingyan's eyelids briefly lifted, his narrow eyes glancing over at her, his refined features resembling a cunning fox spirit. Were it not for the purple dragon aura around him, Tan Lingyin might have been tempted to draw a talisman to revert him to his original form, just to see if he was indeed a fox demon. The man's thin lips curled slightly, but his gaze was cool. Are you not headed to Beijing? With such indulgence, you may not qualify for a university there. The materials Li Heng had brought back included Tan Lingyin's previous academic records, which were abysmal, difficult even for her to gain admission to a university in South City, let alone Beijing. Though her academic performance did not concern him, they would be spending their days together in the future, and he felt it necessary to encourage her. Tan Lingyin recognized his good intentions and replied earnestly, I understand. Tomorrow after school, I will bring my textbooks home and study hard. Hu Jingyan scrutinized her for a moment before coldly saying, Do not feign compliance with me. I am not anyone to you. Even if you fail to qualify, I would still take you to Beijing and arrange accommodations for you. As long as you can help me avert my impending doom, I will ensure you live a life free from worries. His concern for her was met with her casual dismissal, which left him somewhat displeased. Hence he spoke these words, reminding himself that their relationship was merely transactional. Tan Lingyin was about to protest that she was not being dismissive when she suddenly noticed a change in Hu Jingyan's countenance.
Wait!
She leaped from the sofa and hurried to Hu Jingyan's side, reaching out to firmly grasp his chin. Hu Jingyan's eyes flickered, and his fingers tightened around the pages of his book, crumpling the corners as he tensed up. The young woman's fair face was mere inches away, her large eyes scrutinizing his features. She had just bathed, and the scent of her body wash enveloped her, a fragrance of jasmine, akin to his own. What are you doing? Hu Jingyan asked in a low voice. He turned his head, only to have her small hand forcibly redirect him. Tan Lingyin spoke with a tone of seriousness. Do not move, there is something on your face. Hu Jingyan gazed intently at her softly parting pink lips, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing up and down. His gaze soon faltered, descending slightly, only to encounter the wide opening of her neckline. Her attire, arranged by Li Heng, was evidently ill-fitting. The nightgown she wore appeared rather loose on her frame. As she bent slightly, the neckline dipped, revealing a generous expanse of her fair, delicate skin. Despite her slender appearance, she possessed surprising curves where it mattered. Hu Jingyan quickly averted his gaze, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. He set the book aside, reached out to grasp her slender wrist, and spoke in a low voice, Release me. As his fingers encircled her wrist, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how slender it was. She was far too thin. He felt he could break her wrist with just a little pressure. The night view of Nanqing is rather splendid, Xianqing remarked, fanning himself as he entered the living room. What a pity you cannot go out, Jingyan. He startled Hu Jingyan. who quickly turned his face away, releasing Tan Lingyin's wrist, for Master Xianqing had returned. Master Xianqing strode over, scrutinizing the pair. What were you two up to? Nothing. Just reading fortunes. They replied in unison. Upon hearing the term reading fortunes, Xuanqing's attention zeroed in on Hu Jingyan. What's the matter with him? Tan Lingyin spoke coldly. Tomorrow, he will face a romantic calamity. Xianqing promptly seated himself beside Hu Jingyan, watching intently as he calculated rapidly. Moments later, his eyes widened in realization. Indeed, such a calamity was forthcoming. He scrutinized Hu Jingyan from side to side, muttering, "How is this possible? You haven't even left the house. Where could this romantic calamity come from?" Due to Hu Jingyan's impending death calamity, Master Xianqing had always prevented him from leaving the courtyard, fearing it would disturb his luck. Tan Lingyin explained, "It's due to the seeds we planted during our last visit to the seafood restaurant." Xianqing slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, it's all my fault. Insisting on eating seafood for no reason." "Fear not, Master Xianqing," Tan Lingyin assured, "as long as I am here, no matter how fierce the romantic calamity, it cannot harm him." A slight smile tugged at her lips, for she already knew who was behind this mischief. The romantic calamity was not easily resolved, after all. Jingyan would become the proactive party. Xianqing stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. Chapter 26. The romantic calamity transforms into a romantic disaster. Hu Jingyan inquired, "Proactive party? What does that mean?" Tan Lingyin elucidated, "It means that once you enter the other person's romantic calamity, you will inevitably fall in love with them. And when the time comes to resolve this calamity, you will resist it fiercely." Fall in love. Hu Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingertips rubbing together. "Will I definitely fall in love?" "Not necessarily," Tan Lingyin replied, her expression suddenly shifting. "Oh no, the romantic calamity has transformed into a romantic disaster." Just then, the red aura on Hu Jingyan's forehead suddenly turned black.
What?
Xuanqing's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to Hu Jingyan. Oh no, oh no. Once you fall into a romantic disaster, you will be deeply ensnared, loving at the expense of your life. Jingyan, you absolutely cannot go out tomorrow. However, Tan Lingyin shook her head slightly. That won't do. Once a romantic disaster takes shape, tomorrow there will undoubtedly be something that necessitates his departure. Xianqing lamented. Who would have thought the adversary would be so formidable, even orchestrating schemes against Mr. Huar? There's no other choice, Xianqing continued. The death calamity is imminent for Jingyan. His luck has weakened, making it exceedingly easy for anyone to target him. Tan Lingyin seated herself next to Hu Jingyan, extending her hand. "Give me your hand." Hua Jingyan tightened his fingers, speaking in a low voice. "What are you doing?" Drawing a talisman, Tan Lingyin said, seizing his wrist and pulling his large hand toward her. His hand rested on her thigh, and even through the layer of fabric, he could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. The softness of her touch was an experience he had never known. "Open your palm," she instructed, gently pushing his fingers flat. Her delicate, pale fingers pressed against his, as if attempting to intertwine their digits. The coolness of her fingertips sent a jolt of electricity through him, causing him to tense once more. Tan Lingyin traced her fingers across his palm twice. "Tomorrow is Friday, and I have a weekly exam. I cannot skip class or leave school. I will now inscribe a divine light talisman on your hand." Xianqing, intrigued, asked, "Can it really be inscribed on the hand?" Tan Lingyin nodded, "Yes. But please refrain from speaking for now." Her fingers gathered spiritual energy, and a golden light began to emanate. The coolness of her fingertips glided over Hu Jingyan's palm. He gazed down at her fair hand. The tingling sensations in his palm made him yearn to grasp her fingers. As she leaned down, her hair cascaded forward, brushing against his forearm. The sensation was tantalizingly ticklish, like electricity sparking from his palm to his arm, then spreading throughout his entire being. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. His gaze fell upon her profile, tracing the line of her elegantly pointed nose, her subtly pursed pink lips, and her perfectly still, curled eyelashes, which fluttered with her concentration. The world around him seemed to fade into obscurity. In his eyes, she was the only one present. Once Tan Lingyin completed the talisman, she recited the incantation. Hu Jingyan's fair palm gradually illuminated with a golden talisman. "Mr. Hua, activating the divine light talisman requires an incantation. I will now teach you. You must remember it well." Tan Lingyin turned to meet Hu Jingyan's gaze. Their eyes locked, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly. He cleared his throat. "Miss Tan, please proceed." "I will remember it without fail." Heavenly law is clear. Earthly law is spiritual. Divine light mirrors reality. True form manifests swiftly. Tan Lingyin recited it once, then reminded him. You must recite it quickly without needing to enunciate clearly. Just utter it swiftly. Hua Jingyan nodded, repeating the incantation flawlessly. Not a word out of place. Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded, adding, should you sense anything amiss, direct your palm toward the person in front of you and recite the incantation swiftly. They will not dare to approach you. Hua Jingyan clenched his fist, feeling warmth radiate from his palm. Thank you, Miss Tan. What are you thanking me for? I have pledged to protect your life, and I shall indeed safeguard you. Tan Lingyin said with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. Xianqing interjected, young lady, you still haven't explained how the talisman can be inscribed on the hand? Moreover, Jingyan possesses no spiritual energy, even if he recites the incantation. He cannot activate the divine light talisman. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, her face brimming with pride. That's a secret. If you wish to know, you must take me as your master. You. Xianqing huffed, his temper flaring. I am the 59th generation heir of the Ziyun sect. How could I possibly take you as my master? Seeing him irate, Tan Lingyin chuckled. All right, I was merely jesting. The divine light talisman has already been activated, and Mr. Hua only needs to recite the incantation. The spiritual energy I left within the talisman will naturally illuminate it. As for why I can inscribe the talisman on his hand, it's simply due to my profound abilities. Xuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Profound abilities? This little girl truly knew how to boast. Even if he acknowledged her capabilities, how could she possibly claim to possess such profound abilities? Tan Lingyin smiled. Believe it or not, I am off to sleep now. I have an exam tomorrow. She winked at Hua Jingyan. Good night, Mr. Hua. With that, she hopped away like a lively little rabbit. Hua Jingyan watched as the hem of her pale pink dress vanished around the corner before lowering his gaze to his palm. There was nothing there, as though the glowing talisman had long since dissipated. Xianqing warned, no matter the reason for going out tomorrow, you must take me with you.
All right.
You should rest early too, Hua Jingyan replied in a deep voice before rising to return to his room. Xianqing lingered in the living room for a while, furrowing his brow before retreating to his own quarters. The following morning, Tan Lingyin rose early to practice Tai Chi. Xianqing also awoke early, and the elder and the young began their Tai Chi session in the courtyard. The synchronized movements of the two individuals suggested they were engaged in a shared training session. Due to his anxious disposition, Hua Jingyan awoke quite early. Leaning against the window while sipping his coffee, Li Heng sat beside him, reporting on work matters. Mr. Hua, would you like to personally inspect the project we won in the bid? Hua Jingyan replied in a calm tone. No need. You can take a look.
Lien nudda.
Glancing out the window. Mr. Hua, do you not think that Master Xuanqing's Tai Chi pales in comparison to Miss Tan's? You noticed that as well. Hua Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, complimenting. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, assistantly. Oh, come now, don't jest with me. Li Heng chuckled, scratching his head. I merely feel that Miss Tan's strikes possess a striking authenticity, as if there were an invisible opponent sparring with her. Hua Jingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. After breakfast, Tan Lingyin prepared to head to school. Before leaving, she made Hua Jingyan recite a spell to ensure he had not forgotten it, allowing Zheng Han to drive her afterward. She could not afford to miss today's examination. Chapter 27. Unearthing a Coffin. In her early school days, Tan Lingyin had also achieved commendable grades. During her first grade winter finals, she secured the top position in her class. Upon returning home, she anticipated praise. However, she was mistaken. Upon seeing her report card, Lingyin glared at her with intense scrutiny, scolding, "You wretched girl! Who told you to perform so well? Did you cheat?" At that moment, Tan Lingyin was baffled by Lingyin and Tan Hongjing's indifference towards her, especially Lingyin, whose gaze seemed tinged with disdain. She believed her portrayal as their daughter was inadequate, hence the disapproving looks from her mother. Thus, she dedicated herself to her studies, hoping to bring joy to her parents. Don't delude yourself into thinking that achieving first place will earn you any rewards. I'll tell you, this household does not require your ostentation. Lingyin berated her while tearing her report card to shreds. Subsequently, she yanked the young Tan Lingyin closer, striking her multiple times. School is not a place for idleness, but for learning. If you continue to excel, I'll beat you senseless. Do you hear me? At merely 7 years old, Tan Lingyin found herself unable to escape, enduring a severe beating while crying out, "Mom, I understand." She was not a typical elementary student. She was a master of the Xianmen, an adult in spirit. In that moment, She resolved never to achieve high grades again. From that day forward, every report card she brought home barely met the passing mark. It was sufficient to avoid criticism from teachers and not low enough to summon her parents, thus sparing Lu Yun from further annoyance. Each time Lu Yun saw her report cards, she was elated, even inviting her to dine together. The bell rang, signaling the start of the examination. Everyone, refrain from any fidgeting. The teacher is watching you. The invigilator's stern voice jolted Tan Lingyin back to reality. Now, she finally understood Lu Yun's behavior. As she was not biologically related, Lu Yun naturally could not bear to see her thrive, wishing instead for her demise to make way for Tan Yue. The morning exam passed swiftly. Eager to eat, Tan Lingyin submitted her math paper early. After placing her tray on the table, she retrieved her phone to message Hu Jingyan. Pausing her typing, she ultimately decided to initiate a video call instead. Hu Jingyan, also having lunch, immediately answered upon seeing her name flash on the screen. A plate brimming with various meats and a mountain of rice appeared on the display. Tan Lingyin, with her striking fox-like eyes, gazed intently at him. Mr. Hu. In the small screen, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Hu Jingyan responded softly. What prompted this sudden video call? Come closer, I want to see you, Tan Lingyin said, as she hastily chewed a piece of meat. Hu Jingyan brought the screen closer, asking, What do you wish to see? Why, your visage, of course. Tan Lingyin mumbled, her eyes fixed on the screen. As their gazes met, Hu Jingyan felt his heart race involuntarily, his fingers gripping the phone turning pale. After a moment, Tan Lingyin smiled. Fortunately, you appear unchanged. Unchanged is a good thing? Hu Jingyan sighed softly. I have already turned down 2 invitations today. Tan Lingyin, while eating, replied. That is indeed a positive development. I can neutralize the peach blossom calamity, but if this affects your fate, I shall find myself in a quandary. Aren't you the one who can resolve it? Hu Jingyan observed her enjoying her meal, finding it quite appetizing. Initially lacking an appetite, he now picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of meat. I can resolve it, but my current capabilities are insufficient. I need to spend more time with you. Tan Lingyin continued to devour her food, then added, You must go out this afternoon. Send me a message to let me know where you are.
Oh.
And it would be best to send a car to pick me up. I'll come find you straight after the exam. Hu Jingyan's tone softened involuntarily, understood. How did your exam go? Tan Lingyin's face radiated confidence as she replied affirmatively. I did splendidly. If I am not first this time, I shall write my name backward. Hu Jingyan chuckled. That sounds promising. I look forward to your excellent results. Tan Lingyin nodded with a smile before returning to her meal. Hu Jingyan, too, lifted his phone to eat, momentarily forgetting to end the video call. Occasionally glancing at the girl on the screen, he found the meal particularly delightful. Sitting across from him, Master Xianqing expressed his discontent. He felt he should not occupy that seat. It was meant for Tan Lingyin. Until the cacophony erupted from the phone. Tan Lingyin's voice broke through. My classmates are here for lunch. I must hang up now. Before Hu Jingyan could respond, the screen went dark. The phone vibrated gently in his palm. He set it down, frowning as he stared at the food on the table. TSK. Suddenly, he found the meal unappetizing. Master Xuanqing's sarcastic tone filled the air. Hu Jingyan's ears flushed slightly, suddenly realizing what he had just been doing. As he picked at his food, he coughed lightly, ahem. Master Xianqing, what do you enjoy eating? I can have the kitchen prepare it next time.
Huh.
Is it me who finds it unappetizing? Master Xianqing appeared perplexed. Seeing Hu Jingyan glance his way, his expression was one of stern authority. Master Xianqing quickly smiled. Indeed, it isn't particularly tasty. I shall mention it to them tomorrow. Hu Jingyan's thoughts drifted. When had he begun to let her influence his mood? Was it due to the impending calamity? As evening approached, Li Heng burst into the living room, his face awash with urgency. Mr. Hu, this is bad. Master Xianqing urged. Speak quickly. Mr. Hu, there's an issue with the land we bid for. A coffin has been unearthed. Li Heng panted. You must go there in person. Our partners are waiting for you to resolve this. Hu Jingyan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest as he replied in a measured tone. Even if an ancient tomb is uncovered, it is not unusual. Let the subordinates handle it. But a passing Xian master claimed that the coffin is peculiar. No one dares to continue working. Li Heng gulped nervously before continuing. If we cannot proceed, we might incur losses exceeding 300 million. Master Xianqing interjected. 300 million is a mere trifle. Jingyan is plenty. Hu Jingyan furrowed his brow. It is not a matter of money, but of reputation. In business, only credibility can win hearts. He opened WeChat and sent Tan Lingyin an address, informing her he would be heading there shortly. Chapter 28. What kind of Xian master are you? Master Xianqing glanced at the time and grasped his arm. Are you in such a hurry? Let us wait a moment. Tan Lingyin should be finishing her exam soon. Hu Jingyan conceded. Li Heng, please check with Zheng Han if he has picked her up.
Lien prum li dialat Zhen Han.
Hello, Brother Zheng. Has Miss Tan finished school yet? Zheng Han glanced at the time and replied, according to the usual schedule, she should be getting out soon. However, today is an exam day. I inquired with a passing teacher, and since there are 6 subjects to test, we will have to wait another 2 hours. Li Heng hung up, frowning. 6 subjects, and we still have to wait 2 more hours to finish. Xianqing remarked, then we shall wait. Just then, Li Heng's phone rang again. He looked towards Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hua, it's a call from our partner. Hu Jingyan extended his hand. Let me take it. Once the call connected, the anxious voice on the other end exclaimed, assistantly, how are we going to resolve this matter? If we don't address it soon, we can't afford any delays. All our manpower and resources are halted here, and if something truly goes awry, it could be a matter of life and death. Hu Jingyan spoke in a low tone. Wait for another 2 hours. I will be there. Is that you, Mr. Hua? The voice on the line expressed surprise before continuing. Mr. Hua, we are only following you because we trust you. Just now, a worker fainted, and we are genuinely frightened. 2 hours? I can hardly stay here any longer. But we cannot leave this place unguarded. What shall we do? As the person spoke, a commotion erupted in the background. Another person has fainted. They are convulsing. The caller hurriedly added, Mr. Hua, another person has collapsed. What should we do now? This place is truly ominous. Suddenly, the voice transformed into that of another man, who spoke with a grave tone. Only the owner of this place can personally apologize for the items within that coffin to quell their anger. If you do not come, no one here will be able to leave. Hu Jingyan furrowed his brow and replied sternly, I will be there immediately. He handed the phone to Li Heng. I need to change clothes and depart right away. Xianqing inquired, why must you make an appearance? They say I must personally apologize to that coffin to appease what lies within, Hu Jingyan responded as he hurried away. Xianqing turned to Li Heng. What does the coffin look like? Do you have a photograph? Li Heng shook his head. No one dared to take a picture after the first person fainted, as soon as it was unearthed. Xianqing stroked his beard, contemplating the situation. His brows furrowed suddenly. Sensing something amiss, Li Heng anxiously asked, what is it? Please tell me. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed, he replied. What he predicted regarding future events was absolutely forbidden to be shared. Soon, Hu Jingyan and the others set off. Xianqing reminded, quickly informed Tan Lingyin about the coffin. Hu Jingyan sent a message to Tan Lingyin. A coffin has been excavated from the company's property in South City. Some say I must personally apologize to whatever is inside the coffin. Just departed. I will inform you upon arrival. Biyuan is located on the eastern side of South City, while the excavation site is in the west, requiring nearly an hour's drive to reach. An hour later, Hu Jingyan texted Tan Lingyin upon arrival and stepped out of the vehicle with Xianqing. The sky was nearly dark, and the streetlights flickered to life. Surrounded by blue iron sheets, the construction site buzzed with indistinct chatter from within. Xianqing walked beside Hu Jingyan, softly advising, no matter what occurs, do not stray far from me. Hu Jingyan nodded, sensing Xianqing's seriousness, likely due to his foresight. The two advanced ahead, with Li Heng and 20 bodyguards following closely behind. All the bodyguards from Biyuan were mobilized and armed. Entering the site, they found workers huddled near the blue iron sheets, whispering amongst themselves as they noticed the newcomers. In the distance, under a large lamp, stood a man clad in a yellow robe, holding a whisk, beside which rested a coffin, caked with reddish-brown earth, clearly just unearthed. Mr. Hua, is that you? Someone shouted. Rushing over, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, approached respectfully. Mr. Hua. He bowed to Xianqing. Li Heng quickly interjected, this is the true Mr. Hua. Then, addressing Hu Jingyan, he added, Mr. Hua, this is one of our partners, Feng Yukai. Feng Yukai bowed again to Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hua, I didn't realize you were so young. Hu Jingyan nodded slightly, glancing towards the coffin. Is that the Xian master? Yes, he appeared shortly after we unearthed the coffin, claiming to sense a surge of malevolent energy. Feng Yukai replied, visibly anxious. Xianqing interjected, you stay here, I will go take a look. He swiftly approached the coffin, scrutinizing it. The Xian master turned his head, noticing Xianqing circling the coffin while performing calculations and curiously asked, "Are you a Xian master?" Xianqing frowned. "Do you not recognize me?" It was one thing for an ordinary person not to know him, but it was quite unusual for a Xian master to be unaware of his presence unless he lived in seclusion, disconnected from the world. After all, he had previously assisted the National Archaeology team and had been photographed with them. That image had circulated widely among Xian masters. The Xian master flicked his whisk dismissively. "Why should I know you?" Xianqing scrutinized him, calculating his features. He coldly stated, "You are not a true Xian master." The man faltered momentarily, but straightened his posture defiantly. "Who are you?" "If I'm not a Xian master, then who are you?" "I truly am," Xianqing retorted sharply. Then cast a glance at the coffin on the ground. "If you are not of the Xian sect, why insist on Mr. Hu's apology? You are a Xian master? Then I am the ancestor of the Xian sect." The man in the yellow robe laughed heartily, swinging his whisk. "Impudent!" Xianqing exploded with anger, rebuking him coldly. "How dare you insult the ancestor of the Xian sect? You seek a beating." He hurled a talisman at the man, swiftly forming gestures with his hands, reciting incantations under his breath. The talisman adhered to the yellow-robed man, rendering him immobile. "What have you done?" he stammered. Xianqing scolded. "You haven't even seen a binding talisman. What kind of Xian master are you?" He turned to Li Heng. "Li Heng, apprehend this fraudster." Two bodyguards swiftly approached, armed with ropes they had gathered from the surroundings. Once the man was tied up, he finally grew afraid. "Spare me, master, spare me. I am merely trying to make a living." Chapter 29. Resurrected. The man was securely bound, his hands pinned behind his back, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please, I am forced into this." Xianqing scoffed. "You take money to do someone else's bidding. How can you claim to be coerced?" "My elderly mother is gravely ill. I took this job because I couldn't borrow money," the man hastily explained, attempting to portray himself as a pitiful son. Xianqing, uninterested in his sob story, pressed on. "Who sent you here?" The man quickly shook his head. "I don't know him. I have no idea how he got my number and asked me to come here. Initially, I didn't believe him, but he promised me 50,000 for the job and another 500,000 upon completion, so I came." Xianqing stroked his beard, speaking gravely. "The other party is quite cautious. Having created such a significant mess, they remain in hiding." Hu Jingyan, not far away, called out, "Master Xian, what should I do now?" Xianqing promptly replied, "You stay right there. I will handle this coffin first." He turned his attention back to the coffin on the ground, noting the dark red, damp soil clinging to its surface. The intricate designs on the coffin suggested it was of considerable antiquity. If this location had once been submerged, and the coffin had remained in a moist state for an extended period, it boded ill. Xianqing quickly approached the deep pit nearby, retrieving a wooden stick to poke around. He lifted it, noticing it was coated in dirt, and brought it to his nose, detecting a foul, decaying odor mixed with a faint scent of blood. Xuanqing's expression shifted dramatically as a sudden realization struck him. He cast aside the wooden stick in his hand and hastily retrieved several talisman papers from his pocket. One by one, he affixed them to the coffin, then began to chant incantations. Whether it was due to the rising wind or not, the corners of the talisman papers began to flutter. Sweat beaded on Xuanqing's forehead as his lips moved with increasing urgency. If he failed to subdue whatever lay within the coffin today, everyone present would perish. The talismans adhered to the coffin's perimeter gradually emitted a golden light under the incantation's influence, forming a visible golden barrier that tightly enveloped the coffin. At that moment, the lid of the coffin trembled slightly. Good heavens, did the coffin just move? Some sharp-eyed individuals witnessed this scene and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. However, the next moment, the coffin lid began to shake violently. The talismans affixed to it radiated an even more dazzling golden light, sealing the coffin with unwavering strength. Xianqing dared not pause. He continued to chant spells to maintain the seal. This bizarre spectacle would instill fear in anyone who beheld it. The workers in groups fled in panic, none daring to remain. Their earlier reluctance to leave stemmed from the false practitioner's insistence and Feng Yukai's belief in his words, compelling them to await the arrival of President Hua. Seeing the workers scattering, Feng Yukai clenched his teeth and chose not to flee. Just moments ago, he had heard President Hua refer to that elder as Master Xianqing. The renowned Master Xianqing from the capital was here. Whatever lurked within the coffin, he would surely resolve it. Moreover, President Hua had not fled. He hoped to curry favor with him in the future and could not afford to abandon that chance. Li Heng, observing the commotion, cautiously grasped Hu Jingyan's sleeve. "President Hua, may I hide behind you?" Hu Jingyan glanced at him with indifference, neither granting nor denying permission. Having grown up alongside him, Li Heng was considered half a member of the Hua family and was aware of the aura of nobility that surrounded him. He also understood that ordinary spirits dared not approach Hu Jingyan. Thus, staying by his side was the safest choice. Meanwhile, Xianqing was drenched in sweat, and his internal energy was waning. Suddenly, the coffin's tremors ceased. Just as Xianqing let out a sigh of relief, he noticed that the talismans on the coffin had cracked. He swiftly rummaged for fresh talisman papers, biting his fingertip to draw symbols. He hadn't encountered such a fierce entity in many years and was ill-prepared with powerful talismans. At the side entrance of the construction site, a figure stealthily observed Xianqing drawing symbols with his blood before turning to leave. Realizing the severity of what lay within the coffin, he decided it was best to distance himself from this affair. Xianqing arranged the completed array symbols around the coffin before chanting again. The entity inside would inevitably emerge. He had to set up the formation to trap it, ensuring it could not escape to wreak havoc. The coffin began to tremble once more, this time far more violently than before. The talismans ripped apart. Xuanqing's heartbeat quickened, and his chanting grew more rapid. As the coffin lid flew upward, the formation activated. Because the array symbols were drawn with his blood and he maintained them with his energy, the effect was commendable. At the moment the coffin lid soared, the false practitioner who had been kneeling on the ground let out a terrified scream and promptly fainted. Hu Jingyan held his breath. His innate sensitivity to malevolent entities filled him with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The being within was formidable. A pale hand emerged from the coffin, with long, sharp crimson nails. Xianqing swallowed hard, fixating on that hand. A figure gradually sat up, her disheveled black hair cascading over her face. But her form indicated she was a woman. As if sensing Xuanqing's presence nearby, she abruptly turned her head, revealing a ghastly, ashen face and hollow, dark eyes. Xianqing spoke with gravity. "It's a corpse resurrection. You must flee." Li Heng urgently tugged at Hu Jingyan's sleeve. "President Hua, we must leave this place at once." Hu Jingyan, feeling that his presence might complicate matters for Master Xianqing, turned without hesitation to depart. Just as they reached the entrance, a shadowy figure rushed in. The girl's ponytail traced an inky arc in the night, a jasmine fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing and delightful. Hu Jingyan found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her, feeling a sudden sense of reassurance.
"Miss Tan."
Li Heng exclaimed excitedly. "Miss Tan has arrived. Master Xianqing now has assistants." Li Heng, though lacking knowledge of metaphysics, held great admiration for Tan Lingyin after the incident with Xiao Deming's family. Ignoring their presence, Tan Lingyin ran while biting her fingertip, her left hand clutching a pristine talisman, and her right index fingers smeared blood upon it. Her melodious voice rang out, "Master Xianqing, I have come to assist you." Xuanqing's spirits soared at her arrival. "You came at just the right time. This entity is no trifling matter." Although he had harbored doubts about the young girl before, he had come to recognize her capabilities over the past few days. As Tan Lingyin reached Xianqing, she had completed her talisman. Meanwhile, the female corpse had also risen, more accurately, it had taken flight, yet it remained ensnared within the formation Xianqing had set. The corpse emanated a chilling aura, its pale and terrifying visage adorned with black ghostly patterns. Its dark eyes fixated menacingly on Hu Jingyan. A raspy, guttural sound escaped her throat as she hissed, "Purple dragon Qi. I want him, I want him." Xianqing retorted vehemently. "What are you, to dare covet him? I shall incinerate you clean today." Upon hearing his voice, the female corpse whipped her head around. "You shall die." She unleashed a surge of black energy toward Xianqing, which struck the barrier of the formation, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Such potent malevolence could only belong to a spirit that had lived for centuries. At just over 60 years of age, Xianqing, despite his mastery of metaphysics, was merely a child in the presence of this female ghost. The ghost relentlessly assaulted the barrier, and Xuanqing's complexion grew increasingly grave, the color draining from his face. Tan Lingyin swiftly recited incantations, flinging the talisman in her hand toward the ghost. The ghost bared its teeth at the talisman, then abruptly dodged to the side. To its surprise, the talisman seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly adhering to her head.
"Bind,"
Tan Lingyin commanded, and with her words, the ghost plummeted from the air, crashing into the coffin below. Her body slumped awkwardly within the coffin, contorted in a grotesque manner, her hollow eyes fixed ahead. Tan Lingyin exhaled softly, then addressed Xianqing. You did well. Had you not confined her in time, capturing her would have proven exceedingly difficult. Xianqing nodded in agreement, but an unsettling feeling lingered. Why did the young girl speak, as though she were an elder praising a junior? He wanted to voice his thoughts but saw that Tan Lingyin had already approached the coffin. He quickly cautioned, Do not come near that thing.
Tan Lingyin replied calmly.
It's fine. She cannot move. Standing by the coffin, Tan Lingyin carefully scrutinized the corpse's attire and then reached out to touch the moist soil atop the coffin. Observing the dark red, damp earth on her fingertip, her expression darkened. Corpse nurturing? Xianqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. You even know about corpse nurturing? Tan Lingyin did not respond but instead stated solemnly, Have someone fetch a broom. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, Xianqing shouted toward Hu Jingyan, Fetch a broom. Immediately, a bodyguard rushed over, delivering a broom to Xianqing. He handed it to Tan Lingyin, who began to diligently sweep away the dirt clinging to the coffin. Though her arms were slender, she wielded surprising strength, and before long, the surface of the coffin was cleared, revealing intricate carvings beneath. Tan Lingyin gazed intently at the intricate patterns above, her eyes growing increasingly icy. The very coffin bore the markings of corpse-rearing talismans. What sort of person had this female corpse antagonized in life? Xianqing observed the motionless body, snorting with disdain. Judging by her demeanor earlier, she likely wasn't a virtuous soul, which is why she faces such retribution. Tan Lingyin cautioned, Master Xianqing, refrain from making unfounded assumptions. Xianqing retorted, How else could she have ended up like this? We must inquire of her. Tan Lingyin turned her gaze towards the female corpse, slouched against the coffin, asserting, I shall ask her. She has already succumbed to the malevolent aura, transformed into a vengeful spirit, Xianqing murmured, shaking his head slightly. We should eliminate her while we still can. Yet Tan Lingyin softly chuckled. As practitioners, we must respect the principle of causality, even in exterminating spirits. Even a malevolent ghost deserves to have her past examined to understand why she became what she is. With a sigh, Xianqing relented. Very well, I shall maintain the formation. If anything seems amiss, you must retreat immediately. He stepped outside the protective array, channeling his energy to sustain it. Wary of the female ghost harming Tan Lingyin and seizing the opportunity to escape, Tan Lingyin scrutinized the disheveled dress of the corpse. Astonished to discover it was a vibrant red wedding gown. On her wedding day, she had been suffocated to death inside the coffin. Hence the overwhelming resentment and malevolent energy surrounding her. Leaning closer, she reached out to touch the corpse's hair. The tangled locks clung to the face, obscuring her features. Hu Jingyan, witnessing her audacity to touch the corpse, instinctively clenched his fists, a hint of concern flickering across his handsome brow. Tan Lingyin carefully parted the disarrayed black hair, her fingertips becoming stained with the dampness of blood. She did not recoil. Instead, she wiped away the grime from the corpse's face. The corpse glared with hollow, dark eyes, fixating on her as the black markings on her visage intensified. She was enraged, her fury palpable. Tan Lingyin spoke in a soothing tone. Do not be hasty. I will not destroy you until I understand your past. However, if you refuse to cooperate, regardless of your grievances, I shall cast you directly into the realm of starving ghosts. Surely, after being trapped underground for centuries, you have grown weary of being a ghost? You surely do not wish to remain a starving spirit for eternity. The corpse's previously hollow eye sockets gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, and the dark markings on her face receded. She locked eyes with Tan Lingyin, her gaze now a stark contrast of black and white. Tan Lingyin chuckled lightly. It appears you indeed have grievances. First, emerge from this decaying corpse. As she spoke, she reached to remove the binding talisman from the top of the corpse's head. Do not! Xianqing exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. Tan Lingyin had already removed it. The corpse's head twitched, and her pale hands lunged violently toward Tan Lingyin. Hu Jingyan's heart raced, and he instinctively shouted, Be careful. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Tan Lingyin, unperturbed, stepped back. With an inexplicable grace, she swiftly repositioned herself to the other side of the coffin, evading the corpse's grasp. Tan Lingyin's voice rang clear, tinged with frost. You've been given a chance. She raised her hand, the talisman soaring back to adhere to the back of the ghost's skull. If you do not emerge willingly, I shall drag you out myself. From her bag, Lingyin retrieved a talisman and softly intoned several incantations, causing it to radiate a golden light. The divine light illuminated the corpse, releasing wisps of black smoke. A series of agonizing sounds emanated from the corpse's throat, echoing her torment. The accumulated resentment and malevolence from centuries swiftly ignited under the divine light, eliciting anguished wails from the spirit within the corpse. "Spare me, spare me," she rasped in a hoarse plea. Lingyin's voice turned cold. "Come out on your own." With a flick of her fingers, the binding talisman returned to her. The female corpse writhed in agony, falling back into the coffin, her nails leaving deep scratches upon its surface. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled the confines of the corpse. A dark specter surged forth, racing towards Lingyin. The shadow, enveloped in an oppressive aura of malevolence, emitted tendrils of black smoke under the divine light's gaze. Xianqing grew anxious, exclaiming, "Such a dense malevolent energy! You must hurry out." Yet Lingyin remained undaunted, her fingers gripping the divine talisman as she commanded, "Kneel." The spirit hesitated momentarily before obediently sinking to the ground. Lingyin's expression turned grave, her features resembling a visage of ice. "The malevolent energy surrounding you is a result of corpse rearing, not from causing harm to others. I did not wish to subject you to this torment. Yet your disobedience leaves me no choice. I recognize my faults." The ghost's voice emerged, unexpectedly melodious. Lingyin narrowed her eyes, her commanding tone resounding. "Refrain from your ghostly guise. Reveal yourself to me." With that, the divine talisman dimmed. Without the talisman's suppression, the spirit's malevolence stabilized, revealing her true form. Clad in a striking red wedding gown, her disheveled hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a pale, heart-shaped face adorned with distinct almond-shaped eyes and vividly red lips. Reminiscent of ancient cosmetics, Lingyin spoke calmly, "You appear quite youthful. What is your name?" "I am an orphan, and I named myself Agate," the spirit replied. "A lovely name," Lingyin complimented, scrutinizing Agate's features while simultaneously performing calculations. Agate, this time, remained utterly still, kneeling in silence. After a moment of calculation, Lingyin suddenly laughed, her voice turning cold as she scolded, "It is astonishing that such despicable individuals exist in this world. You are truly a pitiable soul." Speaking softly, she expressed her sympathy. Agate, filled with hope, implored, "Might the master assist me? I seek vengeance." "Vengeance? It is too late. That person has long since passed," Lingyin replied, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. Agate pressed on, "But he must have been reborn. Can the master help me locate him?" Lingyin coldly refused. "Past grievances belong to the past. If he has already reincarnated, you shall never meet him again, nor can you harm him." Prostrating herself upon the ground, Agate fervently begged, "Even a mere glimpse would suffice. I beseech you, master, aid me. I am willing to remain by your side, to serve you faithfully, never to be reborn." Lingyin narrowed her eyes, her fingers deftly calculating. To her surprise, she discovered a genuine connection between herself and the little ghost. Stepping closer, she inquired, "Do you remember his birth date?" Agate eagerly lifted her gaze, exclaiming, "I remember. I remember. He is." Based on the details she provided, Lingyin began to predict the fate of that individual. The outcome, however, was remarkable. He was destined for immense wealth and power. Yet, paradoxically, his fortune was marred by bloodshed. He was indeed a notorious villain. Meanwhile, Xianqing continued to assess Agate's visage, discreetly calculating the reasons behind her current form. Ultimately, he discerned that Agate had been born 5 centuries prior. Yet, he could not unravel the rest of her story through mere calculations. It was imperative to ascertain her birth details and conduct a thorough divination to uncover her fate in life. Xianqing silently admired Lingyin's prowess, merely by observing Agate's features. She had unraveled her past. Truly remarkable. Lingyin could only deduce that the man had entered the cycle of reincarnation, yet she remained unaware of when he had been reborn. In a firm tone, she instructed, "Remain here. I shall inquire further." Lingyin emerged from the formation, offering a slight nod to Xianqing, who remained vigilant. Xianqing returned the gesture, not daring to relax for even a moment. Lingyin moved to a nearby clearing, producing a piece of talisman paper and biting her fingertip to begin inscribing a spiritual rune. She intended to send a message to the underworld, inquiring about the whereabouts of that individual. It was not out of a desire to assist Agate, but rather because that person had indeed obscured the heavenly secrets. Employing vile means to reincarnate after death. The act of raising corpses essentially involved transferring all the malevolence one had committed onto the body they nurtured. Judging by the sinister aura emanating from Agate, apart from the resentment she had generated herself, that person had committed numerous heinous acts during their lifetime. Such a being was utterly unworthy of being reincarnated as a human. As a master of the Xianmen, Tan Lingyin was determined to expose this loophole, ensuring that he faced the consequences of his transgressions from 500 years ago in the depths of hell. Crimson blood flowed across the talisman paper, forming intricate red patterns, each stroke seamless and fluid. Tan Lingyin chanted softly, causing the talisman to soar into the air and expand. A swirling vortex materialized, dark as pitch, exhaling chilling drafts of wind. "Who dares disturb my tranquility?" A deep male voice resonated. The sound echoed across the desolate construction site, reverberating ominously. Tan Lingyin recited the individual birth details, speaking softly. This person committed numerous atrocities 500 years ago, obscured heavenly secrets to reincarnate. I beseech the King of Hell to assist me in locating him. Such a matter exists? The voice belonged to the King of Hell, sovereign of the underworld. After a prolonged silence, the King's voice resonated again, revealing the individual's current birth details, stating that time was running short and that he should be sent directly to the hellish realm. With that, the vortex gradually dissipated, leaving Tan Lingyin no opportunity to respond. Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow, pondering why the King of Hell had not recognized her. The talisman she had sent to the underworld turned to ashes as the vortex vanished. She quickly calculated based on the birth details provided by the king, and indeed confirmed that the individual was nearing death and was currently in the capital. She turned to Agate, who looked at her with hopeful eyes. "Master." Tan Lingyin spoke solemnly. "I have discerned his general location. I will take you there after a while. Are you willing to stay by my side temporarily?" Yes. I am willing to serve you, Master." Agate eagerly nodded. Xianqing interjected with gravity. "You intend to keep her with you?" Tan Lingyin replied gently. "Yes, I will help her resolve her grievances and then send her into reincarnation." Xianqing immediately objected. "No. Jingyan must also remain by your side. This malevolent spirit covets him." Chapter 32. Mr. Hu, may I borrow your back? Tan Lingyin glanced towards the distance where Hu Jingyan stood, his pale, handsome visage strikingly ethereal in the night. He remained silent, simply observing her. Yet, in their exchange of glances, Tan Lingyin discerned trust in his eyes. He believed in her. Hu Jingyan approached with long strides. "Miss Tan, do as you wish." "Jingyan, this malevolent spirit harbors 500 years of sinister resentment. Should it go berserk, you would be in greater peril than anyone." Xianqing exclaimed anxiously. Tan Lingyin reassured him. "Do not worry. I will ensure she behaves." Agate, gazing at Hu Jingyan beside Tan Lingyin, felt the overwhelming aura of yang energy emanating from him, and her ghostly visage transformed, dark patterns creeping across her cheeks. It was intoxicatingly appealing. If she could absorb this man's life force, she would surely become a formidable force. Tan Lingyin, noticing Agate's transformation, coldly admonished impudence. Simultaneously, she unleashed a surge of spiritual power, striking Agate's forehead directly. Agate cried out in pain, curling on the ground, writhing in agony. This blow drew upon Tan Lingyin's own spiritual essence. She needed Agate to understand from the outset whom she would be following, instilling fear to ensure compliance. "If you dare to covet him again, I will show no mercy." The girl's voice was frosty, laced with a stern warning. Hu Jingyan observed her fierce expression, particularly her captivating fox-like eyes, which radiated an icy allure. He hadn't anticipated her concern for him. Agate, struck by the spiritual force imbued with Tan Lingyin's essence, nearly lost her soul, gritting her teeth against the pain. She knelt, repeatedly bowing her head. "Spare me. I will not dare again. I promise." A flicker of compassion crossed Tan Lingyin's eyes as she swiftly approached the formation. Slightly bending to extend her hand towards Agate. "Rise." Although she could not physically touch Agate's spirit, she made a gesture as if to assist her up. Agate obediently gazed at her. "Master, who are you?" "Should just know," Tan Lingyin replied with a gentle smile. "I was a bit hasty earlier. You should understand who he is. He is not someone you can approach." Agate nodded. "I understand. I will not dare again. From now on, stay with me. Once you fulfill your wish, I will send you away," Tan Lingyin softly declared. However, during the time you accompany me, you must resolve any troubles that arise. Do not squander your 500 years of cultivation. As you command, I shall do my utmost. Agate vowed eagerly. Lingyin nodded in satisfaction. I will draw a soul-nurturing talisman for you. Henceforth, you shall reside within it to recuperate. Agate exclaimed in delight. I can actually stay within the soul-nurturing talisman? Of course. You will not be neglected while following me, Lingyin responded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she retrieved a clean piece of talisman paper from her bag. Dipping a brush in vermilion, she glanced around before walking over to Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hua, may I borrow your back? I'll do it. I'll do it. Li Heng rushed over from a distance. Yet, Hu Jingyan had already turned. Miss Tan, please proceed. Li Heng abruptly halted, retreating a few steps in silence. Recently, Mr. Hua seems a bit different, he murmured. Lingyin pressed the talisman against Hu Jingyan's back, the brush's tip swiftly inscribing a soul-nurturing rune. Thank you. Lingyin said after completing the talisman, lightly patting his back. Hu Jingyan turned to face her, his lips curling slightly as he met her smiling gaze. No need for courtesy. Returning to Agate's side with a soul-nurturing talisman, Lingyin stated, merely agreeing verbally is insufficient. I must inscribe a soul mark upon you. What is a soul mark? Agate inquired, confused. Lingyin clarified, it will not affect you, but should you betray me, the mark will ensure your soul is scattered. Without hesitation, Agate replied, I will heed your wishes, master. I will never betray you. Lingyin nodded in approval. She raised her hand, bringing her fingers together, condensing spiritual power that glowed faintly with golden light, and inscribed a unique golden rune in midair. Reciting a brief incantation, the golden rune settled upon Agate's forehead. Agate immediately sensed something amiss, feeling an inexplicable connection with the young woman before her. Lingyin observed the golden thread binding her to Agate, proclaiming, from this moment forth, I am your master. I have seen my master. Agate slightly bowed, performing a gesture of respect. Very well. Now enter the soul-nurturing talisman, Lingyin commanded. Raising her hand to display the pristine talisman, Agate hesitated, glancing towards the coffin where her own corpse lay. What about my body?
Lingyin assured her.
I will take care of it. I am sorry for the trouble, master. Agate responded before diving into the soul-nurturing talisman. Lingyin stored the talisman in her bag, feeling a sense of relief. Seeing that Agate had been successfully contained, Xianqing ceased maintaining the formation, sighing, I have not been feeling well lately. And sustaining the formation for so long has taken its toll. Hu Jingyan stepped forward to support him. Thank you for your efforts, Master Xianqing. Xianqing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I'm just glad to have Tan around. My dear, what do you plan to do with the corpse? Lingyin approached the coffin, gazing at the pale body within. Burn it. Collect the ashes for me. Xianqing immediately gestured. You there, lift the bodies from within and incinerate them. The bodyguards, well trained for such tasks, handled the remains with practiced ease, albeit they had never dealt with corpses from centuries past. As the bodies ignited, Lingyin set the nearby coffin ablaze as well. The casket had absorbed a considerable amount of malevolent energy. Should it fall into the hands of wandering souls, it would surely invite further troubles. The ashes, both of the corpses and the coffin, were placed into 2 iron boxes and handed over to Lingyin. At a loss for where to bury the ashes, she decided to bring them back to the villa for the time being. In the living room, Xianqing inquired, Child, have you divined the past of the agate? Lingyin nodded, indeed. Do share with us, for we are most curious. Xianqing had long desired to uncover the reasons behind Agate's transformation into a vengeful spirit, and upon returning to the villa, he could not suppress his inquiries. Lingyin raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eyes. Master Xianqing, did you not foresee it? Xianqing's face flushed, as he hastily defended himself. I was focused on the formation at the time, had no time to calculate her fate. I see, Lingyin thought. She was aware he could not have divined events from 5 centuries ago, but she chose not to expose him, recognizing it was only natural.
Lien interjecta, Miss Tan.
Please tell us, I am also quite intrigued. Chapter 33. This girl is carrying a ghostly fetus. Lingyin reminisced about her revelations, her voice softening as she spoke. Agate had a tragic background. Sold to a wealthy household as a maid at the tender age of 5, she was bullied mercilessly by the young masters and mistresses, subjected to beatings and scolding. At 14, the young master of that household coerced her into becoming his concubine, and from that moment on, she became nothing more than his plaything. When she turned 15, the young master abruptly declared his intention to marry her as his legitimate wife, with the condition that she sever ties with her parents. For the sake of money, Agate's parents readily complied. On the day of her wedding, Agate believed herself to be the young master's true love, only to discover that she was not entering a bridal sedan but rather a coffin inscribed with the markings of corpse-raising spells. She was buried alive, her hands clawing desperately inside the coffin until she succumbed to asphyxiation. Tan Lingyin's voice was gentle, her narration simple and serene, tinged with a faint trace of pity and sorrow, which drew listeners into the somber narrative.
Lien exclaimed, alas.
How pitiful! Master Xianqing shook his head slightly, lamenting. I had no idea she endured such suffering. It is no wonder her spirit is so filled with resentment. Tan Lingyin chuckled softly, stating, Now you understand why I chose to keep her. By aiding her, I am also accruing merit for myself. Xianqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, whether we assist the living or the dead, we can accumulate merit. However, he felt compelled to caution, but I must remind you, do not allow her to approach Jing Yan, or I shall have to sever ties with you. Rest assured, Master Xianqing, I wish for Mr. Hua's well-being more than anyone, Tan Lingyin replied, casting her gaze toward Hu Jingyan, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Hu Jingyan silently averted his gaze. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, puzzled, as she noticed the tips of his ears had turned slightly red. Concerned, she asked Mr. Hua, Are you feeling unwell? Hu Jingyan replied in a calm tone, No. Master Xianqing scrutinized Hu Jingyan's face intently. The peach blossom calamity has subsided. It seems you have escaped this ordeal. Speaking of the peach blossom calamity reminded Tan Lingyin, and her expression suddenly turned solemn as she stated, I suspect that this current calamity is orchestrated by my adoptive parents and Tanya Yue. Xianqing frowned. How is this again related to your adoptive family?
Tan Lingyin explained.
Tanya Yue has recently been besieged by lecherous spirits, consumed by lust. When I last saw Mr. Hua, her eyes were bloodshot, clearly fixated on him. Coincidentally, Tanya Yue did not participate in the exam today, likely waiting to meet Mr. Hua. Xianqing stroked his beard, maintaining a skeptical demeanor. Are you certain it is them? Do they possess such power to summon the peach blossom calamity? Tan Lingyin replied, In the past, it would have merely been a peach blossom calamity. But Tanya Yue is no longer the same. She is now carrying a ghostly fetus. If Mr. Hua becomes entangled with her, he may not just suffer but may face ruin. Upon hearing this, Xianqing became agitated. What? A ghostly fetus? How long has she been pregnant? Tan Lingyin nodded. Not long. I will handle it soon. The formation of a ghostly fetus is exceedingly rapid, and delaying could lead to complications. Xianqing expressed his concerns. Tan Lingyin reassured him, Master Xianqing, do not worry. I will not allow that ghostly fetus to harm anyone. Very well, Xianqing conceded. Tan Lingyin stood and declared, Everyone should rest early. Good night. Good night. Only Hu Jingyan replied in return. After she returned to her room, Xianqing immediately pulled Hu Jingyan aside, saying, Jingyan, a ghostly fetus is no trivial matter. You should refrain from going out for a while. I will guard you. Hua Jingyan acquiesced. All right, I will heed your advice. He rose. I will take my leave to rest. Master Xianqing, you should also retire early. At the Tan residence, Tan Yue waited in vain for Hu Jingyan until nightfall, her frustration boiling over as she smashed several cups. Mother, didn't you say I would definitely see him today? What on earth is going on? Tan Yue's eyes were red, her expression dark and brooding. Lu Yun, filled with sympathy, wiped her tears and said, I had planned to bring him back, but an incident occurred at that place, and Master Ming was unable to intervene. What master? He can't even bring back an ordinary person. How can you and father have given him so much money? What use is he? That so-called Master Ming is useless. Tan Yue vented her anger indiscriminately. At that moment, Tan Hong entered the villa with a middle-aged man, catching the tail end of her tirade. Tan Hong quickly cleared his throat and cheerfully addressed the middle-aged man, Master Ming, thank you for your hard work today. Please come in. Lu Yun swiftly covered Tan Yue's mouth, smiling at Master Ming. Master Ming, you have arrived. I will prepare a pot of fine pu'er for you. Master Ming wore a smile, yet his gaze upon Tan Yue was somewhat frosty. He had heard her loud outburst even before entering. Tan Hong gestured for the man to sit on the sofa and instructed Tan Yue, Yea, come here and greet Master Ming.
Tanya Yue approached, weeping her tears. Greetings.
Master Ming. Master Ming scrutinized her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to her abdomen, his expression turning serious. How is it that this girl harbors such a strong aura of darkness within her? Master Ming reached out. Come here. Let me feel your pulse. Tan Hong signaled to Tan Yeyue, who reluctantly approached. After examining her pulse for a while, Master Ming's heart sank. This girl was indeed carrying a ghostly fetus. He then took a moment to observe the villa's surroundings. To his astonishment, it was a veritable den of spirits. The ambient energy was suffused with tendrils of darkness, giving the impression of a ghost house. Master Ming recalled that the last time he had visited, the place had been entirely normal. How could it have transformed into this ghastly state during his brief retreat? Noticing his furrowed brow, Tan Hong anxiously inquired, Master Ming, is there something wrong with my daughter's health? Nothing wrong. She is quite well. Master Ming replied stoically, concealing the truth. The ghostly fetus was a troublesome matter. It was best to avoid entanglement with the Tan family. Moreover, he had seen Xianqing, the head of Ziyin Temple, in Nancheng earlier that evening. He had resolved to sever ties with the Tan family to prevent Xianqing from discovering his involvement in altering Tan Yeyue's fate. Tan Hong continued, Master Ming, to be frank, my wife and I have been plagued by nightmares lately, which have even impacted my finances. Could you please investigate whether our home is harboring any unclean spirits? Oh, I was just about to mention that. Master Ming feigned a wise demeanor. But this matter is quite complicated. Tan Hong eagerly responded, name your price. I can pay any amount. Chapter 34. You are in for a night of bloodshed. Ming Chao's eyes flickered slightly as he feigned difficulty, stating, it is not a matter of money. Resolving this issue will require a considerable expenditure of my spiritual energy. Tan Hongzheng promptly extended a finger, asserting, Master Ming, if you are willing to assist me in this matter, the remuneration shall undoubtedly exceed 10 million. Ming Chao's eyes brightened at this prospect, and after a light cough, he replied, you are too courteous, Mr. Tan. In truth, I have accumulated a fair amount of spiritual energy during my recent seclusion, so helping you with this matter should pose no significant problem. However, I will need several magical artifacts to proceed, which necessitates some purchases on my part. Rubbing his fingers together, he added, though I find myself somewhat financially constrained at the moment. Tan Hongzheng, having navigated the commercial world for years, instantly grasped his implication. Though he mused in his heart about the avarice of a profession like a spiritual master, he maintained a beaming smile and assured, rest easy, Master Ming. I will transfer the funds immediately. Would it suffice to send 5 million first? Ming Chao's expression shifted subtly, and he clicked his tongue lightly, conceding, very well. But this will require additional time, as I cannot afford the more expensive artifacts. Tan Hongzheng, in a flurry, declared, 10 million will be deposited into your account right away. Before long, Ming Chao received the 10 million transfer and began contemplating how to resolve the Tan family's predicament. After all, he was quite principled when it came to being compensated for his services. However, if he truly could not find a solution, there would be little he could do. Tan Hongzheng cautiously inquired, when does Master Ming intend to address this matter? I will come by the day after tomorrow, and your entire family must be present. Ming Chao responded. Tan Hongzheng nodded eagerly. I shall prepare a feast in anticipation of your arrival. Before departing, Ming Chao's gaze lingered on Tan Yeyue's abdomen for a few seconds, prompting an annoyed glare from her. Without uttering a word, he turned and left, choosing not to offer her any reminders. That girl's unborn spirit would soon take form, and having accepted the Tan family's payment, he needed to devise a plan to resolve this issue. Otherwise, if the spirit caused a stir, his reputation in Nancheng would be irreparably tarnished. After Ming Chao's departure, Tan Yeyue expressed her dissatisfaction to Lu Yun, exclaiming, Mom, that old man was looking at me strangely. He seems like a lecher. Do not speak carelessly. Master Ming is your savior. Lu Yun admonished her hastily. He wasn't staring at you the entire time. Do not overthink it. When you see Master Ming again, you must show him the utmost respect, understood? Tan Yeyue reluctantly replied, oh, fine. Tan Lingyin returned to her room, fixating on the 2 boxes on the table. One contained the ashes of agate, while the other held the ash from a coffin. She contemplated when would be an opportune time to bury them. Perhaps I shall wait until after the college entrance examination to find a suitable location. My studies must take precedence for now. For the next 2 days, she dedicated herself to her studies with great diligence. Observing her commitment, Hu Jingyan even instructed the kitchen to prepare nourishing meals for her. In the blink of an eye, the 2 days passed, and Monday arrived once again. Tan Lingyin arrived punctually at school, no longer fearing tardiness. The first lesson of the day was the announcement of the exam results from the previous Friday. The homeroom teacher, Lu Cheng, entered with a stack of papers and rapped his knuckles on the desk, proclaiming, "This time, our class has achieved the highest scores. Everyone performed admirably. I would like to especially commend Tan Lingyin, who scored full marks across all subjects, undeniably claiming the title of the top student in the senior year." As he uttered this, Lu Cheng himself harbored doubts, for Tan Lingyin had previously been at the bottom of the rankings. The sudden leap to perfect scores led him to wonder if she had somehow acquired the answers, coupled with the principal's enthusiastic demeanor towards her. Lu Cheng even entertained the notion that the principal might have leaked the exam papers to Tan Lingyin. Gasps of astonishment filled the classroom, and all eyes turned toward Tan Lingyin. Tan Yayue clutched the corner of her textbook, tearing it from the force of her grip. Damn that Tan Lingyin for stealing the spotlight again. What about my reputation as the true heiress? Indeed, a classmate queried Tan Yayue. Is your adopted sister truly this academically gifted? Tan Yayue shot him a disdainful glare, retorting, "Mind your own business." Li Lele immediately flattered Tan Yayue. "Yayue, ignore them. Tan Lingyin must have cheated. She was always at the bottom of the class. By the way, Yayue, what score did you get?" Oops, she had stepped right into it. Tan Yayue glowered at her. Li Lele, mind your own affairs. Li Lele, frightened, quickly fell silent, bewildered by her own misstep. Tan Lingyin approached the podium under the scrutiny of her classmates and retrieved her exam paper. Lu Cheng began distributing the papers until he finally reached Tan Yayue's name. "Tan Yayue, you were absent from the exam last Friday due to illness. Are you feeling better now?" Lu Cheng inquired with a semblance of concern as he handed her the paper. Tan Yayue nodded haughtily, much improved. "If not for my illness, how could I allow certain individuals to steal my thunder?" Humph. She returned to her seat, the sound of her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Lu Cheng shook his head slightly, for he preferred Tan Lingyin as a student over Tan Yayue. As a language teacher, Lu Cheng spent the class reviewing the entire Chinese exam paper, and as the bell rang signaling the end of class, he earnestly advised, "This Friday marks the final mock exam, the last opportunity to gauge your true capabilities before the college entrance examination. Give it your all." With that, he gathered his belongings and departed. The students in the classroom turned their attention to Tan Lingyin, with some mockingly asking, "Hey, Tan Lingyin, did you cheat? Right? Weren't you always at the bottom? Who would have thought you could ride on the coattails of the wealthy to get the answers for the exam? Ha! Let us see if you can ride the coattails to the answers for the college entrance examination." Tan Lingyin, uninterested in engaging in their banter, swiftly exited, chasing after Lu Cheng, who had already descended the stairs. Lu Cheng noticed her approaching and asked, "Is there something you need?" Tan Lingyin handed him a talisman pouch, saying, "Teacher Lu, do not drive home tonight. Walk instead." "What?" Lu Cheng was taken aback, as his residence was quite distant from the school.
Tan Lingyin replied calmly.
"I see darkness around your brow and a hint of red at the corners of your eyes. Tonight, you are at risk of a calamity. If you drive, an accident is inevitable." Lu Cheng swallowed hard, uncertain. "So if I walk home, I will be safe?" "While walking might not entirely avert the calamity, carrying this talisman pouch will safeguard you should misfortune arise." Tan Lingyin urged him to take the pouch. Chapter 35. This spirit shall be yours. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering her words. At such a young age, engaging in superstition. Will you rely on luck to answer exam questions? Seeing that he hesitated to accept, Tan Lingyin smiled and said, "If you do not believe, consider it a peace charm from your student. Keeping it with you is hardly a burden." Finally, Lu Cheng extended his hand to accept it, thanking her. "I will take it." Tan Lingyin smiled faintly and waved. "No need for thanks. You are my homeroom teacher." She ascended the stairs briskly, feeling lighthearted for having done a good deed. Lu Cheng was a good person, for despite her frequent tardiness and misfortunes, he never gave up on her as a student and consistently encouraged her to study diligently. Even when she faced expulsion, Lu Cheng had gone out of his way to help her find another school for transfer. Hence, Tan Lingyin felt a strong inclination to assist him unconditionally. Otherwise, she would always feel indebted to him. Upon returning to the classroom, Tan Lingyin immediately spotted Tan Yayue seated at her desk. The aura of negativity surrounding her made her appear gloomy, especially with bloodshot eyes, a clear indication of excess indulgence. It seemed the lecher was quite eager for the spirit to take form. Noticing Tan Lingyin's return, Tan Yayue coldly remarked, "Do not be in such a hurry to leave at lunchtime. I have something to discuss with you." Tan Lingyin was equally curious about the appearance of the ghost fetus, so she readily agreed. All right. During the morning classes, the teachers were discussing the papers, and Tan Lingyin found herself growing drowsy. Having already achieved full marks, The lectures naturally lulled her into a stupor. As soon as the lunch bell rang, she instinctively stood up, ready to dash out of the classroom. Suddenly recalling Tan Yu's words, she hesitated and sat back down. The students in the classroom gradually left for the cafeteria, leaving only Tan Lingyin and Tan Yu behind.
Oh.
And the bothersome Li Lele. Li Lele eagerly awaited Tan Yu's attention. Yu, what do you want to say to her? Let us go eat first. Tan Yu shot her a glare. Get lost.
Oh.
Li Lele, frightened, quickly fled, secretly cursing Tan Yu for her unattractiveness, thinking that Tan Lingyin, the adopted daughter, was far more beautiful. As Tan Lingyin sat at her desk, she noticed Tan Yu approaching her. Her gaze fell on Tan Yu's belly, where a dense, sinister aura coiled around her lower abdomen, already vaguely revealing the shapes of a head and limbs. When Tan Yu stood before her, looking down with an imposing demeanor, she asked, "Tell me, what is your relationship with the man who took you home that day?" Tan Lingyin found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. "You called me to wait for you just to ask this? What else?" Tan Yu leaned over, pressing her hand on Tan Lingyin's desk, her eyes narrowed. "If you know what's good for you, introduce him to me. I might consider letting you be my adopted daughter." The malevolent aura emanating from Tan Yu's words repulsed Tan Lingyin, who instinctively recoiled. "I have no interest, and you have bad breath. Keep your distance." Tan Yu's eyes darkened, suddenly lunging toward Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin's expression turned icy as she raised her hand to block her. "What are you doing? Why should I bear this? It's clearly your burden." Tan Yu shouted frantically, gripping Tan Lingyin's hand tightly. "You should have died long ago. Only when you're gone can I live in peace. This ghost fetus is yours now." As Tan Yu spoke, the hands they clasped together burst forth with a red light. Tan Lingyin felt her palm burn, soon followed by a chilling energy forcefully penetrating her hand. "This is bad." Tan Yu was attempting to transfer the ghost fetus onto her. Such a devious ploy, undoubtedly orchestrated by that sinister force behind the Tan family. Just as Tan Lingyin contemplated using her mystical power to send Tan Yu flying, she reconsidered, sensing the impropriety of such an action. Murmuring a spell, the soul-nurturing talisman tucked in her bag floated out. The agate emerged from the talisman, blowing a puff of air toward Tan Yu, who immediately fainted. Observing Tan Yu sprawled on the ground, agate licked its lips. "Master, the ghostly aura within her is so pure. May I consume it?" "No," Tan Lingyin coldly rejected. "Return for now." The heavy aura surrounding agate was too potent to remain in the classroom, as it would disturb the students in the afternoon. "As you wish." Agate obediently returned to the soul-nurturing talisman. Tan Lingyin approached Tan Yu, lifting her hand to inspect it, and indeed found a matching red seal. Such an ugly ghostly symbol was not found in the Orthodox sects. It must have been devised by that sinister force. Upon closer examination, she realized it resembled the transfer talismans from the Orthodox sect, albeit less stable in effect. Merely a clumsy trick. Seizing the opportunity, while Tan Yu was still unconscious, Tan Lingyin lifted her shirt, exposing her flat stomach. She then bit her fingertip, using her blood to inscribe a seal on Tan Yu's abdomen. This seal would confine the ghost fetus within Tan Yu. If that sinister force could break the seal, Tan Lingyin would indeed regard it with newfound respect. She intended to let that force know she was unafraid, and hoped it would come seeking her out. After completing her task, Tan Lingyin adjusted Tan Yu's clothing and then feigned unconsciousness on her desk. It wasn't long before Tan Yu awoke. She frowned, pressing her forehead, glancing around before quickly regaining her composure. Upon seeing Tan Lingyin sprawled over the desk, a flicker of excitement sparkled in her eyes as she stealthily reached for Tan Lingyin's hand. Upon seeing the red spiritual patterns, Tan Yu could not contain her exhilaration, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" Fearing to awaken Tan Lingyin, she quickly covered her mouth and tiptoed out of the classroom. Once she departed, Tan Lingyin lifted her head, a faint smile curling at her lips. She gazed at the red seal on her palm, and with a surge of mystical energy, the red seal vanished in an instant. Such a crude talisman held no threat for her. In the afternoon, Tan Yu did not attend class, evidently eager to consult that sinister force regarding the situation. Tan Lingyin remained unconcerned. Everything was within her control. Indeed, when Tan Yu returned home, she found Ming Chao in the living room, enjoying tea with Lu Yun. "Master Ming, I succeeded," Tan Yu exclaimed, extending her hand. "With the talisman you provided, I successfully transferred the ghost fetus onto her." Ming Chao took her hand, noticing the seal had been activated, and felt Tan Yu's pulse. The pulse was unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. Could it be that the pulse is erratic due to the recent departure of the ghost fetus? Lingyin anxiously inquired, Master Ming, has the ghost fetus truly been transferred? Chapter 36. Better than having a little person inside some people. Ming Chao hesitated, ultimately stating, Yes, your daughter is now unharmed. Lingyin immediately clasped her hands together. Thank heavens. Thank you, Master Ming. You truly are our Tan family savior. Ming Chao chuckled at the compliment, stroking his beard, however. The price for this ghost fetus must be negotiated separately. Lingyin readily replied, How much do you want? I'll pay whatever I can afford. She was entirely oblivious to her daughter carrying a ghost fetus. Had it not been for Master Ming, the consequences would have been dire. Ming Chao laughed heartily. I won't ask for much. This amount will suffice. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. 5 million? Lingyin tentatively asked. Ming Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. Madam Tan, is your daughter merely worth 5 million? 50 million. Transfer it to your account immediately. Lingyin, being shrewd, promptly agreed. When it came to matters concerning Tan Yayu, she never hesitated. After receiving 50 million, Ming Chao prepared to leave. Lingyin quickly called out to him, Master Ming, I would like to confirm once more, have all the evil spirits in our home, including the lecherous ghost that harmed my daughter, been dealt with? The previous Sunday, Ming Chao had performed a ritual in front of their family, creating an atmosphere thick with smoke that seemed to exorcise the spirits. Although she and Tan Hongzheng had not experienced nightmares that night, Lingyin still felt uneasy. Ming Chao's eyes flickered, his tone resolute as he replied, Of course. You can rest assured of my work. That's wonderful. Thank you, Master Ming. Lingyin expressed her gratitude profusely as she escorted him to the door, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Not long after Ming Chao stepped outside, he glanced back at the Tan residence. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Regardless of how much the Tan family offered in the future, he would no longer involve himself. It was unclear whom the Tan family had offended, but their home had evidently been ensnared in a gathering of sinister energies. Unable to dismantle it, he could only feign a ritual to intimidate the spirits haunting the villa. Had he not intended to secure another sum of money today, he would have never returned to this cursed place. That evening, as Tan Lingyin exited the school, she noticed Lu Cheng driving out of the premises. Her brows furrowed slightly, yet she refrained from approaching to remind him. She had already warned him once. To remind him again would be unnecessary. Whether he chose to heed her advice or not was beyond her control. Zheng Han, seeing her emerge, promptly exited the car to open the door. Miss Tan, please get in. Tan Lingyin bent down to get into the car, no longer pondering over Lu Cheng's matters. Lu Cheng, driving, had not ventured far before he pulled over to the roadside. His mind was consumed by the thoughts of what Tan Lingyin had said during the day, and a growing sense of dread enveloped him. He feared not the multitude of possibilities, but rather the singular dreadful outcome. He reached for a cigarette, intending to finish it before exiting the vehicle, yet the lighter failed to ignite, leaving him with no choice but to step out. Perhaps it was for the best. As he had not gazed upon the nocturnal scenery in quite some time, this evening's walk home would serve as both exercise and a feast for the eyes. To his astonishment, barely having taken a few steps, a violent crash echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned, witnessing his parked car being struck by another vehicle from the opposite lane. The impact had struck the driver's side, the door crumpling inward. His heart raced with a wild cadence. Had he been inside, indulging in a smoke, he would have been the one to bear the brunt of that collision. In a flurry, he reached for the talisman pouch in his pocket, only to find it reduced to a handful of ash. The pouch had turned to dust, signifying that it had just shielded him from calamity. Was the malfunctioning lighter a premonition of his salvation? Lu Cheng swallowed hard, quickening his pace. Unexpectedly, Tan Lingyin was no mere superstitious girl. She truly possessed the uncanny ability to foresee such events. During her stay at the guest residence, Tan Lingyin had been enjoying ample nourishment and restful slumber, her spirits buoyant and her complexion markedly improved. The pallor of her skin had given way to a delicate rosy hue, appearing so tender that one might think it would quench thirst. Hu Jingyan stood by the window, observing her as she practiced Tai Chi under the sun. The fine sheen of perspiration glistened upon her forehead and the bridge of her nose, refracting the sunlight. Her porcelain skin appeared almost ethereal, captivating to the point of rendering him unable to look away. In the capital, countless women sought his affection, socialites and celebrities alike, all renowned for their beauty, yet he remained indifferent to them, finding them all rather banal. Those who attempted to seduce him for his status could hardly be considered virtuous. Although Tan Lingyin's interest in him stemmed not from his status in the capital but from another facet of his identity, he found himself unable to harbor any disdain for her. At that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of gratitude for his destiny as the Emperor of Ziwei. It was through this identity that he had the chance to meet her. "President Hua, what are you gazing at?" Li Heng inquired, offering him a cup of coffee. Hua Jingyan snapped back to reality, the light in his eyes dimming. "Nothing, just preparing breakfast." "Understood," Li Heng replied as he exited, calling out to Tan Lingyin, "Miss Tan. Breakfast is ready." Tan Lingyin continued her movements without pause, responding cheerfully, "Okay." She wondered what had transpired after Tan Yue returned home yesterday. She eagerly anticipated seeing her smug expression. Upon arriving at the classroom that morning, Tan Lingyin encountered Tan Yue's gaze. Tan Yue raised an eyebrow in triumph, her eyes deliberately flicking toward Tan Lingyin's abdomen, as if to ensure Tan Lingyin understood her insinuation. Just as Tan Lingyin was about to enter, Lu Qing called her aside. His demeanor respectful. "Master Tan, I owe you my life for your assistance yesterday." Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow slightly. "I thought Lu Laosher didn't believe in such things. It's fortunate you escaped unscathed. I am truly grateful. Please accept this token of my appreciation," he said, handing her a notebook. Tan Lingyin opened it to find it filled with detailed notes, a treasure trove of knowledge worth memorizing, especially for someone teaching language arts. "Thank you, teacher. I shall accept it," she replied. "Considering your upcoming college entrance exams, this is the best gift I can offer you," Lu Qing said, relieved as she accepted it. Their conversation had not gone unnoticed by the students eavesdropping in the classroom. As Tan Lingyin entered, Tan Yue sneered, a small person reveling in success. Although she was unaware of the specifics of Tan Lingyin's assistance to Lu Qing, she could not bear to see Tan Lingyin thriving. With a smirk, Tan Lingyin retorted coldly, "Better than harboring a little person within like some. What nonsense are you spouting?" Tan Yue's face blanched in fear as she instinctively pressed her hand against her abdomen. Swallowing nervously, Master Ming had declared that the ghost fetus had been transferred. Tan Lingyin must be deliberately provoking her. Just then, Li Lele, with reckless curiosity, leaned in and asked, "What do you mean by harboring a little person?" Chapter 37. "Darling, it's me." Tan Yue whipped around, raising her hand to slap Li Lele. "Why must you interject?" Silence. Li Lele, stunned by the blow, burst into tears. Yet, she dared not retaliate against Tan Yue, instead burying her face in her arms atop the desk. Tan Lingyin let out a derisive laugh as she took her seat.
Tan Lingjin, don't get too full of yourself.
Soon enough, you'll have reason to weep. Tan Yue glared at her with malice, suppressing her anger and refraining from informing Tan Lingyin of the ghost fetus's transfer. It appeared that Tan Lingyin remained oblivious to the situation. She would not be the one to enlighten her. As Tan Lingyin perused the notes Lu Qing had given her, she stumbled upon a hidden bank card nestled within. It was no surprise. Someone like Lu Qing would certainly not part with only a notebook. The back of the card bore a message. "There are 200,000 inside. The password is 6/8. The teacher doesn't have much money. I hope you don't think it too little." Tan Lingyin quietly pocketed the card. She did not find it lacking. In fact, she felt Lu Qing had been overly generous. Despite being a teacher at an elite school, even serving as a homeroom teacher, Lu Qing was undeniably impoverished. He was burdened with the weight of family responsibilities, relying solely on his own efforts to support them. His daily expenses were considerable. To part with 200,000 at once was already a testament to his utmost sincerity. Time flew by, and before long it was Friday, the day of the exam. Tan Lingyin performed admirably once again, and on Monday, Lu Qing announced with a smile, "Congratulations to Tan Lingyin for achieving the first place in the mock examination." Tan Jiayue, who also participated, found herself at the bottom of the rankings. Lu Qing refrained from scolding her, or even encouraging her to study harder. He recognized that her focus was elsewhere, and as the daughter of the Tan family, she would fare well regardless of university attendance. Thus, he chose not to intervene. With only 3 days until the college entrance exams, you should all rest well at home during this period. On exam day, make your own way to the test center. A student excitedly inquired, "Does this mean we get a holiday?" Lu Qing nodded. "Indeed. Gather your belongings and head home to concentrate on your studies." The classroom erupted in cheers. Tan Lingyin tidied her things, realizing she had minimal to pack, having taken most of her study materials home previously. As she slung her bag over her shoulder and prepared to depart, she caught a glimpse of Tan Yue sitting in a daze at her desk. Tan Yue appeared haggard. mechanically organizing her belongings, while Li Lele diligently assisted her with her backpack. Tan Lingyin noted that Tan Yue had been wearing loose clothing lately, indicating that her pregnancy was becoming more apparent. The Tan family must surely be frantic, having learned that the ghost fetus had not transferred to her after all. A smile crept onto Tan Lingyin's lips as she cheerfully exited the classroom. As she descended the stairs, she called Hu Jingyan, "I'm on break now. Please send Hanga to pick me up." Hu Jingyan, hearing her jubilant voice, couldn't help but smile in return. "All right, I'll have him come right away." It was just past 10 in the morning, the sun shining brightly outside. Hu Jingyan decided to personally go and fetch her. Feeling a bit restless from being cooped up indoors, he entrusted his work to Li Heng and stepped out with Zheng Han. Tan Lingyin waited on a bench at the school gate, and upon spotting the familiar license plate, she immediately stood and waved. Just then, Tan Yue and Li Lele emerged. Tan Yue's gait appeared unusual, her legs weak and unsteady, yet her back remained rigidly straight. The loose, billowing dress she wore fluttered in the breeze, subtly revealing her slightly rounded belly. Although the protrusion of her abdomen was not particularly pronounced, it appeared rather peculiar for a slender young girl. As the window of the Rolls-Royce rolled down, Hu Jingyan beckoned towards Tan Lingyin to enter the vehicle. Upon catching a glimpse of that longed-for handsome face, Tan Yue hurriedly dashed over to the car door. "You finally came to see me." Her face, alight with excitement, flushed as she gazed at Hu Jingyan with longing. Hu Jingyan's eyes darkened slightly, and he coldly commanded, "Step aside." Zheng Han promptly approached, placing himself in front of the car window. "Miss, my boss Hua is not familiar with you. Please let him pass." Undeterred, Tan Yue exclaimed, "Darling, it's me. Do you remember our moments in the dream?" Hu Jingyan's brow furrowed tightly. "Crazy woman, make her leave." Zheng Han reached out to push Tan Yue's shoulder, but she feigned a fall, crying out, "Oh, darling." He pushed me. However, the anticipated tumble did not occur. Instead, she found herself cradled in someone's arms. Tan Lingyin smiled as she wrapped her arms around her waist, pulling her aside and firmly setting her back on her feet. "Tan Yue, how old are you to be learning to play the victim? Steady yourself. I won to catch you a second time." Li Lele rushed over, supporting Tan Yue. "Tan Lingyin, you're bullying Yue again."
Tan Lingjin shrugged.
"I merely offered her a helping hand. You truly lack the art of flattery, and I can't be bothered to argue with you." Zheng Han had already opened the car door. "Miss Tan, please get in." Just as Tan Lingyin settled into her seat, Tan Yue charged over again. "Darling, it's me."
"How could you forget me?"
"I'm carrying your child." The window was promptly pressed up by Hu Jingyan, shutting out the clamor from outside. He turned to Tan Lingyin, his voice deep and serious. "I do not know her." Tan Lingyin nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Hu Jingyan pressed his lips together, perplexed as to why he felt the need to clarify. Outside the window, Tan Yue ceased her shouting. She certainly did not want the secret of her condition to be known to all. Seeing her quiet down, Zheng Han swiftly took the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, eager to escape any further entanglement with her. Li Lele tugged at Tan Yue's sleeve. "Yue, do you know that man? He is so handsome." Tan Yue glanced at her, her eyes dark with menace. "He is mine. You are not to covet him." "Of course," Li Lele nodded fervently.
"Bah."
"What do you mean yours? He clearly belongs to Tan Lingyin. Does she think everyone is blind or foolish? If it weren't for Tan Yue still being of some use, why would she continue to curry favor with her?" With that thought, Li Lele sweetly suggested, "Yue, after the college entrance examination, your father will surely host a banquet to celebrate your graduation, right? May I be invited?" Tan Yue relished the flattery, lazily replying, "Certainly. I will inform you then." Li Lele smiled, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. If she could seize it, she would no longer need to ingratiate herself with Tan Yue. Meanwhile, Tan Yue sank into contemplation. Perhaps she could approach that man through a different means. Chapter 38. Hu Jingyan, that rascal, has thrown her heart into disarray first thing in the morning. Upon returning to the villa, Tan Lingyin sprawled languidly on the sofa, exhaling a long breath. "Ah, finally. I don't have to see Tan Yue's face anymore." Hu Jingyan sat opposite her, his gaze sweeping over her disheveled collar, and he coughed lightly. "Ahem. Mind your image." Tan Lingyin quickly straightened up, grinning as she nestled beside him. "Mr. Hua, after the college entrance exams, will you take me to the capital? I wish to meet my biological parents soon." She leaned in close, and Hu Jingyan could catch a whiff of her fragrance. Her porcelain skin was flawless, and as she gazed at him with her long, curled lashes and sparkling eyes, she resembled a cunning little fox, yet exuded innocence. His gaze softened involuntarily. "All right, As you wish. Tan Lingyin beamed, her small fists playfully punching his shoulder. I'll also need Mr. Hua's help to inquire about them in the capital, otherwise. In such a vast sea of people, even with my skills in divination, I may not find them. Her sweet voice was tantalizingly close. And Hu Jingyan felt his ears growing warm. He replied in a deep voice, tinged with an unrecognized tenderness. Certainly. Mr. Hua, you truly are a good person. Tan Lingyin blinked, her rosy lips curving into a delightful smile. As Hu Jingyan observed her lips moving, his gaze gradually darkened. He swallowed hard and turned away. All right, you should focus on your studies.
Tan Lingyin pouted. Understood.
Hu Jingyan was generally quite amiable, except for his persistent admonitions about studying. Whenever he caught her playing on her phone, he would fix her with a serious gaze and say, the exams are approaching. You should concentrate on your studies. It was as if her failure to secure admission to a university in the capital would greatly affect him. However, she found his insistence rather endearing and had grown accustomed to it. The feeling of being cared for was undeniably blissful. Upon returning home, Tan Yue found her parents, Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun, sitting on the sofa, looking utterly despondent and sighing heavily, their silence palpable. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Tan Yue announced as she entered, the driver following closely behind with her belongings. Lu Yun looked at her, her eyes filled with sorrow and anguish, and sighed heavily. Tan Hongzheng frowned. Stop sighing. It's making me uneasy. Uneasy? Shouldn't you be? If you can't find Ming Chao, our Yue is doomed. Lu Yun's voice rose sharply as she berated him. Tan Hongzheng slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Do you think I want this? Who knew he would fail at both tasks and then run off with our money? Since that day, Tan Hongzheng had been unable to contact Ming Chao, who seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. All the connections in Nancheng that had once linked to him were now lost. Every night, both Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun felt an eerie chill in the villa, plagued by nightmares as soon as they fell asleep. Most distressing of all was Tan Yue. Not only had her condition not improved, but her abdomen was also growing larger, suggesting that the time of delivery was drawing near. Lu Yun, infuriated, hurled a pillow at him. It's all your fault. You're useless. Why couldn't you secure the master Xianqing from the capital? Useless? Tan Hongzheng shot up, grabbing Lu Yun by the collar. If it weren't for you giving birth to a stillborn daughter, would we be in this predicament because of her? If you had given birth to a healthy child, how could so much misfortune have befallen our family? Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare blame everything on Yue? Do you even deserve to be a father? Tan Hongzheng, now red with rage, slapped Lu Yun across the face. I am more than deserving. If it weren't for my desperate pleas, she would have died at 5. Surely, it was Ming Chao's failure to alter her fate that had led to her current plight, attracting all manner of misfortune not only upon herself, but also causing his financial troubles. Hearing this, Tan Yue was overwhelmed with despair, crying out and kneeling before Tan Hongzheng. Daddy, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. If you must punish someone, let it be me. My existence is a mistake. You might as well end my life. Her cries awakened the paternal instincts within Tan Hongzheng. He released Lu Yun and helped Tan Yue to her feet, his voice softening considerably. Yue, I was just angry earlier. Don't take my words to heart. I will certainly find a way to resolve your issues. Lu Yun, her face swollen, no longer cared to argue with Tan Hongzheng, pulling Tan Yue onto the sofa, her heart aching for her. It's all Mommy's fault for not protecting you properly. She reached out and gently caressed Tan Yu's belly, which was steadily growing larger day by day. Whatever was inside would inevitably make its presence known. A plan to conceal this fact was imperative, for it was absolutely essential that no one outside discovered her premarital pregnancy. Tan Hongzheng, feeling agitated, lit a cigarette and took several deep puffs. He gazed at Tan Yu for a moment before inquiring. You should refrain from going out for the time being. After the college entrance examination, I will arrange a gathering. At that time, you can choose whichever young gentleman you fancy, and I will escort you to his room. Tan Yu quickly interjected, Can I invite my classmates? Of course. Tan Hongzheng assumed she had her eyes set on a classmate, and since the boys at school generally came from well-off families, he thought it was acceptable. Tan Yu suppressed her excitement, quietly plotting her own scheme. On the day of the college entrance examination, Tan Lingyin rose early and performed a set of Tai Chi in the courtyard, feeling invigorated. Today marked the first turning point in her life after her change of fortune. Just as she was about to return to her room to take a shower, she saw Hu Jingyan running in from outside, clad in athletic attire. The fitted black t-shirt, damp with sweat, accentuated his muscular chest and well-defined abs. The muscles in his arms bulged, and faint veins appeared along his long limbs. Hu Jingyan took a bottle of mineral water from the bodyguard and tilted his head back to drink. Water droplets glided down his chin, tracing the movement of his Adam's apple before disappearing into his collar. Despite being drenched in sweat from his run, his brows and eyes retained their sharp, handsome allure, exuding an air of nobility. Tan Lingyin found herself captivated by the movement of his Adam's apple, unable to suppress a gulp. This guy was truly distracting her thoughts so early in the day. Just as she intended to turn away, Hu Jingyan glanced over at her. As he walked towards her, wiping the moisture from his neck, he greeted her with a simple, "Good morning." He approached her against the backdrop of the rising sun, enveloped in a golden glow, looking as though a celestial being had descended. Tan Lingyin felt her face flush and quickly turned to leave. Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow in confusion, observing her swift departure. What was going on? She didn't even offer him a proper greeting. Chapter 39. The Examination with a Secret. He had been restless all night, unable to sleep soundly due to her upcoming exam, and had risen early to go for a run. Typically, he would wait for Tan Lingyin to leave for school before working out on the treadmill. Hu Jingyan, puzzled, returned to his room to shower. Meanwhile, Tan Lingyin was in her room, taking a shower while reciting calming incantations. Just when she had finally managed to banish his face from her mind, she spotted him at the dining table. Hu Jingyan appeared different from usual. His hair had clearly been styled, and he wore a slightly more formal casual shirt. Tan Lingyin lowered her head to eat, noting that he had taken the time to dress up. One might mistakenly think it was he who was taking the exam today. After breakfast, Hu Jingyan said, "Let us go. I'll take you to the examination hall." "You're taking me?" Tan Lingyin blinked, rejecting the offer. "Perhaps it's best if you don't." Hu Jingyan's expression instantly turned cold as he retorted, "What? Can I take you?" "Of course you can. Let us go." Tan Lingyin, sensing his irritation, quickly agreed. After all, he was even more eager for her to succeed in her university entrance examination than she was. Throughout the journey, Tan Lingyin continued to silently recite her calming incantation. She had always believed herself to be immune to infatuation, yet Hu Jingyan's striking appearance made it exceedingly challenging to maintain that stance. Seeing her with her eyes closed and her lips moving, Hu Jingyan assumed she was reviewing some study points and chose not to disturb her. However, his gaze remained fixed upon her, and he was unaware that he had been staring at her the entire way. "We've arrived, Miss Tan," Zheng Han announced. Tan Lingyin suddenly opened her eyes, swiftly opened the car door, exited, and closed it in one fluid motion. Hu Jingyan observed her sprinting figure outside the window, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. "Zheng Han, do you think she seems a bit odd today?" Zheng Han glanced at the rearview mirror, puzzled. "Who seems odd?" Hu Jingyan sighed, closing his eyes in exasperation. "Never mind, let us head home." Once Tan Lingyin entered the examination hall, she turned back to see the Rolls-Royce driving away. She patted her chest, admonishing her racing heart to calm down. Following the map, she successfully located her classroom. She did not rush inside but instead stood at the door, waiting. Shortly thereafter, Tan Yu arrived, elegantly made up and dressed to impress, though her clothing remained loose. Upon seeing her, Tan Yu paused slightly before beaming at her with a smile. She appeared to be in good spirits. Tan Lingyin's lips curled into a faint smile, though there was no warmth in her eyes. Given the current circumstances, it was surprising that Tan Yu could still smile. Had the Tan family devised a solution? Tan Yu, aware that they were in the same examination hall, surprisingly did not display any hostility, but instead greeted her with a smile. "You look well too." Tan Lingyin's eyes flickered with suspicion as she discreetly scrutinized Tan Yu's expression. Finding nothing amiss, her gaze briefly scanned Tan Yu's belly, and the dormant fetus remained sealed within. Moreover, due to the sealing, its growth had slowed. Tan Yu, however, cheerfully remarked, "Actually, I've come to realize that we have wronged you. From now on, if you need help, my parents and I will be at your service." After saying this, she walked away, without any peculiar gestures. Tan Lingyin watched as Tan Yu entered the classroom after being checked. Fully aware that her sudden amiability was likely a ploy, she would not hesitate to take the initiative. After a moment, Tan Lingyin also went through the check and entered the classroom. As she passed by Tan Yu, she placed a hand on her shoulder and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "I'll trust you this once, but don't think of playing tricks." Tan Yu nodded with a smile. "Whether you believe me or not, I've come to terms with it and won't trouble you again."
Tan Lingyin chuckled softly,
Hoping it remained that way, she withdrew her hand from Tan Yu's shoulder, the spiritual mark in her palm having vanished. The first examination was Chinese, and upon receiving the paper, Tan Lingyin found that she could answer all the questions from memory. The answers effortlessly materialized in her mind. After writing her name and examination number, she swiftly began to tackle the questions. Time flew during the exam, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room, jolting all the focused examinees. Tan Lingyin turned towards the source of the commotion, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Tan Yu cried out in agony, "Help me, my stomach hurts so much." She collapsed to the floor, clutching her round belly and wailing in distress. In just half an hour, her belly had ballooned, rendering it completely unmanageable. The supervising teacher, startled, rushed over to her, concerned. "Student, why didn't you inform us that you were pregnant?" "Yes, it would have helped us prepare in advance," another female proctor added. "Don't spout nonsense. I am not pregnant." Tan Yu protested through gritted teeth, exerting all her strength to argue. The two proctors exchanged perplexed glances, both equally baffled. "Calm down. You are a pregnant woman now. You mustn't get agitated," one teacher gently reassured her, while the other had already gone to call for assistance. The other examinees were dumbfounded, never having encountered a pregnant woman taking the college entrance examination before. Only Tan Lingyin remained focused on her paper, showing no curiosity about the unfolding situation. Previously, Tan Lingyin had planned to wait until after the examination to visit the Tan family, intending to exploit the situation regarding the fetus to drain the Tan family's resources, ensuring they could never recover, and avenging the original owner. However, upon seeing Tan Yu's smiling face today, she surmised that the Tan family was undoubtedly plotting something again, prompting her to act sooner than planned. The spiritual talisman in her palm was the key to unsealing the fetus. The talisman slipped into Tan Yu's body, circulating within her, poised to successfully break the seal. The long-suppressed fetus, freed from its constraints, would undoubtedly swell and expand. Had it not been for the interference of that sinister force, the ghostly offspring would have grown to this size on its own. During this period of relative ease for Tan Yue, she should extend her gratitude to Tan Lingyin's seal. Tan Yue was carried out of the examination hall on a stretcher by medical personnel. The media waiting at the entrance immediately captured this shocking scene. Photos of the pregnant woman from various angles rapidly ascended the trending topics. The media scrambled to report on Tan Yue participating in the college entrance examination while pregnant, even proclaiming her as the most inspirational candidate. Yet for the Tan family, this was a bolt from the blue. That very day, Tan Yue was secretly taken home from the hospital, with Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yan not even showing their faces at the medical facility. At this moment, the Tan family's living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Tan Hongzheng, smoking a cigarette, with dark circles under his eyes, remarked, "It seems we must revise our previous plans." Lu Yun, appearing several years older, softly inquired, "How will we change them?" Chapter 40. Is it the sweetness of milk tea? Or hers? Tan Hongzheng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and coldly replied, "Recently, it has been rumored that the Lu family's young master has acquired a boyfriend, and they are quite troubled by it. We might as well take this opportunity to negotiate a business deal with the Lu family, suggesting that Ye marries into their family, claiming the child is the Lu young masteress. This scandal could transform into a delightful tale." Lu Yun's eyes widened in disappointment as she gazed at him. "You actually want to marry Ye off as a wife of convenience? I cannot agree to that." Tan Hongzheng furrowed his brow. "Then can you think of a better solution?" With her belly so pronounced, who would fall for it as a fool? She has only just been recognized back into the Tan family, and now there's all this chaos. The company's fortunes are declining because of her. Must we wait until the company is completely bankrupt before you're satisfied? Lu Yun, clutching the hem of her garment, pursed her lips in silence. Tan Hongzheng sat beside her, patting her hand. "If you can come to terms with this, we can have another child. If you truly cannot accept it, I will seek another woman to bear one." Lu Yun immediately looked up. "You dare? Have you forgotten who supported you through your most difficult times?" Tan Hongzheng smiled slightly. "It is precisely because I remember your kindness that I have not sought companionship elsewhere. However, this time, you must heed my counsel, otherwise no amount of kindness will suffice." His company was his lifeblood. Without it, those he had offended in Nancheng would surely seek to trample him, and he had no desire to become a pariah. Lu Yun remained silent for a long while but ultimately came to understand. Since Tan Yue's return to the Tan family, indeed, many strange occurrences had transpired. Lu Yun, a believer in metaphysics, now sincerely suspected that Tan Yue's misfortune had cursed the Tan family, leading to the company's financial decline. Very well. Once this matter is settled, we shall have another child. Tan Hongjing nodded in satisfaction, embracing her, though his eyes held no mirth. The following afternoon, throngs of media reporters surrounded the entrances of various examination halls, eagerly awaiting to interview the first student to emerge. Tan Lingyin strolled out leisurely, with over 20 minutes remaining before the exams concluded. After completing her answers and confirming their accuracy, she was the first to submit her paper.
Quick, quick.
The first student to submit early is coming out. Upon seeing Tan Lingyin's figure, the media immediately swarmed the entrance. Tan Lingyin, noticing their approach, smiled and waved. Her fair, unadorned face, paired with her charmingly delicate features, instantly captivated the aesthetic sensibilities of everyone present. Flashbulbs popped incessantly, with cameras trained on her. This student. Are you not concerned about your results after confidently submitting early? Did you submit early because you were unable to answer the questions? Or did you manage to answer all of them? Do you often submit papers early at school? A barrage of questions erupted, the cacophony nearly overwhelming Tan Lingyin's smile. This was her first encounter with so many cameras, and she hadn't anticipated the pressure of facing them head-on. Selecting a few questions she could comprehend, she replied, I was able to answer all the questions. I submitted my paper after checking it thoroughly. I submitted early because I have something to attend to, so please allow me to pass, thank you. The examination hall's security swiftly shielded her, facilitating her escape from the crowd. Once free, Tan Lingyin spotted the Rolls-Royce waiting by the roadside. Zheng Han promptly opened the door for her to step inside. Upon entering, she locked eyes with Hu Jingyan. What brings you here? Hu Jingyan offered her a cup of iced milk tea, sidestepping her question and instead asking, how did the exam go? Very smoothly. There's no doubt I'll get into Jingda. Tan Lingyin beamed as she accepted the milk tea from him. Thanks. You even thought to bring me a cold drink. Zheng Han interjected. This was personally procured by President Huo from the shop. I thought he had suddenly developed a taste for milk tea. But it turns out it was for Miss Tan. Tan Lingyin curiously inquired, Mr. Huo, have you ever tried milk tea? I haven tea. Hu Jingyan expressed little interest in such sweet indulgences, and he had heard they were unhealthy. The reason he went to buy it was simply because Tan Lingyin enjoyed it, often asking Zheng Han to drive her to get a cup after school. Today, on a whim, he thought of bringing her milk tea. Tan Lingyin promptly extended her cup. This flavor is quite delightful. Would you care to take a sip? Hu Jingyan's eyes darkened momentarily as he gazed at the straw. Noticing his hesitation, Tan Lingyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. With only one straw, perhaps it was best to let it go. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, he grasped her wrist. His hand, warm in contrast to her cooler skin, was especially heated, the warmth radiating against her. Hu Jingyan lowered his head, gently sipping from the straw. Tan Lingyin noticed his Adam's apple bob as she quickly asked, is it good? Hu Jingyan released her wrist, his tone flat, too sweet. Milk tea is meant to be sweet. It lifts the spirits, Tan Lingyin remarked, casually returning to her drink, pretending not to care as she took a sip. I simply adore sweet things. Her rosy lips pressed against the slender straw, and Hu Jingyan's gaze darkened further as he turned to look out the window. His Adam's apple moved swiftly, still tasting the lingering sweetness in his mouth. It was uncertain whether it was the sweetness of the milk tea or her sweetness that lingered. As they approached the villa, Hu Jingyan finally spoke. Now that exams are over, shall we indulge in something delightful tonight?
Certainly.
Where shall we go? Tan Lingyin felt it was indeed time to celebrate after the exams and was eager for a nice meal. It's on me. Now that she had come into some money, treating someone to a meal was a trivial matter. Are you certain? Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his deep, dark eyes scrutinizing her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tan Lingyin nodded vigorously. Of course. I have 10 million in your account. Feel free to spend. Then we shall dine at the most luxurious restaurant in Nanchung tonight, Hu Jingyan said, fingers crossed and resting on his lap. Watching her, with a composed demeanor, Tan Lingyin readily agreed, all right. Upon seeing photos of herself with a pronounced belly online and learning of her impending marriage to the Liu young master as a wife of convenience, Tan Yue nearly succumbed to rage. Her plans had unraveled completely. Liu Yan looked at her with concern. No one anticipated the ghostly offspring would grow so suddenly. Your mother is powerless, and your father deliberated long before arriving at the solution. Tonight is your engagement banquet with the Liu young master. I'll help you change your clothes and we'll head out shortly, all right? Tan Yue cast her eyes down at her phone, coldly stating, I understand. I will change myself. You may leave. Lu Yun, fearing to provoke her wrath, could only exit the room. Tan Yeyue swiftly tapped on her screen, rapidly composing and sending out 2 messages. Chapter 41. Come attend my engagement banquet. At the villa, Li Heng cheerfully showed his phone to Tan Lingyin. Miss Tan, look. You've been named the most beautiful examinee. Tan Lingyin leaned closer to see, instantly catching sight of the bold black title, Nanchung's most beautiful examinee. Submitting early, because she answered all the questions. What a sensational headline. She let out a soft click of her tongue, but indeed, the early submission of her exam paper was due to her proficiency in those questions. Li Heng browsed through the comments section and remarked, look, there are still people asking for your name, and numerous confessions, inquiring about which university you plan to apply to. Tan Lingyin cast a glance and chuckled lightly. No need to pay any mind. The buzz will fade in due time. This happens every year during the college entrance examination. The interviewed candidates always attract the attention of netizens. However, Li Heng suddenly interjected, no, wait. Someone is spreading rumors about you. He continued. They're saying you're involved with a wealthy benefactor and that you submitted your paper early to accompany an elderly patron. What nonsense. Tan Lingyin took the phone, fixating on that comment, where a flurry of replies questioned the veracity of the original post. She clicked on the commenter's profile and discovered a multitude of videos showcasing the scenery of her school. After a thorough investigation, she finally uncovered a clue. This was indeed Li Leilei's account. It was evident that Li Leilei's penchant for gossip was far from dormant. Li Heng declared, the audacity to spread such scandalous rumors. I will arrange for the comment to be deleted immediately, and I will also have this account banned. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. Surprised you have such power? Well, it's not my prowess. It's our CEO who has capabilities. Li Heng quickly praised his boss, turning to Hu Jingyan, CEO Hua. Would you like to assist Miss Tan in removing those comments? Hu Jingyan, seated across from them, was also perusing the video and felt a twinge of displeasure at the myriad declarations of affection in the comments. When Li Heng posed the question, he replied in a deep voice, yes, and take down that video as well. Tan Lingyin interjected quickly, no, leave it as evidence. I know who the rumormonger is. I will deal with her once my results are out. Hu Jingyan glanced at her, noticing her serious expression, and replied, very well. At that moment, Tan Lingyin received a message. Come to Shangyun restaurant for my engagement banquet. I have a secret to tell you. Image. The accompanying image was a plaque in a deep sandalwood hue, engraved with the 2 characters, Lingyin. The plaque appeared quite valuable, and the craftsmanship suggested an extraordinary talent behind the carving. With a number she did not recognize, Tan Lingyin was momentarily at a loss as to who it could be. At such a juncture, who would be getting engaged? She turned to Hu Jingyan, Mr. Hua, is the restaurant we are heading to Shangyun restaurant? Hu Jingyan nodded slightly, yes. But if you prefer not to go, we can choose another venue. Let us go there. I'm eager to uncover who it is, Tan Lingyin insisted. Hu Jingyan stood up, all right, I'll go change. His gaze swept over Tan Lingyin's t-shirt and jeans, and he said solemnly, you should change into a dress.
Why?
Are we dressing up for dinner?
Tan Lingyin questioned, puzzled.
Li Heng explained, Shangyun restaurant hosts evening banquets, thus there is a dress code. Gentlemen must wear suits while ladies should don elegant dresses. I bought several outfits for you that are suitable for such occasions. Just pick one.
Oh, Tan Lingyin replied.
Realizing the nuances of the affluent world, where even dining came with its own set of expectations, she returned to her room, rifling through her wardrobe, and finally selected a dress that was neither overly mature nor too form-fitting. Although she was 18, her figure was quite curvaceous, and the fitted gown indeed accentuated her beauty. However, since she was dining with Hu Jingyan, who was merely a business partner, wearing something overly alluring felt inappropriate. Standing before the mirror, Tan Lingyin arranged her long hair and adorned it with a pearl hairpin. The white dress fell just above her knees, revealing her elegantly long calves, tapering at the waist to elongate her legs without constricting her hips. The off-shoulder neckline allowed for a glimpse of her lovely shoulders and delicate collarbone, while her black hair cascaded slightly over her chest, gently obscuring her shapely figure. Grabbing a small bag to hang on her wrist, she stowed away her talismans and phone. Indeed, Hu Jingyan had been quite considerate towards her. The clothing, bags, and accessories must have cost a substantial amount. Treating him to a meal was hardly a significant gesture. As Tan Lingyin stepped out, Li Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, Miss Tan, you look stunning. Hu Jingyan turned around, and upon seeing her, his pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. At 18, she was in full bloom, the most vibrant flower of them all. Tan Lingyin gazed at Hu Jingyan, noting that he was clad in a suit and tie. With a physique like his, broad shoulders and a slim waist, he truly embodied the essence of attractiveness in formal attire. Master Su Qing, however, had not changed his clothes, still wearing his navy blue traditional attire. Noticing the prolonged gaze exchanged between the two, he urged,
What are you staring at?
"Let us get moving."
I am starving.
Tan Lingyin quickly stepped out. "Let us go." The car halted in front of Shangyun Restaurant, surrounded by luxury vehicles. After disembarking, the driver went to park the car while the bodyguards escorted Hu Jingyan and the two of them into the restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enormous promotional stand. The man depicted was unfamiliar to Tan Lingyin, but the woman was unmistakably recognizable.
Tanjame?
Tan Lingyin hurried over. Reading the words on the stand, engagement banquet, male party. Lu Xiaoyang, female party. Tan Yamei. Master Su Qing scoffed softly. She is bearing an illegitimate child and still dares to get engaged? Tan Lingyin's tone grew cold. She even texted me, inviting me to her engagement banquet, claiming she has a secret to share. I'm curious about what the Tan family is scheming. Su Qing advised, be cautious, lest that illegitimate child incites her to cause harm. With so many people around, it could lead to chaos. Tan Lingyin nodded, I understand. Let us eat first. I'll seek her out later. The stand displayed the number of the banquet hall for the engagement. She could easily inquire with a staff member to locate it. Shangyun Restaurant was vast, boasting 6 banquet halls of various sizes, not to mention the numerous private dining rooms. The private room Li Heng reserved was on the 3rd floor. As they ascended in the elevator, Tan Lingyin sensed a faint aura of malice. The engagement banquet was on the 2nd floor, indicating that Tan Yamei had indeed used this elevator. Once they entered the private room on the 3rd floor, Tan Lingyin instructed Hu Jingyan to order. Then took out her phone to message Tan Yamei, I've arrived. When shall we meet? In half an hour, come to room 318 on the 3rd floor. Tan Lingyin's gaze darkened slightly. It seemed Tan Yamei had something planned. She turned to Li Heng, Assistant Li. Could you investigate why the Lu family agreed to the engagement with the Tan family? Chapter 42. To ruin you. Li Heng nodded, promptly dialing a number. Soon he obtained the information. Miss Tan, I found out. Lu Xiaoyang was caught by the media with a boyfriend. And now the Lu family is engaging with the Tan family, planning to announce that Tan Yamei is pregnant with Lu Xiaoyang's child, which serves their interests perfectly. Tan Lingyin lightly tapped her fingertips on the phone case, a smirk gracing her lips, so that's the scheme. She was eager to see what Tan Yamei truly intended. At the dining table, Tan Lingyin indulged in the delectable dishes with great delight. The food was indeed exquisite, and given that she was treating them, it tasted even better. Glancing at her phone, she wiped her mouth with a napkin, stood, and declared, I'm going to find Tan Yamei. You all enjoy your meal.
Su Qing inquired.
Which private room? If you don't return soon, I'll have to come looking for you. Room 318 on the 3rd floor. No need to find me. Just keep Mr. Hu company, Tan Lingyin replied, grabbing her bag and departing the private room. Hu Jingyan suddenly lost his appetite, setting down his chopsticks and stating, Send 2 people to monitor the vicinity of room 318, just in case she encounters trouble.
Lien nudda, understood.
He stepped out and informed the bodyguard station nearby. And 2 tall bodyguards promptly made their way towards room 318. Tan Lingyin arrived at the entrance of box 318, her fingers swiftly calculating the situation at hand. Determining that there was no imminent danger, she gently knocked on the door, which opened immediately, releasing a faint, chilling aura. Tan Yue's face appeared in the crack of the door. Upon seeing Tan Lingyin, her eyes widened slightly, gradually transforming into a menacing glare as she gritted her teeth and said, Come in. The vixen has certainly dressed up even more beautifully. How enviable. After entering, Tan Lingyin deftly closed the door behind her. The room was saturated with the ominous energy emanating from Tan Yue, whose ghostly fetus perpetually radiated a sinister aura, simultaneously siphoning her vitality. Tan Lingyin took a seat opposite her, fixing her gaze on her noticeably pregnant belly, and inquired, What does the wooden plaque in the picture you sent me signify? Leaning back on the sofa, Tan Yue laughed unabashedly, raising a finger that dangled a wooden plaque. This is the one you're referring to. She waved it slightly, clutching it in her palm. But why should I tell you? And what about the secret you mentioned? A cold glint flickered in Tan Lingyin's eyes. You don't actually believe I would divulge that, do you?
Ha ha ha.
Tan Yue leaned back, cackling derisively, her lips curling in mockery. No wonder my parents took you in. You truly are both foolish and gullible. A frostiness enveloped Tan Lingyin's expression as her voice Cool as ice resonated. So, you summoned me here merely to toy with me? Of course, to bring you a fate worse than death. Tan Yue's voice suddenly turned shrill. At that moment, 3 burly men surged from the corner of the room, their lascivious gazes fixated on Tan Lingyin, their muscular forms intimidating. Tan Yue stood up, languidly stating, "She's all yours, have your fun. Just don't kill her." The 3 hulking figures immediately closed in, cornering Tan Lingyin against the sofa. As Tan Yue sauntered out, she whispered, "What a beautiful candidate for the exam. After today, she'll become the most debauched candidate." Tan Lingyin observed the advancing men, opened her bag, and uttered a spell softly.
Oh,
"What are you mumbling about? Surely, you're not praying for us to go easy on you? Sweetheart, you're quite stunning. I assure you, I will cherish you deeply." They reached out toward her. Grimy hands lunged at her chest while others attempted to lift her skirt. Tan Lingyin's eyes turned frosty as she calmly replied, "This is all yours, just don't kill her." A shadow erupted from the soul-nourishing talisman within her bag. The figure of a ghostly gem appeared, its face marred with sinister markings, hollow black eyes fixated on the 3 lecherous men. "Fear not, my master. I shall ensure they have a good time." Good heavens, a ghost. Help! The trio hurriedly dashed toward the exit. With merely a flick of her finger, the gem summoned them back, constricting their throats, rendering them voiceless. Tan Lingyin retrieved a heavy talisman from her bag, affixed it to the door, and recited an incantation before stepping outside. The door, imbued with immense weight, would not yield to anyone but her. Seeing Tan Lingyin emerge unscathed, the 2 bodyguards from the Hor family breathed a sigh of relief, having awaited her return since Tan Yue's departure. Following the lingering aura of darkness down the corridor, Tan Lingyin swiftly located Tan Yue on the 2nd floor. She was determined to seize the wooden plaque from Tan Yue's grasp. The engagement banquet unfolded in a grand hall bustling with guests, and her entrance drew little attention. Tan Yue was conversing with a man clad in a white suit, presumably Lu Xiaoyang. She clung to his arm, engaging with the attendees. From afar, Tan Lingyin scrutinized Lu Xiaoyang's features, detecting signs of indulgence in his gaze. Tan Yue was pregnant. With whom could he be indulging? Perhaps another man? Finding a corner, she concealed herself in the shadows, observing the male guests. Soon, she identified a young man. After Tan Yue departed from Lu Xiaoyang, he took a seat beside the young man, their eyes exchanging covert glances. While Tan Yue conversed with another familiar face, Li Lele dutifully poured a drink for Tan Yue, cheerfully commenting, "Yue, you shouldn't drink alcohol while pregnant. Better stick to fruit juice." Tan Yue smiled and raised her glass. "You've come at the right time. Later, I'll take you to see a grand spectacle." "Absolutely." Li Lele nodded eagerly, but her eyes betrayed a deep-seated jealousy. Watching Tan Yue down the glass of juice, a cold smirk crept upon her lips. Before long, Tan Yue began to feel dizzy, massaging her temples. "Why do I feel a bit lightheaded?" Li Lele quickly interjected, "Oh dear, it must be that you're exhausted. The various odors in the banquet hall are quite overwhelming. How about I help you downstairs for some fresh air?" Tan Yue, unsuspecting, agreed. "All right, a stroll would be nice. I don't want to remain here, anyway." This farcical engagement banquet, this fraudulent fiancé, disgusted her. Tan Lingyin watched as Li Lele assisted Tan Yue toward the exit, then scrutinized Li Lele's visage, her brow furrowing. She stealthily followed them, opting for the nearby staircase as they descended in the elevator. The restaurant boasted a rear garden accessible from the first-floor hall, but such venues were frequented by the affluent, rarely visited by those seeking leisure. Tan Lingyin observed as Li Lele led Tan Yue into the rear garden, hiding behind a faux rock. Once seated in the pavilion, Tan Yue leaned against a stone pillar and fell asleep. Li Lele sneered, raising her hand to slap Tan Yue across the face. "You wretch! Relying on your status as the Tan family heiress, you've always looked down on me, treating me like a dog. Tan Lingyin once ignored me, which I didn't mind, but you, with your ugly face and impoverished aura, really thought returning to the Tan family elevated you. Today, I shall ruin your reputation." Chapter 43. They've grown bored. Li Lele retrieved her phone, dialing a number, "Come to the rear garden pavilion." Then, she seized Tan Yue's phone, effortlessly unlocking it with her face, and began tapping on the screen. Footsteps echoed from afar, prompting Tan Lingyin to crouch down, concealing herself among the foliage. A sharply dressed man approached, his demeanor resembling that of a street thug despite his attire. Upon entering the pavilion and spotting the visibly pregnant woman, He bellowed at Li Lele. Did you seriously get me involved with this pregnant woman? Are you playing me? Li Lele, unafraid, lowered her voice. Do you even know who she is? She is the true heiress of the Tan family, Tan Yue. Then you didn't mention she was pregnant.
You deceived me.
The man seized Li Lele by the throat. If not, you could take her place. You're not bad-looking. Li Lele's face paled as she hastily responded, no, no. As long as you sleep with her, the Tan family will have no choice but to let you marry her. She's their only daughter. Soon, the entire Tan family will be yours. The man's malevolence diminished significantly as he released Li Lele, inquiring, whose child is in her womb? Li Lele quickly took 2 steps back. Who knows? As long as you claim it's yours, it is. The man scrutinized Tan Yue for a moment, snorting, all right. I've never tasted this flavor before. Let us give it a try. Li Lele eagerly stated, then you can start here. I'll bring people over shortly. And she will have no choice but to marry you. Fine, just hurry up and leave. The man waved his hand and settled beside Tan Yue. Li Lele clutched both phones and departed, oblivious to the fact that Tan Lingyin had witnessed everything. Once Li Lele had distanced herself, Tan Lingyin gazed at the two in the pavilion. She did not intervene. Tan Yue sought to harm her, only to be betrayed by Li Lele, truly a fitting consequence. As time trickled by, Tan Yue began to murmur softly. Tan Lingyin silently recited a calming mantra, concealing herself in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. After all, Tan Yue was with child, an ominous spirit at that, and it was night, a time when the malevolent entity could endanger this little rogue. It was then that she would intervene. As for Li Lele, she would not be arriving anytime soon. Damn it, what a fool. The man suddenly cursed, glancing down at her protruding belly. A wave of fear washing over him. How was a fool like her pregnant? Could she be afflicted with some grave illness? That wretched woman, Li Lele, dared to ensnare him. He attempted to pull up his trousers and flee, but Tan Yue ensnared his neck, refusing to let him go. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped them, and a swirl of black mist coalesced around Tan Yue's abdomen. The man was instantly paralyzed with fear, screaming, "What is that? What in the world is inside her?" He shoved Tan Yue away, disregarding whether she might fall and injure herself. Tan Yue had already lost consciousness, continuously whimpering and calling for a hug. A small, pitch-black hand emerged from her belly, reaching out towards the man. He turned to flee, but was grasped by the ankle, tumbling headlong to the ground. Just then, a golden talisman flew over, affixing itself to Tan Yue, eliciting a ghostly wail as the black hand retreated back within her. As the man scrambled to his feet, a small stone struck him on the head, sending him sprawling face first onto the floor. Tan Lingyin emerged from the shadows, grasping the man's ankle and dragging him to Tan Yue's side. She bit her finger, using her blood to redraw a seal on Tan Yue's belly, then removed the talisman attached to her. After feeling around, she discovered the wooden plaque that had fallen from her bag. Tan Lingyin tucked the plaque into her own bag, casting a glance at the two sprawled on the ground. Their positions were not intimate, and Tan Lingyin found it unsatisfactory. So she repositioned Tan Yue in the man's embrace before leaving, satisfied. This was not her concern. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Li Lele. Returning to the 3rd floor, she pushed open the door to box 318. Upon entering, she was greeted by an overwhelming aura of malice. 3 burly men lay on the floor, their faces ashen and lips devoid of color, ensnared by tendrils of dark energy, utterly immobile. Mo lay languidly on the sofa, her crimson nails manipulating the sinister energy, enveloping the men. Upon noticing Tan Lingyin's arrival, she looked up, her voice sweetly melodic. "Master, you have finally returned. I was growing weary of my playthings." Tan Lingyin reached over to check their breathing, relieved to find they were alive. "You did well. I'll reward you with a few hungry ghosts later." Mo beamed, her smile wide. "Oh, splendid." Tan Lingyin produced a soul-nourishing talisman. "Come, we must depart this place." Mo slipped into the talisman, which Tan Lingyin stowed in her bag. As she left, she tore down the powerful talisman on the door and closed it behind her. The 3rd floor was designated for high-profile clients, meticulously safeguarding their privacy. Hence, there were no cameras in the corridor, allowing Tan Yue to hide 3 men without fear. Upon reaching her own box, just as she was about to push the door, it swung open. Hu Jingyan emerged and nearly stepped on Tan Lingyin's foot. He sidestepped, but his balance faltered, causing him to stumble toward her. Tan Lingyin swiftly reached out to steady him, her slender arms wrapping around his back. "Mr. Hu, Be careful. Hu Jingyan's hand encircled her slender waist, his weight pressing against her as his face nestled in her hair, inhaling the fresh scent of jasmine. The one shoulder dress she wore allowed his lips to brush against her shoulder. For some reason, her shoulder felt cool to the touch, akin to exquisite jade, smooth and pleasantly chilling. He pressed his lips together, and her delicate shoulder instinctively recoiled. That tickles, Tan Lingyin could not help but exclaim. Hu Jingyan quickly regained his footing, a hint of embarrassment coloring his otherwise stern expression. I apologize. I was afraid of stepping on you. That's all right as long as you didn't fall, Tan Lingyin replied, gazing up at him. Where are you headed? To find you, Hu Jingyan said, his gaze evasive. He coughed lightly, raising a hand to cover his mouth. Since you're back, let's go inside and rest. He turned, his posture stiffening. Tan Lingyin noticed the flush on his earlobes and instinctively touched her own shoulder, recalling where he had just kissed. Concealing the shyness in her eyes, she stepped into the box. Xianqing immediately inquired, so, did that malevolent spirit cause any trouble? After settling down, Tan Lingyin replied, yes. I have sealed it. When the time is right, I shall confront the Tan family regarding this matter. Xianqing nodded. That is good. The time is drawing near. We should return home. Tan Lingyin, eager for the unfolding drama, responded, not yet. I wish to witness the spectacle. Chapter 44. Vixen. How dare you seduce my son? What spectacle? Xianqing asked, intrigued. Where will we watch it? You shall find out shortly, Tan Lingyin replied with a raised eyebrow, anticipating the show to commence soon. After snacking on some fruit in the box, a bodyguard entered, announcing, there has been an incident on the second floor. Tan Lingyin rose, exclaiming, let us go watch. On the second floor, a throng of people crowded the corridor, their whispered conversations creating a cacophony, with a faint, exotic fragrance wafting through the air. Tan Lingyin and Xianqing squeezed into the crowd, peering towards the source of the commotion. The door to an open box revealed a voice filled with rage. Shameless. Vixen. How dare you seduce my son? A woman struck out, her hand connecting sharply. Li Lele knelt naked beside the bed, drenched and shivering, her skin marred with discolored marks. She allowed the woman's tirade, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Annie, hitting me won't help. I'm a victim too. Madame Lu seethed. Do you want any semblance of decency? Even if you stripped bare, he wouldn't spare you a glance. What you've done, only you know. Li Lele defiantly raised her head. At this point, can you claim he did nothing? Madame Lu pointed at the bed. My son certainly did nothing. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at that little wretch. On the bed, Lu Xiaoyang blushed deeply, leisurely fastening his buttons, while beside him, a robust man was being restrained by two bodyguards, still engaged in some lewd act. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the man was yet to regain consciousness. Lu Xiaoyang, however, was fully aware. Mom, let me handle this. Son, let me speak, Madame Lu insisted. Li Lele panicked, realizing Lu Xiaoyang was indeed aware. Had he not just witnessed everything? The room's intoxicating scent was designed to ensnare any man's reason, leading to fragmented memories. Madame Lu surveyed the crowd gathered at the door, weighing her options. Either allow this vixen to entrap her or publicly disclose her son's affliction. Just as she was deliberating, Lu Xiaoyang spoke up. You are my fiancé's friend, Li Lele, correct? I can unequivocally assure you that the intoxicating scent in this room has no effect on me, as I lack that capability. Thus, when the drug took effect, he only experienced discomfort, yet did not lose his rationality. Li Lele stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible. How did you make Tan Yuyue pregnant?
Ha!
That child is not mine at all. Our engagement is merely a business arrangement, Lu Xiaoyang retorted, revealing his true feelings about being coerced into marrying such a disgraceful woman. Madame Lu could no longer prevent him, her face clouded with worry as she sighed deeply. With so many guests outside watching the spectacle, admitting that her son had done something to Li Lele would result in a breach of contract between the Lu and Tan families, leading to a hefty compensation.
For now,
she could only publicly announce her son's ailment. If the Tan family sought to blame someone, it would have to be directed at Li Lele. Among the onlookers, one guest remarked, I have indeed heard that young Master Lu has a preference for men, having been caught multiple times engaging in passionate embraces with men in a vehicle. It seems true. He would rather claim illness than be associated with this woman, likely a victim of deception. Was the one being held his boyfriend? Now presumably an ex-boyfriend.
Ah!
The laughter from outside reached Li Lele's ears, and she felt the sting of betrayal. Lu Xiaoyang favored men. No wonder when she clung to him during her drug-induced state, he had pushed her away, opting instead to embrace that man. Losing her sense of reason, she had randomly chosen someone to cling to. Damn it, why hadn't Tan Yue informed her of this? And that wretched Lu Xiaoyang. She had summoned him under the pretense of Tan Yue, and he had the audacity to bring another man, ruining her chance to enter the Lu family and losing her dignity in the process. Madame Lu declared, "I have made it clear. My son is ill, and we will not shoulder the blame. However, rest assured, the Lu family will not let you escape unscathed for your drugging." She turned to Lu Xiaoyang, "Son, we must go." Lu Xiaoyang, his pants still on, the buttons of his shirt torn open, glanced at the man with disappointment. Before Li Lele and him, this man had chosen Li Lele, a clear indication of his preference for women. All the promises made before were but empty words. Madame Lu pulled Lu Xiaoyang away, while the two bodyguards released the naked man. As Li Lele saw him rushing towards her, she hastily shouted towards the door, "This is all Tan Yue's scheme. She didn't want to marry you. If you don't believe me, check the back garden." No one paid her any heed, as the bodyguards closed the door behind them. The guests outside, unfamiliar with Li Lele, had little interest in the unfolding drama. Yet, Madame Lu heard Li Lele's words and immediately commanded, "Let us go to the back garden." The guests promptly followed her, eager to see what lay ahead. Tan Lingyin tugged at Xuanqing's sleeve. "Come. Let us change our vantage point and see the next act." A crowd rushed down to the back garden, and upon witnessing the two entangled in the pavilion, Madame Lu shouted, "Immediately notify Madame Tan. Wonderful news, the breach of contract is not solely my son's fault, but also involves the Tan family's daughter." Soon, Lu Yun and Tan Hongzheng arrived. Upon seeing Tan Yue in disarray beside a man who hadn't even pulled up his trousers, Lu Yun fainted on the spot. Tan Hongzheng, somewhat composed, quickly retorted, "Who dares to harm my daughter?" The attendees shared doubts, as the two lying motionless resembled victims of a setup. Xianqing whispered, "Could this possibly be your doing?" Tan Lingyin frowned. "Do I strike you as that type? This is all Li Lele's doing." It was a plot to snatch her best friend's fiancé. Xianqing, an adept internet sleuth, instantly pieced everything together. Tan Lingyin stated, "I've seen enough of this drama. Let's leave." She wished to avoid being implicated by Tan Hongzheng. Upon exiting the restaurant, a Rolls-Royce awaited by the roadside. Xianqing entered another vehicle, while Tan Lingyin settled beside Hu Jingyan, who, disliking crowds, had been waiting in the car. Once inside, Tan Lingyin leaned closer to him with a cheerful demeanor. "By the way, how much did our meal cost?" Chapter 45, Mr. Tan, Master Xianqing has arrived. Hu Jingyan handed her his phone to reveal the payment details. As Tan Lingyin leaned in to inspect, her eyes widened in astonishment. The meal had cost over 2 million. Were they dining on gold? She looked up at Hu Jingyan, her lovely fox-like eyes round with disbelief. They were seated close enough for him to discern her thick, distinct eyelashes. Her lips parted in surprise, her eyes brimming with incredulity. The fragrant air enveloped him like a delicate web, tightening around his breath. Hu Jingyan felt a slight heaviness in his chest, an uncontrollable dryness creeping in. He gently pressed his hand against her pale forehead, nudging her lightly. "You're too close." Tan Lingyin straightened, his lingering touch still palpable on her forehead. She rubbed the spot with her hand, her gaze returning to his phone, wondering if those dishes were indeed crafted from gold. Hu Jingyan explained in a calm tone, "Master Xianqing ordered a bottle of champagne costing 150,000. How outrageous." Tan Lingyin frowned, mentally noting her debt to Xianqing. Most vexingly, she hadn't even had a sip of that champagne. After returning to the villa, Tan Lingyin stumbled upon gossip about the Shangyun restaurant. A shocking revelation. Young Master Lu comes out during his engagement banquet. The Tan family's daughter clandestinely meets her lover in a pavilion. Furthermore, a passionate drama unfolds as a best friend attempts to steal her fiancé. The headlines were indeed sensational, captivating millions of curious netizens with just 3 lines. Accompanied by an array of images, the angles were clearly surreptitious. Despite the heavy pixelation, one could still discern the naked Li Lele on the ground, her face unblurred. Meanwhile, the images of Tan Yue and her companion in the pavilion were equally scandalous. The online community erupted in a frenzy. What an audacious way to gain notoriety. I suspect this engagement banquet was orchestrated to boost the Lu and Tan family stocks. Young Master Lu is quite handsome, but sadly, lacks substance. Whose child is Tan Yue carrying? Pregnant yet still reckless, how shameless. As Tan Lingyin scrolled, She noticed few comments criticizing Liu Xiaoyang. The majority were directed at Tan Yeyue. She set her phone down, reclining on her bed with arms outstretched, exhaling a long breath. Delightful. The next day, the instigator, Li Lele, was arrested for drug abuse. Furthermore, her slanderous remarks under Tan Lingyin's video had somehow resurfaced, exposing her as the source. Coupled with her disgraceful actions, no one believed her comments anymore. Instead, they inadvertently revived Tan Lingyin's popularity. Tan Lingyin merely commented under a visitor's account, unveiling Li Lele's identity. And the truth swiftly shattered the rumors of her being a gold digger. Li Hing gave her a thumbs up. Miss Tan, you're truly remarkable. You've mastered the internet. Tan Lingyin chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's not about my prowess. The public's eyes are keen. If Li Lele were a good person, no amount of comments would matter. Li Hung grinned. I thought Mr. Hu could assist Miss Tan, but it seems you resolved it on your own. Tan Lingyin glanced at Hu Jingyan, who remained engrossed in work, several folders piled on the desk. Her clear voice broke the silence. Mr. Hua, is staying in Nanching hindering your work? Hu Jingyan raised his eyes to meet hers briefly before returning to his papers. Not at all. Li Hung leaned closer to Tan Lingyin, whispering, several meetings in the capital require Mr. Hu's presence. He has declined them, incurring losses in the billions. Could it really be? A flicker of surprise crossed Tan Lingyin's gaze as she observed Hu Jingyan. The man sat upright, his elongated fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. His expression was impassive, thin lips pressed together, and his gaze fixated on the screen, emanating an aura of chilling aloofness that repelled any approach. Indeed, a man at work possesses an undeniable charm. Yet, Li Hung interjected, Miss Tan, do not let your thoughts wander too far. A few billion is mere pocket change for our President Hua. What truly matters is that we can evade calamity together with you. Li Hung, are you quite idle? Hu Jingyan's voice cut through as he tossed a notebook towards Li Hung. Come over here and take notes for the video conference. Li Hung hurried over. Yes, President Hua. I shall record diligently. Hu Jingyan turned his attention to Tan Lingyin, speaking in a grave tone. Do not heed his words. Your college entrance examination is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in comparison. Tan Lingyin met his gaze, sensing a flicker of unease beneath his composed facade. What could he possibly be anxious about? With a playful smile, she replied, Mr. Hua, I have already completed my examination. It is time to address matters in Nanchang before returning to Beijing with you. Hu Jingyan frowned slightly. I did not intend to rush you. With a cheerful demeanor, Tan Lingyin stood. It is I who is eager to return to Beijing. Please do not overthink it, Mr.
Hua.
After the events of last night and this morning, the Tan family was likely in a frenzy. It was time to collect on the interest. I will seek Master Xianqing to resolve the issue of the ghostly fetus at the Tan residence. Hu Jingyan chose not to accompany her, wishing to avoid the madwoman Tan Yeyue. Very well, let Zheng Han bring along a few more people. Tan Lingyin nodded and swiftly exited the living room. Beneath the shade of the courtyard trees, Master Xianqing reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool breeze. Master Xianqing, Tan Lingyin approached and gently shook the rocking chair. Startled, Xianqing tightened his grip on the armrests. You little girl, you nearly gave me a fright. With a bright smile, Tan Lingyin inquired, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Tan residence to address the matter of the ghostly fetus? Absolutely. Xuanqing's eyes lit up as he quickly rose to put on his cloth shoes. Shall we leave at once? Yes, Tan Lingyin replied, once he was ready. We will require your esteemed title to gain entry. I trust you won't mind? Xianqing adjusted his attire nonchalantly. Not at all. As long as we can resolve the ghostly issue. The two summoned Zheng Han and several bodyguards, setting off towards the Tan family estate. The Tan family had squandered a golden opportunity, their fortunes now in disarray. Tan Hongzheng appeared a decade older overnight, disheveled and unshaven. Lu Yun's hair was in disarray. Her eyes red-rimmed as she clutched Tan Yue's hand, tears streaming down her face. Tan Yue was in even worse shape, her complexion pale, lips darkened, lying immobile in bed. Her pregnancy weighing heavily upon her. She felt as though her life had reached its end. The social circles of Nanchang were already aware of her condition, with the child's father being maliciously rumored to be a ruffian. Even if she claimed to be carrying a ghostly fetus, her feeble denials would do little to quell the gossip. Perhaps the revelation of her ghostly pregnancy would only serve to further alienate the Tan family. In the quiet room, the sound of a servant echoed at the door. President Tan, Master Xianqing has arrived. Tan Hongjing's eyes widened in surprise. Is it the Master Xianqing from Xian Temple? I am not familiar, but he claims to be Master Xianqing. The servant, not understanding the significance, merely inquired if he should be let in. I shall personally invite him. Tan Hongjing immediately adjusted his attire and exited the room without a backward glance. Lu Yun tightened her grip on Tan Yue's hand, her tears drying as she exclaimed, Yue, you are saved. Once Master Xianqing resolves the ghostly fetus, I will clear your name online, ensuring no one can slander you further. Tan Yue managed a weak smile, her lips twitching as she murmured, what good will that do? My photo with that ruffian has circulated throughout Nancheng. Fear not. Mother will devise a solution. Lu Yun's eyes glinted with resolve. In Nancheng, dealing with a mere street thug was a trivial matter for the Tan family. Tan Hongjing reached the entrance and immediately recognized the elderly man clad in a navy blue tang suit. Master Xianqing, you have come personally. I am truly remiss for not having received you properly. Xianqing replied coolly, I observed the heavenly omens and discerned your family was in distress. That is why I have come. Had I known, I would have sent a vehicle to fetch you. Tan Hongjing smiled broadly, gesturing for him to enter. Please, do come inside. Xianqing nodded slightly and stepped inside. It was then that Tan Hongjing noticed Tan Lingyin following closely behind, and his brow furrowed. Lingyin, why are you here? She is accompanying me, Xianqing stated without looking back. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, confidently striding through the Tan family gates. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xianqing stared at the villa, shaking his head in disapproval. This does not bode well. What is amiss? I implore you, Master Xianqing, please provide guidance. I am willing to offer any reward to resolve the peculiarities in my household. Tan Hongjing bowed respectfully, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Xianqing furrowed his brow as he continued inward. I must first assess the situation before making any decisions. Tan Lingyin walked beside him, whispering, as expected of Master Xianqing, each word is steeped in profound mystery. Xianqing stroked his beard, a mischievous glint in his eye. Naturally, this is the game we play. Tan Hongjing observed the two exchanging whispers, harboring doubts about Xianqing's true identity. He retrieved his phone to confirm the previously saved images, verifying that it was indeed Master Xianqing. But how could Master Xianqing be associated with Tan Lingyin? When had she become acquainted with him? Upon entering the villa, Xianqing's expression grew more serious, declaring, a quintessential haunted house. The atmosphere is thick with malevolent spirits. Tan Hongjing was taken aback. What? It seems that old man Ming Chao has accomplished nothing. Tan Lingyin interjected, we can address these minor spirits later. Let us proceed upstairs. Lead the way. We must first resolve the issue of the ghostly fetus, Xianqing instructed, glancing at Tan Hongjing. Master Xianqing can actually discern the ghostly fetus? Tan Hongjing asked, astonished, as he climbed the stairs, his posture submissive. Xianqing replied, having seen your daughter's photograph, it became evident. Truly impressive, Master Xianqing. Tan Hongjing felt elated, thinking that they might finally resolve this matter. He envisioned holding a press conference to announce the peculiarities of their household, restoring Tan Yue's reputation and revitalizing the family business. Lu Yun heard footsteps and immediately rose to greet them. I have the honor of meeting Master Xianqing. She bowed her head slightly at the entrance, her demeanor humble. However, her gaze fell upon a pair of athletic shoes and long, slender legs, unmistakably belonging to a young woman. She quickly lifted her head, only to find herself face to face with Tan Lingyin. You wretched girl. What are you doing here? Tan Lingyin shrugged. Master Xianqing brought me along. Lu Yun glanced over to the side and, upon recognizing Xianqing's face, suppressed her anger, bowing her head once more. I have the honor of meeting Master Xianqing. Xianqing replied. Make way. Tan Hongjing shot a glance at Lu Yun, who reluctantly stepped aside. Xianqing and Tan Lingyin entered, approaching the bedside. Upon seeing Tan Lingyin, Tan Yue attempted to sit up, her voice hoarse and frantic. You vile creature. Get out. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with mirth. Master Xianqing. I believe her voice is quite robust, not indicative of someone in distress. Perhaps we should take our leave. Xianqing, having merely come to observe, understood that resolving the issue was Tan Lingyin's responsibility. Nodding in agreement, he said, Very well, I shall follow your lead. Tan Hongjing and Lu Yun exchanged bewildered glances, both shaking their heads in confusion. They did not comprehend why Master Xianqing would acquiesce to Tan Lingyin's words, yet they mutually refrained from voicing their questions. Tan Lingyin turned to leave, with Xianqing following suit.
Wait.
You cannot leave. Lu Yun pleaded, dropping to her knees in desperation. Master Xianqing, my daughter is under the control of a ghostly fetus. She has lost her senses. I beseech you, save her. Xianqing took a step back, pushing Tan Lingyin forward. Your pleas are futile. You must beseech her. Lu Yun's eyes brimmed with deep disdain as she gritted her teeth and remarked, what does Master Xianqing mean? Why must we seek her? This matter concerning the ghost fetus should be resolved by her. I shall merely observe from the sidelines. Xianqing chuckled. Thus, you ought to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. Lu Yun raised her gaze to Tan Lingyin, whose kneeling posture filled her with profound humiliation.
She?
Does she possess any mastery of mystical arts? Surely, Master Xianqing must be jesting. Tan Lingyin crossed her arms, gazing down imperiously at Lu Yun. One must not judge by appearances, just as I once failed to perceive that you were, in fact, cold-blooded murderers. What nonsense are you spouting?
Tanong Seng approached,
Yanking Lu Yun to her feet. Lingyin, we are your parents. What kind of parents would demand my life in exchange for Tan Yuyu's? Tan Lingyin's eyes turned icy as she spoke in a voice laced with frost. Wasn't I supposed to have died at the age of 5? Their expressions shifted instantaneously. Panic concealed in their eyes. Tan Hongzheng clenched his jaw. What utter nonsense. Are you not alive and well now? Had we not adopted you, would you have thrived? Now that you have aligned yourself with the affluent, you think you have grown wings? Lu Yun shrieked sharply from the side. Tan Lingyin cast a glance at the bed where Tan Yuyu lay. Indeed, providing me with an education and sustenance allowed me to grow. But I also bore the brunt of calamity for Tan Yuyu, did I not? If you wish for her survival, you must heed my words, otherwise, seek assistance elsewhere. Master Xianqing is present. How dare you act so brazenly? Lu Yun exclaimed, bowing repeatedly to Xianqing. Master Xianqing, I implore you to save my daughter. We shall pay any price you demand. Xianqing waved his hands dismissively. No, I shall heed her. If she wishes to save her, then she shall. If not, I shall not intervene. After all, the one lying there is a child destined for early death, having deceived the heavenly mechanisms to survive until now. She is indeed deserving of her fate. His words laid bare Tan Yuyu's doomed destiny, clearly indicating his reluctance to intervene. Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun grasped the situation. Tan Lingyin was aware that she had shielded Tan Yuyu from calamity, undoubtedly calculated by Master Xianqing. They were left wondering when such an acquaintance had formed. Lu Yun's fists clenched as she glared at Tan Lingyin's exquisite features, her internal rage nearly igniting. Tan Lingyin spoke calmly. So, have you made your decision? If you wish to save Tan Yuyu, you must agree to my conditions, otherwise, we shall depart immediately. What conditions?
Tanong Seng inquired.
Tan Lingyin produced a wooden plaque, presenting it before Tan Hongzheng and Lu Yun. This plaque belongs to me, does it not? Tan Hongzheng, caught off guard by the return of this item to Tan Lingyin, realized that she was well informed, thus he had no need to continue the charade. Indeed, it is yours. From where did you adopt me? Tan Lingyin sought to extract some clue from their words. From the Welfare Institute in Nancheng, Tan Hongzheng replied. Tan Lingyin refrained from inquiring why they had adopted her. It was evident that the malevolent force had discerned her potential to aid Tan Yuyu. At that time, the infant was still the original host, and any practitioner with decent skills could have foretold her fate. However, the body now housed Tan Lingyin, and anyone attempting to divine her fate would only ascertain that she had perished at the age of 5, unable to uncover the true essence of Tan Lingyin's destiny. Tan Lingyin posed another question. How old was I then? Tan Hongzheng furrowed his brows in recollection. You were just over 100 days old. Do you know why I was in the Welfare Institute? Why would I know why you were there? Lu Yun interjected. Surely, it was because your parents abandoned you. Upon realizing that no further information could be gleaned, Tan Lingyin shifted the conversation. Now, let us discuss another condition. I require you to liquidate the Tan family business and all assets, donating the proceeds to a charitable foundation. Tan Hongzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely not. Master Xianqing. We are leaving, he declared. Very well, Xianqing responded, and without hesitation, they moved toward the exit. Tan Hongzheng clenched his fists, resolutely refusing to glance back. Lu Yun, in a state of panic, shook his arm. Darling, what shall we do? Tan Hongzheng shook off her grasp, fixated on the pregnant Tan Yuyu. A flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. This daughter is better off discarded. By the way, I should remind you, Tan Lingyin's voice suddenly rang out. Tan Hongzheng turned to her. I shall not agree to your conditions. Suit yourself. I merely wish to warn you that the ghost fetus has already taken form. Even if you wish to eliminate Tan Yeyu, you cannot eradicate the ghost fetus. Tan Lingyin was acutely aware of Tan Hongjing's thoughts. He was a man who valued talent above all else, forsaking familial ties. Tan Lingyin spoke sternly. Once the ghost fetus emerges and discovers its mother has perished, it will surely cling to you, draining your vital energy, and you will not live long. Xianqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ghost fetus retains an attachment to its host. Thus, should the host perish, the ghost fetus will be unbound, ultimately endangering others, and you shall be the architects of your own doom. Tan Hongzheng felt a chill at the thought. He had heard that those tormented by spirits met grim fates, and the mere idea of being pursued by a ghost fetus sent shivers down his spine. Lingyin tugged at his sleeve. Darling, we must save Yaya. We cannot allow her to come to harm. Lingyan's maternal love for Tan Yeyu had waned. Her own life now took precedence. Tan Yeyu, lying on the bed, emitted a cold laugh. You are unworthy of being parents. When you felt I was a disgrace, you treated me as a tool for marriage. Now, fearing the ghost fetus within me, you feign concern to save me. How repugnant. Dea, how can you say such things? Mother loves you. Lingyin rushed to the bedside, grasping her daughter's hand tightly.
Tanong seng skoulit, ungrate fulgurech.
If we did not love you, how could we have enlisted Ming Chao to alter your fate? You truly do not know how to appreciate kindness. Because of you, our household is in chaos, and you still have the audacity to complain? You should have perished back then. We could have had another child without all this trouble. Tan Yeyu, provoked, screamed, Ah, you all deserve to die. You should all perish. After a couple of screams, she fainted, prompting Lingyin to hastily slap her face. Do not frighten your mother. Please wake up.
Yeah.
Tan Lingyin spoke gravely. Tonight, the ghost fetus will break forth. Tan Yeyu will not survive. Lingyin cried out to Tan Hongzheng, Darling, say something.
Tanong seng hesitatit.
Only to hear Xianqing sigh and shake his head. Lingyin, let us depart. We shall leave Nanqing tonight to avoid further complications. Very well, Tan Lingyin agreed.
Wait.
Tan Hongzheng reached for Tan Lingyin's arm, but she deftly evaded him. Xianqing frowned. Speak your mind, but do not resort to physicality. Tan Hongzheng begrudgingly said, Lingyin, I agree to your terms. However, you must guarantee the complete resolution of the ghost fetus. It cannot entangle me. Tan Lingyin nodded with satisfaction. I came here to eradicate the ghost fetus. Rest assured, it is destined for demise. Tan Hongzheng insisted. Then you and Master Xianqing should commence at once. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. Commence what? If you do not liquidate your assets and dissolve the company, I shall not intervene. Tan Hongzheng gritted his teeth, glaring at her. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. He hurried away, his demeanor dark and brooding. Tan Lingyin stepped outside, standing by the window as she made a phone call. Hello, could you do me a favor? I can offer compensation. A pleasant male voice resonated on the other end, deep and melodious. No need for compensation. Just tell me what you require. Tan Hongjing's company is to be dissolved and sold. I trust you can ascertain how much he has acquired, including the funds in his personal account. I wish to know all. Hu Jingyan, listening to the cool yet sweet voice emanating from the earpiece, replied gently, Very well. I shall assist you. A peal of joyous laughter escaped Tan Lingyin. Thank you, Mr. Hu. You truly are a wonderful person. A wonderful person? Hu Jingyan pondered the three characters, finding them rather unappealing. He cleared his throat and inquired, When will we investigate?
Now.
Today? He would attend to the company and the assets under his name. Understood. Tan Lingyin nodded before promptly hanging up the phone. Only after disconnecting did she realize that Hu Jingyan could not see her nod. She opened WeChat and sent him a sticker of a little bunny holding a heart, hopping and bowing towards the screen, which was quite adorable. Hu Jingyan, upon viewing the sticker, couldn't he help but smile faintly.
A cat avatar.
A rabbit emoji. It truly was a display of youthful whimsy. Li Heng handed over the meeting notes and casually asked, What is making you smile, Mr. Hu? Nothing. Hu Jingyan instantly masked his smile. He took the notebook and instructed Li Heng, You need to investigate the companies and assets under Tan Hongjing's name, noting down the amounts he has sold, and sending them to me. Tan Hongjing? Isn't he Miss Tan's adoptive father? Has his company gone bankrupt? Li Heng's questions came in rapid succession. Hu Jingyan raised his gaze, his expression turning somewhat frigid. Li Heng, have I been too lenient with you lately? Expect a month's deduction from your bonus. No, please don't, Li Heng exclaimed, rushing towards the exit. continuing to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, at the Tan residence, Tan Lingyin stood by the window, lost in thought. Lu Yun was diligently pouring tea for Master Xianqing. Master Xianqing, may I inquire how you came to know my foster daughter, the dead girl? Chapter 48. The owner of the house could no longer wait. Master Xianqing sat with an air of nonchalance, observing the tea she offered, yet showing no intention of accepting it. He had no desire to partake in the Tan family's tea, wary of its potential malevolence. Noticing his indifference, Lu Yun awkwardly set the tea on the table. Why do you ask such a question? Master Xianqing drawled lazily. Out of curiosity, Lu Yun replied with a forced smile. Master Xianqing closed his eyes. It's best to refrain from prying into affairs that do not concern you. Realizing he was unwilling to engage further, Lu Yun dejectedly retreated to Tan Yamei's room. In the evening, Tan Hongzheng returned, accompanied by several individuals. They scoured each room in the Tan residence before beginning to haul away items. What are they doing? Lu Yun inquired. Assessing their value, Tan Hongzheng sighed. In order to sell the house, we must first dispose of the household items. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun cast a furtive glare towards Tan Lingyin. A professionally dressed woman approached and cheerfully asked, I see the jade around your wife's neck and the bracelet on her wrist are of excellent quality. Are they for sale as well? Lu Yun hurriedly interjected. Not for sale. Simultaneously, another voice declared, sell them.
Tan Lingyin approached, her tone iyice.
All jewelry and valuables must be sold. Nothing is to be spared. Protectively, Lu Yun clutched her bracelet, glaring with fervor. On what grounds? This is my property. What is yours belongs to the Tan family, and the Tan family must sell it. Tan Lingyin replied coldly. Tan Hongzheng, unwilling to prolong the matter, swiftly ripped off Lu Yun's bracelet. All right, these items are of no use if we keep them. Lu Yun was stripped of all her jewelry, including the luxuries from Tan Yamei's room, leaving not a single item behind. The ordeal continued until darkness fell, with the group finally departing, laden with bags of luxury items and jewels. Tan Lingyin received a message from Hu Jingyan, containing a spreadsheet detailing Tan Hongzheng's earnings for the day, alongside his original account balance. After accounting for the recently sold luxury goods and jewelry, Tan Hongzheng's account approached 300 million. Tan Hongzheng located a donation channel on his phone, stating, I will donate a total of 200 million now. And what of the remaining 100 million? Planning for a resurgence? Tan Lingyin remarked languidly, opening the spreadsheet for him to see. Every transaction is documented here. Do you find it amusing to deceive me? Tan Hongzheng swallowed hard. How do you know? He had secretly opened an entertainment venue and had recently made a substantial profit, unbeknownst even to Lu Yun. How could this girl know? Tan Lingyin regarded him with a piercing gaze. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Just proceed with the donation. Taking a deep breath, Tan Hongzheng relented. Fine, I will donate. Satisfied, Tan Lingyin nodded as she observed his actions on the phone. Night has fallen. I must also begin my work. She entered Tan Yamei's room, where Tan Yamei remained in a state of unconsciousness. Tan Lingyin lifted the covers and noticed movement within her abdomen. My daughter, Lu Yun lamented.
Silence, Tan Lingyin commanded coldly.
Master Xianqing added, Master Xian's rituals require tranquility. Tan Lingyin retrieved several talismans from her bag, affixing them to the corners of Tan Yamei's bed, placing another on her forehead. She then began to chant and suddenly, the quiet room was filled with the cries of a child. Lu Yun, terrified, shrank into Tan Hongzheng's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Tan Yamei, who had been asleep, abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze dark and fixated on the ceiling, exclaiming, My child! My child! She reached for her abdomen, her sharp nails drawing blood from her skin. Freeze! Tan Lingyin commanded sharply, and immediately, Tan Yamei's hand ceased its movement. The sound of a wailing infant persisted as Tan Yamei's abdomen continued to ripple, something desperately attempting to emerge. Tan Lingyin concentrated her energy at her fingertips and forcefully pressed down on her belly. Little spirit, exit through the front door. As she spoke, she lifted one of Tan Yamei's legs, and a cloud of black mist surged out from between them. The moment the mist appeared, it attempted to flee but found itself trapped within the confines of the bed, unable to escape this space. Tan Lingyin unleashed a soul-destroying talisman and quietly commanded, Annihilate. The black mist fell onto the bed, transforming into a plump, white infant. Help me, mother. Mother, save me. The infant crawled towards Tan Yamei, but she had lost consciousness. The infant's face contorted in agony before unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. The piercing sound caused Lingyin and Tan Hongjing to bleed from their ears, their heads pounding painfully. A mass of black mist erupted from the infant's body and dissipated into smoke. The once plump infant morphed into a formless black mass, devoid of human shape. Tan Lingyin discarded the mass onto the floor and set it ablaze. With a crackling sound, the black substance ignited, reducing to ash within moments.
Is it resolved?
Master Xianqing inquired. Yes, but the other items within the house must also be dealt with to prevent any future hauntings, Tan Lingyin affirmed. Master Xianqing, puzzled, asked, how could it be so simple? That little spirit seemed quite powerful. Tan Lingyin beckoned him closer, whispering, I had already sealed it. Do you think I would allow it to linger within Tan Yume's womb? Master Xuanqing's realization dawned, and he regarded Tan Lingyin with renewed admiration. Who was her master to have trained such an exceptional disciple? Tan Lingyin removed the talisman from Tan Yume's forehead and pinched her philtrum. Hey, wake up! Tan Yume gasped sharply, letting out a scream. Ah! Her eyes widened in terror as she hurriedly felt her abdomen. My belly! She touched the now flat stomach, the skin loose and sagging. Tan Lingyin stepped back, addressing Lingyin and Tan Hongjing. Your daughter is fine now. I must attend to the remaining matters. She quickly exited the room, retrieving more soul-destroying talismans from her bag. The previous spirits, having absorbed her yang energy and imbued with her spiritual power, had become exceedingly formidable and required immediate elimination. Master Xianqing followed closely behind her, observing as she hurled the talismans, accompanied by the anguished cries of vanishing spirits. The other spirits in the house had also influenced the Tan family, prompting Tan Lingyin to directly employ the soul-extinguishing talismans. Once she had resolved the matter, she returned to Tan Yue's room and inquired, the situation has been addressed. You should move out now. Tan Hongjing frowned. What does this have to do with you? It does not concern me, but the owner of the house is likely quite impatient, Tan Lingyin replied, glancing out the window. Bright headlights illuminated the area as someone knocked on the tightly shut door. Chapter 49. Is Mr. Hua helping me vent my anger? Tan Hongjing immediately rose and approached the window. Who would visit at this hour? He was about to call for a servant to open the door when he suddenly thought, why not go down and see for himself? Tan Lingyin chuckled softly and turned to leave the room. At the entrance, Tan Hongjing opened the iron gate, and two men dressed in black stepped inside.
Miss Tan.
They greeted Tan Lingyin before shoving Tan Hongjing aside, instructing him not to block the way. The vehicle outside slowly entered, and the rear window gradually lowered. A man's refined visage was softened by the warm interior lights, his deep black eyes fixed on Tan Lingyin. Has it been resolved? Tan Lingyin nodded. You really didn't need to come. Moments ago, she had received a message stating that Hu Jingyan would soon arrive at the Tan residence. When she inquired about his purpose for coming, he simply replied, to come home. It was only then that she realized that the buyer of the Tan family's villa was Hu Jingyan. He stepped out of the car and stood beside her, looking at Tan Hongjing across the way. It's time to clear out the unwanted, as this is now my home. Tan Hongjing frowned and said, so, it was you who bought it. The sales contract specified that we could vacate in a few days. Li Heng interjected, Mr. Tan may have forgotten the latter part of that statement. We can move in at any time and have the right to evict you. Hu Jingyan's black eyes grew cold as he casually raised his hand, indicating for them to be removed. His deep voice, resonating in Tan Lingyin's ears, sounded like a celestial melody. Before long, Lingyin and Tan Yue were also dragged out. The three stood at the entrance of the Tan residence, without even a single bag, helplessly watching as the iron gate closed. Hu Jingyan looked up at the sky and murmured, what a pity it isn't raining tonight. Tan Lingyin also gazed upward. It will rain soon. After her words, a few raindrops began to fall from the sky. I was quite accurate, wasn't I? Hu Jingyan tilted his head, his fox-like eyes glimmering with mischief as they met her gaze. Her delicate face resembled a beautiful jasmine flower, pure and alluring, particularly to him. The familiar sensation of dryness in his throat returned, and his eyes darkened. His low voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Indeed, quite accurate. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow and playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, proudly declaring, of course, I am Tan Lingyin. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a chilling aura. Suddenly, she recalled that she had set up a 5 elements gathering array within the Tan residence, which she had protected with the talisman. Now that this place belonged to Hu Jingyan, she needed to dismantle the array quickly. She silently recited an incantation, channeling her mystical energy towards the ground. In an instant, a red light flared up, shooting towards her. Tan Lingyin grasped the protective talisman and crushed it forcefully. Looking up at the erase barrier above, she directed her energy, causing cracks to appear, which swiftly shattered into golden specks, disappearing into the night sky. Suddenly, her view was obscured by a black umbrella. She turned to meet Hu Jingyan's eyes. Mr. Hua. Hu Jingyan spoke in a deep voice. The rain has intensified. Listening to the patter of raindrops against the umbrella, Tan Lingyin recalled his earlier remark about the lack of rain. Mr. Hua, were you helping me vent my anger? She gazed at him intently. A flicker of something passed through Hu Jingyan's eyes as he defensively replied, venting anger? I do not comprehend what Miss Tan is referring to. Tan Lingyin regarded him skeptically. It rained the night I was expelled from my home, and you mentioned it was a pity it wasn't raining when you expelled them. Was that not an act of kindness on your part? What I meant was, on a rainy day, they would be more miserable. Hu Jingyan coughed lightly, turning his head away to avoid her gaze. Tan Lingyin rose on her toes, cupping his face with her hands. Mr. Hua, look at me. Hu Jingyan gripped the umbrella tightly, feeling the coolness of her fingertips on his cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Miss Tan, you were indeed helping me vent my anger, weren't you? Tan Lingyin persistently sought an answer. Her curiosity was insatiable, especially regarding someone as seemingly aloof as Hu Jingyan, who would assist her in such a way. Hu Jingyan felt warmth flooding through him, especially on the part of his face that she touched. The cool breeze and the sound of rain seemed to fade away. In that moment, all he could hear were his own heartbeat and breaths, along with the sweet fragrance emanating from the girl before him. He pressed his lips together, a single syllable escaping his throat. Yes. Tan Lingyin released her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. I knew it. Thank you. Hu Jingyan swallowed hard, lifting the umbrella as he moved toward the car. Let us return. Tan Lingyin hurriedly followed beside him, drawing closer to avoid the rain. Observing his profile, she noticed his ears were flushed, extending all the way down to his neck. She clenched her fingers, feeling the residual warmth of his cheek. He was actually shy. This revelation made her feel a bit bashful as well. Once they returned to the villa, Tan Lingyin and Hu Jingyan exited the car together, but as soon as they stepped out, Hu Jingyan closed his eyes and fainted. Tan Lingyin quickly supported him, urging, we need to get him inside. Master Xianqing promptly assisted her in carrying Hu Jingyan to the living room. This is bad, judging by Jingyan's complexion. The death tribulation has accelerated. Master Xianqing remarked solemnly after a moment of contemplation. Tan Lingyin noticed the deathly aura surrounding Hu Jingyan's face, clearly indicating that those who sought to usurp his fortune were eager to end his life. She focused her energy and gently tapped his brow, and Hu Jingyan awoke groggily. Master Xianqing frowned. This is his first time fainting. The death tribulation is truly approaching. Tan Lingyin replied calmly, do not worry. As long as I am here, he will not perish. Master Xianqing suggested, Lingyin, should we return to the capital tonight? Tan Lingyin glanced at Hu Jingyan and nodded. Indeed, we should return. Within Mr. Hua's living environment, it will be easier to uncover clues regarding the death tribulation. Their overnight return to the capital was not solely for Hu Jingyan. It was also for her own sake. She had calculated that her biological parents represented her second life-altering turning point. In the dark, rainy night, Tan Hongzheng and his family were drenched like drowned rats. Lingyin muttered in a low voice, that wretched little girl. How could she not even provide us with an umbrella? Tan Yayue walked vacantly, her hands constantly caressing her loose belly through her clothing. At such a young age, she already bore the marks of pregnancy. How could she ever find a boyfriend in the future? As she walked, tears began to stream down her face, mixing with the rainwater and creating a pitiful sight. Tan Hongzheng coldly stated, tomorrow, we will file for divorce. He had truly had enough of this mother-daughter pair and needed to rid himself of them as soon as possible. Lingyin screamed in desperation. You actually want to divorce me? Chapter 50. You are the first girl Mr. Hu brought home. Tan Hongzheng glared at her in disdain. Yes. First thing tomorrow morning. Lingyan's eyes reddened, unable to believe that the man she had gambled everything on in her youth was now seeking to abandon her. Tan Hongzheng was not a self-made man. She had married him with a substantial dowry, and after her family fell into decline, she had devoted her parents' inheritance to supporting his career, which finally began to flourish. Yet, despite not holding his company's bankruptcy against him, he now wanted a divorce?
Dream on.
I will absolutely not agree to a divorce. Lingyin had ample reason to suspect that Tan Hongzheng was secretly hoarding wealth, biding his time for a resurgence. Within that fortune lay her dowry, and he would not dare seek another woman. Tan Hongzheng, with a forceful slap, declared, "You shall go, whether you like it or not. My fortune has been utterly ruined by your cursed existence." "What fortune do you possess?" "It was solely my dowry that established our foundation." Lu Yun lunged at him, and they grappled fiercely. In the torrential downpour, the two fell to the ground, wrestling amidst the muddy rainwater. A chaotic struggle ensued. Tan Yue, witnessing the scene, shrieked in terror, "Please stop fighting. I beg you, cease this at once." At that moment, a wild dog appeared, rushing toward the two combatants. Tan Yue recoiled in fright, screaming loudly. Tan Hongzheng, startled, forcefully shoved Lu Yun away. The wild dog, initially drawn to the commotion, was suddenly struck by Lu Yun, causing it to snap its jaws in fright. Lu Yun, terrified, screamed in panic, flailing her arms at the dog. The wild dog lunged at her, biting her savagely, leaving her drenched in blood.
"Help me!
"Save me!" Lu Yun cried, unable to rise, reaching out to Tan Hongzheng in desperation. However, he dared not approach. Too accustomed to a life of ease, even running was a laborious task for his corpulent frame. Ultimately, it was Tan Yue who mustered her courage, picking up a stone and throwing it at the wild dog, which finally fled in fear. Blood mingled with rainwater, pooling beneath Lu Yun. Numerous bite wounds marred her body, particularly a grievous gash on her abdomen, from which blood flowed profusely. Due to her emaciated frame, the thin skin of her belly had been torn, exposing her intestines. "Save mommy," she weakly cried, her face marked with bloody bite impressions, a ghastly sight. Tan Yue hurriedly called for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Tan Hongzheng seized the opportunity to slip away, quickly vanishing into the curtain of rain. Lu Yun gazed at his disappearing figure, her eyes filled with anguish and despair. Tan Yue remained by her side, terrified and weeping. Unbeknownst to them, a far more harrowing torment awaited them in the future, one that would eclipse their current suffering 100-fold. The following day in the capital city. From the airport to the city, Tan Lingyin gazed out at the passing scenery. Truly, within this city of prime real estate, towering skyscrapers and exquisite shops abounded, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. The vehicle eventually arrived at the villa estate of Huijingyan, located in the city center. The ornate, intricately carved European-style gates swung open, revealing a long corridor adorned with wisteria blossoms. As she ventured inside, a magnificent musical fountain greeted her, flanked by finely manicured flower beds and lawns. Tan Lingyin found herself at a loss for words, unable to fathom the value of such an estate in the capital. Upon entering the villa, her eyes widened in astonishment. Even the simplest chairs and vases were antiques. It was in that moment that Tan Lingyin realized she could discern the age and authenticity of these items. She withdrew her reaching hand, fearful of damaging something she could not afford to replace. The housekeeper, Wang Ma, welcomed her with a warm smile, greeting Huizong with a hearty welcome home. Huijingyan nodded slightly, gesturing toward Tan Lingyin to prepare a room for her. Upon noticing Tan Lingyin, Wang Ma's eyes brightened, and she could not conceal her delight. "This young lady is truly lovely. You are the first girl Huizong has brought home." Tan Lingyin arched an eyebrow, glancing at Huijingyan, who frowned and quietly instructed, "Wang Ma, please show her to her room." Wang Ma immediately fell silent, smiling as she gestured, "This way, please, Mississippi." As they ascended in the elevator, Wang Ma inquired, "Everyone calls me Wang Ma, due to my age. May I ask how to address you, miss?" "I am Tan Lingyin." "You may call me Lingyin," she replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she took a liking to Wang Ma. Judging by her demeanor, Wang Ma was undoubtedly a good person, kind-hearted in her youth. She enjoyed a worry-free life in her old age, blessed with dutiful children. Wang Ma leaned closer, saying, "Miss Tan, you are indeed the first girl Huizong has brought home. You mustn't doubt it. Huizong has never brought a woman home before. Rumors abound that he prefers men." Tan Lingyin's curiosity was piqued. Could he genuinely favor men?
How could that be?
After all, he had brought her home. Wang Ma clicked her tongue, thinking the young lady seemed a bit naive, and quickly asked, "Miss Tan, how old are you?" "I just turned 18. Speaking of her age, Tan Lingyin felt a swell of pride. 18 was the perfect age for her to embark on her journey of cultivation and demon-slaying. Wang Ma's eyes widened in surprise. "Just an adult." "Huijingyan, how could you be courting someone so young?" Tan Lingyin, however, earnestly remarked, "Mr. Hua is only 25. That's hardly old."
Wing machakult.
Covering her mouth, "As long as you don't mind his age, that's what matters." Oh, dear, my tongue has slipped. To facilitate the budding relationship between Hu Jingyan and Tan Lingyin, Wang Ma thoughtfully arranged Tan Lingyin's room on the same floor as Hu Jingyan's. Little did she know, she was overestimating their intentions. Neither harbored such thoughts yet. After settling Tan Lingyin's room, her luggage was brought up, and Wang Ma kindly assisted in organizing it. Is this all you have? I'll measure your size shortly to buy you some new clothes. Observing the empty wardrobe, Wang Ma grumbled internally about Hu Jingyan's wealth, lamenting that he didn't buy more clothes for his girlfriend. Tan Lingyin agreed, recognizing that since she would be residing in the capital for an extended period and attending university, it was indeed time to acquire more attire. Moreover, she had funds now and could not neglect her own comfort. I'll leave my money with Mr. Hu. When the time comes, you can ask him to transfer it to you. Wang Ma furrowed her brow. You have all your money with him? Tan Lingyin blinked innocently yes. Wang Ma pursed her lips and sighed softly, understood. Miss Tan, please rest now, and see if the bed is comfortable. She hurried downstairs to the study, where Hu Jingyan was immersed in company affairs upon his return. Chapter 51. Here, take this card and use it. A knock echoed on the door, and Hu Jingyan replied coolly, come in. Wang Ma entered briskly, her expression serious. Huizong, I have something to discuss. Hu Jingyan looked up, wondering if she was uncomfortable. Wang Ma raised her chin, addressing him. Though you are my employer, you are also someone I have raised. I consider myself your elder, and there are things that need teaching. Hu Jingyan set down his pen, furrowing his brow in confusion at her grave demeanor. Since you have brought Miss Tan home, you ought to treat her well. Not only have you failed to buy her clothes, but you also let her keep all her money with you. Is it not rather unkind for the head of the Hu family to treat an 18-year-old girl so poorly?
Wang Ma sighed, Jingyan.
I understand you've been single for many years and may not know how to interact with young women, but I worry for you. I will go out and buy her some clothes and jewelry to cheer her up, but it must be at your expense. Hu Jingyan, bewildered but relieved to hear it was merely for clothing and jewelry, nodded. That's fine. Take this card. He retrieved a card from his drawer and handed it to her. Wang Ma accepted it with a smile, praising, now that's the spirit. Be generous with Miss Tan, and she will surely take a liking to you. She cheerfully departed, and as the door closed, Hu Jingyan finally realized the implications of Wang Ma's earlier remarks. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, this Wang Ma has misunderstood everything. Wang Ma, holding the card, ascended to the upper floor, beaming as she called out to Tan Lingyin. Miss Tan, come quickly to measure your size. I shall go out and get you some new clothes right away. Tan Lingyin was playfully adjusted by those around her, who remarked, there's no need to purchase anything too extravagant. It suffices to choose fabric that is comfortable to wear. Wang Ma gazed at her with affectionate eyes, asserting that there was no need to save money for him, as he had more than enough. With that, she took Tan Lingyin's measurements and departed. Tan Lingyin stared at her retreating figure, bewildered, blinking in confusion. Whom was she saving money for? Nevertheless, she had matters of importance to attend to in the capital. From her canvas crossbody bag, Tan Lingyin retrieved a sandalwood token bestowed upon her by Tan Yue. The token's edges were smooth, a testament to the care taken by its carver, with her name Lingyin elegantly inscribed in oracle bone script on one side, and an image of a swaddled infant on the other. After receiving the token, she had consulted it for divination, discovering that it was linked to her bloodline and bore an intimate connection to her. It was presumably a gift from her parents at her birth, worn since that moment until it was taken by Lu Yun and Tan Hongzheng after her adoption. The reason this token ended up with Tan Yue was also tied to a destiny-altering event. The presence of her personal item with Tan Yue served as a crucial element in obscuring the divine gaze. Now, in her quest to locate her biological parents, this sandalwood token was of paramount importance. Reflecting on this, Tan Lingyin sent a WeChat message to Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hu, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you. Come to the second floor. Grasping the sandalwood token, Tan Lingyin descended to the second floor. The area was lined with numerous cabinets and bookshelves, and upon entering, one might have mistaken it for a library. As she walked, she softly called out, Mr. Hu, in which room are you? Here. Hu Jingyan opened the door to find her gazing around, an unexpectedly endearing sight. Tan Lingyin trotted over, exclaiming, Mr. Hu, I have something to show you.
Come in.
Hu Jingyan stepped aside, and Tan Lingyin quickly sidled past him. A waft of jasmine fragrance brushed past Hu Jingyan's nostrils, quite enticing. Tan Lingyin surveyed the expansive study, marveling that it was larger than the living room of Tan Hongzheng's home. Her eyes roamed the room, Spotting a transparent display case filled with numerous trophies, certificates, and various technological trinkets, Hu Jingyan took a seat on the sofa, inquiring, "What is it?" Tan Lingyin eagerly settled beside him, turning slightly to lean in closer, and opened her palm to reveal the token. "This is it. It should have been left to me by my biological parents. Can you help me trace its origins?" Her delicate hand lay open before Hu Jingyan, slender fingers resembling finely sliced scallions, with neatly trimmed pink nails and a graceful wrist, the curve of her wrist bones strikingly beautiful. She was so close that her soft, cascading hair brushed against his suit, a sensation he had never experienced before. Hu Jingyan's fingers, resting on his lap, instinctively rubbed together as he reached out to take the sandalwood token from her palm. "Let me see." His fingertips grazed her skin, eliciting a faint tickle. Tan Lingyin quickly withdrew her hand, subtly clutching it. Being in such proximity, the subtle aura emanating from Hu Jingyan enveloped her, inducing a serene comfort that made her wish to sigh in contentment. After examining the token for some time, Hu Jingyan remarked, "This seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen this token before." "Really? Think quickly." Tan Lingyin exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she grasped his arm, her captivating fox-like eyes wide and sparkling with anticipation. Hu Jingyan lowered his gaze to her small hand before meeting her eyes again, the glimmering delight in her fox-like irises and the long, curled lashes reflecting her joy. He swallowed, addressing her, "Let us keep this here for now. I will have someone investigate it immediately." Tan Lingyin nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Mr. Hu. You are truly a wonderful person." The corners of Hu Jingyan's lips twitched, and he let out a low chuckle. "Once again, I've been labeled a good person." Tan Lingyin playfully patted his shoulder. "I appreciate your help, Mr. Hu. I shall return to my room now." Hu Jingyan nodded slightly, watching her turn to leave. The hem of her dress traced a graceful arc before his eyes, with her long, fair legs curving elegantly upward, followed by her delicately slender waist. He swallowed hard, his gaze becoming somewhat heated as he felt an impulsive urge to grasp her slender waist. Closing his eyes, he refocused on the sandalwood token in his hand and promptly snapped a photo with his phone. He sent the image to a friend on WeChat. "Image, please investigate which family in the capital this belongs to." After a lengthy silence with no response, Hu Jingyan decided to call instead. The sound of the ringing phone startled Rongyan, who was deep in slumber, jolting him awake. "Jingyan, you actually called me? This is quite the surprise." He recalled that Hu Jingyan despised making phone calls, especially video calls, and even his text messages were sparse. "Check WeChat." Hu Jingyan replied tersely before hanging up. Rongyan quickly opened WeChat and examined the image closely. "Isn't this the safety token carved for newborns by the old master of the Tan family?" Chapter 52. The Tan Residence. He promptly typed a response. "This is carved by the old master of the Tan family. What do you need to know?" Hu Jingyan, "Which old master of the Tan family?" Rongyan, "Which else could it be? The one residing right at the foot of the imperial city. The Tan family that has long-standing ties with ours." Hu Jingyan tightened his grip on his phone, recalling the Tan family with whom the Hu family had shared a close friendship. He had visited them a few times in his youth, but since studying abroad and returning to take over the Hu family, he had lost touch. He had heard, however, that the Tan family had encountered some difficulties in recent years, their status diminished. Yet, since they had not sought his assistance, he had refrained from involving himself in their affairs. Hu Jingyan felt it necessary to confirm further and typed, "Are you certain? This is crucial." The weight of his words indicated the significance of the matter. Rongyan quickly sent back a group photo. "Look at the child on the far left. Isn't the token around his neck the same as the one you have?" The image was a childhood group photo, featuring Hu Jingyan at the tender age of 7. The boy on the far left was Tan Mufeng, the eldest grandson of the Tan family. Though the photo was somewhat blurry, it was clear that the wooden token around his neck bore a striking resemblance to the one Tan Lingyin had shown him. Hu Jingyan felt the need to verify. He called Li Heng. "Li Heng, please find Tan Mufeng's contact information as soon as possible." Before long, Li Heng sent over a string of numbers. It had been ages since Hu Jingyan had last contacted Tan Mufeng. After all, that photo was the last group picture he had taken with his childhood friends before going abroad. Dialing Tan Mufeng's number, he let it ring several times before it was answered. A hoarse voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Mufeng, it's me, Hu Jingyan."
"Oh,
"It's the head of the Hu family. What brings you to call?" Tan Mufeng cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious. Hu Jingyan inquired, "I recall you have a sandalwood token that your grandfather gifted you, correct?" Could you add me on WeChat and send me a picture? Without questioning the reason, Tan Mufeng simply replied, all right. After a considerable wait, Hu Jingyan received a friend request on WeChat. Presumably, Tan Mufeng had also sought to verify his phone number before adding him. Upon acceptance, Tan Mufeng sent 2 images. One side of the sandalwood token bore the characters Mufeng, while the other depicted a swaddled infant. Hu Jingyan compared the images with the token in his hand and confirmed that they were indeed identical. Given Tan Lingyin's age, she must be the granddaughter of the Tan family, yet, if the Tan family had lost their granddaughter, why had there been no rumors? Tentatively, Hu Jingyan asked Mufeng, did your family lose a baby girl 18 years ago? Startled while drinking water, Tan Mufeng nearly choked. Tan Mufeng, how do you know this? That information has always been kept under wraps. Hu Jingyan, the wooden plaque should have been personally carved by your grandfather. I have encountered her. Tan Mufeng gazed intently at the image, his eyes immediately reddening upon seeing the 2 characters Lingyin inscribed on the plaque. The acidity in his nostrils was overwhelming, and tears flowed uncontrollably. His fingers trembling, he typed a message. I am returning to the country right now. You must keep her safe. Hu Jingyan, she is currently residing in my home. She cannot escape. Tan Mufeng, please, head of the Hu family, take her back to the Tan residence. I will book a flight home immediately. Hu Jingyan responded with a simple okay, his fingers caressing the sandalwood plaque, a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. What if it isn't her? She would undoubtedly be disappointed. He summonedly hung to organize the documents, and then descended the stairs. Before long, Tan Lingyin also appeared. She was adorned in a fitted white gown with a charming Peter Pan collar, her hair neatly styled and adorned with a pearl hairpin, looking far more elegant than usual. Mr. Hu, have you found my biological parents so soon? She exclaimed, dashing towards Hu Jingyan, her fox-like eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Hu Jingyan felt a twinge of nervousness under her gaze, averting his eyes as he replied, yes, but it's uncertain. We should go and take a look. He handed her the sandalwood plaque, which she promptly hung around her neck. Let us go quickly. I can hardly wait. Standing in the wide, stone-paved alley, Tan Lingyin beheld the imposing and dignified ancient gate, flanked by remarkably large stone lions. The vermilion door exuded a sense of antiquity, and as she tilted her head to read the plaque, she saw the words Tan Mansion inscribed in a dragon and phoenix style, emanating an imperial grandeur. She turned to Hu Jingyan with uncertainty. Mr. Hu, are you sure this is the place? Uncertain, Hu Jingyan replied curtly. As he approached to knock on the door, Tan Lingyin hastily grabbed the corner of his garment. Mr. Hu, perhaps you should reconsider? This family seems extraordinary. Simply standing there, she could feel the weight of history pressing upon her. The inhabitants within surely descended from nobility, possibly even royal lineage. When she calculated her biological parents' fortune, she found it rather mediocre. How could they possibly belong here? Hu Jingyan gazed down at her, softly reassuring, do not fear. I am here. Even if we have made a mistake, it is of no consequence. He raised his hand, saying, if you are scared, just hold my hand. His palm was broad and warm, his long fingers offering a sense of safety. Tan Lingyin inhaled deeply, placing her hand in his. Let us knock. To approach this family uninvited could lead to being labeled as opportunistic. She had aspirations to navigate the capital's social scene and wished to avoid making enemies. Hu Jingyan led her up the stone steps and gently rapped on the circular knocker on the grand door. A voice inquired from within. Who is it? Hu Jingyan replied in a deep tone, Her family, Hu Jingyan. Head of the Hu family, please quickly inform the old master. The head of the Hu family has arrived. Came a response from inside. Moments later, the door creaked open. A bodyguard clad in black bowed slightly to Hu Jingyan, saying, Head of the Hu family, please enter. Hu Jingyan nodded slightly, guiding Tan Lingyin over the threshold. Upon stepping inside, the first sight was a magnificent shadow wall adorned with lively carvings. The stone showing signs of wear, clearly the work of artisans from a century past. As they passed the wall, the view opened up to reveal an array of flowers and greenery lining the walls, leading to a floral archway, where 2 bodyguards stood watch. Crossing through the archway marked their official entrance into the Tan Mansion. After traversing 2 corridors and a door, they finally arrived at the main hall. Hu Jingyan led her inside, but upon noticing her grave expression, he leaned in and whispered, What's wrong? Are you still anxious? Chapter 53. Whose child is this? The warm breath brushing against her ear and his deep, melodious voice pulled Tan Lingyin back from her thoughts. She concealed her worry and softly replied, It's nothing. An elderly voice echoed, "Is that you, Xiaoyan?" Hua Jingyan swiftly turned, lowering his head slightly. "Grandfather Tan, it is I." The elder, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, entered. Placing a hand on Hua Jingyan's shoulder, "After so many years, you have become a dashing young man. You flatter me, Grandfather Tan." Taking his seat at the head of the table, the elder noticed the young girl beside him holding hands with Hua Jingyan and chuckled, "Is this a good omen? Bringing me a wedding invitation?" Hua Jingyan quickly released Tan Lingyin's hand, his expression turning awkward as he replied, "Grandfather Tan, you've misunderstood. She is actually grandfather." Tan Lingyin's voice suddenly interjected. The elder then took note of her face. It was strikingly similar to that of his daughter-in-law. His pupils constricted in disbelief. "You look so much like her. What did you just call me?" the elder asked, his voice trembling.
Tan Lingyin.
Having discerned from his features that this was indeed her grandfather, stepped forward and removed the sandalwood plaque from around her neck. Upon seeing the plaque, the elder was even more astonished. He took it with trembling hands, examining it closely. "This was carved by my own hand." Tears welled in his eyes as he scrutinized Tan Lingyin. "Child, you have suffered outside." Tan Lingyin smiled gently. "To see you, grandfather, all my past hardships seem trivial." The elder, filled with emotion, reached out. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you." Tan Lingyin took a few steps forward, and the elder grasped her hand. His gnarled hands, rough and calloused, tenderly patted the back of her hand as tears glistened in his eyes.
"Ah,
"You resemble your mother so much." Tan Lingyin inquired, "Where are my father and mother? I miss them dearly. I will call them right away." The elder pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed his son's number. "You must come back quickly. There's been an incident." After hanging up, Tan Lingyin couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you afraid of scaring them, grandfather?" The elder clicked his tongue. "This is the only way they will rush back to see me. Look at me, chatting away. Hurry and bring a chair over, so she can sit beside me." He then gestured to Hua Jingyan. "Xiaoyan, you sit as well." The butler quickly brought over a stool and placed it next to Tan Lingyin. She settled in beside her grandfather, who held her hand with reluctance to let go. After Hua Jingyan took his seat, the butler placed tea beside him. "Head of the Hua family, please enjoy." The elder then asked, "By the way, Xiaoyan, how did you find her?" "Ever since Lingyin went missing, we have not revealed any information and have been searching in secret." The Tan family held considerable esteem in the capital, owning vast wealth. Should news of a missing child leak, many would surely come forth claiming kinship. There was also the risk of unscrupulous individuals using the child as leverage against the Tan family, making it impossible to recover her. Hua Jingyan spoke in a hushed tone. "I had business in the southern city and happened upon her by chance. She needed my assistance with certain matters and later, she asked me to bring her to the capital to search for her family, which led us here." Tan Lingyin nodded in agreement. "Thanks to Mr. Hua. Had it not been for his help, I would not have been able to find grandfather so swiftly." The elder gazed at Hua Jingyan with gratitude. "Thank you so very much. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his face as he added softly, "Never mind. The current Tan family may not be able to help the Hua family anymore. I will prepare a generous gift to send to the Hua family, thanking you for helping me find my granddaughter." "Grandfather, you are too kind. Given the friendship between our families, there is no need for thanks." Hua Jingyan understood the current predicament of the Tan family and knew he had no right to accept any gifts, especially since he needed Tan Lingyin's assistance in resolving his own crisis. "That is out of the question," the elder insisted, unwilling to owe any favors. "This gratitude must be expressed." Hua Jingyan, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "There's truly no need." Tan Lingyin, eager to interject, gently shook the hand of her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, there's no need to offer him any gratitude. I assisted him, and in return he is helping me find my family. This is a matter between him and me, and you need not thank him." The elder Tan, perplexed by the intricacies of their exchange, nonetheless relished the sound of his granddaughter's voice, beaming with pride as he exclaimed, "Lingyin, you are truly remarkable, capable of assisting the head of the Hua family, more competent than even your grandfather." It is no wonder that the descendants of the Tan family continue to excel, each generation surpassing the last. Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, Tan Lingyin smiled shyly. Hua Jingyan observed her blushing visage, and his thin lips involuntarily curved into a faint smile. Tan Lingyin, glancing at her grandfather's gnarled hand, softly stated, "Grandpa, to establish kinship we should have a paternity test. Once my parents return, I will immediately accompany them to undergo the necessary testing. The elder Tan furrowed his brow, his heart aching as he replied, "There's no need. Your appearance alone suffices to prove you are their daughter. I couldn't bear for you to endure any discomfort from a needle prick. How painful that would be." His eyes brimmed with love and concern for her, stirring a wave of emotion within Tan Lingyin that almost brought her to tears. This was the essence of family, one that could not bear to see you suffer even the slightest hardship. Yet, she resolutely insisted, "No, I must have the paternity test. This way, everyone can feel at ease." Recognizing her thoughtfulness, the elder Tan declared, "Then I shall arrange for a doctor to come to the house immediately." The butler, who had been waiting nearby, promptly responded, "Old master, I will take care of that right away." Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a deep male voice calling,
"Dad, Dad."
Before even entering, Tan Yu's anxious voice penetrated the threshold. Behind him, Roan Wanshu hurried along in her high heels, exclaiming, "What on earth has happened?" Upon entering, the pair rushed toward the elder Tan. Tan Yu scrutinized him, asking, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Roan Wanshu, equally alarmed, inquired with a worried expression, "Is it an old injury acting up again?" The elder Tan chuckled, playfully responding, "I was merely jesting. I'm quite well, thank you."
"Dad."
"You nearly gave me a heart attack." Tan Yu sighed in exasperation. Roan Wanshu noticed that he was holding a small girl's hand and peered closely at the child. Her eyes widened in surprise as she leaned in to examine her, exclaiming, "This child looks just like you." The elder Tan, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Indeed. She is ours." Roan Wanshu grasped the soft, delicate hand, and an overwhelming sense of connection surged within her. "Ours?" The elder Tan continued, "Her name is Lingyin. She is your daughter." He handed over a wooden token, which Tan Yu quickly took. Examining the token, he looked between it and Tan Lingyin, confirming that it was indeed carved by his father's hand, and the resemblance was unmistakable. Roan Wanshu, her eyes glistening with tears, gently caressed Tan Lingyin's hand, asking, "How old are you, dear?" Tan Lingyin tightened her grip, replying, "Mom, I just turned 18. Perhaps a mother and daughter share an intrinsic bond." Upon seeing Roan Wanshu, Tan Lingyin felt a stirring within her heart. "What did you call me?" "I'm feeling a bit dizzy," Roan Wanshu stammered, struggling to maintain her composure. Tan Yu quickly steadied her, saying, "Dear, don't become too overwhelmed." Tan Lingyin rose to support her as well, affirming, "Mom, I am your daughter, Tan Lingyin." Roan Wanshu, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her tightly, sobbing, "My daughter, my precious daughter. It is all my fault for losing you, for allowing you to spend these 18 years lost to the world. I am so sorry." Her tears resonated with Tan Lingyin, who felt her own eyes welling up as she softly reassured, "Mom, please don't cry. We will always be together from now on." As the head of the Tan family, Tan Yu maintained a semblance of composure, though his eyes were misty. He gently patted Roan Wanshu's shoulder, saying, "My dear, let us not rush into accepting her just yet. I will investigate further before we proceed." Just then, the butler announced, "Director Liu from the hospital has arrived." Director Liu entered with a medical kit, taking in the emotional scene before him. He hesitantly interrupted, "Old master, who is to undergo the paternity test?" The elder Tan replied, "Everyone shall be tested." He was eager to see the report confirming his relationship with his granddaughter, which would bring him immense joy. Tan Lingyin delicately wiped away Roan Wanshu's tears, gently saying, "Mom, please stop crying. Let us wait for the paternity test results." Indeed, Lingyin is adamant about having the test done. She fears we might not accept her. The elder Tan seized the opportunity to praise her. Tan Yu regarded Tan Lingyin with newfound trust. After searching for 18 years, his daughter now stood before him, stirring his excitement. However, as the family patriarch, he could not afford to react like his father or weep like his wife. He needed to remain calm and ensure that his daughter received proper recognition from their ancestors. Director Liu collected blood samples from the 4 of them, carefully storing them in his medical kit. Roan Wanshu anxiously inquired, "When can we expect the results?" "Rest assured, madam. I will personally deliver them. The results will be available within an hour," Director Liu assured, noting their urgency. Tan Yu promptly instructed the butler, quickly arranged transportation to take Director Liu back to the hospital. As Director Liu departed, Tan Yu finally noticed another presence in the room. "Hu Jingyan, what brings you here?" he asked. Tan Lingyin explained, "Dad, Mr. He brought me here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found my way home."
"He found you?" Danjue exclaimed,
astonished as he turned to Hu Jingyan.
"How did you come to know about this?"
Just as Hu Jingyan was about to reiterate, Tan Lingyin interjected. Dad, let me explain. She recounted her encounter with Hu Jingyan in Nanjing, omitting the details of his impending peril, but mentioning that she had assisted him, and in exchange, he had brought her to Beijing to search for her family. After a long explanation, filled with half-truths, Rong Wanshu seized upon a singular detail, gasping, "What? You were hit by a car?" She anxiously scanned Tan Lingyin from side to side, asking, "Where are you hurt? We must go to the hospital immediately." The elder Tan struck his cane upon the ground, his voice grave. "You were cast out from your home? What is the meaning of this?" Tan Lingyin had merely mentioned her encounter with Hu Jingyan during a stormy night, not intending to reveal the hardships she faced in Nanjing.
Danjue.
His voice low and serious, queried, "Didn't they adopt you? Why were you expelled?" Reluctantly, Tan Lingyin began recounting her experiences, starting from when she was forced to take the fall for Tan Yeyue. After what felt like an eternity of speaking, and having consumed 2 cups of tea, she finally revealed how she had come to know Hu Jingyan. "This is outrageous." The elder Tan struck the floor with his cane, the sound echoing in the room. "They adopted you yet treated you poorly? Forcing you to bear the burdens for their daughter? I shall deal with them." His chest heaved with fury, prompting him to cough. Tan Yu quickly offered his support, his voice icy. "Father, do not agitate yourself. I will handle this matter and ensure that family regrets their actions." Meanwhile, Rong Wanshu was inconsolable, her tears flowing freely as she lamented, "My precious child, you have suffered so much." Just when Tan Lingyin believed her mother to be the only gentle soul in the family, she heard her sobbing. "We must send someone to Nanjing immediately and give them a taste of their own medicine." Tan Lingyin thought to herself, "Goodness, what a family of brutes." It seemed the entire household was inclined to resolve issues through violence. She glanced at Hu Jingyan, only to find him with an icy expression, thoughtfully caressing the jade ring on his right hand, deep in contemplation. She had long noticed that he had this habit when he was deep in thought, and his decisions often left Li Heng astounded. Calming them, her clear voice resonated in the tense atmosphere of the hall. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, you need not seek them out anymore. I have already dealt with them. Now, not only are they destitute, but they shall face a myriad of misfortunes, beset by ailments, living a life more agonizing than death itself." Old Master Tan caressed his dragon-headed cane and gasped, momentarily taken aback, "My dear granddaughter, are you a practitioner of the arcane arts?" Tan Lingyin nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. After being adopted, I was destined to perish at the tender age of 5, but by chance, I encountered my master, who helped me avert my impending doom and imparted to me the 5 arts of metaphysics. Regrettably, my master passed away prematurely, otherwise, he would have been overjoyed to see me reunite with my biological parents. However, my aptitude was rather poor, and it was only after I turned 18 that my spiritual bones awakened, allowing me to ascertain that I am not their biological child. Therefore, I do not mourn my expulsion from their home." Anticipating their inquiries, Tan Lingyin spoke candidly. Old Master Tan sighed. What a pity for such a remarkable individual. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had slipped by. Rong Wanshu glanced at her watch, wondering why Director Liu had yet to arrive. As she peered towards the entrance, the butler appeared, ushering in Director Liu in haste. Tan Yu quickly approached. "Director Liu, what are the results of the appraisal?" Director Liu handed over several documents with a smile. "Mr. Tan, please take a look for yourself." Chapter 55, Assessing the Family's Feng Shui. Tan Yu raised his hand only to find it clammy with sweat, hastily wiping it on his clothing before accepting the documents. His gaze swept over the pages, heading straight for the conclusion. According to the results of the DNA test, a biological relationship exists between Tan Lingyin and Tan Yu. Tan Yu's heart raced with excitement as he exclaimed, "It is true. She is my daughter." Rong Wanshu snatched the document to verify, and upon seeing that she and Tan Lingyin were confirmed as mother and daughter, tears streamed down her face. "The moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was my daughter." Old Master Tan extended his hand. "Let me see as well." He took the document and scrutinized it, bursting into hearty laughter. "Prepare immediately for a reunion banquet. Let Lingyin acknowledge her ancestors in the ancestral hall." Rong Wanshu added, "I must quickly inform Mufeng to return and meet his sister." A refined voice interjected, "Aunt, Mufeng has already purchased a plane ticket." "Did you inform Mufeng?" asked Rong Wanshu. The response was a nod. "Because Mufeng also possesses a piece of sandalwood with a nameplate," I inquired, and he confirmed its authenticity. Thus, I brought Miss Tan here. Rong Wanshu gazed at him with gratitude. "I never imagined that after all these years of searching, you would be the one to find our daughter." It seems that fate has indeed intertwined your paths. Her second statement was somewhat perplexing. Tan Lingyin, confused, asked, "What does my mother know about the connection between Mr. Hua and me?" Rong Wanshu chuckled softly, covering her mouth, but refrained from answering. "It's nothing. Merely some old tales." Tan Yu chimed in, "Indeed. Matters from over a decade ago hold little significance now." Old Master Tan rapped his dragon-headed cane, his aged voice taking on a grave tone. "If a pact was established, one should clarify any changes face-to-face rather than retracting it unceremoniously. How can you, as businessmen, not understand the principle of integrity?" Tan Yu immediately sobered, bowing his head. "Son shall remember this." Tan Lingyin, unable to comprehend their words, approached Hu Jingyan and whispered, "What do they mean?" Hu Jingyan shook his head. "I do not understand." Rong Wanshu observed them conversing, softly remarking, "They truly make a perfect match. Yet, it is unfortunate that the current Tan family cannot afford to aspire to the Hu family stature." Wiping away her tears, she beckoned to Tan Lingyin. "My dear, let me show you your room, which has been kept in pristine condition all these years, eagerly awaiting your return." Tan Lingyin replied, "There is no rush. I have something else to discuss." "What is it?" Old Master Tan regarded her kindly, as though he would grant her any request. Tan Lingyin's clear voice grew slightly somber, her striking fox-like eyes sharp with clarity. "As I walked through the door, I noticed that the feng shui of the residence has been altered, contributing to the Tan family's decline. Grandfather, have you sought a practitioner of the arcane arts to assess the feng shui?" Old Master Tan's expression grew grave. "If we speak of practitioners, there is indeed one. Master Xianqing from Ziyun Temple. Aside from him, no other practitioners have visited." Upon hearing this, Tan Lingyin turned to Hu Jingyan. "Mr. Hu, would it be convenient for you to summon Master Xianqing?" Hu Jingyan promptly produced his phone. "Certainly. I will have him come right away." Despite the Hu family's immense power, they could not summon Master Xianqing at will. However, Hu Jingyan, born under a royal destiny, could command his presence with a mere word. Practitioners have a duty to safeguard those who wield significant fortune, as such individuals contribute greatly to the world and bestow immeasurable merit upon the practitioners. By evening, Master Xianqing arrived. It was not his first visit to the Tan residence, and he was well acquainted with Old Master Tan. Upon entering, he greeted cheerfully, "Old Master, how is your health these days?" Old Master Tan returned the greeting with a smile. "Thank you for your concern. I am doing well." Noticing Tan Lingyin's presence, Master Xianqing observed the Tan family's countenance, instantly understanding the situation. "Jingyan, why have you suddenly summoned me to the Tan residence?" he asked, taking a seat beside Hu Jingyan and sipping tea. Hu Jingyan replied, "Miss Tan wishes to see you." Tan Lingyin fixed her gaze upon Master Xianqing, her tone serious as she inquired, "Have you assessed the feng shui here?" Master Xianqing nodded. "Indeed, but that was a decade ago. Since then, I have only come to share tea and play chess with the old master, without further assessments." Tan Lingyin sensed that Master Xianqing was not malicious, yet feared that he might have unwittingly altered elements of the residence due to insufficient expertise. She stated, "I request Master Xianqing to accompany me. There are alterations in the courtyard that require your attention." Master Xianqing promptly rose to follow her. Hu Jingyan also stood. "I shall accompany you." Old Master Tan urged, "Quickly help me up. We shall all go and see." Tan Yu and Rong Wanshu hurriedly assisted him as they exited. Tan Lingyin and Master Xianqing led the way, traversing from the front hall through the winding corridors to the front courtyard. Tan Lingyin stood beneath the eaves, pointing toward the dual dragon pond ahead. "Master Xianqing, do you discern anything unusual?" These two ponds were excavated in the shape of dragons, with their mouths facing each other, and an ancient water jar placed in the center, adorned with carvings of flowing waves. Water symbolizes wealth. The essence of the dual dragons playing in the water signifies the dual dragons drawing in wealth from the western 8 directions. Master Xianqing hurried down from the corridor, circling the two ponds and the central jar for inspection. Turning to Tan Lingyin, he queried, "Miss Tan, what exactly do you wish for me to observe? I have surveyed the area and noticed nothing amiss." Tan Lingyin shook her head in exasperation, realizing that this junior was indeed lacking in skill. She leaned against the railing and nimbly jumped into the courtyard. "Be careful, dear," Rong Wanshu exclaimed, fearing for her safety. Tan Lingyin turned back with a smile, raising her chin. "Do not worry. My agility is commendable." She approached Master Xianqing, looking down at the pond before them. "How can a master like you not see this?" The girl's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Master Xuanqing's ears warmed with embarrassment as he asked, "What precisely is amiss?" "I truly do not see it." Tan Lingyin pointed at one of the dragon-shaped ponds. "What do you see within this dragon's head?" As evening descended, all the lights in the courtyard illuminated the area brightly. Master Xuanqing bent down to examine the spot indicated by Tan Lingyin. Previously, he had overlooked this detail, but now, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock. Alas! The dragon's eye is missing. Who could commit such a heinous act? He hurried to the other dragon-shaped pond, astonished as he exclaimed, "But this dragon's eye remains intact. What could be the reason?" Chapter 56. Breaking the Deadlock. Hu Jingyan and the others gathered, gazing intently at the pond. Tan Lingyin spoke gravely. "With the eye missing, this dragon has lost its spirit and, consequently, its ability to attract wealth. The reason for retaining the eye of the other dragon is undoubtedly that this individual does not wish for the Tan family to plummet into the abyss overnight. If both dragons were to lose their eyes, it would transform into a disastrous financial predicament, resulting in the Tan family suffering substantial monetary losses, which would inevitably raise suspicions. The dual dragons frolicking in the water was originally a prosperous configuration, yet now, with only one dragon remaining, the influx of wealth would paradoxically dissipate, morphing it into a scenario of financial ruin. The adversary's intentions are clearly to lead the Tan family into a state of unknowing decline, a truly malevolent design." Xuanqing furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the elder Tan. "Old master, have you sought the assistance of any other practitioners?"
None.
"With your help, how could I possibly look for another?" The elder Tan replied with certainty. Xuanqing urged, "Hurry and find someone to place the dragon's eye back, restoring the formation." Tan Lingyin calmly interjected, "There is no need to rush. Let us continue observing." Leaving the front courtyard and passing through a moon gate, they entered another courtyard designated for the rest and meals of bodyguards and servants. This courtyard was adorned with trees, flowers, and potted plants. Approaching the largest ancient tree, Tan Lingyin reached out to caress its trunk. This ginkgo tree, approximately 500 years old, was shedding its leaves profusely despite the summer season. "Do you find this normal?" she inquired. The ground was strewn with tender green leaves, an oddity for summer. Xuanqing exclaimed, "It has dropped an entire floor of leaves. It is certainly abnormal. My Ziyun temple has a ginkgo tree that thrives splendidly." The elder Tan looked down at the fallen leaves, frowning as he remarked, "I thought it was merely due to its old age that it had lost its vigor. Is there truly something amiss?" This ginkgo tree was planted against a wall. Tan Lingyin circled the trunk, arriving at the base of the wall, and her gaze turned icy as she discerned the truth. Indeed, someone had engaged in sabotage. A slender vine had emerged from the ground, clinging tightly to the trunk of the ginkgo, exhibiting an inclination to climb higher. "How wicked! How utterly wicked!" Xuanqing exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Who planted this parasitic grass?" "What is this parasitic grass?" the elder Tan inquired, puzzled. Tan Lingyin elucidated, "It is cascuta, commonly known as blood-sucking grass, which parasitizes other plants' roots to siphon their nutrients. Such a thing must not be planted in one's home, especially not at the roots of a ginkgo tree, renowned as a money tree." She bent down to uproot the cascuta, discarding it onto the ground, her expression grave. This individual possesses a profound understanding of the family's feng shui and knows precisely how to disrupt it. Xuanqing's countenance darkened. "It is fortunate you discovered it in time, otherwise, over time, the Tan family would have faced utter extinction in the capital." "Tan Lingyin que mandid, fetch me a dagger." Tan Yu gestured to a nearby bodyguard, who promptly approached. "Bring me a dagger." "Yes." In a short while, the bodyguard presented the dagger. Tan Lingyin squatted beside the tree's roots, meticulously excavating the remnants of the cascuta's roots with the dagger. Rong Wanshu, concerned, cautioned, "Be careful not to injure yourself. Let me call a craftsman to assist." Tan Lingyin, focused, replied, "I do not trust others to handle it." The corner was dimly lit, making her task arduous and slow. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through, revealing the tall figure of a man approaching her. Tan Lingyin turned to see Hu Jingyan holding his phone, using the flashlight to illuminate her work. "Is this better?" Hu Jingyan leaned closer, his voice deep and gentle. The glow from the flashlight cast a soft halo around his face, rendering it somewhat indistinct, yet his deep, bright black eyes remained clear. Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Hua, much improved." Having finally extracted the roots of the cascuta, Tan Lingyin leaned against the tree to rise. As she turned, her foot caught on a clump of earth, causing her to stumble toward Hu Jingyan. In an instant, He wrapped his arms around her waist, cradling her securely. "It's all right now." His voice soothingly resonated in her ear, an exquisite sound. Tan Lingyin quickly regained her balance. "Thank you, Mr. Hua." The flashlight, still on, swept across her cheek, illuminating her fair complexion tinged with pink. His gaze darkened slightly, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "Miss Tan, you're being overly polite." The brief exchange did not go unnoticed by Tan Yu, who furrowed his brow. Something about the atmosphere between his recently returned daughter and the head of the Hua family fell off. Rong Wanshu, on the other hand, watched with widened eyes. Increasingly convinced of their compatibility, Tan Lingyin handed the roots of the Kaskuta and the dagger to the bodyguard, instructing, "Dispose of this, the farther, the better." The bodyguard nodded repeatedly, taking the items and swiftly leaving. Xianqing inquired, "Are there any other anomalies in the house?" Tan Lingyin's gaze darkened as she affirmed, "Yes. It lies upon the shadow wall at the entrance." The group hurried to the main entrance, where the bright lights illuminated the wall's relief carvings clearly. Xianqing scrutinized the wall repeatedly, yet he could discern nothing unusual. Sighing, he admitted, "Miss Tan, forgive my ignorance. I truly cannot see anything amiss." Tan Lingyin smirked slightly, saying, "I am aware you cannot see it. After all, your skills are lacking." Xianqing did not retort this time, acknowledging, "In matters of feng shui, I indeed lack proficiency." Tan Lingyin lightly clicked her tongue. "That statement is incorrect. As a practitioner, one cannot afford to neglect any aspect of the 5 arts of metaphysics. All must be studied and mastered." Xianqing sheepishly scratched his head, the words sounding familiar, reminiscent of his late master's teachings. He recalled his master's admonition that this was the ancestral guidance of the metaphysical sect, urging each generation of practitioners to avoid specialization. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, surprised that her earlier words had persisted through time, lamenting only that Xianqing had not heeded them. She reached out to trace the dragon and phoenix relief on the shadow wall, her delicate fingers gliding over the raised lines until they halted at the phoenix's eye. Where something was concealed, Xianqing leaned in closer, asking, "What is hidden?" Tan Lingyin's eyes turned cold as she forcefully pushed him away. "Stand back." Her right hand index and middle fingers aligned, gathering her energy to emit a golden light, while she swiftly recited a spell. The scene left the elder Tan and the others astonished. Xianqing's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time witnessing energy manifesting as golden light. He recalled his master's words, "Only one can make the energy tangible enough to emit golden light. The founder of our sect. Only the progenitor of the metaphysical lineage could achieve such a feat." This was a lesson ingrained in every disciple's heart. Xianqing's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. At this moment, Tan Lingyin was too preoccupied to regard him. She directed her fingers towards the eye of the relief phoenix. A piercing scream emanated from within the wall. Tan Lingyin's fingers pressed against the phoenix's eye, forcibly withdrawing a transparent shadow from within. Grasping the shadow with one hand, she concentrated her energy, her fingertips drawing a spiritual pattern in midair. Xianqing's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, drawing symbols in midair. Could it be the founder in person? Ordinary practitioners could only use their energy to combat malevolent spirits. Yet only the founder could solidify their energy and draw symbols in midair. Xianqing knelt, his gaze filled with reverence for Tan Lingyin. He finally understood why she was confident in her ability to resolve Hua Jingyan's dire predicament, because she was the founder of their sect. Tan Lingyin inscribed the spiritual pattern upon the shadow, which instantly took form. The apparition of a small malevolent spirit emerged, its grotesque visage adorned with sharp white fangs and crimson eyes brimming with malice and cunning, a far cry from any semblance of humanity. "Oh my heavens!" Rong Wanshu gasped, stepping back in fright, seeking refuge behind the elder Tan. The venerable Master Tan remained composed, his voice resonating with authority as he remarked, "This shadow wall embodies the auspicious union of dragon and phoenix, capable of warding off malevolent spirits. How could a mischievous ghost possibly be concealed within?" Tan Lingyin, grasping the small ghost firmly, coldly inquired, "That depends on whether it chooses to speak. Now tell me, who placed you here?" With force, she hurled it to the ground, causing the little ghost to wail in agony. This ghost was not an ordinary wandering spirit, but rather a starving ghost, once ensnared in the realm of the starving. Such spirits are perpetually tormented by hunger, compelled to consume incessantly, yet whatever they ingest transforms into flames and blades, inflicting unending suffering upon them. The ghost before them was a minor wealth-seeking spirit, notorious for its insatiable greed, particularly for gold and riches. Concealed behind the shadow wall at the entrance of the Tan residence, it would inevitably devour the family's wealth, leaving nothing in its wake. The minor wealth-seeking spirit trembled in fear, yet remained obstinately silent. Tan Lingyin's gaze turned icy as she concentrated her mystical energy, directing it toward the spirit's brow. "Will you speak?" With a piteous cry, the little ghost immediately fell to its knees, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I was deceived into coming here under the pretense of being led to a place of offerings, ensuring my future prosperity. It was only then that I followed him here." Tan Lingyin regarded it with a frosty expression. "And who is this individual? I only know that he resided here for a time before vanishing." The minor wealth-seeking spirit's voice grew increasingly indignant. "When I first arrived, I expressed my unwillingness to extort the hard-earned money of others. He promised to take me away once his affairs were concluded, yet he departed secretly, leaving me behind." Tan Lingyin seized upon the crucial detail in its words. Had this spirit actually resided here for a period? She turned to Tan Yu. "Father, please investigate the household guards and servants immediately to ascertain if anyone has resigned during this time." Tan Yu nodded and promptly departed with the steward. "Exalted One, may I be released now?" "Indeed," Tan Lingyin replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. She then retrieved a soul-nourishing talisman from her bag. "Mineo, come forth and replenish your strength." Mineo emerged from the talisman, a powerful aura of ghostly energy causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Upon seeing her, the minor wealth-seeking spirit screamed in terror, "A ghost cultivator. 500 years of cultivation." Although it was a starving ghost, it had only recently entered this realm and possessed no cultivation itself. Otherwise, it would not have been deceived into this predicament. Mineo extended a hand, and a tendril of dark energy ensnared the minor wealth-seeking spirit, binding it tightly. The dense black mist enveloped it, transforming it into a dark cocoon. "Master, I shall take it back for a meal," Mineo acknowledged with a slight nod to Tan Lingyin, clutching the dark cocoon and retreating into the soul-nourishing talisman. Inside the talisman was a small space where Mineo could recuperate and, of course, consume sustenance. Once Mineo departed, the surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal. Romancenovel, supporting the venerable Master Tan, softly inquired, "Inin, from what I gathered, the little ghost is innocent. Why did you not release it? Is it not said that ghosts possess both good and evil?" Tan Lingyin smiled gently. "Mother, this little ghost is known as a minor wealth-seeking spirit, deeply enamored with riches. While it was indeed deceived into coming here, after that person left, it had the option to depart on its own. Unfortunately, it chose not to leave. Thus it is not as innocent as it claims. Moreover, the minor wealth-seeking spirit, wandering among the living, inevitably siphons off their fortune. By capturing it, I have performed a deed of merit." Romancenovel, being astute, promptly nodded, "I see. Dear granddaughter, who was the female ghost that emerged earlier?" the venerable Master Tan inquired. Puzzled, Tan Lingyin elucidated, "She is my ghostly servant. I promise to assist her in fulfilling her wish and guide her to reincarnation. Rest assured, she is a benevolent spirit." The venerable Master Tan nodded, his gaze shifting to Xianqing. "Master Xianqing, why do you remain kneeling?" Xianqing, thinking it was finally his turn to speak, was about to respond when Tan Lingyin's mere glance interrupted him. "Master Xianqing, please rise and speak," Tan Lingyin encouraged, raising her hand with a smile. Xianqing immediately stood, leaning against the nearby shadow wall, and said, I just had a cramp in my leg. It's nothing." He regarded Tan Lingyin with utmost respect. "Master Tan, are there any other issues in the house?" Tan Lingyin shook her head. "No. We merely need to fill the dragon's eye. However, the dragon's eye is challenging to procure. It must be an ancient stone over 500 years old." Xianqing swiftly responded, "That is easily managed. There are numerous ancient stones atop the mountain where I reside. I shall go retrieve one at once." Tan Lingyin, aware of his desire to showcase his abilities, nodded. "Very well, I shall await your return." The venerable Master Tan interjected, "It is already dark. It can wait until tomorrow." A day's delay is not detrimental, after all. The Tan family had already suffered losses amounting to billions during this period, leaving him somewhat numb to the situation. Xianqing, however, firmly asserted, "That will not do. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, it is our duty to alleviate troubles. We cannot afford to delay even for an hour. Would you not agree, Master Tan?" Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "The sooner you go, the sooner you return." Gaining her smile, Xianqing swiftly exited the Tan residence. The group returned to the main hall, awaiting Xuanqing's return with the stone. Tam Lingyin reclined in her chair, closing her eyes to conceal her weariness, allowing herself to rest. The recent act of inscribing talismans had indeed drained her internal mystical energy, and her body remained too frail. If she could spend extended periods with Hu Jingyan, perhaps her health might improve. Noticing her in repose, the others refrained from disturbing her. Rong Wanshu went to the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare dinner for when Master Xianqing returned. Meanwhile, Tan Yu, along with the steward, had uncovered information about the individual who had abruptly resigned. Returning to the main hall with a person's dossier and photograph, Tan Yu announced, "Lingyin, we have identified that individual." Tam Lingyin immediately opened her eyes and reached for the materials he presented. As she perused the information and the accompanying photograph, her brow furrowed deeper. The individual in question was a young man in his 20s who had served as a bodyguard in the Tan residence for over 3 months, yet had never been tasked with the personal protection of the Tan family, only ensuring the security of the estate. Thus, he had gone unnoticed, and his sudden resignation had drawn little attention due to his lack of a significant role. Her voice, cold and laced with a hint of frost, articulated her thoughts. From his appearance, it is evident he lacks the mystical bone and possesses no understanding of the 5 arts of metaphysics. He was merely a hired hand. The true mastermind lies elsewhere. Tam Lingyin pointed to his home address. "Send someone to investigate his residence. If he has moved, we shall consider it a lost cause. If he had indeed departed, he likely left the capital long ago. Dispatching more individuals to locate him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, a waste of manpower."
Tan Jue nodded solemnly.
"I shall arrange for someone to search his home at once." Approximately 2 hours later, Xianqing returned, flanked by several bodyguards who were laboriously transporting a heavy crate containing a large stone. Tam Lingyin hurriedly made her way from the main hall to the front courtyard, standing beside the dragon-shaped water feature. Watching the bodyguards carefully place the stone into the pool, she finally felt at ease. She gazed at the revived dragon, then at the water basin at its center, her heart soaring with joy. The auspicious arrangement of the twin dragons frolicking in water had been restored. Xianqing approached, whispering, "The matter has been resolved. May I have a moment to speak with you?" "Certainly." Tam Lingyin surmised what he wished to discuss. The two retreated behind a rockery, completely shielded from view. Xianqing tentatively asked, "Elder Ancestor, is it truly you?" Tam Lingyin cast him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Are you still hesitant to confirm, little Xianqing?" Upon hearing this, Xianqing promptly knelt, proclaiming, "I, Xianqing, the 59th descendant of the Mystic Sect, pay my respects to the Elder Ancestor." Tam Lingyin bent down to assist him, saying, "It's fine, I am only 18 years old now, and I am your junior. There is no need for you to bow to me. Ancestor, you are experiencing reincarnation. Have you not forgotten completely?" Xianqing pointed to his own temple. Tam Lingyin offered no further explanation but chuckled softly, "I am not an ordinary person. Some things I can remember, even after forgetting. In other words, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged." Xianqing did not press further, but gazed at her eagerly. "Ancestor, I have an ungracious request. Speak freely. We are all family here." Tam Lingyin replied with a radiant smile, eager to hear his thoughts. "I wish to take you as my master." Xianqing bowed and clasped his fists, his voice trembling as he continued, "You said my skills are lacking, but that is merely because my master is incompetent. I have only learned what he knows. I wish to follow you and master all 5 arts of Xuanxue." Tam Lingyin scrutinized him once more, observing his features. "You possess a kind heart and commendable talent in Xianling Bone. I can accept you as my disciple, but not at this moment." Xianqing was taken aback. "Then when will that be?" "On the day of the recognition banquet. Come to me then. I wish to borrow your name to secure my livelihood in the capital." Tam Lingyin replied, her mention of livelihood not referring to mere sustenance, but rather the accumulation of merit. Upon hearing this, Xianqing eagerly agreed, "Of course. It would be an honor to help the ancestor establish her reputation." Tam Lingyin's lips curled slightly, "Then it is settled. Do not forget to prepare the proper gifts for your master." "I will certainly make ample preparations," Xianqing affirmed. The two conversed behind the rockery for quite some time, while Hu Jingyan remained outside, uncertain of their discussion. As Tam Lingyin emerged from behind the rockery, she spotted the man standing beneath the corridor. Bathed in the warm, golden glow, he leaned against the curved archway, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a black suit intertwined with a rich purple aura. his fair and handsome visage resembling an ethereal being descended to the mortal realm. How tempting! She truly craved the purple energy surrounding him. Xianqing followed closely beside her and, noticing her pause, asked, "Master, why are you not moving?" "Xianqing, I shall speak candidly. My health is not well at present, and I urgently need the purple energy from Huijingyan to nourish my Xianling bone. Think of a way for me to be with him every day." Xuanqing's eyes brightened at her statement. "That's easy. Just say that to help him avert his calamity, you must stay by his side at all times." "By at all times? Do you mean within 1 meter?" Lingyin narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering whether such words might lead Huijingyan to perceive her as overly forward. "Even a centimeter will suffice," Xianqing whispered. "I will speak to him. He will comply with whatever I say." "All right, then hurry and tell him," Lingyin urged. Xianqing briskly approached Huijingyan. "Jingyan, I have something to discuss with you." Huijingyan nodded slightly. "Go ahead." Xianqing stated earnestly, "I noticed your complexion is not well. You and Miss Tan should remain close together, as she can help dispel the negative energy surrounding you. Additionally, your purple aura can assist her in recovering her health, enabling her to help you avert your calamity." A flicker of intrigue crossed Huijingyan's dark eyes. "I can assist her?" "Yes, she suffered abuse in her childhood, leading to severe depletion of her health. If you draw nearer to her, you can help her recover. Otherwise, who will help you with your calamity?" Xianqing strategically emphasized this point, knowing it would resonate with Huijingyan. Huijingyan nodded. "I understand, but will the Tan family allow me to stay here?" "You need not worry. Miss Tan will discuss it with her family," Xianqing reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Your purple aura is indeed beneficial to the Xian masters. Otherwise, I wouldn't be meeting you so often." As Huijingyan turned to see Lingyin approaching, he gently inquired, "Miss Tan, you do not appear well. May I offer you my support?" Chapter 59. Has Mr. Hu done something wrong? Lingyin blinked a couple of times and glanced at Xianqing, who immediately made a series of exaggerated expressions. Lingyin bit her lip and softly replied, "Thank you very much, Mr. Huar." Huijingyan's thin lips curved into a fleeting smile before vanishing. He stepped forward, slightly bent, and gently grasped Lingyin's arm. "Watch your step." As Lingyin felt the purple energy emanating from his palm, a delightful warmth spread across her face. Huijingyan gazed down at her rosy lips, a flicker of warmth crossing his deep, dark eyes. Although he was unaware of her conversation with Xianqing, he understood the implication. She sought to grow closer to him. It was his honor to assist her. He supported Lingyin's arm as they made their way back to the main hall. The table was laden with dishes, a grand assortment of mountain delicacies and seafood, exceedingly lavish. Upon seeing Huijingyan assisting Lingyin, Rong Wanshu immediately expressed her concern. "What is going on? Why does Jingyan need to support her?" Just as Lingyin was about to withdraw her hand from Huijingyan's grasp, his deep voice resonated. "Aunt, Miss Tan is fatigued today. I noticed her complexion was not well, so I offered her my assistance." Xianqing chimed in. "Indeed, Master Tan is quite exhausted. It is inappropriate for me, an old man, to support her." Old Master Tan promptly insisted, "Quickly, let her sit and rest. She must replenish her strength." Rong Wanshu approached to pull out a chair. "My dear, sit here. Let mother serve you some food." Lingyin settled into her seat, and Rong Wanshu immediately began serving her. While placing food into her bowl, she remarked, "Look at these frail arms." In her childhood, she was treated like a servant and nearly starved to skin and bones. Lingyin looked at the mountain of food piled in her bowl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "That's enough. I cannot eat any more." Rong Wanshu continued to peel shrimp for her. "Just eat. Mother will peel the shrimp for you." You also stood up to place a bowl of hot soup before her. "Wait a moment before drinking. It is too hot now." Old Master Tan cheerily added, "Eat up. There will be plenty of delicious food in the future. You will never go hungry again." Lingyin nodded vigorously, lowering her head to fill her mouth. Huijingyan, seated beside her, glanced sideways at her lowered eyelashes, noticing the damp traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. During their time in Nancheng, she had never revealed how her foster parents treated her, and he preferred not to pry into others' private matters. Having listened to her grievances with her family today, he finally understood why she had been cast out. He had not anticipated that her family could commit such egregious acts. His phone rang, and Huijingyan glanced down to see it was a call from Li Heng. "I will step outside to take this call." He rose and exited to the courtyard to answer. "What is the situation?" Li Heng's voice came through the phone. "We have investigated the current situation of the Tan Hongjing family. Lu Yun was bitten by a dog and is now fully paralyzed. She is currently in the hospital being cared for by Tan Yue. However, they lack the funds to pay for medical expenses and the hospital is pressing them to leave. Tan Hongjing has borrowed high-interest loans in hopes of making a comeback, and the money has already been secured. Hua Jingyan's expression darkened, his voice cold as he instructed. Find a way to trick him into investing the money, and ensure the hospital evicts that mother and daughter pair, allowing the three of them to meet. Understood, Mr. Hua. I will take care of everything. They will wish they were dead. After hanging up, Hua Jingyan gazed up at the full moon in the night sky. This was all he could do to help her. After dinner, Hua Jingyan prepared to leave. Rong Wanshu quickly interjected, "It's quite late. Your home is far from here, isn't it? Why not stay over? Tomorrow is the recognition banquet, and you should be present." Old Master Tan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao Yan. Your assistance in bringing Lingyin home is commendable. You should be here." Since Hua Jingyan had no desire to leave, he readily agreed. "All right, I shall impose on you. I will have someone prepare a room for you," Rong Wanshu said with a smile as she exited. Tan Lingyin turned to glance at Hua Jingyan, detecting a trace of hostility on his face. "Mr. Hua, please step outside for a moment." Hua Jingyan promptly followed her out, instinctively grasping her arm. "I will support you." The two individuals made their way to the bench in the courtyard, sitting closely shoulder to shoulder. Tan Lingyin spoke softly. "Mr. Hua, what mischief have you been up to? You seemed perfectly normal during dinner, yet after just one meal, a hint of hostility has surfaced, which is truly peculiar." Hua Jingyan's gaze flickered as he replied, "What? I don't understand." Tan Lingyin gently turned his face towards her, fixing her gaze upon him, and insisted, "You should not harbor any hostility." Her fingers were cool against his skin, sending a tingling sensation through his chin, as if electric currents danced at her fingertips. He swallowed hard and replied in a low voice, "It's nothing. I'm merely instructedly hung to handle a few matters in the South City." "Danong Sing?" Tan Lingyin immediately deduced the situation. Hua Jingyan nodded slightly, his dark eyes cautiously studying her. "I wanted to help you vent your frustrations." A warmth enveloped Tan Lingyin's heart, and she gazed into his eyes, saying, "Yet, you should not engage in wrongdoing. It will have repercussions for you." "Will it have repercussions?" Hua Jingyan questioned, puzzled, as he believed striking down the wicked was a virtuous act. Tan Lingyin lowered her hand and looked up at the moon, softly stating, "Every event in this world is interconnected by cause and effect. While I was able to seize Tan Hongjing's wealth, I cannot directly harm their lives. Do you understand why?" Hua Jingyan observed her finely sculpted profile and replied gently, "I do not. Because they provided me with a place to stay and allowed me to pursue my education, which bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude, albeit one founded on the premise of altering Tan Yue's fate. Yet, gratitude is gratitude, and it cannot be erased." The original host had perished at the age of 5, yet Tan Lingyin had indeed grown up in the Tan household, despite the hardship she endured. This sense of indebtedness was one she was forced to bear when she was powerless, but no one would impose such burdens upon her again. She would not be restrained as she had been this time. With a slight frown, she coldly remarked, "While I too wish to eliminate them, as long as I am alive, I cannot do so. However, their future will not be filled with good days. In fact, they will suffer more than death." The gathering formation she had set in motion was intended to alter the destinies of the three of them. Tan Lingyin was no saint. If she could not strike a fatal blow, she would ensure their existence was akin to living hell. Hua Jingyan frowned slightly, questioning whether such a minor debt of gratitude warranted such concern. The practitioners of the arcane arts derive their powers from the heavens and earth. Possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary people necessitates adherence to worldly rules, lest they aspire to dominate the world. Tan Lingyin tilted her head and chuckled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of the moonlight. "Very well, have your people cease their actions. They will naturally receive their deserved punishment." Hua Jingyan complied. But as he reached for his phone, a call from Li Heng came through. "Mr. Hua, Tan Hongjing is truly lower than swine. He actually..." Chapter 60. My dear sister. He actually sold his wife and daughter to loan sharks to settle his debts. Hua Jingyan's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze. What exactly transpired? He switched the call to speaker mode, and Li Heng's voice emerged from the phone. "I know the hospital director, and I had him expel Lu Yun and Tan Yue. However, as soon as they exited the hospital, Tan Hongjing appeared. It was quite fortuitous. I didn't need to deliver them right to Tan Hongjing myself. I sent someone to follow them to see what would happen next. Who would have thought that Tan Hongjing would outright sell his wife and daughter? What kind of decent person is a loan shark? The person I sent reported that Tan Yue was taken away by several men, which leaves little to the imagination regarding what followed. Tan Lingyin chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed. That is the outcome. Hua Jingyan gazed at her crescent-shaped eyes. You had already anticipated this? Tan Lingyin smiled brightly at him. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have felt at ease leaving South City? After all, they owe me a life. Li Heng's voice chimed in again. Miss Tan is also present. What should we do now? Should I escalate matters? No need. Tan Yue will no longer have good days ahead. I have already left the Tan family, and there will be no one to shield her from disaster. Tan Lingyin caressed her fingers, a smile playing in her eyes. As for Lu Yun, she won't last long either. Tan Hongzheng will be beaten to a pulp for failing to repay the loan, and soon, the three of them will be reunited. She had long foreseen the fates of these three individuals. Li Heng replied, then I will have someone keep an eye on them for now. We will reconvene with any updates. Tan Lingyin responded softly. Thank you for your trouble. After Hu Jingyan ended the call, he heard a soft voice of gratitude beside him. Thank you, Hu Jingyan. This was the first time she had addressed him by his name. It sounded inexplicably pleasant, even harmonious. Hu Jingyan looked into her eyes and gently replied, there is no need to thank me. I have not truly assisted you. The hospital intended to expel Lu Yun and Tan Yue regardless, and whether Li Heng contacted the director or not would yield the same result. Yet, your willingness to help me is something for which I should thank you. Tan Lingyin's eyes sparkled with laughter, her delicate features becoming even more vibrant in that moment. Under the moonlight, her porcelain skin appeared to glow, and her enchanting fox-like eyes captivated his gaze. Hua Jingyan felt a burgeoning desire stir within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. From a young age, he knew he would inherit the Hor family business, and as he grew more aware, he immersed himself in the family enterprise, consumed with thoughts of navigating the treacherous waters of the business world. He had never entertained romantic notions. Surrounded by numerous high society women, each flaunting their virtues, he found them impressive yet unappealing. However, the young woman before him effortlessly ignited a yearning to draw closer. He pressed his lips together, his dark eyes sweeping over her features, landing on the curve of her lips. How he longed to taste them. Would they be as sweet as her smile? Mr. Hua, I am preparing to rest now. What about you? Her clear voice interrupted Hu Jingyan's reverie, and he snapped back to reality, casually lifting his gaze to meet hers. All right.
Good night. Good night.
Tan Lingyin stood and waved as she turned to leave, her spirits evidently high, her steps light and buoyant. Her slender silhouette resembled a frolicking little fox, and Hu Jingyan mused that if she had a tail, it would surely be wagging at that moment. The following morning, Tan Lingyin practiced Tai Chi at her room's entrance when a figure rushed toward her. Sister. Before she could react, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Sister. My dear sister. Tan Lingyin was tightly held against his chest, feeling a bit suffocated. She pushed against him, her voice muffled. You're going to crush my ribs. Tan Mufeng quickly released her, gingerly holding her shoulders. I'm so sorry. I was just too excited and didn't realize my strength. Did I really hurt you? Tan Lingyin looked at the man before her. His features bore a striking resemblance to Tan Yu, save for his fox-like eyes which reminded her of Ron Wanshu. Blood ties are indeed wondrous. She needed no divination to know he was her brother. I'm fine. I'm not made of porcelain, she replied with a smile. Tan Mufeng gazed at her, his lips quivering. My precious sister, you've suffered so much outside these years. Woo-woo. He suddenly burst into tears while still holding Tan Lingyin. Feeling the dampness at her neck, she reassured him, Brother, please don't cry, I'm back now. Tan Mufeng, trembling with emotion, lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and asked, What did you just call me? Brother, Tan Lingyin repeated. Tan Mufeng couldn't contain himself again. Whoa, say it once more. Tan Lingyin relented and called out, Brother. She lifted her hand to wipe away his tears, knowing they would have plenty of time to bond in the future. Tan Mufeng hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve, breaking into a smile. You're right, little sister. I'll be staying at home to accompany you during this time. Tan Lingyin gazed at the dark aura swirling around his brow, about to speak, when a voice interrupted her. From a distance, Ron Wanshu approached, having observed the siblings' reunion for some time. Mufeng, stop crying for now. Go to your room and tidy yourself up and change into appropriate attire. Tan Mufeng quickly dabbed at the corners of his eyes. Mom, how long have you been eavesdropping? I arrived just when you rushed over to embrace your sister, Ron Wanshu replied, raising an eyebrow. I caught a glimpse of you crying like a big fool. Frowning, Tan Mufeng hurried towards the exit. Mom, don't tarnish my image in front of my sister. I'm heading to my room now. He swiftly dashed away, his long legs carrying him quickly. Rong Wanshu walked over, affectionately using a handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat from Tan Lingyin's forehead. My dear, we're hosting a reunion banquet at noon. I've prepared several outfits for you. Please try them on later to see if they fit. Tan Lingyin took her hand and affectionately rubbed her cheek against it. All right, thank you, Mom. You child, why do you always feel the need to say thank you? Rong Wanshu chuckled, pinching her cheek. Go take a shower. I'll have someone bring the clothes over.
Tan Lingyin nodded.
After her shower, she entered the living room and saw several racks filled with clothes, with Rong Wanshu inspecting each piece. All done? Come and see how this one looks. Rong Wanshu beckoned her with enthusiasm. Tan Lingyin's eyes twitched as she surveyed the multitude of clothing. Mom, do I really need to try all of these on? Of course not. Rong Wanshu quickly shook her head. These are for you to wear in the future. Come over and choose one you like to wear for the banquet. Having a daughter naturally meant treating her like a little princess, with the first order of business being to purchase an array of clothing and accessories. Last night, Rong Wanshu had tirelessly browsed through numerous luxury summer collections, impulsively buying everything she fancied, and this morning, the shop had already sent the items to her door. Tan Lingyin sighed in relief as she looked at the outfits sprawled across the sofa. She picked out a simple, elegant mint green dress. I'll take this one. It looks refreshing. Is that so? Don't you like this pink one? Rong Wanshu looked at her favorite soft pink ensemble with regret. She thought her daughter, being both obedient and beautiful, would look sweet like a little cake in the fluffy pink dress. What a pity she didn't choose it. Tan Lingyin gazed at the layers of the delicate pink cake skirt and cleared her throat. The hem is too voluminous. It wouldn't be convenient to wear at the reunion banquet, right? What's inappropriate about it? It's your reunion banquet. Wear whatever you wish. Rong Wanshu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she held the dress up against Tan Lingyin. It looks stunning. Tan Lingyin felt a tug of conflict within her as two little voices seemed to argue in her mind, but ultimately, the green one won. I prefer the mint green dress. Rong Wanshu reluctantly set down the pink dress and held up the mint green one against her daughter's chest, her eyes lighting up. This one is beautiful too. It makes your complexion look even fairer. She stuffed the dress into Tan Lingyin's hands. Quickly go change and see if it fits. Tan Lingyin embraced the dress and returned to her room. After changing, she admired herself in the mirror, feeling that everything was just right. As she stepped out, she spotted Hu Jingyan standing in the living room. His gaze, almost tangible, swept over her, trailing from her face down to her exposed shoulders, then to her slender waist, and finally to the skirt slit, revealing a hint of her fair legs. Hu Jingyan's eyes darkened involuntarily. Indeed, such a mature and tailored outfit suited her height of 1.70 meters perfectly. Having shed her elementary school t-shirts and jeans, she appeared more radiant and captivating. After today, the identity of the Tan family's daughter would be public, garnering her even more attention. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Rong Wanshu approached with a smile, wrapping her arms around Tan Lingyin's waist. It fits perfectly. I estimated your size when I held you yesterday. And it's spot on. Jingyan, do you think it looks good? Suddenly addressed, Hu Jingyan nodded, his voice deep. It looks good. She looks good in anything. Rong Wanshu teased, such flattering words. You must have quite the way with women. Hu Jingyan quickly replied, Auntie, you jest. I have no such luck. I'm usually busy with work. Rong Wanshu elongated her response, clearly skeptical. With his looks and height of 1.88 meters, even without mentioning his status as the head of the Hor family, he stood out among the elite in the capital. No luck with women? Rong Wanshu found that hard to believe. Tan Lingyin chuckled, observing him. Indeed, Mr. Hu seemed to attract quite a number of admirers. Miss Tan, I truly don't. Hu Jingyan insisted earnestly, sincerity evident in his deep-set eyes. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow, her fox-like eyes gleaming mischievously. I haven't finished yet. Though Mr. Hu has many admirers, he remains unscathed among the flowers, for you await your destined partner. The true partner is the one you can walk hand in hand with for life. She sensed that Hu Jingyan was a man of integrity. Upon hearing her words, Hu Jingyan exhaled in relief, yet he was also acutely aware of how her simple remarks had stirred his emotions. Rong Wanshu inquired, Jingyan, did you come here for something? No, I just wanted to check on her. I was worried she might not adapt well after just returning home. Hu Jingyan's visit was motivated by his belief that Tan Lingyin might need him, and he yearned to be with her. So thoughtful. Have you taken a liking to my dear daughter? Rong Wanshu raised an eyebrow, her tone playful yet probing. Hu Jingyan felt warmth flood his face. No, Auntie, you misunderstand. Rong Wanshu sighed slightly. What a pity. You two are even betrothed. Betrothed? Tan Lingyin perked up, intrigued. Was there such a delightful prospect? Hu Jingyan's expression turned to one of surprise as he tightened his fists. What does Auntie mean by betrothal? My mother and I were childhood friends. We both became pregnant at the same time, and we agreed to arrange a betrothal for our children, so we could become one family in the future. Rong Wanshu sighed again. Unfortunately, we both had boys, so the betrothal didn't materialize. Later, when I became pregnant again, I brought it up again. But your mother said that if it were a girl, we could arrange the betrothal once more. Sadly, my dear child was stolen away just days after birth. And your mother didn't dare to mention it again for fear of distressing me. As she spoke, Rong Wanshu's eyes grew misty. She chuckled at herself. Look at me, getting sentimental again. The betrothal was merely a passing thought between your mother and me. You two needn't concern yourselves with it. Young people should have the freedom to love. Such betrothal customs are outdated and should be discarded. Tan Lingyin turned to Hu Jingyan, her eyes ablaze with excitement. The betrothal was not an outdated custom to her. It was a stroke of good fortune. But what did Hu Jingyan think? He still had yet to find his destined partner. Feeling her intense gaze upon him, Hu Jingyan's blood felt as though it were racing through his veins. What did her expression mean? Was she willing or not? As noon approached, many guests had already arrived at the Tan residence. In recent years, the Tan family had experienced a rapid decline, which had allowed them to discern many former friends and business partners, severing ties with numerous individuals. Thus, those who could enter today were genuinely sincere in treating the Tan family as friends. Among them were Hu Jingyan's parents. Tan Lingyin, dressed in an off-the-shoulder mint green gown that accentuated her waist, had her hair styled in a half-up, half-down side bun, with strands cascading down her chest, while a jade bead hairpin gently swayed in her hair. She stood between Rong Wanshu and Tan Yu, greeting each person who entered with a radiant smile, her delicate and fair visage captivating all who beheld it. Tan Mufeng, brimming with pride, introduced his sister to his friends. This is my sister, Tan Lingyin. Isn't she stunning? Indeed, they chorused, but beauty is merely to be admired. She is my own sister. Tan Mufeng beamed, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, exuding an aura of warmth and charm. As Hu Jingyan entered with his parents, his gaze was immediately drawn to the refreshing splash of green amidst the crowd. Unable to look away, Xiao Yan, are your eyes glued? Chapter 62. Son, come and greet Miss Tan, Yi Shui playfully remarked, giving Hu Jingyan a light tap on the arm. What's the matter, son? Your eyes seem transfixed. Hu Jingyan, feeling a wave of embarrassment at being caught staring at Tan Lingyin, replied in a hushed tone, Mom, please lower your voice to avoid misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? This is my daughter-in-law who I've awaited for 18 years. Yi Shui, with her forthright nature, had long been a friend to the tearful Rong Wanshu. One straightforward, and the other meticulous. Their contrasting personalities had forged a deep friendship. Yi Shui linked her arm with Hu Jingyan's, exclaiming, Come on, let us go and make introductions. Hu Ting sighed behind them, murmuring, Dear, let the children find their own fortunes. You needn't plan their marriages. After all, the household was now governed by their son. And should he throw a tantrum and leave for abroad, the vast family would fall upon his shoulders. He was eager to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. Yi Shui shot him a glance, retorting, What do you know? Did you not see how those young ones were subtly sizing at my daughter-in-law? I say, such a beautiful daughter-in-law will require some strategy to win over. Otherwise, how can our son, with his thick-headedness, compete against those crafty young gentlemen? With that, she pinched Hu Jingyan's arm. Isn't that right, you thick-headed boy? Hu Jingyan chose silence, refusing to engage. Wouldn't that only affirm her words?
Yeju,
Still clinging to Hu Jingyan's arm, approached the hall, eagerly steering him towards Tan Lingyin. Ah, so this is Lingyin. Truly beautiful, she resembles your mother. With a beaming smile, she reached for Tan Lingyin's hand, her eyes sparkling with affection. Recognizing her as Hu Jingyan's mother, Tan Lingyin extended her hand in greeting. Thank you, Auntie, for the compliment. Rong Wanshu approached, embracing Yi Shui. Sister Shui, it's been ages. How have you been? Yi Shui patted her back, feigning reproach. Who's been turning down my invitations? causing us to be apart for so long? Over the past few years, Yi Shui was aware of the troubles besieging the Tan family. She had longed to meet with Rong Wanshu to inquire about the situation. But Rong Wanshu consistently cited her busy work schedule and the multitude of issues plaguing the Tan family as reasons to decline. Hu Ting had discreetly gathered information, uncovering that the Tan family sought to distance themselves from certain individuals, leading to some enmity. Their avoidance of Yi Shui was perhaps a fear that those individuals might exploit the Hu family's influence to feign cooperation with the Tan family. With her eyes glistening, Rong Wanshu said, "Sister Shui, please don't blame me. It was a matter of necessity. But now, it's all settled, and we shall see each other more often." Tan Yu chimed in with a jovial tone. "Indeed, previously we faced some treachery, but things will improve from here on out. Those who should see things clearly have done so, and perhaps this misfortune shall bring forth unexpected blessings." Hu Ting and Tan Yu shook hands, both brothers in arms sharing a moment of joy. "Brother Yu, we must raise a few glasses today." Tan Yu nodded in agreement. "Certainly. It has been far too long since we last met." Suddenly, Yi Shui exclaimed, "In my eagerness to reminisce, I forgot to introduce my son." With a radiant smile, she took Tan Lingyin's hand and then pulled Hu Jingyan closer. "Lingyin, this is my son, Hu Jingyan. He is now in charge of the Hu family's affairs, and everyone refers to him as the head of the Hu family." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Mr. Hu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you."
Son.
"Quickly greet Miss Tan," Yi Shui insisted, firmly placing Hu Jingyan's hand into Tan Lingyin's. The moment Hu Jingyan's fingers touched her soft hand, an involuntary grip ensued, and they exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning somewhat peculiar. Hu Jingyan tightened his hold on Tan Lingyin's hand, whispering, "Miss Tan, please excuse my mother's exuberance."
Tan Lingyin replied.
Her smile unwavering, "It's quite all right. I appreciate Auntie's warmth." Yet, Yi Shui sensed an oddity in the air and swiftly inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Tan Lingyin nodded. "Yes, Mr. Hu, didn't he mention it to you?" Yi Shui furrowed her brows, directing her gaze at Hu Jingyan. "What is going on?" Hu Jingyan replied in a low voice, "I hadn't had the chance to inform you before you introduced us." Rong Wanshu interjected, "Jingyan and my Lingyin share a significant connection." Lingyin's smooth return to the family owes much to Jingyan. Yi Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that so?" Turning back to Tan Lingyin, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "To think you two are so fated. Lingyin, did you know that you share yet another bond with my Xiaoyan?" Tan Lingyin surmised that she was referring to the betrothal, yet before she could speak, Hu Jingyan interjected, "Mom, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Today is a family recognition banquet." Prompted by his reminder, Yi Shui quickly apologized. "My apologies, I tend to ramble. Let us focus on the recognition banquet." The hall was bustling with guests, though fortunately, the foyer was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. The elder of the Tan family tapped his dragon-headed cane on the ground twice, his aged voice resonating, "I am grateful to all for attending the Tan family's recognition banquet. You all are sincere friends of the Tan family. Today marks my granddaughter Tan Lingyin's formal return to the Tan family. I hope you will remember her appearance, and should she find herself in need while outside, I trust you will look after her. This old man will be eternally grateful." The elder's promise was more than mere gratitude. It was a commitment from the Tan family. Henceforth, should Tan Lingyin encounter any troubles, those present would assist in resolving them, and the elder would not hesitate to reward them handsomely. Clearly, Tan Lingyin's standing within the Tan family surpassed even that of Tan Mufeng. Continuing, the elder stated, "Additionally, I must clarify the reasons behind the Tan family's recent decline. So you do not think I am merely spinning tales. The truth is, the family's fortune was tampered with by nefarious individuals, but since my granddaughter returned yesterday, she has personally dealt with those impurities. Thus, the Tan family will no longer face decline, and your continued collaboration with us will yield significant opportunities for growth." At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, astonished. Who could have imagined that an 18-year-old girl possessed such knowledge of feng shui and was capable of resolving the issues that had plagued the Tan family for years? A voice resonated from outside. "This is no falsehood. Master Tan is indeed of the highest caliber." Chapter 63. The recognition banquet transforms into a master-disciple ceremony. As Xianqing entered, everyone within recognized him. The attendees were prominent figures from the capital, well aware of Master Xuanqing's esteemed reputation. Master Xianqing has arrived. What did his earlier statement imply? Who was he addressing as master? Xianqing approached Tan Lingyin and, without hesitation, knelt before her, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to Master Tan." Rong Wanshu and Tan Yu, standing beside Tan Lingyin, were taken aback and quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept such a bow. The hall fell into a hush, all eyes fixed upon Tan Lingyin and Xianqing. Under the intensity of their gazes, Tan Lingyin hurriedly bent down to assist Xianqing, whispering, "What are you doing? Why kneel as soon as you enter?" Xianqing, resolutely unable to rise, mustered his courage and proclaimed, "Master Tan possesses profound expertise in the 5 arts of metaphysics. I, Xianqing, am unworthy and wish to become your disciple. I implore you to accept me as your student." As he spoke, he prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Someone's phone had slipped from their grasp and clattered to the floor. The crowd snapped back to reality, gasping in disbelief and murmuring amongst themselves. Had Master Xianqing lost his senses? Was he succumbing to senility? It appeared that even the venerable Xianqing could falter in his faculties due to age. The great Master Xianqing, seeking to apprentice himself to a young girl. How absurd! With keen ears, Xianqing caught their whispers and turned to the group, furrowing his brow as he rebuked, "I assure you, my mind remains sharp. I am not senile. Should you continue to speak such nonsense, do not come to me for assistance in the future." The crowd fell silent, hastily apologizing. "Master Xianqing, please do not be angered. We were merely jesting." Xianqing then turned to Tan Lingyin, his gaze earnest as he asked, "Will you accept me as your disciple? Though I am of advanced age and may not be able to provide for you in your twilight years, I vow to be a devoted apprentice." The notion that a disciple could not provide for their master in old age was indeed a poignant regret. Tan Lingyin had not anticipated such a spectacle for Xuanqing's apprenticeship. She had envisioned first performing divinations for several guests, thereby fostering their trust in her, and then allowing Xianqing to make his request, which would elevate her stature. Yet, the turn of events had led all to believe Xianqing had lost his mind. However, with matters unfolding as they had, she had no choice but to accept him as her disciple. Bending down, she gently assisted Xianqing to his feet, speaking softly, "Xianqing, I am willing to accept you as my disciple. Please rise." Xianqing quickly stood, retrieving a small box from his robes, stating, "This is a token of my gratitude for accepting me as your disciple. I hope you'll accept it." As Tan Lingyin reached for the box to set it aside, Xianqing urged, "Master, please open it." She unfastened the clasp, her delicate fingers slowly lifting the lid. Inside lay a lustrous, perfectly round orb, emanating a soft, iridescent glow. Tan Lingyin's beautiful fox-like eyes widened, her lashes fluttering as she gazed up at Xianqing, recognizing it as a millennium-old demon core. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This is the prized treasure of Ziyun Temple. It was personally captured by the temple's founder, generations ago, from a formidable demon, extracted from its very essence." As Tan Lingyin held the demon core, a wave of soothing energy enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. While the cores of ordinary demons could be harmful, those from millennium-old demons bore celestial properties, nurturing the body and spirit. "This is a remarkable gift. I shall gladly accept it." With a smile, Xianqing replied, "Naturally. A gift for my esteemed master must be of the finest quality. All treasures acquired by disciples of the Xian sect are willingly offered to their esteemed ancestors. For without such ancestors to establish the 5 arts of metaphysics, none would hold the esteemed title of master today." Strangely enough, what began as a familial gathering transformed into a ceremony of apprenticeship for Xianqing. The guests, no longer discussing Tan Lingyin's hardships over the past 18 years, speculated instead on the extraordinary life she must have led during that time. Moreover, she now bore an additional title, Master Xuanqing's mentor at Ziyun Temple, imbuing her with newfound respect among the attendees. Though they remained skeptical, at the very least, they now recognized her as a master of metaphysics. After the familial gathering concluded, the guests departed, leaving only the family of Huajingyan behind. The elder Tan addressed them. "My dear friends, Lingyin wishes to pay her respects at the ancestral hall. I invite you to accompany us." He directed a significant glance at Huajingyan, acknowledging him as pivotal to this occasion. Huajingyan nodded slightly. "It is an honor for me." They traversed the front hall and wound through the rear courtyard until they arrived at the ancestral hall. The hall's loft was lofty, the entrance impeccably clean, devoid of any stray blades of grass, a clear indication it had recently been tidied. Upon entering, Tan Lingyin beheld numerous ancestral tablets, arranged meticulously, each accompanied by an incense burner, the fragrant smoke wafting robustly. The elder Tan stepped forward into the hall, and Rong Wanshu gestured for Tan Lingyin to follow. As she entered, the rich aroma of incense enveloped her, inducing a tranquil urge to meditate. The elder Tan approached the central tablet and knelt upon the mat. Addressing the ancestors, "Today, we have finally reclaimed the long-lost younger generation of our family. I bring her forth for your acknowledgement. I hope you will bless her with peace and protection, that she may never again endure past sufferings." The elder Tan prostrated deeply, his posture one of utmost reverence. Rising, he beckoned to Tan Lingyin, "Come forth, my dear granddaughter, and pay your respects to our ancestors." She approached, gazing at the central tablet before kneeling down. Xianqing, observing from the side, furrowed his brow. How could he, a master of the Xian sect, witness such a display? In the next moment, the central tablet began to tremble. The elder Tan, startled, rushed to study it, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, my ancestors?" Tan Lingyin remained perplexed. After all, she was now a granddaughter of the Tan family, and kneeling was no offense. Xianqing hurried over to assist her. "Master, you must not kneel. These tablets are not alive and cannot withstand your reverence." As she stood, the tablet ceased its trembling. The elder Tan, bewildered, questioned, "Then shall we pay our respects while standing?" Tan Lingyin nodded. "Let me try." She bowed slightly towards the tablet, which remained still, not shaking again. Seeing the tablet calm, the elder Tan stepped back, allowing her to continue standing in respect. Xianqing affirmed, "Yes, you may only stand while paying your respects." Tan Lingyin clasped her hands together and bowed. "I pay my respects to the ancestors." After several bows, the elder Tan offered her 3 sticks of incense. "Light these." As Tan Lingyin placed the incense into the burner, she heard the elder Tan chuckle beside her. "Well then, the acknowledgement ceremony concludes here." The elder Tan approached her with a smile, taking her hand. "Come, let us assist grandfather outside." Once they exited the ancestral hall, Tan Lingyin turned to her brother, Tan Mufeng, who had been by her side. "Brother, I have something to discuss." Tan Mufeng smiled and nodded. "Speak freely. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. I wish to inquire if you have recently attracted any unclean entities." Tan Lingyin's expression was serious as she regarded him. The smile faded from Tan Mufeng's face, and he replied solemnly, "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with me?" "There is a wisp of dark energy entwined at your brow. It is demonic in nature." Tan Lingyin raised her hand, divining with precision. 5 days ago, whom did you encounter?" Tan Mufeng began to recollect. "Let me think. 5 days ago, I visited a bar." Xianqing quickly scrutinized Tan Mufeng's features, calculating rapidly. "Indeed, there is something foul afoot. You are currently afflicted by romantic entanglements." Rong Wanshu interjected softly. "Isn't that a good thing? If he cannot find a girlfriend, I wouldn't he mind if he sought a boyfriend." Tan Lingyin's demeanor remained grave as she responded, "Mother, romantic entanglements are not a blessing. They are often mere illusions of fortune, mostly leading to rotten prospects." Rong Wanshu gasped, urgently grasping Tan Lingyin's hand. "You must assist your brother. He is destined to inherit our family, and he cannot afford to falter." Tan Lingyin reassured her, "Do not worry. With me by his side, my brother shall encounter no harm." Tan Mufeng pondered for a considerable time, yet a dull ache began to throb in his head, and he found himself unable to recall the events that transpired after he had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol at the bar that evening. The details of how he returned home had completely eluded him. Tan Lingyin pressed him further, asking, "Do you not remember awakening with a throbbing head, parched lips, and an overwhelming sensation of dehydration?" Tan Mufeng gazed at her in astonishment, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I recall that feeling. I assumed it was merely the result of excessive drinking, but upon reflection, it seems rather peculiar." "How do you know this?" Tan Lingyin extended her hand towards him. Complying, Tan Mufeng reached out, and her slender fingers pressed firmly against his pulse.
"Ouch! Ouch!"
he cried out, the pain causing him to stomp his feet in distress. Tan Lingyin released her grip, her expression shrouded in frost. "It is indeed the work of a malevolent entity. What on earth is happening?" Tan Mufeng asked anxiously. "Why does my wrist ache so?" With a frigid tone, Tan Lingyin replied, "That creature has injected its demonic energy into your body, and it is now intertwined with your very flesh and blood. I just infused your pulse with my spiritual energy, causing the demon's power within you to recoil in fear, resulting in your excruciating pain." Tan Mufeng rubbed his wrist, bewildered by the creature's intentions. "What does it mean? Why would it do this?" Tan Lingyin scrutinized his refined features, stating, The demon has taken a fancy to your guise and wishes to claim it for itself. Rome Wanshu gasped in disbelief. What? She felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. After losing her daughter for 18 years, now her son, whom she had nurtured for 25 years, was being targeted by a demon. Truly, her fate was wretched. Tan Yu hurriedly supported her. Dear, please do not become agitated. It is detrimental to your health. Rome Wanshu turned to Tan Lingyin and Xianqing. Master Xianqing, both you and Yin are practitioners. Surely you possess a means to resolve this, do you not? Xianqing nodded solemnly. Indeed, a solution exists. I shall return to Ziyun Temple to retrieve the necessary tools for the ritual and discern the demon's hiding place. There is no time to waste. Tan Lingyin interjected, her delicate fingers swiftly calculating. That demon intends to come for your guys tonight. Tan Mufeng exclaimed, so soon? What should I do? Panic enveloped him as he frantically scanned for a place to hide. While ordinary individuals might scoff at such supernatural claims, Tan Mufeng had known Xianqing since childhood and had even witnessed him perform divination. He genuinely believed in these matters. In the impoverished circles, there existed a saying, the wealthier one was, the more one believed in the supernatural, for it was indeed common for the affluent to encounter possession. After all, spirits would not waste their time haunting the destitute, but rather target the wealthy for their amusement. Do not fret. When the demon comes for you, I shall seize it immediately, Tan Lingyin declared as she firmly grasped Tan Mufeng's wrist. From this moment forth, you must remain by my side. Tan Mufeng instinctively shivered at her grip, fearful of experiencing that painful sensation once more. Suddenly, the silent Hu Jingyan spoke up. Are you implying that a demon will come to Tan Manor tonight? Tan Lingyin nodded. Thus, you must leave quickly to prevent the demon from switching targets and catching me off guard. Yi Shui suggested, perhaps we should let Mufeng hide elsewhere. Must we truly wait for the demon to arrive? Tan Lingyin shook her head, speaking gravely. It is futile. My brother harbors the demon's energy within him. No matter where he hides, he will be found. It is best to remain in place, lest the demon grows wary. Hu Jingyan turned to his parents. Dad, Mom, you should return home. I will stay here. You want to stay? Absolutely not. What if the demon sets its sights on you as well? Yi Shui anxiously grasped his arm. Please come back with us. Hu Jingyan tightened his grip on her hand, reassuringly saying, do not worry, Master Xianqing is here. And my fate is special. I will not come to harm. He wished to remain, concerned that Tan Lingyin might need the auspicious energy he possessed. What if she found herself in danger? Xianqing quickly interjected, Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, you may return home. Jingyan will be safe by my side, and with his special fate. Ordinary demons dare not approach him. Although Yi Shui remained worried, she nodded. Jingyan, be sure to stay close to Master Xianqing. Your father and I shall leave to avoid causing any disruption. Hu Jingyan nodded. Please take care on your journey. Once they had departed, dusk began to settle. Tan Lingyin invited Tan Mufeng to her room, stating, I shall prepare, ensuring that the demon shall not return. Chapter 65. Can we resolve this with words instead of actions? Tan Mufeng sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, his fingers clenched tightly. Hu Jingyan took a seat beside him and poured a cup of warm water, saying, do not be anxious. Miss Tan is incredibly capable. He had witnessed her capture spirits, even causing a 500-year-old ghost to tremble in fear. A demon should pose no threat. Tan Mufeng sipped from the cup, but found it difficult to swallow. I don't know what is wrong, but I've been unable to drink lately. My throat feels as if it is on fire. Tan Lingyin, busy drawing talismans, remarked, the demon fears water, which is why you have been unable to touch a drop. Tan Mufeng rubbed his throat, realizing, indeed, I haven't had any beverages in several days. My friends even mentioned that I was not accommodating, refusing to drink anything. Hu Jingyan recalled the day he had called Tan Mufeng. No wonder your voice sounded hoarse. I thought you were ill. If only it were merely an illness. Tan Mufeng lamented, collapsing onto the sofa, eyes shut, murmuring, I need to think about what truly transpired at the bar that night.
Swankin stood beside Tan Lingyin,
intently observing her as she crafted talismans. The first time he had seen her create them, he had been astounded by her skill, yet at that time, he had merely been impressed. Now, however, he was filled with admiration. After learning that Tan Lingyin was a descendant of an ancient lineage, many things had fallen into place. No wonder she could dispel her own deathly calamity and achieve feats that many practitioners could not. With a stern expression, Tan Lingyin continued to draw symbols while instructing Xianqing. Pay attention here. With one stroke, the spiritual pattern must remain unbroken. Do not worry about the force. As long as the pattern forms, it suffices. Having accepted him as a disciple, she committed herself to teaching him diligently. Xianqing nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this part is crucial. But this talisman is quite complex. What sort of talisman is this? He examined it carefully, but could not discern its nature. After completing the final stroke, Lingyin blew gently on the talisman and explained. This is a demon-restraining talisman. Unlike ghosts, which can be dispelled with a soul-destroying talisman, demons possess physical forms and can only be contained. Xianqing scratched his head, exclaiming, "Why have I never learned this?" Lingyin handed the talisman to him, smiling. "It seems your master has neglected his teachings, as you have not even been taught this talisman." Xianqing quietly defended his late master. "It might be that my master's master lacks skill." Lingyin nodded with a smile. "That may indeed be the case. After all, many years have passed, and it is only natural for some knowledge to be lost." She lowered her head and resumed drawing, adding, "When I have the opportunity, I will create a set of spiritual patterns for you to study diligently." "Thank you, master." As night fell, the courtyard grew eerily silent. Lingyin distributed protective talismans to her family, ensuring each received one. She also cautioned them to remain indoors and simply sleep in their rooms for the night. Meanwhile, the bodyguards and servants in the courtyard were dismissed early under the pretense of a holiday, instructed to return to work the following afternoon. Though it was not an official holiday, everyone appreciated the unexpected respite and left Tan Manor in high spirits. The vast estate fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the sounds of insects chirping. Inside the room, Tan Mufeng reclined on the sofa, his trembling eyelashes betraying his feigned slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door was rapped upon. Tan Mufeng abruptly opened his eyes, quickly surveying his surroundings, only to find himself alone in the room. What on earth happened? Where were his sister and Master Xianqing? And what about Hu Jingyan? Hadn't they promised to stay by his side for his protection? Oh no, had he been abandoned? Outside the door, the persistent knocking grew more urgent as no one answered. Knock, knock, knock. Please open the door. A crisp, clear female voice suddenly resonated within the room. Tan Mufeng, startled, glanced around, but he couldn't find Lingyin anywhere. Where was she hiding to speak? Seeing him dazed and lost, Lingyin hastily urged him again. Hurry, go open the door. If you don't, the creatures outside will sense something amiss. Tan Mufeng rushed to the door, calling out, Who is it? Upon opening, he was greeted by a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress. Her figure was enchanting, the tight garment accentuating her voluptuous curves, complemented by her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings and adorned with pointed black high heels. She embodied the alluring image of a seductive dominatrix. The moment Tan Mufeng recognized her face, lost memories surged back into his mind. It's you. Indeed, it's me, the woman spoke, her voice dripping with seduction. She reached for Tan Mufeng's tie, pressing her other hand against his chest. Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Tan Mufeng stumbled backward as she pushed him. Their positions were undeniably intimate. A gust of wind suddenly slammed the door shut. Tan Mufeng's pupils dilated. What just happened? I closed it to prevent anyone from disturbing us. The woman chuckled playfully, shoving him onto the sofa. Hey there, handsome, have you missed me lately?
Tan Mufeng swallowed nervously.
Why are you in my house? I missed you so much that I couldn't resist coming to find you, she said, settling on his lap, her fingers delicately caressing his cheek. You're so handsome. I can't help but adore you. If anyone else had complimented him this way, Tan Mufeng might have felt flattered. But this woman had come to skin him alive. If he hadn't weathered numerous storms, he would likely have fainted from fear. Striving to maintain his composure, he gently pushed her hand away, replying coldly, What happened after we met at the bar? You didn't run off with another man, did you? Feigning anger, he pushed her off his lap and shifted aside. The woman was unfazed, leaning against his shoulder, gazing at him. How could I? I've been at that bar for a month. You are the most handsome man I've ever seen. I cherish you too much to be with anyone else. As she spoke, she reached to touch his abdomen. I've seen every part of you. You're perfect. I absolutely adore you. Don't touch me. Tan Mufeng quickly grasped her hand. How disgusting. May I use my mouth instead? The woman coiled her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. What are you doing?
Tan Mufeng exclaimed, panic rising.
Just kissing you. Is that so wrong? She blinked innocently. You rejected me last time. Will you do so again? Tan Mufeng shoved her away. I'm not that kind of person. I went to the bar to find someone, not to fool around. The woman lounged on the sofa. Her figure alluring. The more you resist, the more I like you. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a virgin, aren't you? Tan Mufing's face flushed instantly.
How do you know that?
By the scent, she smiled, her gaze trailing down to his abdomen. If it weren't for your clean scent, I wouldn't have noticed you. Initially, she sought a handsome man, but upon encountering Tan Mufing, fate smiled upon her. Desperately trying to distance himself from her, Tan Mufing asked, "After I fainted that day, did you do anything?" With a mischievous smirk, she leaned closer. "Of course I did. You ruined my innocence." Tan Mufing's eyes widened in alarm. His purity was meant for someone special, and now this enchantress had taken it away. "Shh, darling. Don't get too excited," she said, raising a finger to her lips. "I merely marked you. You're still untainted, so don't worry." Tan Mufeng suspiciously inquired, "Marked? What does that mean?" "Since you're about to be my next skin, I'll tell you." She languidly draped her long legs over the sofa, her body exuding allure. "Mind your image." Tan Mufeng averted his gaze. "What is there to mind? This shall isn't important," she chuckled, but then her voice shifted, transforming into a deep male tone. "I've my eyes set on your skin. Soon, I shall wear it, and from now on, I will be you. So I treasure your skin dearly." Tan Mufeng trembled, shouting, "You're a freak? I'm a demon. A demon. Do you understand?" In an instant, the woman was right before him, invading his personal space. "Help!" Tan Mufeng could no longer remain composed, desperately seeking aid. Thinking of escaping? She seized his collar, tilting her head to kiss him. A surge of profound energy struck her face, causing her to roar. "Who is there?" A gaping wound appeared on her face. Yet blood did not flow. Tan Lingyin emerged from the shadows, her expression icy as she glared at the woman. "You've worn that skin for quite some time. Haven to you? Even blood cannot flow from it." The woman's eyes lit up upon seeing Tan Lingyin, her voice gruff. "I had no intention of remaining a woman. But now that I see you, I think I can continue being one." Without a hint of emotion, Tan Lingyin retrieved a talisman. "If you want it, you must be prepared to pay with your life." "A practitioner?" The woman squinted, reaching for Tan Mufeng. At that moment, Xianxing appeared, swiftly pulling Tan Mufeng behind him.
"Demon."
"You've entered the formation. Surrender at once." The woman's expression turned fierce as she scanned her surroundings, realizing the presence of a formation. "Do you think this formation can trap me?" She bolted toward the door, but Tan Lingyin was quicker, delivering a swift kick to her calf. "Once you enter, there is no escape." The woman retaliated fiercely but was swiftly overpowered by Tan Lingyin, who brought her to the ground. "It's inconvenient to fight in high heels. I'll remove them first."
Tan Lingyin smirket coldly.
"You won't have another chance." Pressing the talisman against the woman, she restrained her limbs, murmuring an incantation. A scream erupted from the woman, a sound neither male nor female, grating to the ears. Her body began to shrink, rapidly transforming into a withered husk. From beneath her black dress emerged a small, dark figure that leaped around wildly. Tan Lingyin observed the creature, realizing, "So this is your true form. It aligns with my suspicions." The creature resembled a bizarre little black ball, somewhat bear-like yet exceedingly small. Its fur stood on end, clearly agitated. "How dare you be so powerful? Today, you shall become my next skin." It snarled as it lunged at Tan Lingyin, claws glinting menacingly. Before Tan Lingyin could react, it was already upon her. "Be careful." As Hu Jingyan appeared, he swiftly pulled Tan Lingyin to her feet, then raised his hand to shield her from the ominous black orb. A burst of golden light emanated from his palm, instantly striking the dark entity. With a pitiful yelp, the small black orb fell to the ground. Xianxing widened his eyes in disbelief. "Jingyan, you can wield spells too?" Hu Jingyan retracted his hand, gazing at the ethereal patterns on his palm as they gradually faded. His heartbeat slowed. He realized he wasn't a practitioner of magic, but had merely recited the incantation Tan Lingyin had taught him in a moment of desperation. Tan Lingyin grasped Hu Jingyan's hand, casting a glance at him before solemnly stating, "Fortunately, you are unharmed. I wouldn't have been injured. I could have captured that black orb barehanded." Hu Jingyan was about to express his concern for her when she interjected, "Let us first secure this black orb." Tan Lingyin hurried to the small entity, affixing a talisman upon it. "You, who have fled from the demon realm to wreak havoc upon humanity, shall face the wrath of the Demon King today." She lifted the black orb by its scruff and exited the room. Having just endured an attack and now bound by the talisman, the black orb resembled a mere puppet in Tan Lingyin's grasp. Once in the courtyard, Tan Lingyin pressed it onto a stone table and retrieved a dagger she had prepared earlier. The black orb whimpered pitifully, "Spare me. I won't dare to venture into the human realm again. You have already claimed a life for a life. Your pleas are futile." With that, Tan Lingyin plunged the dagger into the orb's head, eliciting a horrifying shriek. A crimson demon core was extracted from the orb. Tan Lingyin coldly remarked, judging by the bloodlust. "It seems it has harmed more than one person." Xianqing cautioned, "This creature is no trivial matter. You ought to dispose of it immediately." Tan Lingyin waved a space talisman. "I possess a spatial talisman." This talisman contained a pocket dimension capable of holding a few items, albeit susceptible to damage from water or tearing. Tan Lingyin intended to eventually devise a more reliable and durable space, but for now, she had to rely on the talisman. Xianqing, puzzled, asked, "Shouldn't we crush the demon core at once? Why keep it?" Stowing the talisman close, Tan Lingyin smiled. "For now, I will hold on to it. I have rid the demon realm of this nuisance. Perhaps I can demand some interest from the Demon King later." She then turned to Hu Jingyan. "Mr. Hua, thank you for saving me just now." Hu Jingyan pressed his lips together, softly replying, "I acted impulsively. I'm just glad it didn't affect you. Truthfully, you didn't need my help. Had he not possessed that ethereal pattern, the consequences would have been dire." Tan Lingyin fixed her gaze on him, earnestly saying, "Regardless, your intention to save me matters. But please, do not act so impulsively next time. Demons and spirits differ. They can indeed harm you." Hu Jingyan nodded. "I will remember." Tan Mufeng emerged, his steps unsteady. "So, has it been resolved?" Tan Lingyin gestured towards the lifeless black orb on the stone table. "It has been dealt with. You are safe now." Tan Mufeng approached, glaring at the orb, his frustration boiling over as he contemplated striking it but hesitated, fearing he would soil his hands. "What is this thing? Why did it target me?" Tan Lingyin explained, "Demons appear quite grotesque before taking human form. This black orb sought to experience human life. Hence its fixation on a beautiful facade like yours." Realizing this, Tan Mufeng mused, "So that's it. I suppose I'm not too bad looking after all." As he touched his own face, Tan Lingyin scrutinized his features, suddenly asking, "I'm curious, don't you feel thirsty?" The demise of the black orb would cause the lingering demonic energy within Tan Mufeng to dissipate. Tan Mufeng licked his lips, suddenly feeling a sharp dryness in his throat. Water. He felt parched, akin to a fish stranded on the shore, on the brink of dehydration. Stumbling into the room, he grabbed the kettle from the table and poured it into his mouth. After a prolonged drought, the moment brought him immense joy as he felt revitalized. Having guzzled down a pot of water, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Tan Lingyin approached and took his pulse. "It's nothing serious. Just a bit dehydrated. Drink more water for the next few days and you'll be fine." Tan Mufeng embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, my dear sister. Without you, I surely wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun." Tan Lingyin chuckled, patting his back. "We are family. I will always strive to protect you." Their affectionate embrace caused Hu Jingyan to furrow his brow slightly. It is often said that a girl should avoid her elder brother. At 18, shouldn't Tan Lingyin be more cautious around her brother? He spoke in a firm tone. "Now that the matter is settled, Mufeng, we should return and allow Miss Tan to rest." Tan Mufeng quickly released Tan Lingyin. "Yes, sister, you must be exhausted. Go to sleep."
Tan Lingyin nodded. "All right."
"Remember to check in with our parents." Tan Mufeng exited with a spring in his step. "Understood. Good night, sister." Xianqing added, "Master, I shall also retire for the night." He turned and left, granting Tan Lingyin and Hu Jingyan some privacy. Hu Jingyan lingered at the doorway, hesitating before asking, "Then I shall take my leave as well. Mr. Hua, please wait a moment." Tan Lingyin quickly grasped his wrist. "Would you sit with me for a while? Although I am an exorcist, I find myself somewhat fearful at the moment." Her enchanting fox-like eyes gazed at him, and her porcelain face displayed a hint of vulnerability and trepidation. Hu Jingyan could hardly withstand her expression and nodded. "Very well, I will keep you company." They settled on the sofa, with Tan Lingyin subtly leaning against his shoulder, releasing a contented sigh. Ah, it must be the influence of the imperial star. Although she had not exerted much effort, relying instead on Hu Jingyan's ethereal pattern, she relished the opportunity to bask in his aura. Hu Jingyan sat upright, fearful of moving. For reasons unknown, he always felt inexplicably anxious in her presence, concerned that he might inadvertently cause her discomfort. A delicate, pale hand suddenly reached out, gently pulling his larger hand toward her. "Mr. Hua, I noticed you recited the incantation rather swiftly just now. Allow me to draw a divine light talisman on your hand for your protection. Hua Jingyan quickly protested. That would be too much trouble. You should rest instead. Tan Lingyin smiled and looked up at him. It's no trouble at all. She delicately cradled his hand, her slender fingers tracing patterns across his palm. It sent tingling sensations coursing through him. As Tan Lingyin concentrated, her fingers moved deliberately, slower than when she used vermilion to draw talismans, as if she intended to prolong their contact. Once completed, she gently caressed his palm. There. This is far more effective than a mere protective talisman. Protective talismans are rather mundane, typically used to ward off minor spirits and calamities. However, common spirits would not dare approach Hua Jingyan, so he had little use for them. Those bold enough to approach him would likely be formidable demon practitioners. In such cases, this divine light talisman would surely repel them. Hua Jingyan watched her fair hand resting on his palm, yearning to clasp it but hesitating. Instead, he shifted the conversation. I recall your college entrance examination results are due soon? Tan Lingyin nodded eagerly, yes. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. She quickly grabbed her phone from the table and searched. Results will be out tomorrow. Do you have confidence in getting into Capital University? Tan Lingyin's lips curled into a smile. Absolutely. The top universities will be vying for me. Hua Jingyan, captivated by her radiant smile, returned her grin. Very well. I shall await your good news tomorrow. Tan Lingyin, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, Are you not coming to my home tomorrow? I shall depart early in the morning. There are matters at the company that require my presence, replied Hua Jingyan, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow slightly. When will you visit again? Hua Jingyan cleared his throat, his tone maintaining an air of sophistication. After all, this is not my home. It is inconvenient for me to reside here. May I stay at your house then? Tan Lingyin gazed at him intently. Chapter 68. The results of the college entrance examination are released today. Hua Jingyan found her wide, fox-like eyes enchanting, yet he feigned contemplation for a moment. If your family consents, it would be permissible. Tan Lingyin promptly responded, There is no need for my family's approval. I am already an adult. While residing at the Tan family home could strengthen familial bonds, her foremost responsibility was to assist Hua Jingyan in averting his impending calamity. Hua Jingyan nodded. Very well. It's your decision. Coincidentally, Wang Ma has procured a plethora of clothing and accessories for you, making it quite convenient for you to stay over.
Tan Lingyin replied.
Once the results are announced, I shall discuss this matter with my family. Agreed, Hua Jingyan concluded, and a silence enveloped them once more. He suddenly stood up. Then I shall take my leave. I will contact you tomorrow. Tan Lingyin waved her hand. See you later. The following morning, Rong Wanshu hurriedly knocked on Tan Lingyin's door. Darling, are you well? Tan Lingyin swiftly opened the door, mother. Rong Wanshu pulled her inside, concern evident in her voice. Your brother told me yesterday that you captured a demon and nearly got injured. Let me see if you are all right. Tan Lingyin clasped her mother's hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It's nothing. Merely a small demon, and Xianqing was here as well. We were both unharmed. Rong Wanshu led her to the sofa. Being a practitioner of the arcane arts is perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider? She lovingly smoothed Tan Lingyin's tousled hair, her eyes filled with maternal affection. Though there are benefits to being a practitioner, I worry about the dangers you may face. Tan Lingyin shook her head, her gaze resolute. Mother, since heaven has bestowed upon me the Xianling bone, it is my destiny to tread the path of the arcane. Having already mastered the 5 arts of Xuanxue, I cannot neglect these responsibilities. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the abilities my master has imparted to me. Rong Wanshu, her heart heavy with concern, asked, But those demons and monsters are exceedingly dangerous. Are you not afraid? Tan Lingyin blinked. In the eyes of a practitioner, they are hardly frightening. They are merely opportunities for merit. Merit? What can accumulating merit achieve? You are not a bodhisattva, Rong Wanshu remarked, her focus solely on her daughter's safety. Tan Lingyin patiently explained, practitioners are different from ordinary individuals. Accumulating merit can enhance one's magical prowess and furthermore, it can lead to longevity. Even the possibility of ascending to the divine realm. This last statement, however, was not something she could share with Rong Wanshu, as it belonged to a realm of knowledge beyond the ordinary. What else can it do? Rong Wanshu inquired.
Tan Lingyin replied.
It can also strengthen the body and extend one's lifespan. In essence, it is all beneficial. Well, if explained thus, perhaps my mother would indeed consent to my continued practice of the arcane arts. Rong Wanshu, brow slightly furrowed, pondered for a moment before saying, That does sound reasonable. She then grasped Tan Lingyin's hand tightly. However, you must remain cautious around formidable beings. If you can avoid them, do so, alright? Of course. Tan Lingyin readily assented, eager to alleviate her mother's worries. Rong Wanshu smiled. You must be hungry after just waking. Hurry and freshen up. Let us have breakfast together. Sure. Tan Lingyin quickly attended to her morning routine, and soon she and Rong Wanshu arrived at the dining room. Grandpa Tan and Xianqing were already seated. Xianqing, how did you dispose of that black entity from last night? Tan Lingyin asked as she took her seat at the table, directing her gaze at Xianqing. Xianqing replied, I found a place to burn it. I have kept the ashes, intending to bury them at Ziyun Temple. Grandpa Tan inquired with curiosity, why bury it at Ziyun Temple? Xianqing patiently explained, Ziyun Temple is nourished by Xuanqi year-round. Such malevolent entities buried there will be subdued. If buried elsewhere, unforeseen consequences may arise. Tan Lingyin recalled that she had 2 jars that also needed burial and said, by the way, please take the ashes of the agate coffin back to subdue them. And help me find a suitable place on your mountain to bury the agate ashes. Xianqing nodded promptly, understood. I shall see to it. Tan Yu and Tan Mufeng entered,
pushing a small food cart.
As the servants had not yet arrived, breakfast was prepared by Tan Yu and Tan Mufeng. Tan Mufeng, with a hearty voice, announced, breakfast is served. Please assist in bringing out the dishes. Rong Wanshu helped set the table, saying, all right, let's not discuss those ashes first thing in the morning. It is making me lose my appetite. Tan Lingyin distributed bowls and chopsticks. Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. The table was adorned with both Chinese and Western cuisine, appearing somewhat chaotic yet visually appealing. Tan Lingyin picked up a sandwich. Did you make this, brother?
Tan Mufeng beamed,
nodding, yes, I can only manage some simple Western breakfast. The rest is all prepared by our father. Tan Yu served Tan Lingyin a bowl of soup here. Try your father's cooking. It has been a while since he last cooked, so I wonder if he has lost his touch. The soup appeared light. Yet as Tan Lingyin lowered her head, the fresh aroma wafted up, promising a delightful taste. She took a small sip with her spoon and immediately smiled at Tan Yu. Delicious. Father's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, your father won me over with his exceptional cooking back in the day. Rong Wanshu laughed. Tan Yu cleared his throat. I thought it was my looks that captivated you. Turns out it was my culinary prowess. Rong Wanshu playfully rolled her eyes. In your youth, you were just average.
Do not be too vain.
Haha, let us eat. Grandpa Tan chuckled, enjoying the banter among his family. After a while, Tan Mufeng suddenly asked, where is Jingyan? Why hasn't he joined us for breakfast? Tan Lingyin responded, he left last night. He mentioned he had matters at the company to handle. Tan Mufeng nodded, indeed. The head of the Hu family is indeed a busy man. After breakfast, Tan Lingyin entrusted the agate ashes and coffin ashes to Xianqing, who then took his leave. Rong Wanshu brought over a platter of fruit, sitting beside Tan Lingyin to braid her hair. Look at you. Your hair is all disheveled. How about I help you style it?
Sure. Thank you, mother.
Tan Lingyin smiled at her, then lowered her head to refresh her phone screen. As Rong Wanshu braided her hair, she caught a glimpse of the phone screen. Curious, what are you looking at so intently? Your fingers are moving rapidly. The results of the college entrance examination are being released today, but the system is so overloaded that I can't get in, Tan Lingyin explained. Chapter 69, Sister. You are amazing. Rong Wanshu brightened at the mention of the examination results, the college entrance examination results. Yet, recalling her daughter's previous struggles and the household responsibilities she had to shoulder, she hesitated to voice her concerns. With gentle hands, she continued to braid Tan Lingyin's hair. Smiling, the results are not what matter. The Tan family's legacy will be yours and your brother's. You will never have to worry about food or clothing. Having not cared for her daughter for the first 18 years, she naturally held no expectations for her academic performance, whether she excelled or not. She was still her precious daughter. Tan Lingyin refreshed the page repeatedly, confidently asserting, it matters.
I want to attend Jingda. Jingda.
Rong Wanshu was momentarily taken aback, thinking back to how Tan Mufeng had not been able to enter Jingda, believing the entrance scores to be exceedingly high. She was astonished at her daughter's lofty aspirations. Tan Yu, dressed in formal attire, approached. Dear, I must head to work now. Rong Wanshu nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. The earlier you leave, the sooner you return.
Lingyin.
Your father is going to work. Before departing, Tan Yu yearned for a word of concern from his daughter, so he approached Tan Lingyin. At that moment, however, Tan Lingyin excitedly exclaimed, she got in. Tan Yu responded, what do you mean she got in? Rome Wanshu quickly set down her comb and leaned to glance at Tan Lingyin's phone screen. Their daughter was checking her college entrance examination results. Come and see. Instantly, Tan Yu's urgency to leave for work dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension on his face. I need to scrutinize this closely. The three of them huddled together, their heads nearly touching, all fixated on the small phone screen. As the interface slowly scrolled down, a vivid red number 1 came into view. Rome Wanshu shouted in exhilaration, First place! First place! She embraced Tan Lingyin tightly. Their daughter had secured the top position. Tan Lingyin, however, maintained her composure, saying, let us check the scores. As the scores for each subject were revealed, Rome Wanshu and Tan Yu's excitement rendered them hoarse, their astonished exclamations echoing one after another. Full marks! Full marks! Another full mark! Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow slightly, pointing at the score for Chinese. What a pity, it's not a full score. Rome Wanshu cupped her face and kissed her, reassuringly saying, sweetheart, it's perfectly normal for Chinese not to be full marks, even if your essay is stellar. The teacher will still deduct points. Tan Lingyin sighed resignedly. It must be that my handwriting is too illegible. She was accustomed to drawing spirit patterns, which often led her handwriting to be connected and less tidy. With tears of joy welling in her eyes, Rome Wanshu shook Tan Lingyin's arm, saying, my dear daughter, don't overthink it. You are already first. Tan Yu, breathing heavily in evident excitement, loosened his tie and unfastened the neatly done collar of his shirt, finally able to breathe. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, my daughter is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I want to be going to work today. Rome Wanshu immediately urged, sweetheart, quickly take a screenshot of your results and send it to Mom. I need to boast to my friends. Tan Lingyin nodded with a smile and sent the screenshot to Rome Wanshu's WeChat. Tan Yu added, your grandfather and brother don't know this news yet. Hurry and tell them. What good news? Tan Leazizi, leaning on his cane, approached with a smile, having just heard their excited chatter while strolling outside.
Dad.
Lingyin is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. She ranked first. Tan Yu strode over to support him and pulled him towards the table. Come quickly and see. Tan Leazizi gazed at the phone screen in shock and quickly said, hurry. Let us throw a celebration banquet for my granddaughter as admission. A near full-score top scorer deserves a grand celebration. Let my granddaughter shine. Tan Lingyin sent a message to Hu Jingyan. Mr. Hua, I ranked first. She added, Grandpa. There's no need for a celebration. I don't like to be in the spotlight. Tan Leazizi replied, Isn't this a good thing? Really? You don't want to celebrate? No need. Tan Lingyin looked up at him. The Tan family just held a reunion banquet recently. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask everyone over again just for me. Then I'll respect your wishes, Tan Leazizi conceded after some thought. Rome Wanshu gazed at her lovingly. My dear, you truly are so considerate. Indeed, unlike your brother, who insisted on throwing a celebration banquet when he was admitted to that dual first-rate university abroad, claiming it was to bring honor to the Tan family. Tan Yu was quite critical of his son, expressing his dissatisfaction. I don't understand what he has to boast about. It's not even Kyoto University. Just then, Tan Mufeng strolled down from the corridor, smiling as he approached. Sister, I'm heading out to play golf. Would you like to join? Tan Yu shot him a glare. You've learned nothing abroad except for dining etiquette and playing sports. Come here. Tan Mufeng obediently walked over, asking, What's wrong, Dad? Why the sudden outburst? Your sister got into Kyoto University. Take a look at what university you're going to. Tan Yu shot a disapproving glance at him. This son had once been the hope of the Tan family upon his birth, but he had grown increasingly independent and unruly. Tan Mufeng stared wide-eyed at Tan Lingyin's sister. You actually got into Kyoto University? Tan Lingyin nodded. It's nothing special, just a small feat. She handed him her results. See for yourself. Upon seeing her score, which was 749 points, Tan Mufeng's jaw nearly dropped. Sister, you're incredible. Absolutely amazing. At that moment, Tan Lingyin's phone vibrated, and she hastily picked it up. Tan Mufeng leaned over to see. Who's messaging you? Tan Lingyin opened Hu Jingyan's chat. Hu Jingyan, congratulations. Kyoto University should be contacting you soon. Just as she was about to type a response, a phone call came in. She answered, and at Rome Wanshu's suggestion, switched to speaker mode. Hello. This is Tan Lingyin. Is this Tan Lingyin? The voice on the other end was brimming with excitement.
Yes.
Hello. We are from the admissions office of Kyoto University. We have seen your results. Are you interested in attending Kyoto University? Tam Lingyin fell silent, her family anxiously watching her await her response. The admissions office grew more urgent, adding, Tam Lingyin, if you attend Kyoto University, your tuition will be fully waived. You will have a luxurious, single dormitory. Additionally, you'll be given spots in various competitions organized by the school. There are numerous other benefits that will be provided to you. Chapter 70. Then let us get engaged. The admissions office rushed through a series of benefits, nodding enthusiastically from Rong Wanshu's side. This was indeed a top-tier offer, fitting for a top scorer. After a moment of contemplation, Tam Lingyin stated, I have one condition. Please share it. We will do our utmost to accommodate. I hope that I will not lose credits for any absences, and I guarantee I will not fail any courses. Considering her identity as a spirit master, Tam Lingyin knew she would occasionally need to take leave or face unforeseen circumstances that could lead to absences. She didn't want to enter Kyoto University as a top scorer only to find herself unable to graduate due to lost credits. The admissions office remained silent for a long while, and low murmurs of discussion could be heard on the line. Finally, the representative continued, after some deliberation. We have decided that as long as you guarantee not to fail any courses and maintain high grades, your absences will not affect your credits.
Tan Lingyin.
Have you decided to attend Kyoto University? Tam Lingyin replied softly, yes, I've chosen Kyoto University as my first choice. The admissions officer exclaimed excitedly, that's wonderful news. Kyoto University will announce this good news immediately. After hanging up, Tam Lingyin quickly messaged Hu Jingyan. The admissions office of Kyoto University called me. I've decided to attend. Hu Jingyan, congratulations. Have you decided about staying at my house?
What?
What does he mean? Tan Mufeng, having noticed Hu Jingyan's message to Tam Lingyin, was now keenly observing her phone screen. Upon seeing that message, he exploded. What does Hu Jingyan mean by that? Tam Lingyin locked her phone screen and replied seriously. It means I will be living at his house from now on. Tan Mufeng frowned and retorted angrily. Why should you go to his house? You're my sister. Rong Wanshu also grabbed Tan Lingyin's hand, gently asking Lingyin, what is going on? Why would you want to live with the Hor family right after coming home? Is it uncomfortable here? Tan Leiazizi sighed as well. It must be that she is not used to this old house. Young people prefer living in villas. Your father has many villas. You can choose any to stay in, how about that? Exactly. You can choose from any property under your father's name. Live wherever you like. Tan Yu nodded in agreement. The family looked at Tan Lingyin with anticipation, fearing she might feel uncomfortable at home. Tan Lingyin smiled as she grasped Rong Wanshu's hand, saying, do not overthink it. My discomfort does not stem from my living situation, but rather from the unique fate of Hu Jingyan. Coexisting with him is advantageous for me. Old Master Tan was somewhat aware of this. Indeed, Hu Yan's fate was peculiar, a fact I acknowledge. However, there is no necessity for you to live together. Considering you are both unmarried, that would be quite inappropriate. Then, let us become engaged. A voice suddenly echoed from a distance.
Yeju aprorochet biriskli, her çerful tone dejlaring.
Once engaged, you can certainly reside together, right? Rong Wanshu turned to her and inquired, Sister Shui, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I come? I am here to propose. Yi Shui beamed as she nudged Tan Yu aside and sat next to Tan Lingyin. I overheard your conversation while hiding behind the rockery. Lingyin mentioned she wants to stay at the Hor residence, and I wholeheartedly support that. Hui Ting also joined in, chuckling. You wouldn't dare to go back on the childhood engagement we established all those years ago, would you? Tan Yu frowned, but the child was lost back then. Surely that renders it null and void? Now that the child has been found, it remains valid. Yi Shui firmly grasped Rong Wanshu's hand, saying, Little Wanshu, I've been your sister for many years. You wouldn't want to see me sad, would you? Rong Wanshu hesitated, glancing between Tan Lingyin and Yi Shui, before responding, Sister Shui. This engagement must be agreed upon by the children. Have you consulted Jingyan's opinion? Jingyan would undoubtedly agree.
Yeju replied confidently.
Did he tell you? Rong Wanshu questioned. Yi Shui raised an eyebrow and whispered. He didn't say it outright, but his demeanor spoke volumes. You have no idea. My son is a natural workaholic, viewing every socialite merely as a potential collaborator. Yet yesterday, his gaze towards Lingyin was strikingly different. I know my son well enough. He was utterly captivated, as if his soul had flown to Lingyin's side. Rong Wanshu was taken aback. I sensed something unusual in Jingyan's gaze towards my daughter. It appears I was not mistaken. Tan Mufeng interjected, Your mere words do not suffice. It is necessary for Hu Jingyan to voice his agreement. Yi Shui promptly pulled out her phone. I will call him over right now. Half an hour later, in the Tan family's main hall, Tan Lingyin and Hu Jingyan found themselves seated together, enduring the scrutiny and inquiries of their elders. Yi Shui was the first to pose a question. Son, do you agree to this marriage? Hu Jingyan sat somewhat stiffly, turning to glance at Tan Lingyin, who happened to be looking back at him. He wished to inquire if she agreed, yet feared a negative response. She had aided him in overcoming a dire fate, and now he wished to marry her. Was he being greedy? Tan Lingyin met his gaze, scrutinizing the shifting emotions in his eyes, unable to decipher his thoughts. They exchanged glances, both waiting for the other to speak first.
Yeju, ekasferatet.
Approached and clapped Hu Jingyan on the shoulder. You blockhead. Your mother has known what you're thinking for ages. Speak up.
Don't make me scold you.
Hu Jingyan straightened, his eyes surveying the onlookers in the hall, all focused on him and Tan Lingyin. He pressed his lips together, glancing at Tan Lingyin, and solemnly declared, Miss Tan, I believe that childhood engagements are promises to be honored. I am willing to fulfill that promise. Suddenly, Tan Lingyin felt a void within, a pang of disappointment. His words clearly indicated he was merely adhering to the elder's commitment, rather than harboring any personal sentiments towards her. Maintaining a composed expression, she replied gently, Since Mr. Hu has no objections, I too am willing to honor this promise. Regardless of Hu Jingyan's true feelings, being near him would undoubtedly bring her benefits. Perhaps, due to the need to avert his calamity, he perceived no harm in marrying her. After all, an engagement could always be rescinded. Upon hearing her words, Yi Shui's face lit up with a smile. See, I knew these two children were destined for each other. We can now discuss the engagement. Rong Wanshu felt a surge of happiness within. After all, her daughter marrying into the Hu family would surely avoid any mother-in-law conflicts and the worries of being manipulated by the in-laws. Chapter 71. The Presence of Dark Forces. The elders began deliberating on the engagement date and the guest list for the occasion. Tan Lingyin suddenly interjected, I believe we should keep it simple. There is no need to invite guests. This is a matter between our two families and does not require public knowledge. She was also considering Hu Jingyan. Once news of their engagement spread, how would he ever encounter his true destiny? Hu Jingyan observed her cool profile, his fair hand tightening slightly into a fist. Did she truly wish to keep it private solely to honor their promise? His lips pressed together, his expression growing colder. Just then, Yi Shui asked Jingyan, What do you think? Should we invite guests? Let us proceed as Miss Tan suggests, he replied icily, abruptly rising and stating apologies. I have urgent matters at my company and must take my leave. Without a backward glance, he departed, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Tan Lingyin watched him leave in haste, her gaze lingering on his receding figure, yet ultimately, she did not follow. For reasons unknown, she sensed his discontent. Did he not wish to become engaged to her? Never mind. Once she lived with him for a while and her Xianling bone grew stronger, she would be able to help him avert his calamity. At which point they could annul the engagement. The news spread rapidly online. The top scorer of the college entrance examination has emerged from Jingda. Accompanying the announcement was a photograph of Tan Lingyin's examination admission ticket.
Wow.
Even her ID photo is stunning. The top scorer is a beauty. Heavens! What window did you close on her? Others at 18. Top scorer, the most beautiful candidate. Jingda has personally issued a statement to promote my 18, preparing to repeat the year. Isn't that our classmate Tan Lingyin? She's actually the top scorer? As this comment surfaced, many began to inquire about her previous academic performance and whether she had undergone cosmetic surgery. The poster promptly responded to each question. Tan Lingyin has not had any surgery. She has been this beautiful since middle school. Her academic performance was average, but she ranked first in the last 2 mock exams leading up to the college entrance examination. It feels like she's secretly enrolled in a tutoring class.
Oh.
By the way, she was adopted. Her adoptive parents were quite cruel, and she was cast out before the exam. It's rather pitiful, yet inspiring.
Fortunately,
the poster was not one to fabricate stories. Their words were truthful. Tan Lingyin did not know who this person was and was too indifferent to inquire further. Regardless of whether her former classmates attempted to tarnish her reputation, she was now the top scorer. Who could question her results? After she filled out her college applications, the engagement matter moved to the forefront. Merely 3 days later, the Hu family arrived with a betrothal gift. Hu Jingyan was dressed with care today, opting for a more relaxed yet still formal attire, distinct from the dreary suit he often wore. Tan Lingyin, too, had been adorned by Rong Wanshu, donning a light pink dress that her mother cherished. Standing alongside Hu Jingyan, their outfits harmoniously complemented one another. Yi Shui cheerfully proclaimed, "From today onward, the Hua and Tan families will officially become in-laws." She produced an antique box and handed it to Tan Lingyin. "Lingyin, this is your engagement gift. Quickly, open it and take a look." Tan Lingyin accepted it, opened it briefly, and frowned slightly. "Where did this come from?" Yi Shui raised an eyebrow. "I just acquired it yesterday at an auction abroad. It's a 500-year-old ancient jade bracelet. Isn't the color lovely?" Tan Lingyin's gaze turned icy as she grasped the bracelet tightly. This item had only recently been pried from a corpse, reeking of dark energy. As all women are inherently associated with yin, wearing it for too long would surely lead to physical weakness and a shortened lifespan.
What?
Yi Shui was instantly filled with excitement, hastily reaching out to grab the bracelet in her hand, ready to smash it. "We don't want it." Tan Lingyin deftly evaded her grasp. "Don't break it. It is indeed a treasure, and it would be a shame to destroy it."
Yeju, ansios, urget.
"Then you mustn't hold on to it any longer. This item is detrimental to your health." However, Tan Lingyin calmly adorned her wrist with the bracelet. "It's better for me to wear it than for someone else to do so." Yi Shui grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Why would you still put it on?" "I had no idea it was harmful. I merely acquired it for its antique value." Just 2 days prior, she had traveled abroad to an auction, spending a staggering 100 million to secure the ancient jade bracelet. Little did she know, it had been removed from a corpse not long before. Everyone is aware that antiques are often retrieved from the dead, yet one would expect them to be displayed for a time before being auctioned, rather than sold immediately after excavation.
Who wouldn't be frightened by that?
Rong Wanshu chimed in, "Inin, quickly take off the bracelet." Tan Lingyin replied with unperturbed composure. "It poses no issue for me to wear it, but I must inquire if Aunt has acquired anything else at the auction." Yi Shui immediately affirmed, "I also bought a pair of ancient jade earrings, but they seemed too small for me, so I thought I would keep them for myself."
Tan Lingyin swiftly questioned.
"Do not wear them. They carry malevolent energy. It is best if you bring them to me so I can perform a cleansing before wearing them." Hu Jingyan observed the verdant bracelet on her delicate wrist and remarked, "Then why do you still wear it? You should take it off first." He reached for her wrist, his long fingers gently encircling it, effortlessly enveloping her slender arm. Just as his fingers were about to brush the jade bracelet, Tan Lingyin pressed her hand against his. Coolly warning, "Do not touch it. It is saturated with death energy." She gently pushed his hand away, freeing herself from his hold. "Aunt, where are the jade earrings now?" Yi Shui responded, "They are at Jingyan's home. I also bought some jewelry which I left there as well." Tan Lingyin turned to Hu Jingyan. "Let us go to your house immediately. The matter from 500 years ago must be resolved without delay." Yi Shui lamented, "It's all my fault."
"Aunt."
"There is no need for guilt. Your intentions were good. Let us resolve this matter swiftly," Tan Lingyin said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her demeanor tranquil, as if she were unperturbed. Xianqing urged, "Then let us be on our way. Such matters should not be delayed." Both families hurriedly drove to Hu Jingyan's villa. As they arrived shortly after noon, they found no apparent disturbances upon entering the villa. Aunt Wang, seeing the gathering crowd, cheerfully asked, "You've all come. Is the engagement banquet to be held here today?" Tan Lingyin scrutinized Aunt Wang's face, her gaze suddenly icy. She stepped forward and seized Aunt Wang's hand. Chapter 72, The First Wife and the Concubine. Aunt Wang was startled by her sudden action and quickly inquired, "Young mistress, what is the matter?" Tan Lingyin coldly questioned, "Have you touched those earrings?" "What earrings?" "I was just tidying up, and I must have touched quite a few." Aunt Wang replied, bewildered by her urgency. Tan Lingyin flipped her hand over, urging her to open her palm. Upon seeing the faint blackish-purple hue in Aunt Wang's palm, it was evident that it was not the typical crimson of a healthy person. Aunt Wang was taken aback. "Why is my hand so dirty?" Tan Lingyin's voice was chilling. "Your hands are laden with death energy. That little ghost will possess you tonight." Having encountered Xianqing before, Aunt Wang believed in the art of divination and was immediately frightened. "What have I touched that I shouldn't have?" Yi Shui approached to support Aunt Wang. "Sister Wang, were you upstairs handling those ornaments, touching a pair of jade earrings?" Aunt Wang nodded. "You bought so many items that I thought it would be easier to organize them for your convenience. But it's strange. That jade earring was particularly dirty. I wiped it repeatedly until it was finally clean." Yi Shui expressed her confusion. "How could it be dirty? It was spotless when I received it." Aunt Wang shook her head. "It was always somewhat dusty, so I cleaned it many times." It was that little ghost's intent to make Aunt Wang come into contact with the jade. Tan Lingyin's voice turned cold as she gazed at Aunt Wang's face. You are destined for a life of comfort in your old age, and it seems that spirit has set its sights on you. Aunt Wang caught sight of Xianqing among the crowd and urgently pleaded, Master Xianqing, please save me. I will give you all my savings. Xianqing quickly waved his hand. No need to offer me anything. Just seek my master. Master? Aunt Wang was puzzled. Miss Tan is my master. Aunt Wang looked at Tan Lingyin in astonishment, perplexed by the sudden revelation. Xianqing added, I have already taken her as my master. Tan Lingyin produced a talisman pouch and handed it to her. This is a protective talisman. Take it. Aunt Wang, overwhelmed by this revelation, dazedly accepted the pouch Tan Lingyin offered. Tan Lingyin had already turned to head toward the elevator. You all wait here. I will go upstairs to handle the situation. Xianqing quickly squeezed through the door. I shall accompany you. The two ascended the elevator, arriving at the third floor. As they exited the elevator, a chilling aura immediately enveloped them. Xianqing murmured, this is the first time I've sensed such negativity in Jingyan's territory. Tan Lingyin surveyed her surroundings, her tone grave. Typically, spirits do not dare approach where Jingyan resides. However, this time is different. This little ghost has found refuge in the ancient jade and has even targeted Aunt Wang. It is determined to remain here. Tan Lingyin made her way directly to her dressing room and pushed the door open. A faint wave of death energy rushed toward her, accompanied by a muddy, earthy scent. Xianqing raised his hand to cover his nose, exclaiming, this odor is truly unbearable. Tan Lingyin scanned the assortment of jewelry displayed on the table. Each piece was meticulously organized within transparent boxes, hair ornaments, necklaces, rings, and more, all categorized by type and material. It was evident that Aunt Wang had taken great care in her arrangement. Tan Lingyin approached a shelf brimming with jade items, her gaze fixed on a pair of jade earrings. Every piece here was a treasure, with the quality of jade being consistently exquisite, though their ages varied. Upon inspection, she quickly located the pair of antique earrings from 500 years ago, made of the same material as the bracelet on her wrist. Found you, Tan Lingyin said coldly, reaching for the earrings. However, to her surprise, the earrings suddenly lifted from the shelf, enveloped by a dark shadow. The shadow expanded in midair, transforming into the figure of a woman, with the earrings adorning her ears. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, with pronounced cheekbones and slanted eyes. Her expression one of sharpness and malevolence. In a hoarse voice, she queried, Xian Master? Tan Lingyin regarded her with indifference. Those earrings do not belong to you. Not only have you claimed them for yourself, but you also seek to use them as a medium to inhabit a living body. Your audacity is astonishing. The woman replied ominously, little girl, how do you know these earrings are not mine? Tan Lingyin raised her wrist, a faint ghostly figure emerging from the jade bracelet. For she was the true owner of the earrings. From the moment she touched the bracelet, Tan Lingyin had sensed the presence of a ghost within. Though it was timid and had shown no intent to harm Yi Shui or herself. Regrettably, even a benign spirit could not remain in contact with the living. As a practitioner, Tan Lingyin was compelled to guide it into reincarnation, preventing it from lingering within the bracelet indefinitely. Seeing the additional ghostly figure, Xianqing quickly affixed a talisman to himself. His master was unfazed by these spirits. After all, he was of an age where the presence of such negativity could be harmful. The newly emerged female ghost appeared relatively youthful, her features delicate and elegant. Yet her expression was one of simplicity and honesty. Tan Lingyin's fingers swiftly performed calculations, allowing her to immediately discern the relationship between the two individuals. One was the legitimate wife, and the other a concubine. In times gone by, marrying a concubine was deemed normal, hence Tan Lingyin held no disdain for the concubine status. The sharp-tongued woman immediately shrieked, her belongings? Does she even deserve them? Her possessions are mine. I am the rightful mistress of this household. Xianqing quickly inquired in a hushed tone, what does she mean? Tan Lingyin quietly elucidated, the one speaking is the legitimate wife, while this one beside me is the concubine. They both perished together in a great fire. Xianqing deduced, I suspect this fire was no accident, for I discern a look of wrongful death upon the concubine's face. Tan Lingyin smirked coldly, her gaze icy as she regarded the legitimate wife. The legitimate wife, consumed by jealousy over the concubine's favored status, deliberately set the fire, not realizing it would engulf the entire household. The flames were so fierce that their remains were utterly obliterated, which is precisely why they now linger together. Otherwise, a legitimate wife and a concubine would never share the same burial place. The legitimate wife displayed ghastly markings upon her face, her raspy voice grating. What do you know? It was she who seduced my husband, that shameless vixen. Were it not for her incessant clinginess to my husband, how could I have ever resorted to arson? She has caused my own annihilation. It is all her fault." As she screamed, a dense aura of darkness emanated from her. Her shrill voice pierced through the room, reverberating on the third floor. The ghostly resonance was so potent that even those on the ground floor could hear it. Hua Jingyan's expression shifted, and he swiftly moved toward the elevator. "It seems there is trouble. I must go investigate." Chapter 73. The Emergence of the King of Hell. Seeing Hua Jingyan ascend the stairs, Rong Wanshu hastily followed suit. "I'm going too." The crowd crowded into the elevator, arriving together on the third floor. Tan Lingyin's keen ears caught the sound of the elevator, her eyes instantly darkening. Xianqing, block the doorway. Do not let her escape. Xianqing, robust and agile, swiftly reached the entrance, producing a talisman in hand. She cannot get out. Tan Lingyin cast a detached gaze at the enraged legitimate wife. "You speak incessantly of your husband. It is evident that your love for him is profound. But do you not realize that she does not love your husband at all, but was forcibly taken to your household as a concubine?" At this juncture, the concubine timidly interjected, "I have long informed the lady of this matter. Yet she would not believe me. My existence in the household has been a torment." The legitimate wife glared at her furiously. "How could I ever trust your deceit? My husband is kind and virtuous. It must be you who seduced him and then twisted the narrative." Tan Lingyin shook her head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. "It is rare to encounter a ghost maddened by love. You are the first. Is it wrong to love someone? I have done no wrong." The legitimate wife's fury surged, and she charged toward Tan Lingyin. "A mere little sorceress dares to meddle in my affairs? Today, I shall ensure you do not return." "Oh my heavens!" Rong Wanshu exclaimed as she reached the doorway, witnessing the scene, her legs trembling in fear. Xianqing quickly reassured her. "Do not worry. My master is formidable." Tan Lingyin's lips parted, stubborn and unyielding. "Agate, time for reinforcements." She swiftly unleashed a soul-nurturing talisman, from which a spectral figure clad in red emerged. The moment Agate appeared, the suffocating aura of malevolence in the room plummeted the temperature to freezing levels. Despite it being summer, the third floor felt as though it were blanketed in snow. Though both were ghosts of 500 years, Agate's dark energy far surpassed that of the legitimate wife. Upon seeing Agate, the legitimate wife's arrogance immediately waned, her voice trembling. "What is happening?" Agate regarded her with a slight smirk, emitting a low chuckle. "A mere little ghost, with age but lacking in might." "Tan Lingjin ko ulierid." "Take her away." Agate replied, "As you command." With a swift motion, she ensnared the legitimate wife in her ominous energy, binding her and drawing her back into the soul-nurturing talisman. The chilling temperature in the room gradually rose, leaving only the trembling concubine nestled beside Tan Lingyin. She appeared utterly pristine, devoid of any malevolent aura, resembling a pure spirit freshly departed from her body. Tan Lingyin turned to her, her voice softening. "You were burned to death by her, subjected to torment for centuries. It is indeed a grave injustice." The concubine, her legs giving way, knelt before Tan Lingyin, weeping. "I implore you, master, could you allow me to reunite with my parents in the afterlife? Even if it means becoming a small cat or dog by their side, I would be content." Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow. "That poses a challenge, for they have already entered the cycle of reincarnation, making it difficult to find them." The concubine's voice choked with emotion. She cried, "In life, I was abducted by that tyrant, and my parents were brutally beaten by his men.
I have not seen them since.
I miss them dearly." At that moment, Agate emerged from the soul-nurturing talisman, presenting Tan Lingyin with a pair of earrings. "Master, I retrieved this from her." Tan Lingyin accepted them, simultaneously removing her jade bracelet. She handed the two items to the concubine. "These must have been gifted to you by your parents, correct?" The concubine eagerly accepted them, cradling them in her palms as precious treasures. "These earrings and this bracelet were intricately carved by my father during his lifetime. He was a skilled jade craftsman. Alas, I shall never see my father and mother again." Xianqing remarked, "How pitiful." Tan Lingyin glanced toward the doorway, observing everyone standing behind Xianqing, their expressions touched. The concubine placed the two items on a nearby table. "I can no longer take these with me. Let them remain with the master, so my father's painstaking craftsmanship is not in vain." Tan Lingyin regarded the jade bracelet and earrings on the table, then looked at the innocent, trembling ghost before her, and solemnly declared, "If you wish to see your parents, I can assist you, but I cannot guarantee you will be reborn as a human. The kneeling concubine quickly smiled through her tears. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I would do anything, even toil endlessly, just to be by their side again. Tan Lingyin produced a piece of talisman paper, biting her fingertip to draw a spiritual pattern with her blood. Xianxing hurriedly approached from the doorway, followed by the others. Witnessing Tan Lingyin drawing with her blood, Rome Wanshu felt a pang of anguish, wishing to suggest that she refrain from aiding the little ghost. After completing the spiritual pattern, Tan Lingyin softly recited an incantation, causing the blood-red patterns on the talisman paper to gradually illuminate, slowly cracking open before her. The room grew ominously dark as the talisman split, revealing a black fissure that widened to form a swirling vortex. Before Tan Lingyin could speak, a deep, chilling male voice emerged from within. I have finally received your message. A shadowy figure surged forth from the vortex, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Through the haze, one could faintly discern the man's cold yet handsome visage, but it was fleeting as the black mist thickened. Tan Lingyin found herself ensconced within the mist, prompting Rome Wanshu to shout in alarm. Inin. What is happening? Do not worry, I am merely conversing with the King of Hell. Tan Lingyin's voice echoed from within the black fog. Who is the King of Hell? Xianxing and the others explained. The King of Hell governs the 6 paths of reincarnation. He is what you perceive as the Yama of the underworld. Tan Lingyin gazed at the man's strikingly cold features, a smile gracing her lips. Last time, you did not recognize me. How is it you do so this time? The King of Hell's lips curled into a subtle smile, his voice deep. At that time, I did not notice. Afterward, upon observing the spiritual patterns you left behind, I realized they were crafted by your hand. Thus, upon seeing your patterns again, I came to meet you. However, why has little Ling suddenly taken to doing good deeds in the human realm? Tan Lingyin sighed. I am uncertain how it transpired. I fell asleep and awakened in the human realm. It seems I am undergoing tribulations, yet curiously, I have not lost my memory. Perhaps this trial is exceptionally arduous. The king of the underworld reached out and patted her head, remarking, well, it is true that the practitioners of the mortal realm have grown somewhat ineffectual over the years. Your presence will certainly alleviate my burdens. He then added, by the way, I summoned you for a particular matter I wish to discuss. Tan Lingyin promptly called over a nearby maid, come here. Chapter 74. The more disliked, the more composed? The maid approached, her body trembling, and with a sudden weakness in her legs, she knelt before them. Gripping Tan Lingyin's leg tightly, her hands shook uncontrollably, stammering, I. Tan Lingyin looked down at her. What troubles you? I fear. The maid clutched her leg tighter, not daring to glance at the king of the underworld beside them. Tan Lingyin let out a light laugh and turned to the king. Perhaps you could temper your imposing aura a bit. You are scaring her to the brink of losing her senses. The king cast a sidelong glance, his voice deep and solemn. Every specter that encounters me cannot help but tremble. It is an inevitability. Let us not dwell on her fear for now. I wish to inquire about her parents' whereabouts in life. Tan Lingyin stated her request. The king frowned slightly, his tone tinged with resignation. Little Linger, your compassion remains unchanged. Granting the wishes of these specters brings you no benefit. Why should you owe me a favor? Tan Lingyin pressed her lips together, gazing earnestly into his eyes. As a practitioner, I am a messenger between the mortal realm and the underworld. Fulfilling the wishes of the departed is my duty, and the merits or lack thereof are inconsequential. Regarding favors, I believe you would not mind assisting with this small task, would you? She smiled brightly and winked at him, prompting the king to shake his head with a resigned chuckle. His laughter resonated like a deep cello, emerging from the encroaching shadows. Tan Lingyin joined in the laughter. Now that you have smiled, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Thank you for your assistance. The king lightly tapped her head. Very well, I can only assist you. He extended his hand, and a sphere of ethereal green light appeared, enveloping the kneeling maid as he closed his eyes. His long black hair was secured by a jade crown, gently swaying behind him, exuding an aura of dark, inscrutable mystique. Before long, the king withdrew his hand, speaking softly. Her parents currently reside in the capital, and her mother is with child. Tan Lingyin's eyes brightened instantly. Then she could be reborn as a girl, continuing the familial bond. The king raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you truly believe I possess the power to fulfill every desire? Her mother is destined to give birth to a son. This cannot be altered. Tan Lingyin looked at the maid with a hint of disappointment. What about her? As for her, The king regarded Tan Lingyin's porcelain-like face, which bore a look of despondence, and chuckled softly, then let her be the daughter among the twins. Tan Lingyin quickly looked up at him. "Oh, you. Speaking so breathlessly. Are you deliberately teasing me?" The king laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. "I shan't jest any longer. We must take her to the underworld to collect her identification, lest she miss the birth of the twins." Tan Lingyin seized his hand and shook it gently. "I truly appreciate your help. I owe you yet another favor. That favor will not be counted. Just help me capture a few lingering spirits in the mortal realm, and that will suffice," the king replied, smiling at her.
Tan Lingyin nodded vigorously. "No problem."
With a wave of his hand, the king and the kneeling maid vanished, along with the surrounding black mist, all retreating into the inky vortex. Tan Lingyin gazed at the dark vortex with a smile lingering on her lips until it disappeared, restoring tranquility to the room. At which point the others dared to speak. Su Qing quickly asked, "Master, was that truly the king of the underworld? He appeared so young." Tan Lingyin smiled. "Hush. Mortals must not discuss the king of the underworld." Su Qing nodded earnestly. "I shall remember that." Yet, Tan Lingyin chuckled. "I was merely jesting. How could he be young? He has lived for countless years, that old fellow." Rong Wanshu remarked. "He does indeed appear youthful and rather handsome. Are you well acquainted with him?"
Yeju inhuired. Tan Lingyin nodded. "Quite familiar."
"You all must have heard what I said earlier. Practitioners serve as messengers between the mortal and underworld realms. So I seek his assistance when needed." Old Master Tan stroked his beard and looked at Su Qing. "Then, why have we never seen Master Su summon the king of the underworld?" Su Qing coughed slightly. "My cultivation is not profound. I am not worthy of summoning the king, as my master does. After all, my master is the ancestor of the Su sect. Even the king must show deference to her." Tan Lingyin approached Wang Ma, saying, "May I see your hand?" Wang Ma extended her hand, revealing a palm still tinged with dark purple. "Why is it still like this? Wasn't the matter resolved?" Tan Lingyin concentrated her energy at her fingertips and touched Wang Ma's palm. "This may sting a bit. Bear with it." As her energy descended upon Wang Ma's palm, the foul, stagnant energy began to burn away. Wang Ma instantly grimaced, gritting her teeth. "It does hurt a bit." Before long, Tan Lingyin released her hand, relieved that the malevolent energy was minimal and the pain was fleeting. Wang Ma gazed in wonder at her now rosy palm, exclaiming, "Madam, you are truly remarkable. My hand has healed instantly." She expressed her gratitude. "Madam, I have saved quite a bit over the years. Would it be acceptable to offer you half as a reward?" Tan Lingyin shook her head with a smile. "We are all family. No rewards are necessary." Her resolution of this matter could also be seen as a means of protecting Hu Jingyan, which was her duty. The karmic ties naturally offset. Wang Ma furrowed her brow. "That cannot be. Even siblings must keep accounts clear." Tan Lingyin looked at Hu Jingyan, taking his large hand into hers. "Mr. Hua and I are engaged. Should anything occur in his household, it is naturally my concern, so truly, no reward is needed." Hu Jingyan was taken aback by her sudden grasp of his hand, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Tan Lingyin, however, remained composed, her smile unwavering in the face of everyone's gaze. Hu Jingyan pressed his lips together, pondering if this was what it meant to become more composed, the less one like someone. A sense of discomfort stirred within him, particularly as he recalled her interaction with the king of the underworld amidst the shadows, their laughter resonating with joy. The king even called her Little Linger, such an affectionate title. Yi Shui, observing their intertwined hands, beamed. "Sister Wang, my daughter-in-law is correct. Let go of that reward. Just ensure you take good care of her meals from now on." Wang Ma understood well that neither the Hu family nor the Tan family lacked for money. Her meager savings would hardly suffice. She quickly echoed, "Indeed, Madam is right. I will ensure that the young lady is well cared for and plump." Rong Wanshu added, "That would indeed be splendid. My dear Yin is rather too slender. She ought to eat more." Chapter 75. It looks like they're kissing. Seeing everyone still gathered, Tan Lingyin announced, "The matter has been resolved. You may disperse." Old Master Tan inquired, "And what about you? Will you be staying here?" Tan Lingyin turned to Hu Jingyan. "What do you think, Mr. Hu? If you prefer, I could accompany you to the Tan residence." Hu Jingyan regarded her upturned face, his expression earnest as he replied, "Let us remain here. It is more convenient for your work." Tan Lingyin's lips curled into a faint smile. "Of course, since I have no work obligations, your convenience takes precedence."
Yeju interjected.
"There is no rush to return. We have yet to enjoy our engagement feast, so let us dine here." Wang Ma immediately exclaimed, "I will make the arrangements." After the meal, Yi Shui and Rong Wanshu engaged in lively conversation, losing track of time and not hurrying to leave. The Tan family did not depart until evening. Yi Shui and Huiting also left, as they typically resided at the old estate. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she watched as their car gradually departed from the estate, leaving the home feeling eerily vacant. Tan Lingyin turned to her side, glancing at Hu Jingyan, who was gazing into the distance, lost in thought. "Mr. Hua, why don't your parents live here?" Hu Jingyan snapped back to reality, shifting his gaze toward her. "You still call me Mr. Hua?" He countered with a question. Tan Lingyin licked her lips, pondering, "What should I call you then?" "You may call me by my name, or simply Jingyan," he replied. She tentatively uttered, "Hu Jingyan?" His lips formed a thin line as he softly murmured, For some inexplicable reason, the way she pronounced those 3 syllables sounded extraordinarily melodic. The final syllable, yen, lingered on her tongue, imparting a somewhat coquettish air. Yet he knew this was merely his own illusion.
Tan Lingyin, Wohinyan, Wohinyan?
It does roll off the tongue quite nicely. But calling you by your name feels a bit unfamiliar, she mused aloud as she turned to walk inside, reflecting that calling him Jingyan seemed odd as well. Hua Jingyan followed closely behind, listening to her murmurs, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to unconsciously adapt to her little quirks, like her soft mutterings while playing games, or the way her eyes sparkled like a playful fox whenever she looked at him, and how she would sneak close to him, believing he had not noticed. Suddenly, Tan Lingyin spun around, exclaiming, "Ian!" Hu Jingyan, unable to halt his steps in time, collided into her. He swiftly reached out to steady her waist, while she, concerned about her face colliding with his chest, lost her balance and instinctively grasped his neck. Hu Jingyan tightened his embrace slightly, holding her securely. "Apologies," he murmured.
Tan Lingyin,
still clinging to him, found their noses nearly touching. The proximity allowed her to catch a whiff of the jasmine fragrance that enveloped him. Hu Jingyan's gaze darkened, his arm around her slender waist tightening ever so slightly. She felt so delicate, as if she could entirely fit within his embrace. The faint scent of roses and a subtle sweetness wafted around them, a stark contrast to the different aroma that had once belonged to him when they did not reside together. The passionate, rich sweetness of the roses sent a rush of warmth coursing through his veins. At such a close distance, Tan Lingyin could discern the fine fuzz on his face, igniting a wave of envy within her. The purple rose truly seemed to be favored by the creator. From this proximity, she could find no flaws upon his visage. His eyes, deep and mysterious as a tranquil lake, possessed an enchanting allure that beckoned her to plunge into their depths. Suddenly, another image flashed through her mind. On a rainy night by the floor-to-ceiling window, the man had her pinned against the glass, his dark eyes filled with both aggression and amusement, making her feel like a prey in his sights. Tan Lingyin's fingers gently traced the corners of Hu Jingyan's eyes, her fingertips caressing softly, so beautiful. Hu Jingyan's pupils flickered, almost causing him to release her waist. "Miss Tan, what did you say?" Tan Lingyin snapped back to reality, her feet firmly planted like rocks. And she instinctively pushed against his chest. "Nothing." She turned and walked away. Hu Jingyan staggered back a step, finding his arms empty. His dark eyes watched her retreating figure, a flicker of possessiveness and aggression glimmering beneath the surface. Moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the impulse to kiss her. Alas, it felt too abrupt to do so right after their engagement. Li Heng, the ever-watchfully, swallowed hard, finally regaining his voice. Hu Jingyan turned to the door, narrowing his eyes at Li Heng. "Have you seen enough?" Li Heng nodded eagerly before shaking his head. "I didn't see anything. I just arrived."
In jest.
He had been sneaking glances for quite some time, even capturing a photo. Hu Jingyan's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "Is it not to your taste?"
Lien kikli dafanda. No, no.
"Then I shall deduct your salary for this month."
Liang exclaimed, "Excuse me?"
"May I ask why?" Hu Jingyan settled onto the sofa, loosening the top 2 buttons of his shirt, feeling the heat within him gradually dissipate. Noticing Li Heng still lingering by the doorway, he coldly queried, "Do you need something?" Li Heng, shaken from the sorrow of his potential lost salary, hurried over to the sofa. "Mr. Hua, I have some news regarding Nanqing." He illuminated his phone screen, revealing the very photo he had just taken. The man in a cream-colored leisure outfit, sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms, had his arm wrapped around a slender waist clad in a pink gauzy dress. The angle of the shot only captured a glimpse of Tan Lingyin's fair profile, mostly obscured by Hu Jingyan's head, creating the illusion of a kiss. Wait, Mr. Hua. Let me explain. Li Heng stammered, overwhelmed. Hu Jingyan, however, smiled, taking his phone to enlarge the image. Not bad. Your bonus is safe. Li Heng stuttered, huh? Hu Jingyan's tone turned serious. Send me that photo. Li Heng mechanically complied, his bonus miraculously spared, leaving him astonished. Hu Jingyan's mood improved considerably as he inquired. What news did you mention earlier? News from Nancheng regarding Miss Tan's foster parents, Li Heng replied. Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. What about them? They saw that Miss Tan was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and have begun causing trouble again. Chapter 76. Come out, I have a gift for you. Li Heng hurriedly pulled up the chat log. Mr. Hua, look, our people captured this. The photos in the chat log were crystal clear. Hu Jingyan recognized the face of Tan Hongzheng immediately. At that moment, Tan Hongzheng, in tattered clothing, was kneeling at the entrance of Tan Lingyin's former high school, holding a sign that read in bold red letters, "My daughter is the top scorer in the college entrance examination and refuses to acknowledge me as her father after raising her for 18 years. My heart is shattered." Li Heng explained, he is kneeling here because the students recognize Miss Tan and many parents and teachers have seen him. Journalists have already interviewed some individuals from the school, confirming his previous relationship with Miss Tan as her foster father. Hu Jingyan's expression turned icy as he stated, "Wasn't he imprisoned by loan sharks? How did he get out?" Li Heng replied quietly, "Our agents uncovered that he was released because he claimed he could obtain money from Miss Tan." Hu Jingyan scoffed coldly, "So, he intends to extort my fiancé?" Li Heng nodded vigorously, "Exactly. Send someone to take him back and ensure the loan sharks keep him well educated. If that fails, I will personally teach them a lesson." Hu Jingyan's voice was frigid, his gaze fixed on the sign in the photo, harboring a murderous intent. Managing such a vast family enterprise at a young age, he was no benevolent soul. Li Heng hesitantly asked, "Should we inform Miss Tan about this?" Hu Jingyan returned the phone to him. Leaning back on the sofa while fixing his gaze on Li Heng, his voice low and sharp. "Why tell her? It will only burden her with unnecessary worries." "Yes. As you say, Mr. Hua. I will take care of it right away." Li Heng turned to leave, only to be called back by Hu Jingyan. "One more thing, delete all those false reports, and have someone write a press release to trend on social media, exposing how the Tan family mistreated my fiancé, while also mentioning that he took out loans and sold his wife and daughter." Li Heng nodded. "I will notify the PR department to draft it immediately." Hu Jingyan leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through news from Nancheng, quickly spotting the nonsensical articles written by clueless journalists. Yet they soon vanished. The Hua family's PR department was always efficient. She deleted it so swiftly, surely she didn't notice. Moreover, she is now his fiancée, and under these circumstances, he is not entirely unjustified in meddling with her affairs. She should not discover his misdeeds. Little did he know, at that moment, Tan Lingyin was engaged in a phone call with Zhao Deming from Nancheng. Zhao informed her about Tan Hongzheng's recent antics of kneeling at the school gate, inquiring how she wished to proceed. After hearing this, Tan Lingyin swiftly calculated with her fingers, deciding it was best to disregard the matter. Assistance would soon arrive for him. If her calculations were correct, the people from the Tan family should have already reached Nancheng. It was only natural for her biological parents to seek revenge on her behalf, and she harbored no reservations about it. Zhao Deming remarked, "Master Tan, he is tarnishing your reputation. You ought to teach him a lesson." Tan Lingyin refrained from elaborating on the complexities of her relationship with Tan Hongzheng, recognizing that Zhao was an outsider. She smiled and replied, "Principal, thank you for bringing this to my attention. Evildoers will meet their fate. He won't be able to prance around for much longer." Zhao Deming mused that although Master Tan had not explicitly requested his assistance, he had not declined it either. He ended the call and immediately summoned several bodyguards from his residence to drag Tan Hongzheng away from the entrance. However, upon arriving at the school gate, he found Tan Hongzheng already encircled by several tall, robust men clad in black. Tan Hongzheng shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" In broad daylight. "What are you planning?" The leader of the black-clad men removed his sunglasses and delivered a swift kick to Tan Hongzheng's already injured leg, exclaiming, "How dare you slander our young lady? Who is your young lady? What are you talking about? Who are you?" Tan Hongzheng, clutching his leg and writhing on the ground, gasped out these words. The man stepped on his calf, applying pressure as he warned, "Listen well, Tan Lingyin is the eldest daughter of the Tan family in the capital. By holding this useless sign, you are tarnishing her name. I see you are tired of living. Tan Hongzhen let out a blood-curdling scream, the pain from his crushed leg overwhelming him. All his remaining strength was devoted to wailing in agony, leaving him no room to question the significance of the capital's Tan family. "Bind him," commanded the man, pulling out a handkerchief and leisurely polishing his shoes, adding, "I find your presence soiling my footwear." The black-clad men swiftly bound Tan Hongzhen, forcing him to kneel. The man stuffed the handkerchief into his mouth, declaring, "We came here to avenge the young lady, and yet you dare to cause trouble." He stood up, raised his hand, and commanded, "Take him away." The group aggressively shoved him into a black business vehicle before driving off. None of the onlookers dared to utter a word. These men were clearly not of good character, and they had no desire to attract trouble. Zhao Deming, witnessing Tan Hongzhen being taken away, hurriedly messaged Tan Lingyin, "Master Tan, Tan Hongzhen has been taken away. It seems he is about to receive a lesson." Tan Lingyin glanced at the message and replied succinctly, "Understood." She set down her phone, reclined on her bed, and gazed at the ceiling, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Tan Hongzhen's fortune had run dry. No matter how much chaos he stirred, misfortune awaited him. For instance, he would receive the harshest of punishments. After refreshing herself with a shower, she intended to play on her phone for a while before sleeping when a WeChat notification popped up. "Hu Jingyan, are you asleep?" Tan Lingyin sent a voice message back. "Not yet, Mr. Hort, do you need something?" Hearing the soft, delicate voice of the girl through his phone made Hu Jingyan feel his eardrums heat up. Hadn't they agreed not to call him Mr. Hur? He sent a voice message in return. "Didn't we agree not to call me Mr. Hur?" Tan Lingyin cleared her throat and replied a yen. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" After sending her message, she replayed Hu Jingyan's voice note, finding it utterly charming. How could someone be so attractive and possess such a melodious voice? Hu Jingyan replied, "Come out. I have a gift for you." Tan Lingyin's eyes brightened, and she quickly slipped on her slippers and opened the door. The third floor was a spacious flat. Each bedroom had its own small living area, while the rest of the floor was communal space. Hu Jingyan turned at the sound of her footsteps, his eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 77. Is this fate that binds us? The young girl, slender in form, was enveloped in a loose camisole nightgown, her delicate shoulders and elegant swan neck exposed, leading down to her long legs, her clean feet slipping into slippers as she approached him step by step. She smiled brightly as she settled beside him. "What gift?" Tan Lingyin tilted her head, her enchanting fox-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Hu Jingyan caught a whiff of the floral fragrance she brought with her, familiar jasmine. He lowered his gaze to her, only to notice her camisole strap slipping down, the pale, smooth shoulder connected to an exquisite collarbone, revealing a large expanse of skin due to the fallen strap. A cold white valley entered his line of sight. His lips pressed together, and he quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "Your attire." To his surprise, his voice came out slightly hoarse. Tan Lingyin immediately looked down, realizing her strap had slipped. She hurriedly adjusted it, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Hu Jingyan subtly turned his gaze away, presenting a box to her, an engagement gift. Tan Lingyin accepted the box, feeling a bit awkward as she said, "You give me a gift, but I haven't prepared anything for you." Hu Jingyan chuckled softly, watching her expression. "You needn't prepare anything. Your presence is the best gift." Tan Lingyin was taken aback. Did those words truly come from Hu Jingyan? She quickly glanced around, confirming that the voice indeed belonged to him. Hu Jingyan found her reaction amusing, placing a hand atop her head to direct her gaze back to him. "What are you staring at? There's no one else here. When did you become so eloquent?" Tan Lingyin held the box, looking at him with the innocence of a pure little rabbit. "Eloquent?" Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps it's because I'm speaking with you." Tan Lingyin felt her heart race, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her. She had calculated for Hu Jingyan and knew he had a destined partner. He shouldn't be harboring feelings for her. Noticing that she hesitated to open the box, he took the initiative to do so himself. "I selected this gift after much consideration. I hope you like it. If not, I can choose something else for you." Upon opening the box, a beautiful obsidian ring lay inside, shimmering with hints of blue and violet, resembling flowing, translucent paint, enveloping the ring in a mysterious aura. Tan Lingyin stared at the ring, captivated. "It's stunning. Are you certain it's for me?" Hu Jingyan was perplexed by her multitude of questions, wondering if all practitioners of the mystic arts were so inquisitive. He picked up the ring and took her hand. "Yes, it's definitely for you." His long fingers enveloped her hand, making it appear delicate and fair. He gently slid the ring onto her middle finger, It fits quite well. After adorning her finger, Hu Jingyan smiled, raising his gaze to her. What do you think? Tan Lingyin gazed at him in a daze, her pupils trembling. It felt like destiny. At the moment the ring was placed upon her finger, she suddenly perceived Hu Jingyan's destined partner entering his realm of marital connections. His fated one had appeared and claimed her place. Previously, when she had glimpsed his destined partner, it had not occurred to her that it could pertain to herself. As a practitioner of the mystic arts, safeguarding the imperial fate of ZY was her duty, and she had always positioned herself as a protector. Hu Jingyan, noticing her in a stupor, waved his large hand before her eyes. What are you daydreaming about? He chuckled softly, his deep voice reminiscent of the gentle descent of winter snowflakes, soft and delicate. Tan Lingyin seized his hand, exclaiming, "Show me your palm." She grasped his palm, intently examining the lines etched within it. A lifetime spent with one soul, a marriage line that signifies unparalleled fidelity. This implied that Hu Jingyan was destined to be her lifelong partner. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that his true affinity had manifested this year, and it was evident that a significant connection existed between him and his destined counterpart. Perceiving her solemn demeanor, Hu Jingyan's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired in a low voice, "What are you looking at? Is my fatal calamity approaching?" Tan Lingyin licked her lips, glancing up at him.
No.
Just wait a moment. She spread her palm and placed it alongside his. An average skilled practitioner of the mystical arts typically aligns the hands of both lovers when calculating their fates, hoping to glean greater accuracy. Tan Lingyin had already surmised from Hu Jingyan's countenance that his destined partner resided within his marital palace, and that person was none other than herself. Yet, she yearned to utilize this rudimentary method to confirm her findings once more. Observing her earnestness, Hu Jingyan fell silent, merely gazing at her fair profile. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, occasionally biting her lip, a gesture that held an irresistible allure for him. He inhaled deeply, attempting to avert his gaze, yet found himself utterly captivated. Tan Lingyin scrutinized his palm once more, ultimately concluding that Hu Jingyan's true affinity was indeed her own. Gripping his hand tightly, she abruptly raised her gaze to him, exclaiming, "There's something I need to tell you." Her nose brushed against his cheek, her soft lips grazing his skin. Both were momentarily taken aback. Hu Jingyan turned his head slightly to regard her, catching a glimpse of his own astonished reflection in her sparkling eyes. Tan Lingyin was equally stunned. She and T anticipated that her upward glance would result in such an intimate contact. She quickly recoiled, stammering, "I'm sorry." The area she had kissed felt as though it had been caressed by the wings of a butterfly, gentle yet electrifying. Hu Jingyan's throat constricted, his rationality beginning to crumble. His dark eyes fixated on her, filled with an intensity he could scarcely contain. Tan Lingyin's hand remained clasped in his, and she felt an overwhelming force drawing her closer. She found herself nestled against him, her other hand instinctively pressing against his chest. "Mr. Hu Jingyan tightened his grip on her hand. His smoldering gaze locked onto her exquisite face. "You still refer to me as Mr. Hu?" The flustered Tan Lingyin felt a flutter of anxiety at his penetrating stare. Just moments ago, she had calculated their destined connection, and now they were entangled in this intimate posture. Even as the ancestor of the mystical sect, she found it impossible to regulate her racing heart. Hu Jingyan traced the ring on her finger, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her skin, his low voice resonating softly. "Since Miss Tan has changed her address, may I call you Enine from now on?" Tan Lingyin bit her lip.
All right.
Hu Jingyan chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on her rosy lips. "What were you just calculating, Enine?" "Fate," she replied. "Were you calculating our fate?" Hu Jingyan leaned in closer, his handsome face paired with an enticing tone that elongated his final syllable. Chapter 78. 1 foot already in the Yama's hall.
Tan Lingyin inhaled sharply.
Nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, she quickly turned her face away, stuttering, "Yes, I calculated that your true affinity is with me." How infuriating. She was still a maiden after all. Previously preoccupied with exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons, she had scarcely any time for romance. Besides, if her merits were insufficient, how could she maintain her position as the ancestor of the mystical sect? In her world, each day was spent dealing with minor ghosts and monsters, characterized solely by conflict. What was love? She didn't know, nor did she wish to. After she spoke, her entire being relaxed, her pink lips slightly parted as she breathed in shallowly. It was said that the Ziwei Emperor's destiny was one of great fortune, yet no one mentioned that the Ziwei Emperor could also be an enchanting temptress. Upon hearing her words, Hu Jingyan's heart skipped a beat. You are my true affinity? He regarded her trembling eyelashes with a darkened gaze, lifting his hand to gently grasp her chin. Look at me. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened, captivated by his striking visage, her pupils dilating in awe. With a remarkably handsome man so close to her, even a statue would blossom. Moreover, she had never experienced such a situation before. Hu Jingyan, amused by her wide-eyed stare, chuckled softly, releasing her chin and retreating slightly, creating distance between them. Tan Lingyin felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly stated, true affinity means that we will marry in the future. Wasn't it true that without a true affinity, one could marry? Hadn't they already become engaged? Hu Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, resting his long arm on the back of the sofa behind her. This left Tan Lingyin pursing her lips, unsure of how to respond. She had not previously entertained thoughts of marrying Hu Jingyan. Weren't we engaged to fulfill a promise? I merely thought that living together would expedite the resolution of your calamity. Without much thought beyond that. Hu Jingyan chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Not much thought. His expression revealed a wealth of contemplation. At the moment of their engagement, he had even envisioned the design of their wedding rings. Tan Lingyin pressed her lips together, perplexed by his sudden laughter. Noticing her silence, Hu Jingyan's demeanor gradually chilled, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He abruptly stood, declaring, rest early. With long strides, he made his way toward his room. Tan Lingyin watched his retreating figure, running a hand through her hair. Why did she feel as though he was upset? Good night. A voice tinged with resignation and coldness echoed back. When she glanced up again, Hu Jingyan's door had already closed firmly. Did all handsome men possess such peculiar tempers? Tan Lingyin gazed down at the ring on her finger, contemplating the fate that intertwined her with Hu Jingyan, her expression growing increasingly somber. If they were destined, then she would find a way to help him avert his calamity, depending solely on whether Hu Jingyan was willing. For 2 consecutive days, Tan Lingyin encountered no sign of Hu Jingyan. He left early each morning and returned late at night, while she awoke only to find his absence and had already drifted into slumber by the time he returned. On this particular day, Tan Lingyin rose earlier than usual and, as expected, spotted Hu Jingyan at the dining table. The man was clad in a tailored dark suit, his tousled black hair meticulously styled, an unmistakable CEO look. He was engrossed in his tablet, a glass of iced coffee resting beside him. Tan Lingyin stood in the corridor, observing him for a considerable time, increasingly sensing something amiss. She quickly began to calculate. Hu Jingyan's calamity had inexplicably advanced. He appeared perfectly fine, sitting there like a living being. Yet the aura of death surrounding him was so dense it nearly engulfed his entire face, a living corpse with 1 foot already in the halls of Yama. No wonder Tan Lingyin had felt that his complexion seemed excessively pale upon first seeing him. Hu Jingyan naturally had a fair complexion, but now it appeared to be tinged with an unhealthy pallor. Tan Lingyin rushed to his side, seizing his wrist.
Hu Jingyan.
He diverted his gaze from the stock market news on his tablet, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise as he regarded her. Why are you up so early? Have you been avoiding me these past 2 days? Tan Lingyin's expression was frosty, her pink lips pressed tightly together as she glared at him with evident displeasure. Hu Jingyan blinked, swallowing hard as he replied, no. Liar. Tan Lingyin leaned closer, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. Her own flickered, her voice lacking conviction. You're not good at lying. She drew near, her fair and rosy face framed by slightly narrowed fox-like eyes, her mouth moving with urgency. Hu Jingyan pressed his lips together, swallowing again. Tan Lingyin let out a soft huff, lifting her hand to grip his chin, shaking his face from side to side. What is this about? Hu Jingyan gazed at her in bewilderment, allowing her slightly cool fingertips to pinch his chin. Strangely, he felt a peculiar sense of comfort each time she made contact with him. Just then, Wang Ma approached with a tray, and upon witnessing their posture, she swiftly turned away. Oh dear, one must not witness such impropriety. Tan Lingyin hurriedly released him and seated herself beside Hu Jingyan. Wang Ma, hurry with the dishes. I am famished. Very well, Wang Ma replied, initially intending to leave, but quickly pivoted back. She placed the dishes on the table and smiled. All the dishes are ready. I didn't expect the young mistress to rise so early. Let me fetch you some extra chopsticks. After setting down the utensils, Wang Ma slipped away with the grace of a shadow, cautioning the other maids to steer clear of the dining room at this hour.
Tan Lingyin.
Eyeing the freshly steamed dumplings, eagerly picked one up and took a bite. Delicious. Hu Jingyan observed her finish a dumpling and, noticing her desire for more, could not help but inquire, "Is there something you wish to tell me?" "Indeed, but you always evade me, so I no longer wish to speak." Tan Lingyin shot him a sidelong glance, her words muffled. Hu Jingyan pressed his lips together, feeling a lump in his throat, and ran his fingers over his chin. "I apologize. Can you tell me now?" His deep voice carried an imperceptible note of indulgence, as gentle as the winter sun warming the snow upon a windowsill. A warmth that was impossible to ignore. Tan Lingyin paused, resting her chopsticks, and turned to face him. "Since you have so earnestly apologized, I shall confide in you. Today, you are destined to meet your demise." Hu Jingyan's expression shifted, his fingers slowly clenching. "Is the calamity upon me?" Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. "Yes. It seems your time has been hastened, though I cannot fathom what you've been up to these past days." She supported her chin with her hand, her face devoid of vitality. "You have one foot in the realm of the dead." Hu Jingyan furrowed his brows and spoke in a low tone. "I have been preoccupied with company matters and have not engaged in anything untoward." He paused, then shifted his tone. "Well, there is one thing." Tan Lingyin immediately pressed. "What did you do?" Hu Jingyan recounted how he had instructed Li Heng to handle the situation with Tan Hongzheng and the trending news in Nancheng. However, Li Heng informed him that Tan Hongzheng had already been dealt with, and upon investigation, it turned out that Uncle Tan had sent someone to Nancheng, thwarting their plans. Thus, the only course of action left was to expose Tan Hongzheng's misdeeds publicly. "Surely such trivial matters would not affect me?" he questioned. "You are my fiancé. Why should I not protect you?" he added, perplexed. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. "So you have been secretly assisting me. However, this matter is inconsequential to you and bears no relation to your impending doom. It must be that business dealings are the cause of your troubles." Hu Jingyan pondered for a moment. "I have recently acquired an overseas company, and the uproar has garnered considerable media attention both domestically and abroad." "Exactly," Tan Lingyin affirmed. "Those who covet your fortune have realized that you still possess the energy to acquire companies, discovering that your calamity does not hinder you, prompting them to hasten its arrival. They have been observing me from the shadows." Hu Jingyan's gaze darkened, his voice growing colder. "It seems I must refrain from making public appearances regarding company matters." Tan Lingyin chuckled and placed her hand on his shoulder. "What is there to fear? I am here." She slid her hand down, grasping his wrist. "Give me your hand." Hu Jingyan obediently allowed her to pull his hand over, his pale fingers extending, the joints distinctly visible like a jade fan unfurling. Tan Lingyin placed her hand in his palm, entwining their fingers. His warm, dry hand gently enveloped her smaller one, his long fingers accentuating her delicate, fair digits. "What is this?" Hu Jingyan's eyes glimmered with amusement, though his expression remained impassive. "We are tying the red thread," Tan Lingyin explained. "My fate is unique. By linking our destinies, I can help alleviate half of the deathly aura that surrounds you." Hu Jingyan tightened his grip on her hand, his voice resolute. "No. It could adversely affect your health." Tan Lingyin pulled his hand back. "Do not worry. My constitution is resilient." She forcibly drew his hand to her chest, aligning her fingertips to gather her mystical energy, beginning to inscribe spiritual patterns where their fingers intertwined. Golden spiritual patterns traced over their clasped fingers, gradually becoming complete. Tan Lingyin placed her right hand over the patterns, raising her gaze to meet his. Now the other hand. Hu Jingyan slightly turned, his large hand resting atop hers. It felt incredibly soft, so soft that it was the only sensation he could discern. Her hand was petite, almost fragile. Tan Lingyin closed her eyes, her lips parting as she began to chant incantations. Hu Jingyan felt warmth radiating from their hands, not scorching, but distinctly the heat of the spiritual patterns. A faint red glow seeped through their fingers, gradually intensifying and illuminating Tan Lingyin's face. The ethereal light cast a rosy hue upon her fair skin, her long lashes curling and thickening, enhancing her innocent beauty as she kept her eyes closed. Tan Lingyin slowly opened her eyes, simultaneously releasing Hu Jingyan's hand. She spread her palm, a flash of red spiritual pattern flickering, and then vanishing. Hu Jingyan too glimpsed the red pattern in his palm before it quickly dissipated. Concurrently, he sensed an almost imperceptible connection forming between himself and Tan Lingyin. If one did not focus intently, they would hardly notice it. "The red thread is tied. Your deathly aura will soon transfer to me," Tan Lingyin stated before turning her attention to the breakfast spread before them. "Let us eat." Hu Jingyan felt no appetite. His concern for her safety overshadowed his hunger. Yet, as he watched her finish a bowl of porridge, he observed nothing amiss. He softly inquired, "Are you truly all right?" Lingyin nodded. "Of course. Even if there were an issue, I must tie the red thread. I cannot simply watch you perish." "Why do you wish to help me?" Jingyan blurted out, immediately regretting the question as he already anticipated her response. "Did we not agree? I shall help you avert your calamity, and in return, you will assist me in finding my family. How could I go back on my word?" Lingyin smirked before standing. "I am full. You may take your time." She vanished into the corridor, followed promptly by the sound of the elevator dinging. Jingyan pursed his lips. Indeed, her answer was precisely what he had predicted. After consuming a few more bites, he lost interest in going to the company and instructively hung to attend the meeting in his stead. Once Lingyin exited the elevator, she could no longer maintain her facade and stumbled onto the nearest sofa. She had deceived Jingyan. Earlier, when she assisted him in dispelling the deathly aura, she had indeed been unharmed, as the calamity had not yet arrived. However, today marked Jingyan's fateful day. By forcibly linking the red thread and transferring the deathly aura to herself, she had essentially salvaged half of his life. The overwhelming deathly aura consumed her spirit, further exacerbating her already frail condition. Yet, she did not wish for Jingyan to worry, so she feigned nonchalance. Thankfully, she had eaten something, otherwise she would have lacked the strength to walk at that moment. Now that Jingyan had likely left for the company, she could rest on the third floor for the day.
Ding.
The sound of the elevator doors opening echoed. Yet, at that moment, Lingyin felt herself growing dizzy and fainted. Jingyan stepped out of the elevator, tugging at his tie, preparing to change into comfortable attire. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone on the sofa. The girl's skirt had hiked up slightly, revealing her fair, slender legs. While her delicate arms hung limply, the back of her hand pressed against the carpet. Her reclining position appeared alarming, as her arms would soon grow numb from their awkward placement. Moreover, the hem of her skirt was askew, and her collar was askew, nearly exposing her entirely.
Miss Tan.
Jingyan averted his gaze, voice low and serious. "Please adjust your skirt." No response came. Realizing something was amiss, Jingyan rushed to her side. "Inin." Lingyin hazily sensed a warm presence drawing closer to her, instinctively wanting to open her eyes, yet she found herself utterly unable to do so. Observing her trembling eyelashes, Jingyan felt an unsettling premonition. What's the matter? He seated himself beside her, cradling her in his arms, gently patting her cheek with his large hand. "Inin,
Can you speak?"
enveloped in a mist of violet energy, Lingyin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, all she desired at that moment was to drift back into slumber. Inin. Yet, a persistent voice continued to intrude upon her dreams, preventing her from finding peace. Following the sound, she instinctively pressed her lips against its source. Chapter 80. What have you done to me? Have you forgotten? Jingyan's eyes widened, his entire being stiffening. He mechanically held the person in his arms, allowing her soft lips to meet his. The gentle sensation against his mouth felt as if he were melting away. A fragrant aura enveloped him, seizing his breath entirely, while fireworks exploded in his mind. At that moment, it seemed as though the world was reduced to just the two of them. Just as Jingyan anticipated a reaction from her, Lingyin tilted her head and rested it on his shoulder. He looked down at her, her long eyelashes partially obscuring his dark gaze, which roiled with unspoken emotions. Noticing her delicate lips pressed together, he lifted his hand to gently caress his own lips, as if still lingering with the warmth she had left behind. In stark contrast, she was blissfully asleep. With a gentle motion, he slid his hand beneath her knees and effortlessly lifted her, cradling her horizontally. Jingyan rose and made his way to Lingyin's room, laying her down on the bed. He tenderly arranged her disheveled hair, preparing to rise, but to his surprise, Lingyin groggily opened her eyes and, in a flurry of movement, grasped his tie. Jingyan halted, forced to lean closer to her. His hands hovered on either side of her, his handsome face mere centimeters from her nose. With her eyes half open, Lingyin vaguely perceived a swirl of violet energy before her, her lips parting slightly as she murmured, "Don't run." Captivated by the softness of her voice, Jingyan replied in a low tone, "I want to run, all right?" Lingyin let out a soft hum before closing her eyes again. Grasping the tie, she effortlessly turned onto her side, presenting her back to him. Jingyan, caught in her pull, found himself compelled to join her on the bed. He lay down opposite her, gazing at her serene face, feeling helpless. Tang Lingyin's slumber was deep and restorative, nourished by the violet energy, quickly revitalizing her spirit. As she gradually opened her eyes, she was greeted by a void of darkness. The intricate patterns on the fabric resembled the suit Hu Jingyan had worn earlier that day. Moving her fingers, she discovered she was clutching something. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a crumpled tie. The other end was unmistakably tied to the collar of a white shirt. Cautiously raising her gaze along the tie, she was met with a sharply defined face. The man, his eyelids half closed, regarded her with a low, husky voice. Awake? His gaze held a predatory intensity, as if she were his chosen prey. Fleeting memories began to surface within her mind. She vaguely recalled gripping a mass of violet energy. That must have been Hu Jingyan, the one to whom she had clung. Tang Lingyin promptly released her hold on the tie and swiftly flipped over, fully awake. However, in the next moment, a shadow loomed over her. The man positioned himself above her, his arms confining her beneath him, his dark gaze piercing as he asked, "Yinyin, do you have anything you wish to say?" His voice was low, laced with an undercurrent of restraint. Tang Lingyin clutched the sheets tightly, her eyes darting away from his gaze to his chin, and replied, "What should I say? What have you done to me? Have you forgotten?" Hu Jingyan's tone turned dangerous. Leaning closer to her, "I felt a bit unwell earlier, and your violet energy seemed beneficial, so I instinctively grasped you." Tang Lingyin blinked innocently at him. "I know you were unwell. I'm sorry." To her surprise, Hu Jingyan offered a gentle apology, his long fingers brushing aside the stray hair from her forehead. "And what else did you do? Have you forgotten?" His voice was deep, almost hypnotic as it fell upon her ears. Tang Lingyin struggled to recall. Her brows furrowed in concentration, her expression earnest. "I can't remember." His voice drew out, laced with a hint of menace. Tang Lingyin racked her brain but could not recall, feeling embarrassed as she asked, "What else did I do?" Seeing her genuine confusion, a flicker of disappointment crossed Hu Jingyan's eyes as he rose from the bed. "It's nothing," he said softly, standing at the edge of the bed. "You helped me today, and it caused you discomfort. As an apology, do you desire anything?" Tang Lingyin propped herself up and shook her head no. She had never been one to crave material possessions, especially now that her status afforded her ample resources. Tang Yu had given her a black card, and Rome Wanshu had told her to spend it freely, which she could never exhaust. Hu Jingyan watched her innocent expression, feeling a touch of helplessness. Anyone else who had saved his life would have demanded a reward by now. He pulled out a card from his pocket. "This card is for you. The password will be changed to your birthday, and it connects to my account. You may spend as you wish." Tang Lingyin gazed at the black gold card he presented, waving her hand. "No, my father gave me a card. Your family's card belongs to your family. This is mine to you. It's different." Hu Jingyan firmly took her hand, placing the card in her palm. "From now on, you will only use my card. Be obedient." He ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Watching him walk away with his broad shoulders and long legs, Tang Lingyin turned her attention to the card in her hand. The surface bore a sequence of numbers, NO001. Upon returning to the Tang residence, she quickly learned about the elite circles under Rome Wanshu's guidance. This card was one of only 100 limited edition Emperor cards globally, and hers was the very first issued. Truly, as the head of the Hu family, even a card of his was beyond compare. Tang Lingyin turned to the window, noticing it was now dusk. She felt rejuvenated from her nap. Stretching as she rose from bed, she felt invigorated. Indeed, the violet energy was revitalizing. She felt her spiritual bone clarity had significantly increased. Hu Jingyan returned to his room, tearing off his tie and heading directly to the bathroom. As the cold water cascaded down from above, he glanced at his abdomen, his expression darkening. Engaging in opportunistic behavior was not in his nature, which is why he had spent the entire day in restraint. His desires in such matters were minimal, almost non-existent. Yet today he found himself tantalized, caught in indecision. Remembering her soft lips and the jasmine fragrance that enveloped her, the urge surged anew. Hu Jingyan leaned against the cold porcelain wall, his striking features gradually flushing with warmth, his eyelids fluttering as he recalled her sleeping face. His long, pale fingers slowly glided down from his abs. Having slept all day, Tang Lingyin felt hungry. She ventured downstairs to find a meal prepared and promptly returned to invite Hu Jingyan to eat. Arriving at his door, she noticed it was ajar.
"Ayan,"
she called out, stepping inside. Chapter 81. I too have awakened from a dream. After calling for a while, without receiving a response, her keen ears caught the sound of running water from the bathroom. Hurrying over, She knocked on the door. Ayan, are you done? The water ceased abruptly, and a hoarse male voice replied from within, not yet. Then hurry up. It's time to eat. Tang Lingyin leaned against the door, speaking through it. Hua Jingyan leaned against the wall, his eyes rimmed with red, his cheeks flushed with desires. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his gaze to his palm. Damn it. Merely contemplating her visage offered no resolution. Before receiving a reply from Hua Jingyan, Tan Lingyin inquired once more, Why are you silent? Are you feeling unwell?
Em fine.
Came Hua Jingyan's faint voice from within, sounding rather weak. Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow. Have you been in the shower too long, and are running low on oxygen? Hurry and step out for some fresh air. She knocked vigorously on the door, desperate that he wouldn't faint. Hearing her soft voice only intensified his desires. If you don't speak, I'm coming in, the anxious female voice from outside urged. The sound of the door being turned followed. In Hua Jingyan's home, the third floor was off-limits to anyone except Li Heng, particularly his room, which was strictly forbidden. Consequently, he hadn't locked the bathroom door while bathing. Tan Lingyin pushed the door open, greeted by a cloud of steamy mist. A silhouette was reflected behind the frosted glass, obscured by the moisture, revealing only a tall man with broad shoulders bent against the wall. Hua Jingyan, are you alright? Tan Lingyin rapped on the glass door. She could not see within, but she could hear his labored breaths, which filled her with concern. She prayed he wouldn't succumb to suffocation in the bathroom due to an ordinary shower. It would certainly make her question her ability to avert calamity. Hua Jingyan's heartbeat quickened, feeling the blood surge through his veins. He pressed his hand against the glass door and hoarsely replied, I'm fine. Just hand me the bathrobe. Tan Lingyin turned to find the robe and passed it to the door here. In that moment, thoughts of gender propriety were far from her mind. Her only concern was to ascertain Hua Jingyan's condition. A gap in the glass door allowed a pair of water-beaded, strong arms to emerge, snatching the robe from her grasp before shutting the door again. Shortly after, the door opened, and Hua Jingyan, enveloped in steam, appeared before her. His handsome face was tinged with a faint blush, particularly his eyes, which appeared reddened, as if he were burning with fever. Tan Lingyin quickly rose on her toes to feel his forehead. Why is your face so hot? Her cool hand pressed against his forehead, and she exclaimed in surprise. You're burning up. You have a fever. Hua Jingyan, already struggling to suppress his desires, found her sudden proximity overwhelming. His Adam's apple bobbed as he hoarsely murmured, I'm fine. Don't get so close. Tan Lingyin frowned. What do you mean fine? Your forehead is scorching, and your voice is hoarse. She promptly supported his arm, draping it over her shoulder. Come, I'll help you out, and then we can find some medicine. With his towering stature, his arm resting on her shoulder felt more like an embrace. Despite the discomfort between his legs, he followed her into the bedroom. Hua Jingyan was guided to sit at the edge of the bed, where Tan Lingyin once again checked his forehead, confirming it was truly hot. Should we call a doctor? She asked. Hua Jingyan replied calmly, no need, just step outside for a moment. She had been hovering in front of him and touching him constantly. Even if he were a paragon of restraint, he was tempted to pull her down beneath him. What's wrong with you? You seem off. Tan Lingyin leaned closer, her beautiful fox-like eyes scrutinizing him. As she leaned in, her delicate face filled his vision, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her pink lips were mere inches from him, yet he hesitated to kiss her.
Speak.
Tan Lingyin waved her hand in front of his face. It's maddening when you don't say anything. Hua Jingyan turned to lie on the bed, his back to her. Just go call a doctor. I need to rest for a bit. All right, I'll have I'll call one right away. Tan Lingyin hurried off. By the time the family doctor arrived, Hua Jingyan had changed into his loungewear, and the flush on his face had subsided. After examining him, the doctor stated, Mr. Hua, you do not have a fever. What? Tan Lingyin exclaimed. Just a moment ago, his face was flushed and hot. How can it be gone so quickly? Hua Jingyan cleared his throat twice to interrupt her. It's nothing. My fiancé was just overly concerned for me. The doctor chuckled. Mr. Hua is truly fortunate, but I must advise you to rest more. There are red veins in your eyes, clearly indicating a lack of sleep. Hua Jingyan nodded, I understand. Once the doctor departed, Tan Lingyin, still skeptical, approached to press her hand against Hua Jingyan's forehead again. What is going on? The doctor said I'm fine. Hua Jingyan, exasperated, grasped her wrist and moved her hand away. Stop worrying about me. Have you recovered from sleeping all day? Tan Lingyin nodded. Much better. Your aura revitalized my spirits. I feel completely well now. Hua Jingyan's eyes glimmered with amusement. That's wonderful. Let us go eat. That night, Tan Lingyin had a dream. In it, Hu Jingyan, clad in a bathrobe, pressed her against the bathroom wall, his large hand caressing her lips. Inin, when you knocked while I was showering, were you inviting me?
Tan Lingyin jolted awake, breathing heavily. What just happened?
How could she have such a dream? Moreover, this time, the Hu Jingyan in her dream overlapped with the faceless figure she had dreamt of before. She pinched the bridge of her nose, the abrupt awakening leaving her head throbbing. Could this be the fated connection between soulmates? Feeling thirsty, she discovered her cup was empty. Tan Lingyin took her cup and stepped out of the bedroom to fetch some water, only to find the lights in the third-floor grand living room illuminated. Approaching, she glanced around and spotted Hu Jingyan on the balcony, leaning casually against the railing with a glass of wine in hand. Drinking in the dead of night? Hu Jingyan turned his head, noticing her with a water cup, her slip dress askew under the light. His gaze darkened. Truly, one attracts what one fears. Tan Lingyin approached with her cup. What are you drinking? Let me have a taste. As she reached him, Hu Jingyan raised her slipping strap and said in a low voice, Why aren't you asleep yet? His fingertips were too warm, causing Tan Lingyin to retreat slightly, whispering, I woke up from a dream. What about you? Why aren't you asleep? Hu Jingyan's gaze deepened. I woke up from a dream as well. Chapter 82. At this moment, the arrow is on the bowstring, and it cannot be retracted. Tan Lingyin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, testing the waters. Was your dream in the bathroom? Hu Jingyan's eyes flickered with hidden light as he absently traced his finger over the wine glass. How did you know? What he dared not do by day, he still could not pursue in his dreams, which compelled him to wake abruptly. Now, he stood on the balcony, savoring the night breeze and sipping champagne before attempting to return to sleep. Tan Lingyin bit her lip, hesitant to admit she had dreamt the same. The Hu Jingyan in her dream had been far too audacious, gazing at her with lustful eyes, leaving her weak in the knees as she recalled it. It's nothing. What are you drinking? Let me try, she offered, extending her cup. Hu Jingyan poured a bit of champagne into her glass, but Tan Lingyin frowned at the meager amount. Is this for a cat? She lifted his fingers, urging, pour more. The pale gold champagne flowed freely, filling her glass nearly halfway. Hu Jingyan quickly withdrew his hand. That's enough. The chilled drink soon rendered the glass cool to the touch, awakening Tan Lingyin from her groggy state with the refreshing temperature and the night breeze. She leaned over the railing beside Hu Jingyan, taking a sip from her glass. The slightly bitter taste, infused with a spicy fruitiness, flooded her mouth, overwhelming her senses. The stimulating sensation compelled her to swallow hastily, marking her first encounter with alcohol. Noticing her porcelain-like face wrinkle in discomfort, Hu Jingyan remarked, If it's unpleasant,
don't force it.
He reached for her cup, but she evaded him. Actually, it's not bad. It has a sweet, fruity flavor, Tan Lingyin replied, taking another sip. She relished a challenge. As the daughter of the Tan family and the fiancée of Hu Jingyan, she was bound to encounter numerous occasions that involved drinking. Thus, it was imperative for her to learn the art of imbibing. Hu Jingyan lifted his wine glass and took a sip, casting a sidelong glance at her. Noticing her delicate brows knitted in distaste, her face clearly betraying her discomfort, yet she insisted on drinking. A faint smile played upon his lips. Have you never drunk before? His voice, gentle and soothing, wafted through the night breeze, akin to a feather brushing against Tan Lingyin's ear. She leaned against the railing, tilting her head to gaze at him, her enchanting fox-like eyes slightly dazed, shaking her head as she replied, No, I must remain alert at all times. I cannot drink. In her efforts to embody the daughter of Lu Yun, she had lived with utmost caution, fearful that Lu Yun would discover her true identity. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she gazed into the distant nightscape, murmuring, It is a pity I cannot save her. If the original soul were still present, she would ensure that it witnessed her avenging its wrongs and securing a better reincarnation. Alas, she had arrived too late. Hu Jingyan, unable to decipher her words, leaned in closer, asking, What did you say? Observing his proximity, Tan Lingyin's lips curved into a teasing smile. Leaning toward his ear, she whispered, I said,
Good wine. Ha ha ha.
With that, she turned and downed the contents of her glass in one swift motion. It was precisely her lack of experience that led her to treat champagne as if it were a mere beverage. Drink slowly, Hu Jingyan cautioned, his brow slightly furrowed as he noticed her reaching for the champagne bottle again. He swiftly grasped her arm, insisting, You must not drink any more. Having consumed alcohol for the first time, the effects hit Tan Lingyin swiftly. Unsteady on her feet, she lost her balance as Hu Jingyan tugged at her, careening toward the table. Be careful. Hu Jingyan quickly pulled her into his embrace. Tan Lingyin found herself nestled against his chest, her vision hazy with intoxication, muttering in discontent. "Don't pull me." Hu Jingyan chose not to argue, placing his glass on the table and setting her cup down as well. "No more drinking. Let's return to your room." He tightened his hold around her slim waist with one arm while the other supported her shoulder, keeping her firmly against him.
Can you still walk?
Tan Lingyin's legs felt unresponsive, yet her lips continued to protest. "Wine. Champagne. I want to drink champagne. Let us go to your room and drink."
Shall we?
Hu Jingyan coaxed softly. "All right." Tan Lingyin nodded, her awareness fading as she gazed up at him with longing. After settling her on the sofa, Hu Jingyan stood to fetch her a glass of warm water and some hangover medicine, concerned that her first experience with alcohol would lead to a headache the next day. Upon bringing the warm water, Tan Lingyin took a sip and grimaced. "I want to drink this. It's water." She wasn't foolish. Pushing Hu Jingyan's hand away, she stumbled to her feet, determined to fetch her own drink. Hu Jingyan, worried she might fall, quickly grasped her wrist and pulled her back. Tan Lingyin felt as if she were walking on cotton, and in a graceful spin, she plopped down onto Hu Jingyan's lap, her small hands resting on his shoulders. The cup in Hu Jingyan's hand clattered onto the thick carpet, producing a muffled thud. The water seeped into the plush fibers, mirroring the turmoil in Hu Jingyan's heart. Before him was her exquisitely pale face, her long, curled lashes framing eyes that shimmered with a dreamy haze, innocent yet alluring. The sweet scent of alcohol lingered in the air as her lips brushed against his, her unsteady breath softly caressing his face. Tan Lingyin's delicate lips met with a firm surface, prompting her to instinctively nibble them, her tongue darting out to taste. Hu Jingyan inhaled sharply, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with desire, his thin lips unable to resist kissing her back. His large hand secured her slender waist, holding her firmly on his lap while the other caressed her arm, sliding gently up to cradle the back of her neck. No longer able to restrain himself, he leaned in, his lips softly brushing against hers, the mingled flavors of wine filling the space between them. Hu Jingyan was inexperienced in the art of kissing, approaching it like savoring a sweet delicacy, kissing her with tender deliberation. Tan Lingyin, her eyes hazy, gazed up at him, his dark orbs half-closed, resembling a whirlpool that threatened to draw her in. Her tongue was gently caressed, her breath claimed. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly closed her eyes, emitting a soft, cat-like whimper. The delicate kisses left her breathless, the effects of the alcohol and the gradual lack of oxygen igniting an instinctual urge to turn away. Hu Jingyan's eyes flushed with a light crimson as her sounds jolted him back to reality. He fought against the urge to continue kissing her, tilting his head to rest against her shoulder. Chapter 83. Why are you crying? The heavy, tumultuous breaths of the man intertwined with the soft gasps of the girl, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and allure. The warm, moist breath against her neck made Tan Lingyin instinctively draw back, tilting her head to push him away. "It's so hot." Hu Jingyan slowly lifted his head, his chest rising and falling gently as his breathing steadied, his gravelly voice tinged with a barely contained desire. "Hot? You've made me feel so hot," Tan Lingyin replied, her hand brushing against her neck, her rosy lips now a vibrant shade of red. "You've kissed me," she pouted, her delicate fingers grazing her neck before cupping Hu Jingyan's handsome face. "Mr. Hu, have you caught a fever again?" Her cool fingertips against his flushed cheek made him acutely aware of the heat radiating from his face. Hu Jingyan's eyes deepened with a yearning that teetered on the brink of explosion. "Do not call me Mr. Hu.
Call me Ian."
Tan Lingyin quickly acquiesced, her small hands exploring his face and neck. "You're burning up all over." Her cool fingertips grazed over his Adam's apple, moving up and down rhythmically. Her unconscious movements ignited a fire within Hu Jingyan. Resigned, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Gently pushing her away, he captured her wandering hands. "I'm fine. You are the one who is intoxicated." Earlier, he had taken advantage of her vulnerability, but now that he had regained his composure, he knew continuing would be inappropriate. He confined her hands against his chest, his other arm lifting her effortlessly. Tan Lingyin nestled against his neck, whining in protest. Let me go, let me go. I will destroy you." Her legs flailed helplessly, landing a few kicks against Hu Jingyan's thigh, which, surprisingly, stung a little. He reluctantly released her, giving her a gentle swat on the backside. "Stay still. I'm taking you back to your room to sleep."
Instantly, Tan Lingyin quieted.
Memories flooded back to her. When she first entered this body, the 5-year-old version of her had been chastised by Lu Yun, receiving slaps while being scolded. Why haven't you died yet? The combination of the strikes and her mother's verbal abuse had been truly painful. In that moment, she had been powerless, unable to resist, enduring the blows in silence. Now, reflecting on it, she realized Lu Yin wasn't her biological mother. All the punishments she had endured as a child were in vain. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hu Jingyan noticed the dampness at his neck and hurriedly carried her back to her room. Setting her on the bed, he finally noticed the tear-streaked face before him. "Why are you crying? You hit me." Tam Lingyin's large eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at him. "You dare to hit me." Hu Jingyan felt a sharp pang in his heart, his voice flustered as he explained, "I did not." "You did." Hu Jingyan knelt beside the bed, tilting his head to wipe her tears, his deep voice laced with coaxing tones. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't mean to hurt you. Did I?" He tenderly wiped away her tears, his face etched with anxiety and compassion. Little did he expect that a mere gentle pat would bring her to tears.
Now.
Hu Jingyan was filled with regret. He would have preferred to endure a few kicks from her instead. Tam Lingyin huffed, raising her small hand with fingers outstretched, declaring, "I want to hit back." Hu Jingyan frowned, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. The thought of her swatting his backside was amusing. He leaned closer to her, taking her hand and pressing it against his cheek, saying, "You can hit here." Given the choice, he would rather be struck on the face. Tam Lingyin's delicate hand lightly landed on his cheek, rubbing it a couple of times before she said, "Forget it, I was just teasing you." Though intoxicated and her emotions somewhat unruly, she still recognized the man before her as Hu Jingyan. His smile broke through her playful demeanor, and he bent down to remove her slippers, gently placing her legs on the bed. "All right, it's time for you to sleep," he said, pulling a nearby blanket over her and gazing at her with warmth in his eyes. "Sleep well." Perhaps the effects of the alcohol had fully set in, for Tam Lingyin quickly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Listening to her breathing gradually steady, Hu Jingyan reached out to caress her cheek, his long fingers brushing aside the strands of hair at her mouth, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I won't let you cry again." The next day, Tam Lingyin awoke to a throbbing headache. The dull pain in her head forced her to open her eyes, and upon doing so, she was met with a dizzying sensation. She raised her hand to rub her temples, weakly attempting to recall the events of the previous night. Fleeting images flashed through her mind: champagne, the balcony, the sofa, an embrace, a magnified, handsome face, a suffocating kiss. She rolled her eyes, wishing she could drift back into slumber. Could it be that she had drunkenly kissed someone? Thank goodness, she had never drunk alcohol before. Lying in bed, her mind replayed the scenes of their kiss incessantly. The faint taste of alcohol lingering on her lips made it impossible to convince herself it had all been a dream. She needed to calm her mind. So she sat cross-legged on the bed and recited a calming mantra several times before finally getting up. As she approached the elevator, she heard a chime. The elevator doors opened slowly to reveal Hu Jingyan, impeccably dressed in a suit. An air of refined restraint enveloped him, and his handsome, cool visage bore little expression. However, his dark eyes held a flicker of emotion as they met hers. "You're awake?" His voice was rich and pleasant. He stepped out of the elevator, a faint scent of jasmine wafting in his wake. Tam Lingyin involuntarily took a step back, her eyes betraying a sense of panic. She turned to leave, but the man behind her called out, "Why are you ignoring me?" Hu Jingyan strode up to her, bending down to scrutinize her face with focused intensity.
You look all right.
"Are you going downstairs for a meal?" Tam Lingyin's gaze couldn't help but dart to his thin lips as she hurriedly shut her eyes and recited her calming mantra again. Hu Jingyan straightened, watching her until she finished and opened her eyes, then asked, "What are you reciting?" Tam Lingyin forced a smile and replied, "Nothing, I'm just going downstairs to eat."
All right.
"I'll wait for you," he said, glancing at his limited edition watch. "We leave in 2 hours."
Ah?
"Where to?" "To the auction. There's a collection of premium foreign jewelry being auctioned. You can pick out some pieces you like and I'll get them for you." His eyes shimmered with gentle indulgence. "I'm glad you're awake, otherwise, I would have had to go alone." Tam Lingyin frowned, contemplating for a moment before decisively stating, "I won't go. And I don't want any jewelry." Hu Jingyan tilted his head, studying her. She wore a simple, white dress, and her long, dark hair was somewhat tousled from just waking. Her slender arms were bare of adornment, and her fingers were completely unadorned. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Don't you like wearing jewelry?" Tam Lingyin nodded, "I don't. It makes it hard to feel when I'm working." "What about a necklace?" Hu Jingyan gazed at her delicate collarbone, a warmth spreading in his gaze. The memory of last night flashed in his mind. Her neck, fair and subtly flushed, made him want to bite down. Tan Lingyin touched her collarbone and insisted, "I don't wear these. Please don't waste your money on gifts for me." She turned and pressed the elevator button, stepping inside, with Hu Jingyan following closely.
All right.
"Then I'll go by myself," he said. Tan Lingyin glanced at him, and in that instant, she noticed a change in his demeanor. A sudden hint of danger clouding his previously calm expression.
Wait.
She grasped his wrist, lowering her head. Hu Jingyan leaned slightly forward, looking at her, a low, husky laugh escaping his lips. "What's wrong? Having second thoughts?" Tan Lingyin studied his face for a long moment, certain that his outing would entail danger. It seemed her earlier refusal had altered the fortune surrounding Hu Jingyan's departure. The ominous signs had already surfaced. She had no choice but to accompany him. With a cool glint in her eyes, she murmured, "I'll go with you." Hu Jingyan was taken aback by her sudden change of heart, a spring-like smile blooming in his eyes. "It's my honor."
Ding.
The elevator doors opened on the ground floor. Standing at the entrance was Li Heng, whose eyes widened in surprise as he quickly turned away. He had been waiting to report on the jewelry auction but stumbled upon the scene. From his perspective, it was evident that the two were on the verge of kissing. Unfortunately for him, he found himself right in the middle of it. Tan Lingyin released Hu Jingyan's hand, choosing not to disclose the ominous premonition, for some things must remain undisclosed. As she walked out of the elevator and passed by Li Heng, she shot him a glance. "Assistant, why are you trembling?" I don't know how to respond," Li Heng stammered. Tan Lingyin furrowed her brow in concern and asked, "Assistant, have you been too tired lately? You have dark circles under your eyes."
Lien nudda vigorously.
"Yes, I've indeed pulled a few late nights." "You must take care of yourself. Staying up late can harm your vital energy," Tan Lingyin said gently before turning to leave. "Thank you for your concern, young madam."
Lien raplia, nudding rapatadli.
A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, neither too light nor too heavy, and a low, cool voice sounded from behind him. "Assistant, you've been working hard lately." Li Heng quickly turned around, saying, "Mr. Hu, that's not true. I'm not working hard. I'm just doing what I should for the company." Hu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curving his lips. "Your dark circles are quite noticeable. Remember to use some concealer to hide them, lest young madam worry about you." The last remark was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Hu Jingyan gave Li Heng's shoulder a firm pat before striding towards the dining area. Li Heng recoiled slightly from the impact, truly taken aback by the force. He raised a hand to touch his under-eye area, wondering if his dark circles were really that bad. Should he really use concealer? The very thought of applying makeup made him shake his head. Absolutely not. It would tarnish the company's image. Meanwhile, an elusive scent of vinegar wafted through the air.
Lien sniffa, puzlat.
It was strange. The kitchen was quite far from here. Where was that vinegar smell coming from? 2 hours later, Tan Lingyin was dressed and ready. With a significant task ahead, she opted for a simple outfit, a light gray tracksuit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, a canvas bag slung across her body, and white sneakers on her feet, exuding youthful exuberance. Especially her fresh face, unadorned with makeup, made her porcelain skin accentuate her sparkling fox-like eyes, revealing a blend of innocence and allure. Hu Jingyan frowned at her attire. "No, you need to change." Tan Lingyin looked down at herself, spreading her hands in confusion.
Why?
"Dressed like that, you look underage. It makes me look old." He could hardly voice such a thought. His expression shifted slightly as he said earnestly, "There's a dress code for this auction. Ladies must wear dresses." Tan Lingyin grasped the strap of her canvas bag, contemplating for a moment before conceding. "Very well. I simply must attend this auction." Hu Jingyan cast a glance at Wang Ma, who stood nearby. "Wang Ma, please take her upstairs to change into a new outfit, and do something simple with her hair." Of course, Wang Ma promptly nodded in agreement. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the elevator doors slid open, Hu Jingyan looked up, his pupils slightly dilating with a flicker of astonishment. Tan Lingyin had transformed into a lovely pastel pink dress that gracefully fell just above her knees. The gown featured a snugly fitted bodice, with 2 delicate straps resting upon her slender shoulders. The design was modest, revealing not a hint of décolletage. Her long black hair cascaded freely, adorned with a diamond hairpin nestled above her left ear, adding a touch of elegance to her hairstyle. Around her neck lay a dainty diamond necklace, complemented by a matching diamond bracelet on her wrist, and even her high-heeled shoes sparkled with scattered diamonds. Tan Lingyin awkwardly navigated in her heels, murmuring softly, "Why can't I wear flats?" Behind her, Wang Ma, holding a light pink handbag, replied with a smile. Such a formal gown certainly calls for high heels. Young mistress, your figure is exquisite, with long, slender calves that are perfectly suited for heels. Tan Lingyin harbored a dislike for high heels. During her secret part-time job in Nanjing, the dress code mandated uniform high-heeled shoes, leaving her feet aching after a long day of standing. Wang Ma handed her the handbag, saying, "Young mistress, please take this. It contains everything you need, red dust talismans and brushes, all included." Tan Lingyin accepted the bag, draping it over her wrist, and glanced at Hu Jingyan, seated on the sofa. "Is this acceptable?" Hu Jingyan rose and approached her, unable to conceal the amusement in his gaze. He stood before her, lowering his eyes to study her face. "Did you wear makeup?" Her delicate visage was a flawless blend of white and pink, her lips glistening with a luscious sheen, tempting him to savor her beauty. Wang Ma quickly interjected, "No, not at all. She merely applied a hint of lip gloss. Young mistress is naturally beautiful and requires no makeup." Hu Jingyan chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement, and extended his hand towards Tan Lingyin. "Shall we?"